Rebellious disciple, you are utterly deranged. I in the face of the accusations from his extraordinarily beautiful master. Chu Xiu merely shrugged, asserting that he could not be blamed for his lack of humanity when his master was so enchanting. After all, is it not the nature of a villain to act with impunity, committing every conceivable evil? As a supreme being in the Sky Vault continent, upon arriving in this world, Chu Xiu gleaned many profound truths. One must always retain a semblance of mercy towards any adversary if one chooses to act. It must be with absolute resolve. When confronting foes, one must ensure total annihilation, striking with unyielding ferocity, as one would cleave a worm or scatter an egg yolk. Do not let the beauty of an opponent lead to leniency. Refrain from excessive prattle before vanquishing an enemy, for villains often perish through their own verbosity. This is a grand and tumultuous world, steeped in mythological epochs, where the heavenly laws have undergone tumultuous changes, unleashing cataclysmic disasters. Following the battle of the human emperor against the heavens, 2 sovereigns of the human race mysteriously vanished. The vast cosmos then entered an era of shared governance among myriad races, where invincible celestial beings and supreme emperors subdued all, acting under divine mandate to hunt down humanity, heralding its twilight in a secluded corner of the universe. A time traveler named Chu Xiu opened his eyes, with one hand pointing skyward and the other towards the earth. He stood upon the river of time, surveying the past, present, and future, boldly proclaiming to the myriad realms, "In heaven and on earth, I alone am supreme." Chapter 1. Rebirth and Schemes. Masters beloved. In the Sky Vault continent, at the Wailing Forbidden Land. Die, old demon Chu. Haha. Did you ever think that your life of bullying men and women would lead you to meet your demise at the Soul Return Cliff today? I shall avenge my poor disciple. Chu Xiu, you deceived my sister, not only taking her body but also causing her untimely demise. Today I, Xie Kuangren, will ensure you are torn to shreds. 1,000 cuts. After 3 years of pursuit, you finally have nowhere left to run. Do you? Swear, today I will avenge you. At the summit of the Soul Return Cliff, soaring thousands of miles high, stood a youth whose visage was as refined as jade, his eyes twinkling like stars, with skin as pale as snow. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, moving without wind, and his crimson robe, soaked in blood, clung tightly to his form, accentuating his well-proportioned physique. With sword in hand, tilted towards the ground, droplets of blood fell from the blade's tip as he surveyed his surroundings, his dark eyes remaining as indifferent as ever. Thunder rumbled above, as whispers of the Buddha echoed, fierce gazes from the Vajra, and the ethereal figure of Guanyin smiled, plucking flowers, countless sword energies intertwined, as snowflakes cascaded through the air, freezing the very fabric of space. Endless divine flames blazed against the heavens. Dozens of formidable saints from various ancient clans, sacred lands, and grand sects converged, suppressing everything, even warping and sealing the space around them. At this moment, after 3 years of relentless pursuit, Chu Xiu found himself with no escape. A stunningly beautiful saint, clad in a flowing white dress, descended upon a sword. Her cold, piercing gaze scrutinized Chu Xiu as her crimson lips parted slightly. Chu Xiu, do you regret your actions? Chu Xiu tilted his head slightly to meet her gaze, retorting with a sneer, "Dream butterfly. I have never wronged your Taizu holy land. Why do you pursue me? You have committed many injustices. I ask you again, do you regret it?" Qi Mengdia's tone remained icy. "Regret? Ha 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 ha." Chu Xiu threw back his head in wild laughter. "I, Chu Xiu, have trained for less than a century, my life consumed by battles. Among my peers, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to speak of being undefeated? You old relics, do not lose face by surrounding me with your saintly might for a full 3 years. That I can only lament that time is merciless. If I were granted another 1,000 years, who in this realm would dare to defy me?" These audacious words reverberated throughout the southern wilderness, stirring the hearts of countless cultivators. In the next moment, he swiftly formed intricate seals with his hands, and in an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, winds surged ominously. Not good. This fiend intends to unleash his trump card. Let us join forces to thwart him. The great sage from the ancient temple of the Western Buddhist sect, clasping his hands in a mudra, unleashed an overwhelming radiance of Buddha light accompanied by the resonance of Zen, launching the first assault against Chu Xiu, his power terrifying. The other great sages, regaining their wits, also made their move. An uncountable number of magical techniques and treasures descended upon the world, compressing the very fabric of existence. The combined might of so many formidable great sages was awe-inspiring, shaking the heavens and earth, causing the space to collapse. The towering Guehun cliff let out mournful wails, beginning to shatter inch by inch. Before the tide of magical prowess could reach its target, Chu Xiu's form erupted with a resounding bang, dissolving into a mist of blood, scattering across the cosmos. Only the void remained, echoing aside to shatter the eternal question of longevity. The Emperor may regret, but I do not. In the end, I still faced defeat. Alas! The numerous great sages silently beheld the spot where Chu Xiu had vanished, their expressions impassive, yet relief washed over their hearts. This young man had finally perished. Such a figure, if willing to venture to the Tianyuan Great Wall to slay demons, would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior of our human race. What a pity. What a lament. 1 month later. The Taizu Holy Land. In this era where emperors have passed and quasi-emperors do not manifest in the world, a power can only be deemed a holy land if it possesses a sovereign-level powerhouse to suppress all. The Taizu Holy Land comprises 18 spiritual peaks. The top 3 peaks, Tianxing Peak, Yunxia Peak, and Tianjian Peak, are each presided over by great sages. The remaining 14 peaks are led by lesser sages. The final peak, Taizu Peak, serves as the residence of the Holy Master, and also as the venue for significant deliberations within the Taizu Holy Land. The hierarchy resembles a pyramid, ascending from the base. There are over 1 million outer disciples, over 100,000 inner disciples, tens of thousands of directly taught disciples, hundreds of elders from each peak, several 100 true disciples, 14 peak masters, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter from the 3 main peaks, the Holy Master, and several ancient beings. At Yunxia Peak, within the cave abode of the chief direct disciple, a young man clad in black robes and with flowing black hair sat cross-legged on a meditation mat, slowly opening his eyes, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in his pupils. His handsome visage bore a mocking expression, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smile that I must admit, at times, failure can also serve as a means to reach one's goals. I am destined to be the invincible man of this world. Old fossils, await your reckoning. The grudge of the encirclement from 3 years ago shall be repaid in kind. Now, let me delve into the memories of the Tuldao. It seems I have been reborn in the Taizu Holy Land. The young man's lips curled upward as he rose, brushing off the dust from his robes. For this day, I have meticulously prepared 3,781 contingencies and 1,200 resurrection methods, ultimately converging here in the Taizu Holy Land. It appears I am fated to this place. He let out a sinister laugh. The peculiar individual, known as Chu Xiu, was initially an ordinary university student on the Blue Star. During the summer vacation, he returned to his hometown and inadvertently fell into an ancient well. Upon awakening, he found himself attired in the realm of the Celestial Dome. Much like the protagonists in web novels, he too was bound to a system. However, this was no ordinary system. It was called the Destiny Villain System. By committing malevolent acts, he could rapidly augment his strength. After undergoing 9 years of compulsory education, he initially rejected such notions. Alas, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong, one must either soar or perish. Thus, he was compelled to swim against the current. After a century of battles, rising from obscurity, he fought his way to the pinnacle of minor sainthood. He had offended nearly every significant power within the human territories of the Celestial Dome. Therefore, being besieged and hunted was hardly surprising. Naturally, Chu Xiu had anticipated this day and had made ample preparations in advance. His ability to resurrect was one of the many contingencies he had set in place for himself. Ding! Resurrection detected. System functions have undergone changes. Please select one of the following options. Destiny Villain. Continuously commit evil to receive system rewards. Cunning Villain. Having perished once, you have resolved to bide your time and secretly grow stronger before resorting to malevolence once more. Note: as a cunning villain, each breakthrough will grant you special rewards. Note: after committing misdeeds, you will earn breakthrough points, with a rare chance of obtaining techniques, items, weapons, and elixirs. Note: consuming breakthrough points will significantly accelerate your cultivation speed, whether in techniques, divine powers, or concepts of will and Tao. Note: treasures infused with the essence of heaven and earth, divine weapons, and elixirs can be exchanged for breakthrough points. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he stroked his chin. He considered himself no saint, yet the experience of being universally reviled was truly unpleasant. In this life, perhaps it would be wiser to adopt a more cautious approach. To grow strong in secrecy, then unleash chaos upon the world. What a delightful prospect. If he could infiltrate and become the son of a holy land. How delightful. Accelerating cultivation speed. I am fond of that. I choose the second option. Ding, selection successful. Cunning villain system loading. 1.100. Loading successful. System. Display my personal panel. Host. Chu Xiu. Realm. None. Depleted state. Special physique. None. Talent. 17. Mundane. Cultivation technique. Erased due to the host's overly powerful soul forcibly seizing. Control. Fortune value. 18. Black. Breakthrough points. 0. Comprehensive combat power evaluation. You are marginally superior to a spirit chicken. Chu Xiu's eyelids twitched. Closing his eyes, he began to meticulously peruse the memories of Toolman Chu Xiu. 10 days prior, Toolman Chu Xiu had engaged in a life-and-death arena battle with a direct disciple from the heavenly sword peak over a woman, only to be defeated in a single move. Suffering utter humiliation, and ultimately having his cultivation shattered. What a tragic fate for a man. Chu Xiu remarked, shaking his head in sympathy. Rest assured, as your tool, your enemies are my enemies. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate his inner technique. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes. His sword-like brows slightly relaxed. Your aptitude is rather lacking. Your injuries are also somewhat severe for now. You must focus on recovery. But, crack, crack. He twisted his neck and stood up. Pushing open the door of the cave mansion, he strolled leisurely on Cloudy Mist Peak. Have you heard? The peak master who pursued the madman Chu returned to the sect 3 days ago. Ah, was that Chu demon slain? Indeed, among his peers, the Chu demon could be deemed invincible, yet ultimately he is merely at the minor saint level, besieged by dozens of great saints no matter how strong he is, he must taste defeat. Well done. Such a fiend deserves to be eradicated by all righteous practitioners. Listening to the excited discussions of the surrounding disciples, Chu Xiu's lips curled slightly. You surely cannot fathom that not only am I alive, but I have also joined your ranks. Unable to defeat? Ah, then I shall join. Alas, I am merely having fun. Brother Chu Xiu. Has your injury healed, Master Brother? Upon seeing Chu Xiu, those who had previously spoken of the old demon Chu wore somewhat unnatural expressions. For this senior brother's name was not merely similar to the old demon Chu, it was identical. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, saying little, and made his way directly to the Peak Master's cave mansion. He sought an audience with the fairy Mengdai. With familiarity, he approached the cave's entrance and touched the barrier. With a slight bow, he respectfully stated, Master, I have urgent matters to discuss. A clear, melodious voice resonated from within the cave. Kumin. The blue light barrier enveloping the entrance dissipated. Before him appeared a grand and ethereal hall, reminiscent of a celestial abode, imbued with an ancient charm. Chu Xiu stepped forward, ascending the staircase, and soon entered the hall, the pinnacle of the hall. Upon a lotus throne, sat an enchanting woman, lazily resting her chin in her hand. She wore a white gauzy dress adorned with a rainbow feather cloak, her figure tall and graceful, her bare feet revealing skin as flawless as white jade, resembling a celestial. Being descended from the heavens, a gossamer thin purple divine sword floated behind her, its blade emanating a chill that could freeze one's very soul with a mere glance. The woman's cold, clear gaze shifted towards the young man in black robes who had entered. Her ruby lips parted slightly, producing a melodious sound, a delightful fragrance wafting through the hall, stirring one's heart and soul. Chu Xiu, 10 days ago, you were injured in battle. Now that you see me, do you wish for me to aid you in your cultivation once more? Chu Xiu clasped his hands, sincerity etched on his face. I implore you, Master. Qi Mengdai furrowed her delicate brows, lightly brushing her sleeve, and replied coolly, your cultivation is low, yet you are reckless. It is no surprise that you have been rendered incapacitated. I cannot assist you. Be on your way. Master, you know the reason for my low cultivation, do you not? Without resources for cultivation, how can I grow stronger? You have bestowed all the resources upon the second junior brother, the third junior sister, the fourth junior brother, and the fifth junior sister. How am I to become stronger? Chu Xiu stepped forward. His voice resonant and powerful. Qi Mengdai let out a cold snort, her great saintly aura spilling forth, her long hair flowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, presumptuous. You are endowed with a dull wit and lack the diligence to cultivate. Yet now you come to blame your master, unaware of the consequences. Ha! Chu Xiu chuckled. I know why you withhold cultivation resources from me, master. It is merely because I share the same name as that notorious old demon, Chu. Is it not rather absurd to direct your ire towards me because of this? Upon hearing this, Qi Mengdia's icy gaze stirred with emotion. Her tone softened slightly. I have never directed my anger at anyone. Return for now. Once I find the heavenly treasures capable of healing your injuries, I shall pave the way for your cultivation anew, and oh, no, Chu Xiu replied with a smile. Master, you can assist me right now. What do you mean by that? A look of confusion crossed Qi Mengdai's exquisite face. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled upwards as he clasped his hands in reverence. It is said that you possess the celestial fragrance body, a physique that serves as the finest medicine in the world. With your assistance, I believe I can not only mend all my injuries but also enhance my otherwise mediocre aptitude for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Qi Mengdia's face turned frigid, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze on Chu Xiu, enunciating each word. Repeat that. Please, master. Rebellious disciple, you seek your own demise. Qi Mengdai snorted coldly, as the divine sword floating behind her emitted a resonant hum. A killing intent enveloped the entire hall, as if in the next moment, Chu Xiu would be reduced to mere dust. Yet, Chu Xiu remained unfazed, forming a mystifying seal with one hand. An invisible wave emanated outward. Qi Mengdia's movement halted, her face a mask of astonishment. She realized that her grand saintly cultivation was utterly sealed by an irresistible, mysterious force. At this moment, she was no longer a formidable grand saint, she was perhaps even weaker than an ordinary mortal. Qi Mengdai was both shocked and furious. You, rebellious disciple, what have you done to your master? Chu Xiu advanced step by step, his long hair flowing with the breeze, a gentle smile gracing his face. Could he truly seal Mengdia's powers by mere coincidence? No, it was a foregone conclusion. When dozens of grand saints pursued him, he did not remain idle. Item: Reincarnation Heavenly Cry Motherchild Seal. Category: Sealing Type Artifact. Grade: Divine Quality. Function: Designate a cultivator utilizing the Reincarnation Heavenly Cry Seal technique. One can silently and invisibly seal the child seal within the opponent's body. The possessor of the mother seal can restrict the opponent's powers at will. Usage count: 21 reusable. This artifact was bestowed upon him by the system. Once the seal caster's thoughts are set, the marked individual's powers can be entirely confined. Its strength is formidable and terrifying. Beneath the realm of the Emperor, those afflicted by this seal stand no chance of escape, left to the whims of the seal's wielder. Previously, at the summit of the Guihun Cliff, when Qi Mengdai inquired if he felt remorse, he had secretly employed this seal upon her. Now was the time to reap the rewards. Chapter 2. Master, what are you plotting, rebellious disciple? With her cultivation sealed, the ethereal and serene Qi Mengdai finally revealed a look of horror in her beautiful eyes. Panic began to set in. How dare he? How could he be so audacious? Did he not fear the consequences of my retribution? Qi Mengdai's delicate form trembled, her eyes ablaze with fury. If a mere glance could slay, Chu Xiu would have long since been reduced to ashes. Observing her state, Chu Xiu leaned forward, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he whispered in her ear. Master, if I were to inform the Lord of Tianjian Peak, Lu Shui, of your lost cultivation, do you suppose she would not charge to Yunxia Peak, seeking to enact vengeance upon you? My dear celestial master, remember, you were the one who took her father's life with a single strike. The vendetta cannot go unavenged. The pupils of the fairy-like Mengdai constricted slightly, a chill coursing down her spine. She knew all too well that if Lu Shui learned of her lost powers, she would undoubtedly come for her. That woman was utterly unhinged. Qi Mengdai gritted her teeth, her heart seething with murderous intent, wishing to rend the rebellious disciple before her into 1,000 pieces. How could a dignified saintly figure like myself be reduced to a mere insect like you? Chu Xiao's smile grew ever more tender. I bear no grudge against you from the pure saint realm. Yet you engage in this pursuit? Are you afraid now? My disciple possesses an ancient technique that could equally benefit you. Do take a look. He lightly pressed his left index finger against her brow, and a torrent of arcane characters surged into her consciousness. Qi Mengdai's beautiful eyes quivered, astonished at the marvel of the ancient technique. This method subtly resonated with the Tao of heaven, unmistakably extraordinary. Master, what do you think? Does this technique catch your fancy? Chu Xiao's smile morphed into something sinister, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. Get away from me, Qi Mengdai spat. Hours later, Chu Xiao turned to glance at the fairy-like master, now huddled on her lotus throne with a cold demeanor and disheveled hair. Sensing her murderous gaze, his smile widened as he turned to leave. Wait, can you unseal my cultivation? Qi Mengdai's tone was no longer haughty but rather pitiful. Her earlier bravado vanished. Impossible, rebellious disciple. Do you wish to bring about my demise? Ha, if you wish to keep your sealed powers a secret, then you must remain hidden. What is that you hold? Qi Mengdai's teeth ground together audibly as she fixated on the crystal orb in Chu Xiao's right hand, which he tossed up and down. Oh, this? It is merely a recording crystal. What? You actually recorded it? The once resplendent and cold visage of the fairy Mengdai grew increasingly pallid. Rebellious disciple, Qi Mengdai's teeth clenched, nearly breaking the delicate skin of her rosy lower lip. Do not be agitated. It is merely a memento. Chu Xiao waved his sleeve, departing while stating, Master, heed your disciple's advice. Do not harbor illusions of breaking the seal. In this era across the vast Tianqiong continent, no one can accomplish it unless the ancient emperor is reborn. Alas, the world is devoid of great emperors. By the way, considering the bond one share with my master, allow me to remind you once more. Only I possess the ability to unravel the seal beneath the heavens. Should I perish, you shall remain a mortal for all eternity, until your final breath. If you doubt this, feel free to test it. Of course, if I were to meet my demise, the image within the crystal would not only spread throughout the entire Taizu Holy Land, but across the entirety of the Sky Dome continent. You understand, You treacherous disciple, may you meet a grim fate, despicable and shameless. Watching him swiftly depart, Qi Mengdai seethed with anger and resentment. She sought a way to break the seal, then exact her vengeance upon the traitorous disciple who dared to betray his master and annihilate his ancestors. She could not believe that the seal, cast by an insignificant being unworthy of the Tao Palace realm, was truly as formidable as he claimed. Yet, Qi Mengdai ultimately donned the mask of anguish. She sorrowfully discovered that this seal was indeed terrifying. With her thousands of years of experience, she could not even comprehend it. Ding! The host has become a traitor. How astonishing! Truly deserving of the title of a fated villain. Reward of 1,000 breakthrough points granted. Ding! The host's injuries have completely healed in relation to the master. Ding! The host's cultivation aptitude has been enhanced in relation to the master. Ding! Host's aptitude, 100. Ding! Host's aptitude, 100. Ding! Host's aptitude, 100. Host's aptitude has reached 317. Heavenly level. Cultivation speed increased 20-fold. Host's cultivation level rises. Foundation establishment level 2, level 3, level 8, level 9. On his descent, the system notifications echoed continuously in his mind. As his cultivation improved, his aura surged correspondingly. Chu Xiao maintained an impassive expression, devoid of joy or sorrow. He was already aware that Qi Mengdai could enhance his cultivation aptitude, having anticipated this when he left a contingency in Taizu Holy Land. As for the elevation of his realm, he felt nothing, for he had to start anew. This trivial advancement was not worthy of his elation. The Foundation Establishment realm holds great significance for cultivators. If the Wheel Sea realm is likened to a wooden barrel storing water, then the Foundation Establishment realm represents the process of amassing wood. The more wood accumulated, the larger and sturdier the Wheel Sea becomes, allowing for purer and greater quantities of stored water, thus forging a stronger Tao foundation, enabling one to traverse further along the path of cultivation. Although Chu Xiu was invincible within the same realm prior to his rebirth, he could not attain the level of defeating foes beyond his rank like the protagonists of novels. In direct confrontations, he could at best achieve a stalemate against a powerful sage, and prolonged battles would inevitably lead to his defeat. Why was this? He was undeniably strong. Why could he not engage in battles against opponents of higher ranks like the protagonists in novels? He often pondered this question. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. After traversing to this world and enduring relentless bullying, he had succumbed to darkness, embarking on a path of malevolence, rapidly enhancing his cultivation, bypassing the foundational realms of Foundation Establishment, Will See, Divine Bridge, and beyond, resulting in an unstable foundation. The reason he found himself cornered at the soul-returning cliff by the sages was partly due to his exhaustion from being pursued, and partly because he longed to die once, to seize another chance at rebirth and reconstruction. He sought to forge an unparalleled foundation, such that even when confronted by cultivators of higher realms, he could vanquish them. Instead of returning directly to his cave abode, he boarded a rented flying vessel from the sect and hastened towards the outskirts of the Taizu Holy Land. The vessel soared for half a day before arriving at the mountain gate of the Taizu Holy Land. After registering with the disciples guarding the gate, he departed the sacred land and entered the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As night descended and a full moon illuminated the sky, he reached a valley etched in his memory. Standing on the deck of the vessel, hands clasped behind his back, his robe billowed, and his dark hair danced in the breeze, Chu Su gazed down into the valley with his long, deep-set eyes, murmuring, "Years ago, I left the resources for foundation building here. I wonder if they still remain." He maneuvered the vessel downward, locating an unremarkable gray stone, about half a meter high, amidst the jagged rocks. He bit his finger, allowing his blood to trace a five-pointed star formation upon the stone. A hum resonated as the formation glimmered with crimson light. With a series of clicks, the stone gradually shifted aside, revealing a dark abyss beneath. Without hesitation, Chu Su leaped down. Half an hour later, he emerged from within, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet a smile involuntarily graced his lips, his spirits remarkably high. The items he had placed there years ago were retrieved, rendering further delay unnecessary. He boarded the vessel for his return journey. By the time he arrived back at the Taizu Holy Land, dawn had broken. As he prepared to head back to Yunxia Peak, his vessel was intercepted by a larger, fiery red flying boat ahead. Chu Su raised an eyebrow and looked up to see two men and a woman standing on the deck of the opposing vessel. The foremost man, clad in a personal disciple's purple robe and wielding a long sword, bore a menacing scar at the corner of his left eye. Zhang Meng sneered, "Chu Su, I thought you had perished. Surprisingly, after 10 days you're back on your feet. It seems the master of Yunxia Peak treats you, his primary disciple, quite well, even providing you with precious resources to mend your broken essence." A flicker of crimson flashed in Chu Su's narrowed eyes. He redirected the vessel, allowing it to glide past the other ship, leaving behind a mere 10 words. 10 days hence, the life and death arena, I shall slay you. 10 days prior, this very individual had humiliated and crippled his tool. Chu Su was indeed furious. Zhang Meng and his two companions exchanged glances, and the next moment, they erupted into laughter, tears brimming at the corners of their eyes. Did I hear correctly? This waste dares to challenge senior brother Zhang and proclaims he will kill him. Zhang Meng sneered, watching Chu Su depart, channeling his energy to project his voice across the distance. Chu Su, 10 days ago, I spared you for the sake of Yunxia Peak's master. Since you insist on courting death, if you dare not show up at the life and death arena after 10 days, I will seize the opportunity to slay you outside the sacred land. The disciples from various peaks, upon hearing Zhang Meng's declaration, began to murmur among themselves. How does Chu Su still dare to enter the life and death arena? Is he courting death? Who knows? His mind is likely addled. I heard that 10 days ago, his wheel of fate was completely ruined. What can he possibly use to contend with Zhang Meng in the later stages of the wheel of fate? I am indifferent to his life or death. After all, in 10 days, everyone will witness a grand spectacle. Chapter 3. The Ultimate Breakthrough. The primordial sacred body Chu Xiu returned to the cave dwelling on Yunxia Peak. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to visit the Peak Master's cave. The aura within his Master's dwelling was notably more potent, and it would also mask the commotion caused by his breakthrough. There was no hint of reluctance. After all, what belonged to his master was inherently his, every inch and ounce of it. Upon seeing Chu Xiao again, Qi Mengdai's expression soured instantly, her delicate hands tightening around her robe. Turmoil brewed within her. What mischief do you intend to pursue this time, rebellious disciple? Chu Xiao grinned as he pinched her cheek. What would my master have me do? A chill ran down Qi Mengdai's spine, her skin crawling. Rebellious disciple, do not overstep your bounds. Ah, my dear disciple has even more audacious plans. He teased while extracting array flags from his storage pouch to set up a formation. Qi Mengdai watched him weave the intricate formation with astonishment and disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Is this array technique inherited from the ancient path of formations? Oh, my master has a discerning eye. Would you care to learn? On what terms? She hastily shook her head, her exquisite face flushing as a wave of distaste washed over her, as though she were a proud flower unable to withstand the elements. Chu Xiao finished arranging the defensive formation in the Grand Hall, soon enveloping the area outside the Peak Master's hall in a veil of mist. Master, I shall enter seclusion for a while. With that, he tossed a heap of wild fruits from his storage bag onto the floor. If you find yourself hungry, you may have these. After all, you are now in a mortal form and cannot fast. Qi Mengdai glared at the colorful wild fruits scattered on the ground, gritting her teeth. This is all you're doing, you rebellious disciple. One day, I shall slay you. Ha, my master is not behaving well. With a resounding slap, he playfully struck her rounded backside, leaving her feeling both flustered and irritated. Qi Mengdai's beautiful face turned crimson, her lips parting to emit a feeble roar. Chu Xiao cackled and turned towards the inner hall. Master, I have set up a killing array in the rear hall. It would be wise not to enter recklessly. I still require your assistance to enhance my cultivation aptitude. If you were to perish, I would be heartbroken. Chu Xiao. Qi Mengdai felt on the verge of collapse. How could the esteemed fairy Mengdai, a formidable figure in the Tianxiong continent, have incurred such a misfortune to encounter a disciple of such rebellion? One day, I shall flay you alive, rebellious disciple. Chu Xiao paid no heed to her impotent rants. Arriving at the rear hall, he sat cross-legged upon the jade stone floor. From his storage bag, he retrieved a pear-shaped fruit radiating with 7 colors. A blue introduction bar appeared above the fruit. Item: Fruit of Creation. Category: Celestial Materials and Earthly Treasures. Grade: Immortal Quality. Function: Establishes a formidable foundation for cultivators. Upon consumption, a practitioner can lay down an exceptionally strong foundation, while a mortal who eats one may directly ascend to the other shore, extending their lifespan by a millennium. Introduction: The tree of creation and transformation flourishes at the depths of the abyss of weeping demons, producing only 3 exceptionally rare fruits over millennia. Once, a sovereign of a holy land offered 3 supreme techniques and 2 celestial methods in exchange for a fruit of creation and transformation, wishing to lay an indomitable foundation for a cherished disciple. With a deep breath, Chu Xiao felt the divine brilliance swirling within his obsidian eyes. He had acquired a tome, revered as the most potent foundational technique throughout history, known as the Divine Grade Scripture. Coupled with this fruit of creation and transformation and aided by a system, could there be a cultivator in the Sky Vault continent with a foundation more formidable than his own? A wild, triumphant smile spread across Chu Xiao's face, his pearly white teeth gleaming with an eerie glow. He brought the fruit of creation and transformation to his lips and took a gentle bite. Instantly, the fruit transformed into a cascade of sweet nectar, flowing down his throat and into his belly. Closing his eyes, he began to circulate the scripture. Chu Xiao commenced the process of re-establishing his foundation. His cultivation gradually plummeted from the 8th level of foundation establishment to the 1st, ultimately descending to the mortal realm. The essence of the fruit, in harmony with the scripture, began to nourish every sinew and muscle of his being. His meridians expanded and elongated, cleansing his marrow and rapidly enhancing his physique. The surge of vitality flowed like a torrent, thundering through his limbs and body, echoing with the sound of rolling thunder. As time passed, his cultivation steadily advanced. Would you like to attempt to break through? Yes. No, yes. Detected that the host is practicing the strongest foundational technique Tao scripture. Breakthrough consumption has increased, estimated 1 month per small cycle, with a monthly consumption of 100 breakthrough points. In the first month, you consumed the fruit of creation and transformation and began circulating the scripture for foundation establishment, successfully breaking through to the first level of foundation establishment. In the second month, you consumed the fruit of creation and transformation and began circulating the scripture for foundation establishment, successfully breaking through to the second level of foundation establishment. In the third month, you consumed the fruit of creation and transformation and began circulating the scripture for foundation establishment, successfully breaking through to the third level of foundation establishment. In the ninth month, you consumed the fruit of creation and transformation and began circulating the scripture for foundation establishment, successfully breaking through to the ninth level of foundation establishment. Chu Xiu was enveloped in a golden radiance, an array of phenomena swirling above him. Ethereal images of dragons and phoenixes danced, ancestral deities imparted wisdom, and celestial beings roared, while Buddhas chanted. Countless insights regarding the scripture flooded his consciousness. Yet it was not over. Suddenly, Chu Xiu felt a surge of realization, a mix of astonishment and delight. So it is. The world believes that 9 is the ultimate number, rigidly following the path laid by predecessors. Little do they know, breaking through the limits is the true avenue to greatness. Ha ha ha. So it is. A blessing in disguise, rebirth through destruction. Between life and death lies great terror, yet also great opportunity. 7 days later. Snap. Chu Xiu distinctly felt an invisible shackle that had long confined his soul shatter, granting him an overwhelming sense of liberation. Simultaneously, the hall was filled with wondrous phenomena. Foundation establishment at the 10th level achieved. Ding. The breakthrough has concluded. The host has successfully ascended to the 10th level of foundation establishment, consuming a total of 1,000 breakthrough points over the span of 10 months. Currently, the host possesses 0 breakthrough points. A sudden surge of energy enveloped him, with the air rippling outward in waves from his very being, causing the spiritual essence of Yunxia Peak to converge wildly. Above the main hall, a funnel-shaped vortex of spiritual energy, 1,000 meters in diameter, began to materialize. In the front hall, Qi Mengdai, whose cultivation had been sealed, remained unaware of the changes in spiritual energy. However, the disciples of Yunxia Peak were acutely aware, looking up toward the summit in astonishment. Even the formidable figures from other peaks could not help but take notice. Such a powerful tide of spiritual energy. Could it be that Qi Mengdai, that wretched woman, is about to break through? On the Tianjian Peak, a woman clad in purple and veiled in white gazed toward Yunxia Peak, her beautiful eyes clouded with malice. The accumulation of physical strength and vital energy had reached its zenith. Suddenly, Chu Xiu, resembling a monk in deep meditation, opened his eyes, radiating divine light. Today, he would shatter his shackles at the pinnacle of foundation establishment and transcend into the cycle of wheel, forging an unparalleled foundation. Boom! Within his dantian, a golden sea of the cycle emerged in an instant. It expanded, continuously growing, initially 3 times the size of an ordinary cultivator's cycle, then 5 times 10, and eventually 20. The dense spiritual energy was absorbed and transformed into vital energy, forming golden seawater that flowed unceasingly into the cycle. The golden tides surged with a deafening roar. Chu Xiu, akin to an ancient divine dragon newly born, exuded explosive power. His blood vitality surged like a pillar, capable of shattering even a small mountain with a single punch. In that moment, both his physique and aura conveyed an overwhelming sense of perfection. Breaking free from constraints to achieve perfection, that was the essence of the pinnacle. Ding! A breakthrough in the host's great realm has been detected. The reward mechanism has been activated. Ding! The host has transcended from the 10th level of foundation establishment to the cycle of wheel, achieving perfection and receiving the reward of the ancient saint body. The saint body is merging with the host. Fusion successful. What the hell? Chu Xiu's expression darkened instantly. What is this? The ancient saint body? The system forbids merging. No, please. Too late. Chu Xiu erupted in a torrent of curses. In the next moment, the cycle within his dantian expanded once more, and the vortex of spiritual energy above the main hall spun ever faster, 25 times, 30 times, 35 times. If an ordinary cultivator's cycle resembles a well, then Chu Xiu's cycle at this moment is akin to a vast lake. The vital energy within the cycle was nearly depleted, and replenishing it would require countless rare treasures. Of course, a vast cycle has its advantages and disadvantages. Such an enormous cycle illustrates just how terrifyingly robust Chu Xiu's foundation is, placing him at the pinnacle among his peers. While he currently remains at the first level of the cycle, he surmised that once his cycle was perfected, it would likely be hundreds of times larger than that of an ordinary ninth-level cycle, perhaps even more exaggerated. Yet there are drawbacks. The resource consumption for such a vast cycle is exponentially greater than that of his peers. A mix of joy and concern filled his heart. Joyful is the fact that he has silently shattered the shackles of cultivation, forging an unparalleled foundation. Yet, there lies a concern. The system has granted him the ancient sacred body. Is this physique formidable? Undoubtedly it is. However, the ancient sacred body renders one invincible in physical form, surpassing all within the same rank, standing as the mightiest battle body of the human race. In the ancient era, the sacred body was a constitution favored by the heavens, easy to cultivate, and upon reaching full maturity, one could contend with emperors. After the ancient times, the laws of heaven and earth transformed, rendering the sacred body unsuitable for cultivation. Forcing oneself to cultivate it leads to an immense depletion of resources. Even sacrificing an entire holy land would not allow one to grasp the minor success stage, resulting in stagnation of cultivation. Today, the ancient sacred body is deemed a wasted physique. This assertion has been the consensus of all cultivators for over 100,000 years. Alas, having transcended limits, I find the act of cultivation a tremendous drain, and now with the burden of the ancient sacred body, can I even proceed? Should I create another character? Yet, I no longer possess the fruit of creation. At this moment, Chu Xiu is filled with frustration. System, you wretched entity. Host, do not falter. Just act. Lacking resources? Then seize them. If you cannot defeat the strong, target the weak. Slay until none dare to claim supremacy. As long as you convert resources into a multitude of breakthrough points, this system believes you shall achieve the full maturity of the sacred body. Who knows how many breakthrough points I require to advance? How many resources will be needed to exchange for those points? Moreover, I sense that the constraints of the sacred body cannot merely be overcome with breakthrough points. Surely, some extraordinary opportunities are also necessary. Display my personal panel. Host, Chu Xiu, Realm, first layer of the Wheel C, Special Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Talent, 317 Heavenly Grade Cultivation Technique. Tao Scripture for Foundation Establishment, Breakthrough Points. 0, Fate Value. 18 Black. Slaying great bearers of fate allows for the absorption of their fortune for personal use. Note: fate influences fortune. Those with strong fate can achieve greatness even while lying idle. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Ordinary peers possess 19 times the combat power. Chapter 4. A fish caught twice. Chu Xiu rose to his feet, his right hand forming a cleansing gesture, banishing the grime from his body. He retrieved a fresh black robe from his storage bag and donned it with an air of elegance before striding towards the main hall. At that moment, our ethereal dream butterfly fairy sat barefoot upon her lotus throne, delicately cradling a crimson fruit, taking small bites as if both pitiable and helpless. Is it delectable? Indeed, it is. With a dismissive spit, Qi Mengdai concealed the fruit behind her, lifting her gaze to the source of the voice with a frosty glare. Gazing upon that smiling visage, she felt an overwhelming urge to rend it to shreds. You ungrateful disciple! It feels like an eternity since Master last saw you. Chu Xiu approached leisurely, his obsidian eyes appraising the wary woman before him. Her skin resembled fine jade, her visage exquisite, exuding a subtle fragrance from her delicate form. Master, have you not bathed for several days? At his words, Qi Mengdai nearly choked with indignation. The ungrateful disciple had seized the rear hall, leaving her devoid of cultivation and unable to exit the grand hall. She had no means to cleanse herself. And now he dared inquire about her bathing habits? How utterly shameful! Rest assured, Master, I shall not forgive you. Ah no, I shall not disdain you. The heavenly fragrance body indeed was as rumored, Even after several days without bathing, she remained untarnished, with an icy beauty. What are you plotting, ungrateful disciple? Master, I implore you. My aptitude is truly dismal. You ungrateful disciple. Half an hour later, 1,000 miles away, atop the punishment peak, a stream of white light surged towards the heavens. Moments later, a middle-aged gentleman bearing a long sword stood, suspended at the summit of Cloudy Peak, exuding an aura of both divinity and malevolence. His visage was pale, with white brows, white hair, and a white robe. Even his eyes were white. He stood there like an unsheathed divine sword, surrounded by an overwhelming intent of slaughter, as the surrounding void was marred by dark fissures. Master Tianxing. Greetings, Master Tianxing. 2 disciples from Cloudy Peak soared towards him, slightly bowing in respect. The male disciple, clad in blue, was named Xiao Yifeng, the second disciple of Cloudy Peak and Chu Xiu's second senior brother. The female disciple, adorned in red, was named Ren Hongying, the third disciple of Cloudy Peak and Chu Xiu's third junior sister. Master Tianxing nodded slightly. You may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with your master. Yes. The 2 bowed deeply, not daring to linger, and immediately took flight in departure. Second brother, what do you suppose Master Tianxing seeks from our master? I do not know, Xiao Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Have you seen the eldest brother? I heard he is once again challenging Zhang Meng from the Heavenly Sword Peak to a life-and-death duel. Ren Hongying remarked, her brow furrowed. Xiao Yifeng's expression darkened instantly, his voice cold. That fool has squandered decades in cultivation without even breaking through to the other shore. Living is a waste of resources, not to mention the disgrace he brings upon us at Cloudy Peak. I do not understand why our master still seeks to restore his cultivation. If not for having ascended to Cloudy Peak a few years before us, what right does he have to be the eldest disciple? Ren Hongying smiled sweetly, suggesting, why not seize an opportunity to displace him from Yunxia Peak? Elder brother, you could assume the role of the senior brother. Has junior sister Mengdai emerged from her seclusion? The voice of Tianxing resonated within the grand hall of the peak. Esteemed brother Tianxing, I beg your understanding. I have encountered a setback in my cultivation and am unable to meet with you, came the reply from the peak's master, her expression tinged with concern. Junior sister, I possess a rare 7th-tier healing elixir, specially crafted by junior brother Tian from Danding Peak, which could aid in your recovery, he offered. Thank you for your kind intentions, but, it is unnecessary. A few days of rest will suffice, she responded. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tianxing's face as he smiled and said, very well. I shall intrude upon you another day. I wish you further progress in your cultivation. With that, he waved his hand, and a verdant bamboo flute materialized within it. This melody, titled Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, was inspired by my recent observations of the moon. Today I dedicate it to you. He placed the flute to his lips and began to play. The haunting notes flowed forth like a crystalline spring, captivating all who listened. Chu Xiu tenderly caressed Qi Mengdia's cheek, his smile gentle. You wicked disciple, my goodness. That previous scene will undoubtedly haunt her for a lifetime. She had dared to converse with elder brother Tianxing while. Wow, host, you truly are the epitome of villainy. Once again engaging with the master. Triggering a special reward, the Shenbing Blood Sword. Your compatibility with the Tianxiang body. Cultivation Talent 100. Your compatibility with the Tianxiang body. Cultivation Talent 100. Your compatibility with the Tianxiang body. Cultivation Talent 100. Host's talent reaches 617, celestial level, enhancing cultivation speed by 25 times. Ding! Host's cultivation has advanced, successfully breaking through to the second layer of the Wheel C. Strive for excellence, and continue your efforts. Haha! Master! Chu Xiu felt invigorated. The fairy Mengdai turned her head, her hair in disarray, unwilling to gaze upon the wicked disciple, fearing she might impulsively leap forth to strike him down. Elder brother Tianxing plays exceptionally well. I cannot help but commend him. Get lost. Master, you have performed admirably these past few days. I have decided to restore a day's worth of your cultivation. What say you? Chu Xiu said with a smile, crouching down, speaking softly. Qi Mengdia's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue as she turned to him, meeting his gaze. Are you attempting to deceive me once more? No, no, no. I usually keep my promises. As he spoke, Chu Xiu gestured with his left hand, releasing an invisible wave of energy. Qi Mengdai immediately felt the restraints on her cultivation vanish. Intent on revenge, she struck at Chu Xiu's head. Her movements were swift, but Chu Xiu was equally quick. With a deft gesture of his right hand, Qi Mengdia's cultivation was sealed once more. Her hand froze in mid-air, mere inches from Chu Xiu's face. The triumphant expression on her face faltered. Her lips pursed, wishing to utter, "Do you believe this is a misunderstanding?" However, her pride forbade her from saying it. Chu Xiu scoffed. "Master, you remain quite disobedient. It seems you rather enjoy the sensation of being sealed." Rising to his feet, he dusted off imaginary specks from his robe and turned to depart. "You!" Qi Mengdai bit her lower lip, growling, "You ungrateful disciple. Alas, what a pity. I was quite satisfied with Master's cooperation and wished to lift the seal on Master, but fate is unkind." As Chu Xiu walked away, he shook his head in lamentation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing him to pause. Qi Mengdia's heart tightened instantly, her pulse momentarily quickening. What scheme does this rebellious disciple intend now? Chu Xiu turned his head, a mischievous smile gracing his handsome features. "Master, considering our current relationship, it shouldn't be a problem for your disciple to borrow some cultivation resources, should it?" Wow! The host is exceedingly wicked, planning to have his cake and eat it too, indulging in both play and gain, truly nefarious, earning a reward of 500 breakthrough points. Chapter 5. A new breakthrough at the end of the initial land in search of sword intent. "There's nothing more unless you lift my seal," she said, her teeth clenched. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Chu Xiu, who was crouched nearby counting the spoils. The loot consisted entirely of 4th-tier elixirs, with 5th-tier ones scarce. Additionally, there were 4,000 high-grade spirit stones, barely enough to be of any real significance. Chu Xiu nodded, gathering a small pile of items into his storage bag. "Thank you, Master," he remarked, casting a glance at the retreating figure. For the first time in her cultivation journey, Qi Mengdai felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Perhaps I should plead with the Holy Master. She might assist in lifting the seal." "No, that won't do. What if it cannot be undone? If my wayward disciple senses danger, he could flee or even face death. Would I then be condemned to live as a mere mortal, growing old and dying? No. That is not the life I, Qi Mengdai, envision. Gifted and extraordinary, my destiny is to compete on the ancient paths of the starry skies. I cannot falter here." She reached into her bosom and retrieved a bronze mask adorned with a fox pattern. Earlier, when the wayward disciple was unsealed, she had taken this treasure out, fortunate that he had not searched her. Otherwise, it would have been seized. The bronze fox mask can simulate and obscure the presence of all cultivators. As long as I do not engage with anyone, even a peak holy king would be unable to probe from afar. Qi Mengdia's thoughts drifted back to a month ago, to the figure on the soul-returning cliff. This mask belonged to that person who had dropped it while being pursued. Sighing, she reflected that Chu Xiu is indeed remarkable. Within just 100 years of cultivation, he has risen to prominence among the younger generation. That phrase, breaking the immortal inquiry of longevity, the emperor regrets. Yet I do not. How audacious, how exceptional. Alas, you are far too powerful, too monstrous. Should you remain alive, how could the great holy lands, ancient families, and major sects find peace? If you do not perish when the path to imperial ascendance opens, who else will have a chance on the celestial continent? She shook her head, casting aside distracting thoughts. Now, I must devise a way to break free from that wayward disciple's constraints. Otherwise, I may be bound by him for this lifetime. As Chu Xiu returned to the entrance of his cave dwelling, he seemed to sense something, a smirk playing on his lips. "Put it on. How can I feel secure cultivating in the Taizu sacred land without you wearing this mask? My dear master." Upon entering the cave, Chu Xiu retrieved the Shenbing blood blade from his storage bag, a reward from the system. With a hum, the long sword was drawn, surrounded by a swirling aura of blood. The blade measured 3 feet and 3 inches, its surface a deep crimson, thin as a cicada's wing, while the hilt was forged from the rib of an unknown ferocious beast, exuding a chilling intent to kill. A formidable weapon, though barely sufficient. Chu Xiu shook his head, clearly unimpressed, but he gave it little more thought. His current realm was too low. Even with a divine artifact, he could not wield it. Settling into a meditative position, he placed the blood blade flat upon his knees, closing his elongated eyes to commence the refinement of the Shenbing. With 3 days remaining until the deadly confrontation, he planned to devote this time to mastering a specific movement technique and 2 sword techniques. One particular sword technique, originally cultivated by the once humble tool, Chu Xiu, is known as the Qingfeng 3 styles of the mystical grade. The name may sound rather unremarkable, and the moves themselves are quite simple, consisting of 3 actions: drawing the sword, striking, and sheathing it. Draw the sword, strike the foe, return to the sheath. Chu Xiu, a master of the great sword, perceives that although this sword technique is of a lower tier, it subtly embodies a sense of returning to one's roots and merging with the Tao. What defines a sword cultivator? Can one merely wield a personal flying sword to slay foes from afar, creating an ostentatious display of a myriad of swords returning home, and thus claim to be a sword cultivator? Such a notion is superficial. Skill is inferior to determination, and determination is inferior to intent. A sword cultivator does not merely refine sword techniques, but rather cultivates the essence of the sword. When the sword's essence aligns with the Tao, a simple slash can obliterate the heavens and earth. Does this not resonate with the actions of drawing the sword, striking the foe, and returning to the sheath? On the following day, beneath the full moon and a sky adorned with stars, within the confines of Chu Xiu's cave abode, a sound echoed, "Ding! Wow! Congratulations, host! You have comprehended the realm of intent and begun your search for understanding." A resonant sword sound reverberated within Chu Xiu's mind. In the next moment, his soul consciousness seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, propelling him out of the cave and through the grand formation of the Taizu sacred land, soaring ever higher. When he opened his eyes once more, his consciousness had arrived in a pitch-black space. Chu Xiu looked up, gazing into the distance where beams of light in various colors cascaded from above, some as thick as barrels and others as slender as chopsticks. This was the initial realm, a place to seek the essence of the sword. Indeed, each beam of light represented a sword intent. Every sword cultivator has but one opportunity in their lifetime to venture here. However, for Chu Xiu, who had perished once, he was considered an exception. Sword cultivators arriving here must find a sword intent that resonates with their own sword path. There exists a hierarchy among sword intents. Some extraordinary intents are far more potent than ordinary ones, even if the wielder is still in the initial stage of comprehension. Chu Xiu had visited this place once before, but at that time he had already attained the Tao Palace realm. In his previous life, lacking a mentor's guidance, he had relied solely on his own exploration. During his foray into the initial realm, he carelessly selected a beam of light, resulting in a feeble sword intent. In this life, as he embarks on his recultivation, he is determined to seek out one of the strongest sword intents available. The deeper one ventures into the initial realm, the more potent the sword intents one can discover. Without further contemplation, Chu Xiu moved, soaring toward the distance, skimming past beams of light as he navigated further into the depths of the initial realm. For ordinary cultivators of the Wheel Sea, entering this realm typically results in a maximum advance of 800 meters before their consciousness succumbs to the oppressive forces of the initial realm, leading to their annihilation. Should their consciousness be shattered, not only would they fail to grasp any intent, but their very survival would also be in jeopardy. Even if they survived, they would most likely emerge as a mere shell of their former selves. However, Chu Xiu harbored no such concerns. Before his rebirth, he had reached the pinnacle of the small sage realm, engaging in battles for a century and vanquishing countless holy sons, daughters, and esteemed elders, accumulating an immeasurable bounty of spoils. Who knows how many celestial and earthly treasures he had consumed in the process. In terms of soul strength, he likely surpassed even the most formidable of great sages. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cultivate the secret arts of the soul and forcibly seize another's existence to return to life. 800 meters, 1,000 meters, 1,500 meters, 2,000 meters. Taizu Sacred Land, Taizu Peak. Within the unadorned cave, a female cultivator clad in a simple white gown, with cascading azure waves of hair, slowly opened her phoenix-like eyes. Her pupils shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars, and with each breath, a multitude of worlds flickered to life and faded within her gaze. Behind her, 3 arcane light ribbons of gold, blue, and red revolved in a clockwise motion. She possessed an ethereal beauty, radiating an aura of sanctity that was beyond reproach. Even the mightiest of saints would bow their heads, hesitant to meet her gaze. She was the sovereign of Taizu Sacred Land, the contemporary Taizu child, a formidable figure of the Saint King realm. Within the sacred ground, individuals sought the essence of the sword. She lifted her head, her starry eyes seemingly able to penetrate the fabric of reality and traverse the river of time. Her gaze settled upon the primordial chaos of the initial realm. How intriguing, she mused. He had advanced 3,500 meters. Impressive 4,000 meters. As time flowed, a subtle change stirred within Taizu Child's tranquil demeanor. 6,789 meters. 7,767 meters. Such a formidable spirit, such an indomitable will, to have journeyed this far from the nascent realm. 8,888 meters. Surpassing my own pursuit of the blade intent in the beyond realm by 18 meters. This individual is extraordinary. Could he be a saint in possession of another's body, or is he simply exceptionally gifted? 3 hours later, Taizu Child's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. 9,999 meters. How is this possible? Taizu Child rose to her feet, her crimson lips parting as she murmured, 30,000 years ago, that quasi-imperial sword god of the endless sword domain, his sword intent was nothing short of miraculous, never striking twice to vanquish his foes, unmatched in his era. It is said that when he sought his intent, he reached 9,999 meters. Is it possible that our Taizu Sacred Land is destined to produce a figure akin to that sword god? Chapter 6. The Path of Enlightenment, the essence of the celestial killing sword in the initial land. Chu Xiu halted at an altitude of 9,999 meters. His complexion was ashen, his chest heaving sporadically, gasping for breath. Burdened by the formidable might of heaven and earth, he found this place overwhelming. It felt as though his very soul could be crushed into nothingness at any moment. He gazed ahead at the 4 colossal pillars of light. The farthest right pillar was conspicuously absent, suggesting that there had originally been 5 manifestations of sword intent. Clearly, the sword intent on the far right had been claimed by another. The remaining 4 pillars, from left to right, radiated colors of white, crimson, black, and purple. Their enormity seemed to pierce through the very fabric of the universe, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. Before them, Chu Xiu appeared smaller than a mere speck of dust, as insignificant as a drop of water in the vast ocean. He did not rush to select a sword intent. Instead, he gradually closed his eyes, seeking to perceive the sword intent through the depths of his consciousness. A profound understanding surged within him as he repeatedly questioned himself. What is my path? What is my way? My path. Images flooded his mind, recalling the moments since his journey from Earth to the celestial sky continent. From the initial days of relentless bullying, through years of struggle, he gradually acclimated to the sensation of killing. Each battle, every bloody confrontation, pursuits, counterattacks, escapes, continuously slaying, until he became a figure whom none dared to challenge, a presence that commanded respect. My path is one of eternal life and immortality. My way is the invincible path to cease killing through killing. My sword intent embodies invincibility. With a single thought, there is none I cannot strike down. At this moment, Chu Xiu's mind was clearer than ever, free of self, devoid of others, liberated from the multitude of beings. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry echoed through the initial land, akin to the first sound of a sword in the primordial chaos of the universe. The crimson pillar trembled, a fragment of its essence pulling Chu Xiu into its depths. The killing intent of the sword penetrated every bone, every sinew, every cell of his being. Time became an indistinct blur. Slowly, Chu Xiu opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a substantial blood-red sword shadow flickered. Yet, at the core of the initial land, one blood-red sword intent was now missing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking intent. Acquired the Celestial Killing Sword Intent from the original 5 Great Sword Intents. Celestial Killing Sword Intent Category. Sword Intent Grade. Current rank. Seeking Intent Description. Born from Chaos. This sword intent emerged at the dawn of heaven and earth separation, attainable only at the very end of the initial land. It is recognized through the act of killing, evolving through combat. The more the wielder fights, the stronger the sword intent becomes. If the sword emperor's heart desires, he shall slay demons, mortals, and even immortals. A faint smile curved Chu Xiu's lips, his heart brimming with joy. The celestial killing sword intent resonated with his very essence. He recalled that, in his previous life, the sword intent he comprehended was the Gale Sword intent, a wind attribute of moderate strength which he once deemed remarkable. Yet now, in comparison, the disparity was glaring. One would perish when compared to another, and one would be cast aside when compared to the treasures of the world. The blood-red shape of the sword symbol flickered at his brow before finally vanishing. Attempting to break through the sword intent using the system, Chu Xiu eagerly emptied his storage bag of all the items he deemed unnecessary. Consumed Weapon of Fortune, the ghostly Profound Blade, yielding 5 breakthrough points. Consumed Armor of Fortune, the Iron Armor, yielding 5 breakthrough points. Consumed. He exchanged everything in his storage bag, which appeared to him as mere refuse, for a total of 521 breakthrough points. A plethora of items obtained from his inexpensive master was exchanged for an additional 1121 breakthrough points. He opened his personal panel. Host. Chu Xiu, Realm. Second layer of the Wheel C. Special Constitution. Primordial Sacred Body Talent. 617 Heavenly Grade Sword Intent. Heavenly Execution Sword Intent. Cultivation Technique. Dao Cannon Foundation Establishment Volume. Breakthrough Points. 2142. Fate Value. 18 Black. Slaying great fortune bearers allows absorption of their fortune for personal use. Note: fate influences destiny. Those with formidable fate can attain greatness even in idleness. Overall combat power evaluation. Ordinary same-tier combat power at 25 times. Please select the object for breakthrough: Dao Cannon, Sword Intent, Mystic Sword Technique, Azure Edge 3 Styles, Mystic Body Technique, Shadow Reflection Sword Intent. Detected that the sword intent of heavenly execution comprehended by the host is of A. The grade is too high, making breakthrough exceedingly difficult, requiring acceleration of 10 years for one small cycle, with an estimated consumption of 1,000,000 breakthrough points every decade. Your current breakthrough points are insufficient to fulfill the requirements for a small cycle breakthrough. Please acquire more breakthrough points before proceeding with the sword intent breakthrough. I knew it would not be that simple. The prospect of 1 million breakthrough points left Chu Xiu feeling uneasy. Perhaps it would be better to focus on breaking through his realm. Gritting his teeth, he mused that the cost would be worth it if it expedited his cultivation. Had the system possessed such a feature for accelerated cultivation upon his arrival in the Sky Dome continent, within a century, he would not only have reached the Sacred King realm but certainly attained the peak of the Great Sage. System, grant me a breakthrough in the Dao Cannon. Detected that the host is a primordial sacred body. Transcending the 10th layer of foundation greatly enhances the breakthrough, requiring an acceleration of 1 year for a small cycle, with an estimated consumption of 500 breakthrough points annually. In the first year, possessing the primordial sacred body and transcending the extreme realm, you entered seclusion to break through your realm, experiencing a slight enlightenment but ultimately failing. In the second year, you persevered with renewed vigor, achieving significant progress and successfully breaking through to the 3rd layer of the Wheel C. In the 3rd year, you continued your seclusion, gaining some insights but failing to break through. In the 4th year, you maintained your seclusion, successfully breaking through to the 4th layer of the Wheel C. Entering the Mid-Wheel C stage, a torrent of insights surged into his consciousness, and dense primordial energy began to coalesce and flow into Chu Xiu's body. Circulating through the Wheel C, the Golden Wheel C began to expand. Ordinary same-tier combat power surged to 35 times, 40 times, 45 times. Ding. The breakthrough has concluded. The host has successfully advanced to the 4th layer of the Wheel C, taking a total of 4 years, consuming 2,000 breakthrough points. Remaining breakthrough points, 142. Overall combat power evaluation. Ordinary same-tier combat power at 30 times. With a sigh, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flickering within them. System, why does accelerating also lead to failure in breakthroughs? Hey host, can you guarantee a 100% success rate in transcending a minor realm after a year of seclusion and cultivation? Mind your tone when you speak. Don't be so sarcastic. Very well. Chu Xiu furrowed his brows. As one's cultivation level rises, does the consumption of breakthrough points increase correspondingly? Indeed, just like in online games, as levels ascend, more experience points are naturally required. Considering the current rate of enhancement, if the ancient sacred body seeks to break through to an exalted realm, wouldn't it require an exorbitant amount of breakthrough points? Moreover, completing a minor circulation does not guarantee a successful breakthrough. It feels as if I am facing an insatiable abyss. I shall undoubtedly be impoverished in the future. The host has two solutions. 1. Enhance one's own cultivation aptitude to improve efficiency. 2. Utilize rare celestial materials and treasures to assist, such as the life creation fruit. The first option is quite feasible. Chu Xiu chuckled ominously. With my master present, coupled with the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams cultivation method, breaking through to celestial quality should not be overly difficult. As for the second option, before my rebirth, I did indeed stash away some precious celestial materials and treasures. However, most are hidden in perilous and forbidden places, and with my current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 7. The life and death arena atop Tianqing Peak. The time for the duel with Zhang Meng, the direct disciple of Tianjian Peak, had arrived. Chu Xiu departed from his cave abode, traversing through the ethereal mists of the cloudy mist peak, where flocks of celestial cranes soared gracefully above. Occasionally, a few spiritual beasts would dart from the nearby underbrush. These creatures were not fearful of humans. A couple of adorable little white rabbits hopped over to Chu Xiu, seeking sustenance, but were quickly frightened away by the fierce glint in his eyes. The life and death arena was located on Tianqing Peak, also known as Punishment Peak. Each generation's peak master bore the name Tianqing, presiding over the sacred domain of retribution. The direct and true disciples of Tianqing Peak were all pupils of the Hall of Punishment, overseeing the entire sacred territory. Consequently, the disciples of Tianqing Peak possessed the most formidable comprehensive strength among all the peaks within the sacred domain, with Tianjian Peak coming in second, followed by Cloudy Mist Peak, which suffered from a dearth of true disciples, only 5 including Chu Xiu. The latest information on the Tianji rankings had been updated. Did you hear? Yes, I acquired a copy of the latest Tianji report. Chu Xiu gazed ahead, where 2 disciples clad in purple approached, chatting amiably. He stepped forward to intercept them. The slightly plump purple-clad disciple, his expression shifting, chuckled. Might I inquire why the esteemed senior brother bars our path? Although he referred to Chu Xiu as senior brother, his tone was devoid of any respect, even tinged with disdain. It was well known among the denizens of Cloudy Mist Peak that Chu Xiu was deemed a failure. Though he held the title of true disciple senior brother, his cultivation fell short of that of most direct disciples. Just 20 days prior, he had been utterly defeated by the purple-clad disciple Zhang Meng of Tianjian Peak. In this world, where strength reigns supreme and the weak are devoured by the strong, one cannot command respect solely by virtue of status. One must possess strength commensurate with that status. Clearly, Chu Xiu lacked such strength, leading others to withhold their respect. However, Chu Xiu paid little heed to the scorn of others. He had encountered countless judgments throughout his life. Without further ado, he waved his hand and produced 10 high-grade spirit stones, tossing them to the other party. Sell me the latest Tianji report. The plump disciple grinned widely, handing over a sheet of pale golden parchment. The Tianji report cost merely 1 medium-grade spirit stone per copy. Naturally, he was pleased to see this generous buyer willing to pay handsomely. With the Tianji report in hand, Chu Xiu turned to leave, perusing its contents as he walked. Major events in the Sky Dome continent. Number 1. The Little Saint rankings have undergone a change, with the former top-ranked Chu Xiu being besieged and slain by dozens of mighty saints in the Wailing Forbidden Land, at the soul-returning cliff. During the pursuit, Chu Xiu cunningly orchestrated the demise of 2 early-stage great saints, achieving a remarkable victory. Presently, the pinnacle of the lesser saint rankings is held by Feng Yaoguang, the scion of the sacred land of Yaoguang, who stands at the zenith of lesser saint cultivation with a divine body and spirit source. Recent reports from the Tianyuan Great Wall indicate a substantial invasion by monstrous entities into the human territories over the past 6 months. The various sacred lands, esteemed sects, and ancient families stationed at the Great Wall have dispatched great saints to suppress the incursions, resulting in casualties among both factions at the great saint level. Furthermore, there has been a change in the 4th position of the lesser saint rankings. Originally occupied by Zhang Xianling, the holy maiden of the Yin-Yang divine sect, it has now been claimed by Lu Hongyi, the holy maiden of the Red Dust Sword sect. Lu Hongyi's ascension is attributed to her achievement of the 8th level of lesser saint cultivation, possessing an innate sword body and successfully ambushing Zhang Xinran, an early-stage elder of the Red Dust Sword sect. Lu Hongyi has been confirmed as having defected from the Red Dust Sword sect, which has since issued a bounty of 1,000,000 divine essence stones for her capture. According to the sect's leader, the Holy King of Red Dust, through temporal regression, it has been established that Lu Hongyi shares a profound connection with the deceased Chu Xiu, and her assassination of Elder Zhang Xinran was motivated by vengeance for Chu Xiu's tragic demise. The Red Dust Sword sect has issued a warning. Fellow practitioners who previously conspired against Chu Xiu should exercise caution regarding this woman and not underestimate her. In this moment, Chu Xiu's gaze momentarily drifted, conjuring the image of a red-clad girl with sparkling eyes. A smirk escaped his lips as he remarked on her foolishness. With a surge of power, he shattered the heavenly report in his grasp into fine dust, scattering it across the cosmos. At Tianxing Peak, a towering giant reaching tens of thousands of feet into the heavens, shrouded in radiant clouds, there was no semblance of a celestial paradise. Instead, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent suffocated the atmosphere. Even the celestial cranes and ethereal birds dared not linger, too feeble to withstand the pervasive bloodlust. Halfway up Tianxing Peak, a circular platform measuring 1,000 meters in diameter was established for the life and death arena. At this moment, it was teeming with over 1,000 elite disciples clad in purple, alongside several true disciples who had not yet entered seclusion. As for the inner disciples, they were absent, for they lacked the qualification to spectate, nor could they ascend even halfway up the mountain, illustrating the entrenched hierarchy that permeates the souls of cultivators in the Tianxiong continent. Today was indeed lively. Jian Lingyun, a true disciple of the heavenly sword peak, turned to survey the surroundings, stifling a yawn. Senior brother Ling Xiao, I hear you have recently made significant breakthroughs during your seclusion, achieving the realm of divine powers. Congratulations are in order, remarked a sycophantic disciple nearby. Jian Lingyun waved dismissively. It is merely the realm of divine powers, nothing to be celebrated. He then shifted his gaze towards a white-clad female cultivator beside him, who bore a strikingly beautiful oval face, her eyes serene and her brows resembling distant mountains, exuding an air of cool detachment. Junior Sister Su, I presumed you would not grace such a mundane gathering with your presence. Su Tianjin, maintaining her unwavering gaze, replied coldly, This matter originated with me. Thus I must attend. I am acquainted with Chu Xiu, and I do not wish for his demise here. A glimmer of malice flickered in Jian Lingyun's eyes. He had long regarded Su Tianjin as a coveted prize, and he deemed the worthless Chu Xiu unworthy of her affections. His demise would be of no consequence. 20 days prior, it was he who had orchestrated the downfall of Chu Xiu. He, Senior Sister Su, what if he seeks his own demise? Zhang Meng, standing behind Jian Lingyun, noticed the displeasure on his leader's face and immediately forced a smile, saying, Senior Sister, you cannot save someone who is determined to court death. Su Tianjin cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Meng but chose to remain silent. Why hasn't Chu Xiu arrived yet? Is he afraid? I believe it is because... Haha, he is still the true disciple elder brother of Yunsha Peak. Yet he brings shame to the Peak's master. Indeed, if he cannot even contend with Zhang Meng from Tianjian Peak, what qualifies him to be an elder brother? It is baffling how the people of Yunsha Peak tolerate such a useless person in their esteemed position. The surrounding disciples from various peaks engaged in loud discussions, expressing their unabashed disdain and ridicule. The disciples from Yunsha Peak, who had come specifically to witness the battle, wore grim expressions. While it was true that Chu Xiu was inept, he was still one of their own. Being mocked by outsiders naturally left them displeased, yet they had no retort. At that moment, a streak of blue light swiftly approached. On the Lifeblood Arena's observation platform, a woman clad in a flowing green dress appeared. With her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, her long azure hair was simply styled in a bun at the back of her head, cascading gracefully down her shoulders. It was Tao Yao, the fifth senior sister of Yunsha Peak. To everyone's surprise, she had also come to watch the match today. Sister Tao Yao. Jian Lingyun forced a smile. Tao Yao's beautiful eyes flickered as she scoffed. Do not think that your breakthrough in divine abilities makes you remarkable, Jian Lingyun. If you dare to smile at me like that again, I shall gouge out your eyeballs and toss them on the ground as luminous stones beneath my feet. Upon hearing this, Jian Lingyun's expression darkened instantly, and he refrained from further words. He understood the temperament of this witch. Should he dare to retort, even in the realm of Tianqing Peak, she would undoubtedly follow through on her threats. He's here, someone shouted. A small flying boat ascended leisurely from the foot of Tianqing Peak to its midsection. On the deck of the vessel stood a young man in black robes with black hair, a blood-red long sword slung diagonally at his waist, his hands clasped behind his back, and his posture straight as an arrow. His long black hair billowed in the wind, and his deep, dark eyes gazed ahead with an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 8. The gamblers rejoice. This round is secure. The flying vessel hovered gracefully above the platform.
Chu siêu Gerek Dawat,
expertly controlling the descent of the craft until it rested upon the true inheritance seat. He was not yet able to traverse the skies like Tao Yao and the others. Only upon breaking through to the divine bridge realm could a cultivator's essence transform into true primal energy, enabling aerial travel. Until then, one could only rely on flying instruments like the vessel, which accounted for his slight delay. The elder brother, Zhang Meng, observed as Tao Yao stepped forward, her delicate form inclining slightly. This elicited astonishment from both Jian Lingyun and Su Tianjin. Who was Tao Yao? A formidable practitioner at the late stage of divine ability. She was a rare prodigy within the entire Tai Su Holy Land, nearly on par with the sacred sons and daughters. Renowned for her assertive and eccentric nature, it was surprising to witness such respect directed towards Chu Xiu, whom many deemed a failure. Indeed, it was respect. Her gaze could not be mistaken. Chu Xiu reached out, affectionately ruffling her hair, his smile gentle. Little junior sister, you have also arrived. A blush graced Tao Yao's fair cheeks as she lowered her head. Elder brother, rest assured. With me here, no one shall harm a hair on your head. 20 days prior, her retreat had resulted in her brother's injury, causing her great unease. You need not blame yourself for this, Chu Xiu replied with a nod, casting a sidelong glance at Su Tianjin, who stood 10 meters away. Was this the tool, the object of unrequited affection? Not bad in appearance, yet her cultivation seemed rather mediocre. A flicker of unease passed through Su Tianjin's eyes. The woman's intuition allowed her to perceive a shift in Chu Xiu's gaze, which was markedly different from before. What had once been fervent enthusiasm had now transformed into calm detachment. What had transpired over the past 20 days? Elder brother Zhang Meng turned to Jian Lingyun, telepathically inquiring, with Tao Yao present, should I still strike decisively? In the life and death arena, what of striking? Jian Lingyun smirked. Can Tao Yao truly shield the heavens? This is Tianqing Peak. No matter her strength, she cannot stir the tides here. Worry not. Should she dare intervene, there will be lesser saints to quell her. Very well, Zhang Meng chuckled darkly. I shall extend a proper welcome to him. Chu Xiu, since you have arrived, let us ascend to the life and death arena. After resolving you, I must return to my meditation. Chu Xiu feigned ignorance, offering no reply, instead turning his head to survey the gathering, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Greetings, fellow brothers and sisters. It is a rare occasion for us to gather and witness this contest. How could we lack in festive allure? I present to you a bottle of 7th grade Tianxian pills, 6 in total, all of exquisite quality. With a flourish of his hand, a jade bottle of mutton fat jade materialized. As he uncorked it, a radiant glow emanated from the opening, its fragrance wafting through the air. Instantly, the eyes of the disciples in attendance glimmered with envy. The sounds of swallowed saliva echoed, even among some elders who could not suppress their avarice. These were 7th grade Tianxian pills, akin to divine elixirs for practitioners of divine ability. Consuming such a pill would not only enhance one's comprehension of divine abilities, but also carried a significant probability of aiding those at the pinnacle of divine ability to break through to the lesser saint realm. Do not presume that Xiao Shang is merely an ordinary individual. He is a formidable force, capable of ascending to the esteemed position of a grand elder within the sacred land, and should he choose to join a lesser sect, the role of vice sect master would be well within his grasp. If he were to align himself with a dynasty, he would undoubtedly be revered as the national master, celebrated throughout the realm. Oh my host, your heart is truly dark. You feign simplicity while deceiving others for resources, obtaining system rewards, 300 breakthrough points. How would you like to wager? Jian Lingyun's gaze was fixed intently on the jade vial in Chu Xiu's hand. He was certain that it was indeed a celestial profound pill. His master, Lu Shui, once bestowed upon his senior brother a celestial profound pill, the fragrance of which he would never forget until his dying breath. Jian Lingyun, having just broken through to the divine passage realm, was in desperate need of this elixir. Coincidentally, just as he contemplated rest, Chu Xiu presented him with a metaphorical pillow. Senior brother Tao Yao hesitated, her thoughts swirling. Does my brother truly intend to gamble on such a scale? Is he not concerned about Master's wrath? Chu Xiu shook his head at her, then turned to Jian Lingyun, his voice resonating for all to hear. Perhaps the value of 6th-7th grade premium celestial profound pills is not clear to everyone. But esteemed elder of Tianxing Peak, are you aware? Ah, the elder, serving as a judge, snapped back to attention, hurriedly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. He responded earnestly, this pill is priceless and rarely found on the market. If auctioned, each would command at least 100,000 superior origin stones. Thus, 6 would total 600,000 superior origin stones. A collective gasp echoed throughout the gathering. 600,000 origin stones, a figure that was astronomical to all present, utterly unattainable. Jian Lingyun frowned, realizing he too could not match such a wager. Chu Xiu chuckled, if one person cannot provide the stake, surely we can pool our resources. In the end, we shall divide the spoils according to our contributions, yes? A realization dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, they could collaborate. However, it was not long before someone sensed the underlying tension, casting a suspicious glance at Chu Xiu, who wore a sly smile. Tao Yao blinked her doe-like eyes, suddenly breaking into laughter. Jian Lingyun was no fool. Chu Xiu's demeanor resembled that of one setting a trap for others to leap into. He circulated his true essence, probing Chu Xiu's realm with his divine sense, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. 4th layer of the Wheel Sea. As countless probing senses converged upon him, Chu Xiu silently scoffed, maintaining his composure. I wagered. I bet on senior brother Chu Xiu to lose. I too bet on senior brother Chu Xiu to lose. The crowd surged forward, each retrieving treasures from their storage artifacts to place their bets. The elders of Tianxing Peak, acting as referees, began to assess the value of the items. An hour later, the evaluation concluded. The wager of 600,000 superior origin stones was amassed, forming a small mountain. Chu Xiu also included the celestial profound pill in the stake. I hereby declare the wager established, with Tianxing Peak as the arbiter. No one shall dare to renege. Among those present, save for Tao Yao, Su Tianjin, and the elders of Tianxing Peak, nearly everyone had placed their bets, all predicting Chu Xiu's defeat, including the junior disciples of Yunsha Peak. Indeed, it is for my esteemed senior brother. Dear friends, Chu Xiu nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he leaped down from the 1,000-meter-high true transmission seat, crashing onto the square stone arena that spanned several thousand meters, his robes billowing as waves of sonic ripples emanated from the impact. Ha! Chu Waste, you finally dare to descend. Zhang Meng's laughter was cruel as he similarly ascended the arena. He had thoroughly assessed that Chu Xiu had indeed regained his cultivation, yet he was merely at the 4th layer of the Wheel Sea, even inferior to his state from 20 days prior. It was essential to note that Zhang Meng stood at the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Defeating someone at the 4th layer would be as effortless as crushing an ant. His confidence soared. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu gripped the white bone hilt of the blood sword with a solemn expression. Observing his demeanor, Zhang Meng's assurance only grew. The onlookers, too, reveled in their concealed glee. This round is assured, they thought. Chu Xiu remains just as he was. A hollow shell beneath the surface. Someone muttered under their breath, while Su Tianjin shook his head, the inexplicable anticipation in his eyes dimming somewhat. Cough, cough. Since we are on the life and death arena, let life and death be unbound, proclaimed an elder from Tianqing Peak in a commanding voice. I hereby announce, the duel of life and death commences. With a thunderous roar, the life and death arena's formation activated, causing the ground to tremble. A white light barrier descended, resembling an inverted giant bowl, enveloping the entire arena as the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, fervently chanting within their minds, "Kill him! Vanquish Chu Xiu! Zhang Meng, eliminate this waste!" Chapter 9. Despair of the Gamblers. A flicker of hope rekindled. Zhang Meng did not draw the long sword from his back. He crouched low, his leg muscles coiling like springs, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, his entire being surging with vitality, resembling a ferocious beast. He lifted his right leg and stomped the arena floor, shattering the stone tiles beneath him. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, creating a shockwave as he surged towards the left side of Chu Xiu. A lightning-fast whip kick aimed at his head, causing the very air to howl in protest. Chu Xiu leaned away, narrowly evading Zhang Meng's electrifying strike. His body moved with the grace of a fleeting shadow, his qi coalescing in his legs, his speed surging fivefold, manifesting 3 afterimages as he quickly distanced himself from Zhang Meng, reaching a span of 30 meters. Ha! Not slow at all, Zhang Meng sneered. But how about this? His left hand flickered with dark energy as he flicked his finger. With a sharp clang, a black dart pierced the air, creating ripples as it aimed for Chu Xiu's brow. Chu Xiu activated his profound movement technique once more, swiftly dodging to the side. Goodness, Zhang Meng is ruthless. Every strike aims for a vital point. Chu Xiu's agility was commendable, always managing to evade at critical moments. Yet, a prolonged defense inevitably leads to defeat. No matter how swift his movements, he cannot overcome his opponent. Ultimately, he is destined to lose. The outcome appeared certain. The spectators, the gamblers, brimmed with excitement. Secure. It's secure. In the arena, the situation was indeed overwhelmingly in favor of Zhang Meng. He relentlessly pursued Chu Xiu for nearly a quarter of an hour. Finally losing patience, Zhang Meng drew out his red long sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped Chu Xiu, completely sealing off his escape routes. Chu Xiu's narrow, deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, with his left hand gripping the sword sheath and his right hand grasping the hilt of the skeletal sword. He positioned the blood sword before him, slowly unsheathing it. The crimson blade, reflecting the indifference in his deep-set eyes, glinted ominously. With a low hum, a blood-red sword beam, several meters long and half a meter wide, erupted forth, cleaving through Zhang Meng's sword net and creating an opening. Utilizing his movement technique, he darted through the breach. A flaw, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhang Meng's eyes, and a sinister smile crept across his lips. His speed surged dramatically, more than doubling as he appeared before Chu Xiu in the blink of an eye. He lifted his left foot, aiming a strike at Chu Xiu's temple. Tresh. Chu Xiu's expression remained tranquil. Those who had faced him knew that such a demeanor signaled caution, for he was prepared to unleash his true power. He raised his arm to shield his face. As an ancient sacred body, though still not fully developed, he was nearly invincible in close combat against foes of equal standing. His earlier entanglement with Zhang Meng was merely a performance for the gamblers. If he had been serious from the outset, with his vast combat experience and formidable reserves, he could have dispatched his opponent in no more than 3 moves, without even needing to invoke his sword intent. A resounding crack echoed as the whip struck his left arm, reverberating like thunder. Chu Xiu feigned a stumble backward, while the blood sword transformed into a fleeting shadow. Zhang Meng could only catch a glimpse of a beautifully painted streak of crimson flash by with astonishing speed. In the next moment, the blood sword glided across Zhang Meng's neck like autumn water, revealing a delicate line of blood that gradually emerged. Zhang Meng's eyes widened in shock as he lifted his hand to cover the wound. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. His entire head rolled off, thudding onto the ground and rolling a few times. The headless corpse gushed forth blood like a fountain, spraying several meters high. The volume of blood loss was immense. After all, he was at the peak of the Wheel Sea, his vitality abundant. Chu Xiu forcibly stirred his internal energy, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he leaned on the blood sword, half kneeling on the ground, his complexion pale and breathing labored, appearing gravely injured. The spectator platform fell into a profound silence, overwhelmed by shock and disbelief. How could this be? Zhang Meng had actually lost? Just 20 days prior, he had easily defeated Chu Xiu. Now he had been killed on the spot? 10 days ago, I remembered Chu Xiu declaring his intent to slay Zhang Meng in the life and death arena, and he had truly accomplished it. I could hardly believe that someone at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea had slain a peak Wheel Sea fighter. An uproar ensued. Am I seeing things? Good heavens. I lost 3,000 high-grade essence stones. I lost 4,000. I lost a mysterious weapon. Was Zhang Meng truly that weak? Being counter-killed by someone at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea? Even Q could manage that. Oh, how I seethe with anger. I shall never gamble again. The victor and vanquished were determined. The referee announced the result, and the arena's protective barrier dissipated. Tao Yao swiftly approached the stage, supporting Chu Xiu. A fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Junior sister, help me to the true disciple's seat. Certainly, senior brother. Tao Yao wrapped her arms around Chu Xiu's, soaring toward the true disciple's seat. He headed straight for the pile of bets. Under the envious and resentful gazes of all the gamblers, he waved his right hand, causing mysterious weapons, pills, rare treasures, and essence stones to fly into his storage bag. Soon everything was collected. Chu Xiu patted his waist storage bag with satisfaction, a content smile gracing his lips. Another substantial amount of breakthrough points had been credited to him. Clutching a vial of Baiting Heaven's profound pill in his hand, he wore a joyful expression. Sword Lingyun narrowed his eyes, staring at Chu Xiu, his tone cold. You were hiding your true abilities. In this gamble, he lost the most severely. Not only did his younger brother perish, but he also suffered a significant loss of essence stones, likely around 600,000 high-grade essence stones. It would take him many years to save up that much. Su Tianjin's beautiful eyes also took on an unusual glint. Chu Xiu's victory had greatly surpassed her expectations. It was evident that those who could become true disciples were not fools. Although Chu Xiu's performance had been exceedingly convincing, it had not escaped the notice of the observant. Chu Xiu shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the implications. Do you dare to gamble again? Sword Lingyun smiled and said, the senior brother of Yunsha Peak wouldn't shy away from a wager, would he? Chu Xiu chuckled, raising an eyebrow. How do you wish to wager? I will send forth a first-level God Bridge Realm fighter to contend with you, with the same stakes as before. Jian Lingyun, are you seeking death? The voice of Tao Yao was as cold as ice, her murderous intent boiling, her long dark hair swirling in an unseen wind. Upon witnessing this, the elders of Tianxing Peak simultaneously altered their expressions, hastily on guard against the possibility of this woman launching an attack. Jian Lingyun frowned and retreated, creating distance between herself and Tao Yao, then turned her gaze to Chu Xiu, choosing to remain silent. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow and stating, it is not out of the question, but the stakes must be increased. The wager needs to rise by at least 30%. After all, I am merely at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea realm, while he is at the 1st level of the Divine Bridge. The risk is substantial. As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes, prompting the elders of Tianxing Peak to shake their heads internally. Jian Lingyun silently scoffed, recognizing the truth that greed without strength is indeed a grave sin. You seek your own demise. Do not blame me. Chen Linfei, a direct disciple clad in a blue swordsmanship uniform, stepped forward respectfully and replied, you will compete in the next match. Su Tianjin, observing this, couldn't help but frown, feeling speechless. Did Chu Xiu not understand the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw? The disparity between the Divine Bridge realm and the Wheel Sea realm was not trivial. Killing Zhang Meng had led him to believe he was formidable enough to contend with those at the Divine Bridge level. Tao Yao also secretly conveyed her concerns, attempting to dissuade him. However, Chu Xiu remained resolute. Today he must secure the goods to take home. What he said, even the emperor would find ineffective. The ancient sacred body at home was still waiting to be nourished. Upon learning that the second round of the wager was commencing, and that Chu Xiu would face someone from the Divine Bridge realm, the hearts of the betting enthusiasts who had lost in the previous round began to stir with excitement. Their gambler's mentality was ignited, convinced that they would win in the next round and recoup their losses. Betting commenced. Even with the stakes raised by 30%, they remained unconcerned. To them, it was inconceivable that Chu Xiu, at the fourth level of the Wheel C realm, could possibly contend with Chen Linfei, who stood at the first level of the Divine Bridge realm. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the abyss. Chu Xiu, in a state of carefree delight, had agreed to this gamble. Henceforth, all they needed to do was bet on his defeat and wait to collect their winnings. Madness ensued. Waves of radiant light pierced through the air, soaring towards Tianqing Peak. Upon receiving the news, disciples from other peaks, both direct and true, rushed to join in, eager to partake in this opportunity. Chapter 10, Scene 2. A single blow shatters the Divine Bridge. The audience fell silent, witnessing the frantic bets placed by those who believed they would lose. On the surface, Chu Xiu remained composed, yet internally, he reveled in delight. Those who often regarded others as fools were, in truth, the genuine simpletons. Wait. Upon reflection, it seems I too have underestimated them. However, I am no fool. Upon deeper contemplation, clarity emerged. There were no fools here, merely a group of ordinary cultivators shackled by the rigid thinking imposed by their predecessors. To the ordinary cultivators, the Foundation Establishment realm was merely that. It was inconceivable that one could surpass the Wheel C realm, and the Wheel C realm could never contend with the Divine Bridge realm, especially with Chu Xiu bearing the title of a useless senior brother. Even though he had previously exerted considerable effort to defeat Zhang Meng, the gamblers would rationalize his victory as mere luck, attributing it to Zhang Meng's underestimation, thereby satisfying their own greed. After placing their bets, the disciples from various peaks exchanged glances, their expressions unmistakably indicating their confidence. Chu Xiu even observed a disciple of the Divine Bridge realm gritting his teeth as he staked his only weapon, a mysterious blade. Another late-stage disciple from the Wheel C realm, with tears welling in his eyes, placed his exquisite boots on the line, enduring the pain to partake in the wager. The largest stake was still held by Jian Lingyun, who sneered as he threw in his final 400,000 high-grade essence stones, along with a set of exquisite armor and several fourth-tier talismans. He doubted that Chu Xiu could conjure any further surprises this time. Does the senior brother have confidence? Tao Yao inquired discreetly. Chu Xiu nodded, reassuring her. Then I shall rest easy. Little junior sister, will you not place a bet? Tao Yao playfully stuck out her tongue. Smiling sweetly, it's better to let senior brother earn it himself. In truth, Chu Xiu understood that she regarded these stakes with disdain, including the 7th-tier heavenly profound pill. Once the bets were tallied, according to the agreement, Chu Xiu, the direct disciple of Yunxia Peak, was required to present a vial containing 6 7th-tier premium heavenly profound pills. The total value of all the treasures and rare materials bet by the participants exceeded 10 million high-grade essence stones. I hereby declare the bet established, with the duel to be overseen impartially by Tianqing Peak. As the elder's voice resonated, the venue fell into a hush. All eyes turned toward Chu Xiu. Their expressions varied: greed, derision, anticipation, mockery, and indifference were all present. This waste must perish. He is doomed. If I can win just one heavenly profound pill, my fire-based divine ability will approach perfection. The disciples of Yunxia Peak, Chu Xiu, and Tiansword Peak, Chen Linfei, stepped onto the life and death stage. An elder from Tianqing Peak, at the late stage of divine ability, proclaimed loudly. With a hum, the long sword strapped to Chen Linfei's back unsheathed itself, soaring horizontally beneath him. He stepped onto the sword, soaring towards the life and death arena, clad in white, exuding an air of elegance akin to that of a sword immortal. Go, senior brother. Tao Yao cheered loudly. Su Tianjin, with her clear eyes, also gazed intently at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu nodded, sweeping his black robe's sleeve, and leaped down. A black meteor fell with a thunderous crash upon the arena, its form as straight as a javelin. draped in a black robe adorned with golden clouds. Its fabric billowed fiercely, while long, dark hair was whipped back by the gusting winds, causing the stone slabs beneath to shatter into fragments within a 10-meter radius. Such formidable physical prowess. Among the onlookers, a young man clad in the true disciple robes of Dan Feng couldn't help but gasp at the sight. The ground trembled as the arena's formation activated, enveloping it in a white protective barrier. Chu Xiu and Chen Yunfei stood thousands of meters apart, locked in a tense standoff. Senior brother Chen, you must eliminate him. Junior brother, Chu Xiu is the foremost disciple of Yunxia Peak. Should you succeed in defeating him, our master will undoubtedly bestow generous rewards. Kill, kill, kill. The fervent shouts from the crowd did not stir even a flicker of emotion in Chen Yunfei. His gaze, sharp as a sword, remained fixed on Chu Xiu. Senior brother Chu, yield. I have no desire to take your life. Chu Xiu's expression remained impassive as he pressed his right hand against the hilt of the blood blade. Initially, I had no intention of stepping onto the life and death stage. Do you understand why I ultimately chose to ascend? Chen Yunfei did not rush to attack. Why? Chu Xiu seemed intrigued, taking measured steps toward his opponent. Unfazed, Chen Yunfei regarded him as no threat, believing he could vanquish him at any moment. His reluctance to engage stemmed from a concern that after defeating Chu Xiu, he might face retribution from Qi Mengdai, the master of Yunxia Peak. Once the groundwork was laid, it was hoped that Chu Xiu would graciously concede, ensuring a harmonious resolution. Should Chu Xiu fail to recognize the situation and perish at his hands, Qi Mengdai would have no justification to pursue him further. My junior sister has sustained grave injuries on a mission and urgently requires a rare treasure to save her life. Senior brother Lingyun possesses just such a treasure. Thus, I am compelled to fight on his behalf. I can only extend my apologies. In the chaos of battle, should you perish, do not hold it against me. Chen Yunfei's tone was exceedingly calm, as though he were merely stating a fact, exuding an air of arrogance. A most poignant tale indeed. Suddenly, from 100 meters away, Chu Xiu drew his sword with a flourish. The profound movement technique, shadow of the mystic grade, enveloped him, coalescing into his legs and creating 7 afterimages. In an instant, a breathtaking blood-red sword shadow, akin to the setting sun, surged toward Chen Yunfei's neck. Such swiftness of movement, such speed of the blade, the spectators gasped in astonishment. Mastery of the shadow of the mystic grade, perfected with 7 afterimages, was a remarkable achievement. His mystic grade Qingfeng 3 styles were equally consummate. Chen Yunfei felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, his face twitching in disbelief as he inwardly cursed Chu Xiu for his audacity in launching a surprise attack while he was speaking. Without time to ponder, he had to block that fatal strike. Otherwise, death was certain. At this moment, he dared not underestimate Chu Xiu any longer. In a critical moment, Chen Yunfei's azure mystic grade long sword barely grazed the skin of his neck, managing to deflect Chu Xiu's lethal strike. A bead of cold sweat slid down his cheek, landing on the tip of the blood-red blade and creating a sparkling droplet. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, with narrow, piercing eyes reflecting a flicker of crimson light, Chu Xiu transformed his sword from a horizontal sweep to a direct thrust, targeting his opponent's heart at an extraordinarily oblique angle. The swift change in his swordplay left onlookers astounded. Though Chen Yunfei attempted to twist his body, a gaping wound was still inflicted upon his chest. Blood surged forth, yet fortunately, it narrowly missed the heart, allowing him to escape a fatal blow. Did Chen Yunfei still contemplate creating distance for a counterattack? Such thoughts were futile. In a clash with Chu Xiu, a single misstep would result in a series of blunders. Having spent 70 of his 100 years traversing the Tianqiong continent engaged in battle, he had fought in countless skirmishes. His almost pathological instinct for combat was etched into his very bones, ingrained within his soul. Just as Chen Yunfei sought to employ his agility to create space, Chu Xiu surged forward with tremendous force, his feet sinking 3 inches into the ground. His left arm bent into the shape of a bow. His body arched backward to its utmost limit, and his fist, akin to Hou Yi shooting the sun, unleashed a shockwave that made the air cry out, crashing down upon Chen Yunfei's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed, causing the watching disciples to grimace and wince. With a gasp, Chen Yunfei expelled blood mixed with internal fragments. His back arched grotesquely, the once elegant white robe torn asunder. Like a rag doll, he was propelled over 1,000 meters, crashing thunderously against the protective barrier of the arena. With a thud, he fell to the ground, rolling several times. Chu Xiu, possessing the ancient sacred body, wielded a terrifying physical strength. Enduring such a formidable blow head-on, all of Chen Yunfei's internal organs were reduced to pulp. Lying on the ground, his face smeared with blood, Chen Yunfei struggled to rise, but his vision dimmed, extinguishing the last flicker of life. One must remember that the villain often perishes from excessive talk. Chu Xiu sheathed his sword, casting a glance at the grotesquely contorted corpse in the distance, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thus, I generally disdain superfluous words. From the moment both combatants entered the arena to their clash, merely 20 breaths had elapsed. From the moment Chu Xiu drew his sword to Chen Yunfei's demise, it was less than 10 breaths. The spectators had anticipated Chu Xiu would be overwhelmed. Instead, it was the seemingly superior Chen Yunfei who faced utter defeat. In the deathly silence surrounding the arena, all onlookers were rendered speechless. Chapter 11. A bountiful harvest, successfully curing the gambling addiction of the disciples of the Taizu sacred land. How can this be? Chu Xiu is merely at the 4th level of the Wheel C, yet it appears he is overpowering Chen Yunfei in combat, utterly rendering him defenseless. If Chen Yunfei had not already fallen, I would suspect he was feigning defeat. Indeed, from the perspective of an observer, Chu Xiu has maintained complete dominance over Chen Yunfei since the outset of the match. However, the fault lies with Chen Yunfei, whose excessive bravado and verbosity provided Chu Xiu with the opportunity to strike first. After a relentless series of attacks, Chun could not withstand the onslaught. Following the silence, a cacophony erupted, as the gamblers felt as if the world was spinning beneath them, lamenting amidst the chaos, amidst the feathers scattered on the ground. I have lost again. This time, I have truly depleted my entire fortune. I should never have gambled. Oh no, the 10,000 high-grade essence stones I just borrowed are gone. Curse you, Chen Yunfei. How could you be so disappointing? Return my profound weapon. That scoundrel Chu Xiu is undoubtedly pretending to be a fool while hiding his true strength. I am filled with resentment. If I gamble again, I shall be a dog. The cries of despair, regret, hatred, envy, and jealousy from thousands of onlookers created a truly spectacular scene. Tao Yao, with a beaming smile, soared towards the high platform with Chu Xiu. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. It's merely a contest of the Foundation establishment stage. It is hardly noteworthy, Chu Xiu replied with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He could scarcely remember how many he had slain in the past. How could a mere 1st level of the Divine Bridge stir any tumult within the heart of the old demon Chu? Jian Lingyun's expression was grim. He suffered considerable losses in this bout. Casting a lingering glance at Chu Xiu, he waved his sleeve and transformed into a streak of blue light, vanishing from sight. He deemed it beneath him to utter threats towards Chu Xiu. Only the weak resort to such tactics, and Jian Lingyun was no weakling. Amidst the multitude of resentful, regretful, and envious gazes fixed upon him, Chu Xiu wore a radiant smile as he began to collect his mountainous spoils. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of the disciples who had momentarily averted their eyes. My storage bag is full. Junior sister, do you have any spare space? Tao Yao waved her delicate hand, sending a finely crafted red storage bag soaring towards Chu Xiu. He caught it deftly, channeling his essence, and after a few breaths, refined it. This storage bag has a capacity of merely 50 cubic meters, while Tao Yao has generously provided me with 200 cubic meters. Thank you, junior sister. Senior brother, feel free to make use of it. There is no need for formality, Tao Yao replied with a gentle smile, revealing charming dimples. Chu Xiu stored items worth 10 million essence stones within the bag, his right hand clasping a 7th-grade Tianxian pill. He called out, Are there any junior brothers or sisters willing to continue gambling with me? Who among you does not crave this fragrant, exquisite Tianxian pill? At his words, the faces of the unfortunate disciples who had lost everything twitched in disbelief. Please have some humanity. You are not here to compete. You are merely here to stock up, intent on emptying our storage bags of the last essence stone. Well then, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. With a flick of his fingers, Chu Xiu summoned a diminutive flying vessel, which expanded in the wind to transform into a small craft several meters long, hovering before him. Brother, am I truly departing? Chu Xiu leaped onto the vessel. Just as everyone presumed he would navigate the craft away, this impudent rogue poked his head out, a gentle smile gracing his face. Brother, I am indeed leaving. Ding! Host, you are indeed wickedly mischievous. A true-born villain. You have received a system reward of 200 breakthrough points. For heaven's sake, just leave already. I wish to see you no more. The mere sight of you reminds me of my vanished 30,000 high-grade essence stones. The disciples' eyes turned crimson with resentment. Their hatred was palpable. Were they not within the sacred grounds, they might have surged forward, intent on murder and thievery. The platform was rife with murderous intent, nearly coalescing into a tangible storm, ready to rend Chu Xiu into mincemeat. Time to skedaddle. Chu Xiu commanded the vessel, swiftly departing from this place of turmoil. Before his exit, he received a transmission from Tao Yao. Senior brother, today you have offended Jian Lingyun. This individual is profoundly scheming. A silent but vicious dog. Exercise caution. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude, and guided the vessel towards the direction of Yunxia Peak. Within the sacred grounds, he felt no apprehension regarding retaliation. His foremost concern remained the enhancement of his cultivation. This time, I have one item's worth a total of 16 million essence stones. I wonder how many breakthrough points that will yield. No need to rush. With time to spare, I shall first seek my master to enhance my qualifications and maximize today's gains. Chu Xiu gazed ahead, his demeanor indifferent, his mind racing. There was no trace of the earlier mischief he had displayed. Had he acted foolishly before leaving merely to earn those 200 breakthrough points? Certainly not. Given his persona as the old devil Chu, he could smile while slaughtering, but to act foolishly? Was that even conceivable? So why, then, did he engage in such antics? Just moments ago, he had exploited the bronze fox mask intentionally left with his master to eavesdrop on two individuals' conversation. To prevent these prominent figures from associating him with the identity of the old devil, such performances would need to continue. Your Holiness, are you implying that Chu Xiu has ventured into the deepest part of the primordial realm and discovered the legendary primordial sword intent? Qi Mengdai exclaimed in astonishment. How can that be? My disciple is of dull aptitude. Not only would he struggle to find the primordial sword intent, but merely entering the primordial realm would be an insurmountable challenge for him. Tai Suzi replied calmly, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. Mengdai, has your disciple recently undergone a change in disposition? Qi Mengdai responded, Your Holiness, do you suspect he has been possessed? After a prolonged silence, Tai Suzi remarked, Initially, I did entertain that thought, but it was soon dismissed. To possess someone, one must at least possess the cultivation of a minor saint, and attaining such a level necessitates a unique will. The primordial realm can only be entered once in a lifetime. Even a possessor cannot contravene the supreme rules. Thus, I do not doubt that Chu Xiu has been possessed. Qi Mengdai remarked, My disciple, if he has not been possessed, how did he reach the deepest part of the primordial land? Tai Suzi suggested, perhaps he has acquired some extraordinary fortune. With a single punch, he annihilated an initial stage deity of the divine bridge in the fourth layer of the Wheel Sea, his blood and qi billowing like smoke, resembling a ferocious beast. Such a physique is certainly not ordinary. I suspect he has awakened a divine body akin to the Zhongyuan tyrant body, one of remarkable strength. Mengdai, nurture this disciple well. With the initial sword intent and an unknown divine body, our Taisu Holy Land may very well gain another invincible quasi-emperor sword god in the future. I will. Qi Mengdai, adorned with a bronze fox mask, thought to herself, her graceful form twisting uncomfortably. How can I nurture him further? I have become the package of cultivation experience for a rebellious disciple. Overhearing this, Chu Xiu nearly burst into laughter. He could easily imagine Qi Mengdia's astonishment at that moment. As he controlled the flying vessel towards the summit of Yunxia Peak, intending to engage in profound martial discussions with his master, he fortuitously encountered his third junior sister, Ren Hongying. Senior brother, you have returned, Ren Hongying remarked, her gaze imbued with complexity. She had learned from other disciples at Yunsha Peak about Chu Xiu's recent exploits on Tianxing Peak. Now, as she looked at him, her expression was a mixture of shock and confusion. How has my senior brother become so formidable? Chu Xiu nodded, his smile gentle. Third junior sister, are you here to see the master? Yes, but master has not seen me, Ren Hongying replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. Chu Xiu acknowledged this with an "oh," then leapt from the vessel, shrinking it to the size of a thumb and storing it in his spatial pouch, as he walked leisurely towards the main entrance of the grand hall. Senior brother. Master is not seeing anyone right now, Ren Hongying frowned. Master, your disciple seeks an audience, he called out. Enter, came a clear, slightly imposing voice from within. Ren Hongying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the retreating figure of Chu Xiu entering the grand hall. Her expression one of astonishment. Since when has senior brother received such favor from master? Chapter 12. Having arrived seated gracefully upon the white jade lotus throne, Qi Mengdai exuded an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Upon the entrance of Chu Xiu into the hall, she instinctively raised her delicate hand to adjust her pristine white robes, momentarily losing her composure. Her slender brows furrowed slightly. Rebellious disciple, why have you concealed matters from your master? What is it that you hide from me? Chu Xiu ascended the jade steps with deliberate steps, feigning confusion. You have discovered the initial sword intent. Qi Mengdai instinctively shifted back in her seat. Oh, how did you come to know, esteemed master? Chu Xiu responded with a face of astonishment. Regardless of her willingness, he settled beside her, encircling her soft, slender waist, as an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, rendering him entranced. After a few futile attempts to struggle free, Qi Mengdia's brows knitted tightly. The Holy Lord is a dominator of the sacred king realm, nearly possessing mastery over the rules of space. The fluctuations you generated while seeking intent could not escape her perception. Ah, I see, Chu Xiu nodded, a radiant smile illuminating his face. And what then? Has the sacred land decided to cultivate me, this unparalleled genius, with great fervor? A disdainful smirk graced Qi Mengdia's exquisite features. The Taizu sacred land does not dispense resources freely. Even if you were the reincarnation of an ancient emperor, you must rely on your own strength to strive and seize. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempests of the world. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree, master. Resources obtained through one's own efforts are far more gratifying. Chu Xiu continued. As the day wanes, shall we take our rest?
Cui mendie est stunning visage pallid momentarily.
Her emotions surging like a tempest, rebellious disciple. No, not today. Having come this far, we might as well take advantage of the opportunity to enhance our capabilities. An hour later, the rejuvenated Chu Xiu departed from the Peak Master's Hall, while Qi Mengdai, breathless and flushed, lay weakened and limp upon the white jade throne. Wow! Host, you are truly mischievous, engaging in dual cultivation with your master once more, triggering a special reward. 1 pot of 6th tier cranetop venom. Cultivation aptitude, 100. Cultivation aptitude, 100. Cultivation aptitude, 100. Host S aptitude has reached 917, classified as heavenly grade, significantly enhancing cultivation speed by 31 times. Ding! Host S cultivation has advanced, now merely half a step away from the 5th layer of the Wheel C. Please continue to strive for excellence. Hehe. The effectiveness of the rewards had diminished. It was anticipated that an aptitude of 2,000 points would be required to break through to celestial grade aptitude. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, somewhat dissatisfied. The heavenly fragrance physique should not be so disappointingly mediocre. Could it be due to the ceiling of his master's cultivation? Perhaps next time, he could consider unsealing her powers. Chu Xiu shook his head, suppressing this perilous thought for the time being. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Chu Xiu reinstated various soundproof barriers around the vicinity to thwart any probing of divine consciousness. He then retrieved the spoils of the day, laying them out before him. A cascade of treasures, mystical artifacts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, towered like a mountain, radiating diverse hues of brilliance that dazzled the eyes. He picked up a particularly fine heavy-backed blade, ready to exchange it. Consuming luck to obtain breakthrough points, Chu Xiu frowned. System, get out here. Last time I consumed luck for equipment, I received 5 breakthrough points, but this time it's reduced to 1. He. As the host's cultivation level rises, the quality of items consumed for redeeming breakthrough points will naturally increase. Let me whisper this to you. Breakthrough points also possess quality. If the host wishes to accumulate breakthrough points relying on low-quality items, I can only say sorry. Ha ha ha. Furthermore, Yuan stones cannot be directly exchanged for breakthrough points. Don't ask, it's just that I don't want to calculate the ratio. You wretched thing. Chu Xiu cursed as he stood up and left the cave. He intended to sell these inferior goods and then purchase high-quality items for exchange. Only in this manner could he maximize his benefits. Jubao Peak is the department responsible for managing the Sacred Lands industries. Externally, they are merchants establishing various enterprises across dynasties, ancient families, and sacred territories, facilitating trade to generate income for the Sacred Land. Internally, they act as stewards, managing the distribution of resources within the Sacred Land. Perhaps Jubao Peak lacks formidable combat strength, but it holds significant status within the Taizu Sacred Land. Except for Taizu Peak and Tianxing Peak, everyone must show them some respect, for they control the purse strings. Recalling his memories, Chu Xiu arrived at Jubao Tower. The black robe adorned with golden patterns he wore immediately caught the attention of the inner disciples of Jubao Tower. A charming young woman approached with a radiant smile, dressed in a grass-green skirt emblazoned with patterns of gold ingots. She arrived before Chu Xiu, slightly bowing in greeting. I am Chu Xiaoran, an inner disciple of Jubao Peak. Pleased to meet you, senior brother Chu. Not surprised that she recognized him, Chu Xiu understood his attire was unique to Yunsha Peak. The black robe with golden patterns signifying the true disciple of Yunsha Peak. Is the person in charge here available? Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Senior brother, you must be here to sell items, correct? Oh, Chu Xiu extended his right hand, playfully lifting her smooth chin with his index finger. A subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he teased. How does junior sister know that I've come to sell items? Have you learned mind reading? A blush crept onto Chu Xiaoran's cheeks as she took a step back, her eyelids lowering, her red lips parting slightly. Senior brother, your remarkable display of prowess at the life and death stage of Tianxing Peak today, winning countless yuan stones from direct disciples, has spread throughout the Sacred Land. Naturally, your presence at Jubao Pavilion implies you are here to sell that batch of items. Please follow me. Chu Xiaoran turned, moving gracefully like a lotus, her figure enchanting. Chu Xiu followed behind, his gaze appraising her alluring silhouette, a smirk of mockery appearing on his lips. He pondered, a being of the divine ability realm masquerading as an inner disciple of Jubao Peak. She revealed herself the moment I arrived, seemingly undeterred by my previous flirtations, approaching me, a novice of the Wheel Sea realm with clear intentions. It was as if she sensed the unabashedly aggressive gaze directed at her from behind. Chu Xiaoran quickened her pace slightly as the two made their way to a private room on the second floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. There, they encountered the establishment's overseer. The individual before them, a stout man dressed in a loose-fitting green robe, sporting a distinctive mustache and possessing unevenly sized eyes, one small and the other large, was named Meng Ducai. Despite his unremarkable appearance and commonplace name, his cultivation was anything but mediocre. He was a formidable figure at the 5th tier of the Minor Sage realm. It was said that prior to his ascension, he had been an ordinary merchant in a mortal dynasty. Following a tragic upheaval that resulted in the massacre of his entire family by demonic entities, he fortuitously survived and, through a series of serendipitous events, embarked on the path of cultivation, ultimately becoming a disciple of the Taizu Sacred Land. His exceptional acumen in commerce, combined with a commendable talent for cultivation, enabled him to break through to the Minor Sage realm, leading him to become one of the 3 elders of Gathering Treasure Peak. Presiding over the pavilion, Elder Meng greeted Chu Xiu with a slight bow. Meng Ducai rose with a genial demeanor, returning the gesture. In terms of status, Chu Xiu, as the true disciple of Yunsha Peak, held an equivalent position, warranting a degree of respect from Meng Ducai. As a businessman, Meng Ducai lacked the imposing aura typical of powerful cultivators, instead exhibiting a more down-to-earth charm. Chu Xiu wasted no time and produced 2 storage bags, pouring their contents onto the floor in a veritable mountain of treasures. Beside him, Chu Xiaoran's eyes widened in astonishment, her exquisite oval face rendered speechless. The sheer quantity was staggering. Elder Meng, could you please appraise these? Chu Xiu requested as he pulled up a chair to sit down. From the recent competition, he had amassed a total of 3 million yuan stones, in addition to another 13 million worth of items laid before him. With his formidable minor sage divine sense, Meng Dazai enveloped the mountain of riches in mere moments, estimating the value within 5 breaths. With a grin, he stroked his mustache and declared, 12,450,000 high-grade yuan stones. Chu Xiu nodded, noting that this assessment was nearly 500,000 short of the estimate provided by the elders of Tianxing Peak. He held no suspicion of Meng Dazai taking liberties with the valuation. The prices in the Tianqiong continent were in constant flux, an area where Meng Dazai's expertise surpassed that of the Tianxing elders. Let us hold off on settling the yuan stones for now. I wish to procure some items from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, Chu Xiu stated. Very well, Meng Dazai replied, rubbing his hands together with a merchant's characteristic grin. Xiaoran, you shall accompany Chu Xiu. Of course, Chu Xiaoran responded gracefully, bowing slightly. Brother Chu Xiu, please follow me. Chapter 13. The mysterious bronze fragment. The interior of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion is significantly more expansive than it appears from the outside. A myriad of items are available for sale, including elixirs, magical artifacts, rare natural treasures, the remains of savage beasts, and even enslaved creatures of the demon race. The 13th floor is designated as the Ordinary Zone, where most goods are suitable for cultivators ranging from the Foundation Establishment to the Wheel Sea Realm. The 46th floor caters to items for those in the Divine Bridge to Dao Palace realms, while the 79th floor showcases exquisite products for cultivators from the Divine Ability to the Great Sage realms. These items are often difficult to procure outside, and their prices are exorbitant, with some requiring Divine Essence Stones for purchase. In the Celestial Dome continent, Divine Essence Stones are a coveted resource, but that is a matter for another time. On the 4th floor, one can find an array of rare natural treasures. Chu Xiu holds a stalk of Shen-grade Qingling grass. Deep in thought, Chu Xiaoran, perplexed, has accompanied him for nearly 2 hours. Throughout their wanderings, he has been handling various items without making a single purchase. One might think he is attempting to glean some unparalleled divine ability from these objects. Little does she know, Chu Xiu is engaged in a comparison of prices, using superior essence stones as a measurement unit. He discovers that items valued at the same quantity of essence stones yield differing amounts of breakthrough points upon conversion. For instance, a mundane weapon worth 50 superior essence stones equates to 2 breakthrough points, while a common spiritual herb of the same value converts to 10 points. A second-tier vitality pill valued at 50 superior essence stones yields 15 breakthrough points. The disparities are not trivial. What accounts for such significant differences? Chu Xiu harbors a conjecture. The concentration of essence contained within the items influences the quantity of breakthrough points they yield. Among items of the same rank, artifacts, natural treasures, and elixirs, what possesses the most abundant essence? It is neither the rare treasures nor the divine weapons, but rather living beings capable of cultivation. A glimmer of crimson light flickers in the depths of Chu Xiu's narrow, profound eyes. What would transpire if I were to exchange human cultivators or demon race beings with the system? How many breakthrough points would I acquire? Meanwhile, Chu Xiaoran, who has been secretly observing Chu Xiu, feels an inexplicable chill at the intensity of his gaze. How is it that I tremble at the look of someone in the Wheel Sea realm? She is taken aback, lost in thought. System, is my idea feasible? Wow, host, you truly are a genius. Such a ruthless notion. No wonder you are the destined villain. System reward triggered, Earth-grade flying vessel, Xian Silver Shuttle. HM? Your thoughts are fantastical, but unfortunately, you cannot directly exchange living beings for breakthrough points. Cannot exchange directly? Chu Xiu muses, stroking his chin. Suddenly, he breaks into a radiant smile. Host, please refrain from such expressions. It makes me feel apprehensive, shivering in fear. I recall that 30 years ago, the Artifact God sect crafted a heavenly grade artifact known as the Return to Essence. It could forcibly absorb the life essence and vitality of a cultivator who had just died within a single incense stick's time, forming a crystal of essence the size of a pill. If I were to acquire a piece of primordial essence, then, hiss, Terrifying indeed. Would that be feasible? Of course. Host, you truly are a remarkable talent. It is no wonder you are who you are. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, his smile growing ever more gentle. With yet another avenue to strengthen himself, his spirits were exceedingly high. Turning his head, he gazed at the dazed Chu Xiaoran and said, Chu junior sister, what is it that you require? Chu Xiaoran immediately snapped back to reality, instinctively straightening her posture, which only served to accentuate her already unobtrusive stature. I wish to purchase elixirs to restore my vitality, specifically those of the true essence variety, Chu Xiu stated nonchalantly. First, procure for me 15 million top-grade essence stones. Little one, do you have a plethora of questions? Chu Xiaoran's lips parted in astonishment, clearly taken aback. Why do you require such an abundance of vitality-restoring elixirs? Do you intend to soak in essence liquid? Though this thought flitted through her mind, she nonetheless retrieved her communication jade tablet and issued the order. Acquiring 15 million top-grade essence stones constituted a substantial transaction indeed. In an instant, the Prosperity Pavilion was abuzz, with inner and outer disciples bustling about like diligent bees, beginning to consolidate inventory information. Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind his back, strolled to the first floor. Many who recognized him cast puzzled glances his way. Among them, those he had previously bested in essence stones bore a hint of resentment in their gazes. Truly unfortunate, wherever he goes, this fellow seems to appear. Indeed, Chu Xiu chose to disregard everyone. While waiting, with nothing of consequence to occupy his time, he wandered the first floor. As he stood beside an inconspicuous shelf, an unexpected sensation washed over him. At the center of his smooth, fair forehead, a blood-red sword mark flickered briefly. He turned his head and fixed his gaze upon a seemingly unremarkable piece of bronze debris, nestled in the dust and rust at the bottom of the shelf. This fragment appeared utterly ordinary, as though it had merely fallen from some edifice. Yet, this unassuming piece of bronze triggered a response from his primal sword intent. He crouched down and picked up the fragment, blowing away the dust. To the naked eye, it bore no extraordinary qualities. However, Chu Xiu's lethal sword intent felt an irresistible urge to break free, as if this object held an intense allure for it. Junior sister Chu, how many essence stones did I purchase this piece for? Chu Xiu inquired while toying with the bronze fragment, his tone nonchalant. Chu Xiaoran's mind raced with curiosity. Could this object possess some unique quality? If it were merely a trinket of little value, she thought, then if senior brother Chu fancied it, he could have it. Chu Xiu flipped his hand, stowing the bronze fragment away, and tossed a pouch containing 100 top-grade essence stones to her. I do not favor being indebted to others. Chu Xiaoran, with a sigh, accepted the essence stones. In her heart, she found herself harboring a greater fondness for this seemingly frivolous individual. Soon enough, the elixirs Chu Xiu had ordered were prepared at the Prosperity Pavilion. In total, they amounted to 10 million top-grade essence stones for 200,000 vitality elixirs and 5 million top-grade essence stones for 10,000 essence power elixirs. After settling the payment, with a multitude of elixirs gathered and stowed away in his storage pouch, Chu Xiu turned to depart. He intended to return and enhance his cultivation, while simultaneously delving into the mysteries of the bronze fragment. Senior brother Chu. At this moment, Chu Xiaoran, who had accompanied him throughout, could no longer restrain herself and called out to him. Chu Xiu slowly turned around, smiling as he inquired, Is there something on your mind, junior sister Chu? After a moment of hesitation, Chu Xiaoran, with her lips pressed together, replied, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you, senior brother. What is it? If it proves to be too troublesome, please refrain from mentioning it. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoran felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She invited him to a private room on the second floor. Once Chu Xiu was seated, she personally poured him a cup of tea before gracefully taking her own seat and gazing at him. Senior brother, are you aware of the Tai Su Divine Tower? Indeed, I am, Chu Xiu nodded. The Tai Su Divine Tower was the innate imperial vessel of the Tai Su Emperor, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities. Within its confines lies a vast array of realms, containing countless small spaces. After the Emperor's ascension, it was enshrined upon Tai Su Peak. It serves not only as the sacred treasure safeguarding our Taizu holy land, but also as the most esteemed trial ground for us disciples. Chu Xiaoran acknowledged with a soft and continued, "The matter I wish to discuss with you is intricately tied to the Taizu Divine Tower. Senior brother, are you aware?" Chapter 14. Continuous breakthrough. Brother, are you aware that the Taizu Sacred Land, one of the 3 great secret realms, will see the opening of the Wilderness Demon Secret Realm in just a month? Holding a teacup, Chu Xiao shook his head. He had been engrossed in his cultivation lately and had not paid attention to other matters. However, he had indeed heard of the Wilderness Demon Secret Realm. It was said to have been formed by the small world within a quasi-demon emperor. According to legend, 100,000 years ago, the divine crow quasi-demon emperor of the demon race somehow provoked the Taizu emperor. On that day, the Taizu emperor sat cross-legged at the pinnacle of Taizu Peak, lifted his delicate hand, and, from an immeasurable distance, struck down the divine crow quasi-demon emperor located in the demon emperor city with a single blow. But that was not the end of it. The formidable Taizu emperor also casually seized the small world within him. After the quasi-emperor's death, the small world naturally collapsed. The Taizu emperor, wielding his vast powers, enacted 99,999 seals to prevent its further destruction. Thus, it transformed into the Wilderness Demon Secret Realm we know today. Due to these restrictions, cultivators entering the Wilderness Demon Secret Realm will find their realms suppressed, with the highest limit maintained at the peak of the Divine Bridge Realm. Even if one were a Saint King, they too would be subject to this suppression. The unparalleled methods of the Emperor are indeed so tyrannical and unreasonable. The Wilderness Demon Secret Realm is rife with opportunities, yet the slots available are limited. Chu Xiaoran continued, "There are a total of 2,000 slots, 300 for the Wheel Sea Realm and 1,700 for the Divine Bridge Realm. To qualify for a slot is quite simple. One must ascend the Taizu Divine Tower. The top 300 before the Wheel Sea Steel will gain eligibility, while the top 1,700 before the Divine Bridge Steel will also qualify. Brother Chu Xiao, with your formidable physique and extraordinary swordsmanship, there are few rivals among your peers. If you were to challenge the Taizu Divine Tower, you would undoubtedly secure a place in the top 300. As for Xiaoran, I wish to ask for your assistance." A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xiao stepped onto a flying vessel, departing from the gathering treasure peak. On Cloud Mist Peak, outside the main hall of the Peak Master's residence, several inner disciples who served the Peak Master were whispering while holding trays. "I wonder what has come over our master recently. It seems he has developed a fondness for mortal food. And he seems to have a particular affinity for sour dishes. Have you all noticed? The master's complexion has improved remarkably, radiant like an ethereal flower. Could it be that mortal food has some?" Their voices gradually faded away. Within the chambers, a figure reclined elegantly against a jade couch, her slender form and snow-white skin exuding grace. With a delicate hand, she twirled a bright red plum, her eyelids fluttering. She pressed her ruby lips together and huffed softly. "It seems I have been too lenient with these girls. They have lost their respect and dare to jest about me." Placing the luscious plum into her mouth, she furrowed her long, willow-like brows, her thoughts drifting to the detestable face of her rebellious disciple. A wave of frustration washed over Qi Mengdai. She pondered how long this monotonous, flattened existence would continue. Recently, her body had grown increasingly peculiar. "Am I ill?" The enchanting dream butterfly was quite troubled. Rising from her jade couch with bare feet, she gracefully approached the bookshelf. With a swift motion, she opened a hidden compartment and retrieved a doll fashioned from straw. The doll bore an astonishing resemblance to Chu Xiao. Qi Dongdai, biting her lip, picked up a silver needle and thrust it fiercely into the doll's lower body. After completing this act, the Master of Peaks, on the verge of emotional collapse, found a semblance of tranquility. A glimmer of satisfaction danced in her beautiful eyes as she returned the scarecrow to its hidden compartment. Chu Xiao, witnessing this scene, thought to himself, "This mad woman clearly deserves some discipline." Steadying his mind, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The system activated, unveiling his personal panel. Host, Chu Xiao, Realm, 4th layer of the Wheel Sea, Special Physique. Primordial Sacred Body Talent, 917 Heavenly Grade with 31 times the Cultivation Speed Sword Intent, Heavenly Slaughter Sword Intent, Cultivation Technique. Tao Scripture Foundation Building Chapter, Breakthrough Points, 642, Fortune Value. 18 Black. Defeating those with great fortune allows absorption of their luck for personal gain. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Ordinary Level, 25 times Combat Strength. Let us commence the exchange of breakthrough points. Ding, consuming 200,000 second-tier spirit pills grants 10 million breakthrough points. Ding, consuming 10,000 fourth-tier true essence pills grants 5 million breakthrough points. Laughter. The host may select one option below for the breakthrough. Technique. Sword Intent. Sword Art maxed out. Body Technique maxed out. Chu Xiao resolved to elevate his cultivation first, for it was the foundation of all things. Detected that the host possesses the primordial sacred body and is practicing the Tao Scripture. The difficulty of transcending from the 10th layer of foundation building has significantly increased, necessitating an acceleration cycle of 1 year, with an estimated consumption of 1,000 breakthrough points per year. In the first year, while in seclusion at Yunsha Peak's cave, he attempted to break through. Thanks to his connection with Master X, his talent saw a substantial enhancement, allowing him to effortlessly ascend to the 5th layer of the Wheel C. In the second year, he again secluded himself in the cave, and with the same advantageous circumstances, he easily progressed to the 6th layer. In the third year, he pursued another breakthrough, and once more, due to the influence of Master X, he swiftly reached the 7th layer. By the 5th year, he was in seclusion once more, and again, with Master X's guidance, he advanced to the 9th layer of the Wheel C. In the 6th year, he continued his attempts to break through, feeling a stirring within. As he neared the threshold of the ultimate realm of the Wheel C, he paused his cultivation, deciding to attempt a breakthrough into the pinnacle of the Wheel C realm. This breakthrough consumed a total of 6,000 breakthrough points. Remaining breakthrough points, 14,994,000. Boom! Countless insights from the scriptures surged into his mind. The surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth, like a flood finally finding its outlet, rushed into Chu Xiao's body. After circulating through a grand cycle, it merged into the golden Wheel C. His thick black hair danced without wind, and his aura ascended dramatically. Upon reaching the 9th layer of the Wheel C, Chu Xiao's realm expanded exponentially, multiplying beyond the ordinary levels, 45 times, 50 times, 55 times, 70 times, 80 times, 99 times. Came to a sudden halt at 99 times. As if constrained by some invisible rule, his Wheel C was forcibly suppressed, preventing its continued expansion. Chu Xiao turned his gaze inward. At this moment, the Wheel C had undergone a remarkable transformation. The Golden Lake was vast beyond measure, resembling an ocean. However, the golden seawater within this ocean was slightly diminished. Chu Xiao opened his eyes and realized that he could no longer absorb the vital energy of heaven and earth. It turned out that his previous 5 consecutive advancements had nearly drained all the celestial energy within a radius of several miles, creating a void of vitality. Such a terrifying spectacle, if witnessed by outsiders, would undoubtedly leave them in utter astonishment. It is essential to note that this place is the sacred land of Tai Su, where the celestial energy is already abundant. Moreover, the concentration of celestial energy within the cave dwelling of the true disciples of Yunsha Peak is 1 to 2 times richer than that of the direct disciples. Even so, it was still insufficient for Chu Xiao's needs, illustrating just how voracious his Wheel C truly was. Chu Xiao retrieved over 100,000 top-grade essence stones from his storage bag and piled them around him. He activated his Tao Scripture, absorbing the vast amounts of vital energy contained within to replenish the power within his Wheel C. System Breakthrough Conditions for the 10th level of the Wheel C. Chapter 15. The Divine Artifact, the Taizu Divine Tower. The host currently has 2 choices. 1. Directly break through to the Divine Bridge Realm. 2. Seek out the rare treasures of heaven and earth, achieving utmost sublimation, and break through to the 10th layer of the Wheel C. With a raised eyebrow, Chu Xiao thought, is there really any question? Of course, he would choose the utmost sublimation. He aimed to establish an unparalleled foundation, to be invincible among his peers. Now, having lived once more, he now aspired to transcend realms and slay enemies across borders. What rare treasures do I require? Beginning to search for the most suitable extraordinary items for the host's current breakthrough, search complete. The following 3 rare treasures of heaven and earth are most suitable for the host's utmost sublimation today. Myriad Medicine Spiritual Milk, Bodhi Divine Flower, Soul Infant Demonic Fruit. Chu Xiu's brow furrowed in contemplation. Each of these 3 treasures was of celestial quality, all rare and elusive. Not to mention that there was simply no place to procure them in the market. Even if they were available for sale, he could not afford them. Stealing? He currently lacked the power to do so. Clenching his fist in frustration, his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. He yearned for longevity, to be invincible in the mortal realm, to tread a path distinct from the ordinary. This journey was destined to be fraught with obstacles and thorns. He retrieved a communication talisman, placing it between his index and middle fingers, channeling his Yuan force. In the next moment, the talisman transformed into a violet afterimage, soaring out of his dwelling, ascending into the heavens. May Chu Xiaoran bring me good news. Chu Xiu took out the bronze fragment and began his examination. After half an hour of study, he found no extraordinary qualities within it. It seemed that only after reaching the divine bridge realm, transforming Yuan force into true Yuan force, and forming divine consciousness in the sea of knowledge, could he begin to uncover the origins of this object. Putting away the bronze fragment, Chu Xiu stood up just as a communication talisman flew in, hovering before him. A clear, melodious female voice emerged. Senior brother Chu Xiu, many years ago, a disciple brought back half a decayed soul infant demonic fruit from the wild demon's secret realm. Upon finishing her words, the communication talisman ignited spontaneously, dissolving into ashes in the air. Good news. A smile involuntarily crept onto Chu Xiu's lips. He. It seems even the heavens wish for me to walk this path of invincibility. However, I must clarify the details with Chu Xiaoran to avoid any false hopes. With this thought, he recalled the matter that Chu Xiaoran had entrusted to him. It appeared necessary to venture to Taizu Peak and challenge the Taizu Divine Tower. With so many breakthrough points available to him, why did Chu Xiu not choose to advance his celestial killing sword intent? The reason was simple. He realized that his cultivation was still too low. Even the initial stages of the celestial killing sword intent were difficult for him to wield. If he recklessly attempted to enhance it further, his fleshly aperture might be devoured by the overbearing killing intent, resulting in a loss rather than a gain. Thus, he decided to set it aside for the time being. 3 days later, after adjusting himself to the optimal state, Chu Xiu emerged from his seclusion. The once solemn and austere Taizu Peak was bustling these days. The most significant trial ground of the Taizu sacred land, the Taizu Divine Tower, had been opened. Undoubtedly, this was a grand event. Whether inner disciples or outer disciples, as long as they had reached the Wheel Sea realm or above, they were granted one opportunity to enter the Taizu Divine Tower. The event would last for a month. The Taizu Divine Tower rises majestically to the heavens, reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, its body adorned in a hue of bluish gray. Surrounding it, the ethereal sounds of celestial music resonate, with the might of imperial artifacts pressing down from all directions, creating a realm unto itself. Viewed from afar in the high skies, intricate patterns can be seen, resembling golden dragons soaring and weaving around the tower's majestic form. In the sky above, countless flying vessels swarm like a multitude of birds flocking towards a phoenix, all heading towards Taizu Peak. Amidst this scene, on the deck of a black flying vessel, an elderly man with white hair sharply struck the back of a nearby young man's head. "Ouch! Master, why did you hit me all of a sudden?" exclaimed the youth, who was in the early stages of the Wheel Sea realm, clutching his head in pain. The white-haired elder scolded, "Have you forgotten the warning I gave you before we arrived? You must not gaze at the Divine Tower for too long." "Why not?" the young man asked, bewildered. The elder, casting a respectful glance at the Taizu Divine Tower 1,000 miles away, explained, "The tower bears the supreme imperial insignia left by the great emperor. Those who are weak, if they gaze too long, may face unpredictable dangers. At best, their eyes could burst. At worst, their heads might." The youth gasped in fear. "Is the Taizu Divine Tower truly that terrifying?" The elder chuckled, stroking his beard, The innate imperial artifact of the great emperor possesses powers beyond our comprehension. Can you not feel the overwhelming imperial might saturating the entire realm? It is akin to a chaotic universe, vast, magnificent, and insurmountable, evoking a desire to submit. Such a child can be taught, the elder continued. As cultivators, we must not only seek strength but also hold reverence for it. The young man pointed towards the 7 massive stone tablets, each 100 meters tall, standing beside the Taizu Divine Tower. Are those the legendary Taizu tablets? Indeed, the elder affirmed. They represent the Wheel Sea, the Divine Bridge, the Other Shore, the Tao Palace, divine powers, and the Lesser Saints, 7 tablets in total. They test combat prowess, talent, comprehension, and willpower. The higher the level one ascends, the greater and more precious the rewards. With a wistful expression, the elder recounted, 300 years ago, my senior brother, Chan Yunzi, ascended to the 10th position on the Divine Bridge tablet and received a heavenly grade technique, the Infinite Celestial Sound Method, as a reward from the tower. Since then, he has soared to great heights. He now stands at the pinnacle of divine powers and is one of the 3 esteemed stewards of Daoyun Peak. Wow, a heavenly grade technique! The youth exclaimed, filled with admiration. If only I could reach the top 10 on the Wheel C tablet. I wonder if I could receive a heavenly grade technique as a reward. The elder scoffed, delivering another light smack to his disciple's head. Do not aim too high. If you manage to make the list, I would consider it a blessing. At that moment, a silver flash zipped overhead. What a fast-flying vessel! The youth marveled, astonished. The elder nodded, his face brimming with envy. A terrestrial-grade flying vessel naturally possesses great speed. Judging by its shape, it appears to be a type of shuttle, which is the fastest among vessels of its tier. He sighed with longing. How I covet that shuttle. If I possessed it, whether for exploring secret realms or battling demons at the Tianyuan Great Wall, my survival capability would at least double in critical moments. That figure clad in a black and gold embroidered robe. He is the esteemed chief disciple of Yunsha Peak. As the silver flying shuttle decelerated, the elder discerned the silhouette standing above it. The young man possessed a countenance as exquisite as jade, with eyes that sparkled like stars, and a subtle smile gracing his lips. His long, lustrous hair was casually tied at the back, exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance. The black and gold robe billowed gracefully, and at his waist hung a long sword, its hilt crafted from bone. The visitor was none other than Chu Xiu. The vast expanse of the Taizu Holy Land necessitated a 2-day and 2-night journey from Yunsha Peak, even aboard a terrestrial-grade flying vessel. The shuttle gradually descended, landing at the foot of Taizu Peak. With a mere flick of his hand, the shuttle shrank to the size of a thumb and was stowed away in his storage pouch. Chu Xiu now stood amidst the square, where throngs of people surged like an ocean. At least tens of thousands gathered in the plaza of the Taizu Divine Tower, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Chapter 16. Have I encountered the protagonist?
Ascending di tube a.
I have entered the Wheel C rankings, standing at 9,578th. Suddenly, a fist-sized orb of ethereal white light emerged from the Taizu Divine Tower, floating before a disciple in the mid-Wheel C realm. He reached out, his hand delving into the luminous mist, which dissipated to reveal a Shen-grade awakening fruit. The surrounding disciples of the Wheel C realm could not help but display expressions of envy, secretly cursing this fortunate individual for his incredible luck. With this awakening fruit, his chances of breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm would increase by at least 50%. How could they, mere ordinary disciples, not feel envy? Such scenes unfolded in the vast square, measuring 1,000 miles in circumference, every moment. Among the joyous, there were also those consumed by disappointment. Among the laughter, there were low sobs. The myriad facets of humanity converged in this place. Above the square, 5,000 meters high, clouds and mist swirled. A black-robed elder, holding a whisk and exuding an otherworldly aura, stood alongside a beautiful woman clad in a red feathered dress, her forehead adorned with a lotus mark, both gazing down from the void. Hee, the tridecadal grand event is indeed lively. The black-robed elder chuckled, stroking his beard. I wonder if any disciple will break the record this time. The beautiful woman's voice was alluring, yet her expression remained strikingly indifferent. an intriguing blend of enchanting charm and cold detachment that strangely captivated those who beheld her. Both were elders of Taizu Peak, possessing peak small saint cultivation. Their formidable presence pressed down upon the clouds within a 10,000-meter radius, causing them to tremble in submission. "Old Huang, who do you favor?" the beautiful woman inquired, her eyes flickering slightly. The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I have high hopes for Yi Fan. This lad possesses immense potential and a solid foundation. His talent, perseverance, and fortune are exceptional. He might just secure a place among the top 10 on the Divine Bridge Steel." "Top 10? Is it truly that simple?" she countered, shaking her head. "In the last 5 openings of the Taizu Tower, none have made it into the top 10. At that moment, the Taizu Divine Tower resonated with a thunderous chime, shaking the heavens and the earth. Boom! The two exchanged glances, their expressions filled with delight. A disciple from the Wheel C rankings had entered the top 10. They focused their thoughts, gazing downward. In the center of the square, a female disciple clad in white was enveloped in a violet halo. Ancient characters, each the size of 100 meters and exuding strength, began to emerge sequentially upon the tower's surface. Daoyun Peak Inner Sect disciple Su Rushue ascended to the 78th level of the Wheel C Steel. Ranking 7th qualifications: Celestial Middle Comprehension, Celestial Upper Perseverance, Celestial Lower Character, Celestial Upper Combat Power, Celestial Upper Eligible for True Inheritance. A wave of astonishment swept through Taizu Square. Countless gazes fixated on Su Rushue, filled with admiration, jealousy, and attempts to curry favor, as many sought to approach her. An elder from Daoyun Peak, appearing to be in her early 30s, wept tears of joy. "Disciple, you have done well. I am proud of you."
Congratulations to Elder Yang. Congratulations.
Surrounding him, the elders from Daoyun Peak and other peaks came forward to offer their congratulations. "I too aspire to ascend among the top 10 of the Divine Bridge realm. I too wish for the Taizu Tower to sound its bells and drums." A youth clad in a green robe tightened his fists in secret. "Who are you?" Chu Xiu glanced at him. The youth turned his head, a look of astonishment gracing his delicate features. Upon recognizing his attire, he slightly cupped his fists and said, "I am Yi Fan from Yunsha Peak." Hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyelids twitched. The name of this fellow certainly bore the mark of a protagonist. Moreover, in his eyes, this Yi Fan was enveloped by an aura so darkly purple that it almost appeared black. Such fortune. Was it not quite extraordinary? Could this individual be the true protagonist? After a century of traversing this world, it was the first time he had encountered someone with such formidable luck. "Brother Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you," Chu Xiu said with a gentle smile. "You know me? Of course. I've heard tales of your victories at Tianqing Peak, winning yuan stones in abundance." Oh. Chu Xiu was exceedingly amiable, engaging in cheerful conversation with Yi Fan. Yi Fan mused that this Chu Xiu was gentle in nature and suitable to befriend. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu thought that this Yi Fan was straightforward and also fitting for friendship, indeed, a relationship of open hearts. After exchanging contact marks, they bid farewell. Yi Fan was headed to ascend the tower, as was Chu Xiu. Shortly after parting, within just 100 meters, Yi Fan bent down to pick up an item he had accidentally stepped on. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find it was a low-grade storage ring. Observing from a distance, Chu Xiu felt a chill run down his spine. He turned and departed, realizing that truly connecting with such a person and absorbing their fortune would not be easy, unless he crushed him with absolute superiority. Otherwise, Yi Fan would surely turn danger into safety. Individuals with such protagonist fates were notoriously difficult to kill. They could even explode with power at critical moments. As long as one failed to eliminate them, they would only grow stronger, becoming a significant burden. Lost in thought, he entered the Taizu Divine Tower. This was a space shrouded in white mist, and he was the sole occupant. An unseen wave swept across his entire being. The jade tablet symbolizing his identity automatically flew out from his storage pouch. A grand yet warm female voice resonated. "Yunsha Peak, True Inheritance, Chu Xiu, Pinnacle of the Wheel C 9th layer. The first layer assessment begins." In the next instant, 3 pitch-black savage wolves, each 7 meters long and 2 meters tall, exuding a menacing aura, appeared out of thin air. "Awoo!" The lead wolf howled, leaping towards Chu Xiu, while the other two flanked him from the sides. Beasts of the Wheel Sea realm. Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged as he drew the blood blade. A 7-meter-long blade of light erupted forth, cleaving the lead wolf in two from head to tail, with blood and entrails splattering everywhere. 3 days later, on the 67th layer of the Taizu Divine Tower, the space was engulfed in darkness. Chu Xiu stood still, his eyes slightly closed, as eerie blood light seeped from the cracks of his eyelids. In this layer of illusion, the test is one of character. Within this mirage, stay a while. This is indeed paradise. I shall. With an impassive expression, Chu Xiu raised his sword and beheaded the enchanting, exquisite woman before him, whose beauty was unparalleled and captivating. Thud! The headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Surrounding her were thousands of similarly alluring headless bodies. Level 67 cleared. In the next moment, the scene shifted. Level 68 assessment commences. Before him appeared an elderly man with long white hair wielding a sword, a muscular middle-aged man shouldering a heavy hammer, an exceptionally handsome young man holding a spear, and a youthful boy brandishing a dagger, still innocent in appearance. All of them were at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm. Please choose. The announcement from the Taizu Tower had yet to conclude when Chu Xiu vanished from his position. His cultivation technique activated, leaving behind 7 afterimages. Swish, swish, 4 swords. 4 heads soared into the air. The Taizu Tower's announcement momentarily paused. Cleared. Level 69 assessment commences. Chapter 17. The Incarnation of the Great Emperor? Come and battle 2 days later. On the 88th level of the Taizu Divine Tower, Chu Xiu unleashed a single punch, piercing through the chest of a female disciple at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge. Blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, gushed forth from the wound at her back. With a swift motion of his arm, he flung the lifeless body aside. On the 88th level, 3 adversaries awaited him, all at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge. Chu Xiu nodded inwardly and began to predict. Beyond the 90th level, he would face opponents at the mid to late stages, perhaps even those at the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. Having spent nearly a week within the Taizu Divine Tower, he had accurately assessed his current combat prowess. His swordsmanship and combat experience allowed him to vanquish those at the initial stage of the Divine Bridge. With the ancient sacred body, he could defeat foes at the peak of the mid-stage. Utilizing the ancient sacred body's heavenly killing sword intent, he could slay those at the late stage. Encountering a peak challenge at the 9th level of the Divine Bridge would likely result in a fierce struggle. Such formidable strength, if spoken of, would surely invite disbelief. The trial of the 89th level begins. In the Taizu Square, the number of disciples did not dwindle with the passage of time. Rather, it increased. Most were intently observing the changes in the Taizu steel. Among them was Chu Xiaoran, who knew that Chu Xiu was already within the tower. However, the steel would not alter until he emerged. Junior Sister Chu, do you genuinely believe that Chu Xiu can ascend to the 80th level and obtain the Emperor's Silver Sand? A young man clad in yellow robes inquired with a furrowed brow. Chu Xiaoran gazed up at the Wheel Sea steel, remaining silent for a long while. Whether Chu Xiu could reach the 80th level was uncertain to her. Perhaps he could not. Her mental expectation was roughly split evenly. A vividly dressed female cultivator, her face dotted with blemishes, smirked knowingly. Even Su Ruxue, who reached the 9th level of the Wheel Sea, could only ascend to the 78th level. Chu Xiu is merely at the 4th level of the Wheel Sea. Is it truly feasible for him to reach the 80th level? I believe you may be in for a disappointment, Junior Sister Chu, she remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. If anyone present knew the true extent of Chu Xiu's strength, it would likely be Ren Hongying. The group turned their gazes towards Ren Hongying, who had remained silent. Clad in her customary red attire, she frowned and stated, I am uncertain of his strength. It is merely the Wheel Sea realm, not worthy of my attention. Haha, the young man in yellow, Qi Ming, couldn't he help but chuckle. 3 years prior, Chu Xiaoran's mother had fallen victim to the demonic poison of the Abyssal Demon Clan, which could only be remedied by the Emperor's Silver Sand, available solely within the endless fire domain of the 80th level of the Taizu Divine Tower. Qi Ming had long pursued Chu Xiaoran, hoping to restrain his own cultivation from advancing beyond the Divine Bridge, waiting for the tower's opening to retrieve the Silver Sand for her. Naturally, this was contingent upon Chu Xiaoran accepting his pursuit. However, 3 years ago she had resolutely declined. She yearned to save her mother, yet could not tolerate Qi Ming's threats and his lofty demeanor. Today, Qi Ming, irked by humiliation, had come to witness Chu Xiaoran's misfortune. Senior brother Qi, Ren Hongying smiled at Qi Ming. Recently, our master has been particularly favoring Chu Xiu. When he is teleported out, it would be wise for you not to mock him excessively. To prevent the master from becoming angry upon hearing, Qi Ming waved his hand and chuckled, saying, "He is the true disciple of my aunt. Thus we are like brothers. We are family after all." Indeed, Qi Ming is the nephew of Qi Mengdai, his blood relative. The primary reason for Qi Ming's extraordinary status in the Taizu Sacred Land, as a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator, is his aunt Qi Mengdai, a formidable female practitioner on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the Great Saint Realm. Despite over 30 years without advancing to the other shore, a peculiar voice emerged. It was Xiao Yifeng, the second true disciple of Yunsha Peak, who had arrived by their side unbeknownst to them. He saluted Qi Ming, addressing him as senior brother. Despite being a mid-stage divine ability practitioner, he had no qualms about referring to Qi Ming, a mid-stage Dao Palace cultivator, as his senior, displaying an air of nonchalance. Qi Ming smiled and nodded. "Yifeng, you've come as well." Xiao Yifeng scoffed. "I heard my incompetent senior brother, with the audacity to ascend the Taizu Divine Tower. Naturally, I had to come and see for myself. This fellow must think he is impressive just because he got lucky and killed a Divine Bridge Realm cultivator. How embarrassing." His tone clearly conveyed Xiao Yifeng's deep resentment toward Chu Xiu. It was understandable, as he was the true genius at the 5th layer of divine ability. Yet he had to address someone in the Divine Sea Realm as senior brother, which must have been quite frustrating. Unbeknownst to Chu Xiu, who was on the 95th floor of the Taizu Tower, everything that transpired in the Taizu Square was beyond his awareness. At that moment, he was undergoing a test of willpower, encased in a massive block of ice that froze his entire being. The relentless chill enveloped him. Had he not possessed the ancient sacred body, he would have likely succumbed and been teleported out by now. The cold deepened, plummeting to at least 500 degrees below zero. Encased in ice, Chu Xiu mused to himself, "The ancient sacred body is indeed remarkable. Although I still feel the cold, my sacred blood remains unfrozen and flows with increasing vigor. I can even sense my sacred body strengthening slightly. If only I could endure a little longer." In the next moment, Chu Xiu vanished, moving to the next layer. Half a day later, in the external world, under the night sky, 2 bright full moons hung high, with stars scattered like a chessboard. He finally reached the 98th layer, a realm awash with a sea of crimson other shore flowers, beneath a blood-red, setting sun. The scenery was hauntingly beautiful and desolate. 1,000 meters ahead of him stood a woman clad in a white dress with silver hair, wielding an extraordinary ice crystal longsword. Initially, he had presumed that his opponent on the 98th layer would likely be at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Divine Bridge Realm. To his astonishment, he discovered that her cultivation was identical to his own, also at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Wheel Sea Realm. The most bizarre aspect was that he could not describe her appearance, nor could he retain any memory of her visage in his mind. Shifting his gaze from her, he found it impossible to remember even a trace of her existence. This strange phenomenon made Chu Xiu's heart race. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "You cannot possibly be the Taizu Emperor, can you?" The woman remained silent, standing still with her sword, as if merging with the very essence of the cosmos. Ha ha ha! A strange bloodlight flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes, brimming with boundless combat fervor, wild exuberance. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards, trembling with excitement. "The ancient emperors, ha 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 ha, the ancient emperors. Emperors, come forth and engage." With a long, resonant howl, Chu Xiu unsheathed the azure blood sword. The blade shimmered as he channeled his primal energy into his legs, moving with the grace of a swallow, leaving behind 7 ephemeral shadows, trailing ethereal petals of the other shore, delicate and breathtaking. A stroke of crimson light, seemingly descending from the heavens, bore down with an air of annihilation, aimed directly at the neck of the woman in white. He relished the act of decapitation. It was a habit ingrained in his very bones. The woman in white slowly raised her sword, her movements exuding an exquisite languor, as if imbued with countless principles and myriad paths. The crystalline tip of her blade delicately brushed against the fragile point of Chu Xiu's crimson sword light. Clang! The blade shattered. Mid-air, Chu Xiu's gaze sharpened. His body, which should have been incapable of leverage, twisted at an impossible 98 degrees. Death! His elevated right leg surged forth like a blood dragon, howling and roaring, crashing towards the woman's head, creating ripples of sonic explosions. Should such a powerful kick connect, it would be unbearable, not just for someone at the Wheel C realm, but even for an opponent at the other shore realm. The woman in white raised her right hand to meet the oncoming force. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, scattering the petals of the other shore within a 100-meter radius, churning them into fragments, while the very earth beneath them was plowed and thrust outward, forming a smooth, circular depression. Chu Xiu was sent flying back several meters, landing with a thud on the ground. The woman in white retreated a half-step, and her previously vacant eyes seemed to glimmer with newfound vitality. How could this be? Covered in mud, Chu Xiu sprang to his feet, gazing at the sword-wielding woman, his expression rife with disbelief. How could he, Chu Xiu, transcending the ultimate realm, the primal sacred body, be casually sent flying by an opponent of the same realm through sheer physical force? Even if the other party were an emperor, it defied all logic. Chapter 18. The War Emperor's Reverence. Comprehending divine powers above the Black Sea, the ancient emperors were indeed formidable in their youth. As Chu Xiu pondered how to vanquish the maiden in the white dress, she made her move. With a swift step forward, she vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the next heartbeat. How astonishingly swift! Raising her delicate hand, she thrust it toward his chest. Unperturbed, Chu Xiu anchored his feet into the ground, his muscles coiling with strength, as the golden holy blood surged within him, akin to an ancient dragon bearing untold might, ready to meet her palm with his own. Come what may, even if you are an ancient emperor, today you shall face defeat. Their palms collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The overwhelming force propelled Chu Xiu backward by 8 meters, the earth beneath him upheaving and carving a deep chasm. His arms tingled, bones creaking ominously, on the verge of shattering. In the next instant, the maiden in white appeared once more like a specter, her movements as effortless as before, striking toward Chu Xiu's chest with a punch. Bloodlight surged in his eyes, and a crimson sword mark materialized on his forehead. Channeling the sword intent through his palm, an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped him, casting his once fair and slender hand in a blood-like hue. With the primal sacred body fully activated, golden radiance emanated from his fleshly apertures, as if the stars themselves were reversing, wielding the might of heaven and earth. He recklessly slashed toward the maiden's neck. In a gamble of injury for injury, life for life, it was either her demise or his own. Such was Chu Xiu's way of combat. With a piercing sound, the maiden's delicate fist penetrated Chu Xiu's chest, bursting forth from his back, blood gushing forth. In retaliation, his hand severed 2/3 of her neck. Had it not been for the remaining flesh tethering her head, it would have surely fallen. Damn, are you cheating? I wielded sword intent, and your physical form still withstands it. Retrieving her fist, she stepped back 2 paces, her indescribable, unblinking gaze fixated on Chu Xiu. The injury to her neck healed at an observable rate, while Chu Xiu's wounds also began to mend, rapidly returning to full health. He then heard a notification sound. Level 98 cleared. Chu Xiu vanished from his position, and the sea of otherworldly flowers swiftly restored itself. The ice crystal sword in the maiden's hand shattered, dissipating into the cosmos. As she murmured, fixated on the spot where Chu Xiu had disappeared, "Sacred body." Level 99 trial commencing. Upon opening his eyes, Chu Xiu found himself standing in a plaza the size of a football field, surrounded by a blanket of white. Before him stood 4 half-meter-tall black stone tablets. Who was I just battling? Rubbing his brow, he could only recall his fierce struggle against a powerful foe on the 98th level. Beyond that, his memory eluded him. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. Now was not the time for distractions. He stepped toward the stone tablets. From left to right, they bore engravings of a sword, a knife, a spear, and a fist, 4 symbols in total. Are they prompting me to make a choice? Approaching the leftmost tablet, he extended his right hand and pressed it against the stone. In an instant, the tablet radiated a white light, enveloping him entirely. Faintly, a shadow emerged ahead, wielding a long sword, whimsically brandishing it in the void. This was the art of swordsmanship. Within half a day, comprehend the sword techniques and sword formulas. The greater the number, the higher the evaluation. The deeper the understanding, the loftier the appraisal. A black ocean surged forth, waves crashing violently, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The towering waves, seemingly capable of shattering one's very soul, instilled a sense of dread and a desire to flee from this place. Chu Xiu's pupils widened in astonishment. He considered himself well-versed in the world, yet he stood riveted, dumbfounded by the scene before him. What was this? That vast expanse of black ocean. A single drop of water represented a sword technique. A single wave signified a sword formula. And this ocean stretched infinitely. How many sword techniques and formulas could it possibly contain? Countless, like the sands of the Ganges. Beyond estimation, Chu Xiu was shaken. The emperor's methods were terrifying, immeasurable, and unimaginable. He sat cross-legged, beginning to scrutinize these sword techniques and formulas with great care. He discovered that they leaned towards the foundational, with quality not exceeding the heavenly grade. A thought sparked within him, conjuring an image in his mind. A crystalline sword lightly touching a blood-red sword beam spanning 7 or 8 meters. In the next instant, the blood-red sword beam shattered. This was the perfected state of the Qingfeng 3-style sword draw, effortlessly dismantled. Alas, no matter how formidable another's sword techniques and formulas may be, they were ultimately creations of others, tailored to their creators. How could one surpass the creator by merely emulating their sword moves? Chu Xiu realized with clarity. He must forge his own supreme sword formula, one that would be most suitable for himself. He began to record the techniques and formulas from the ocean, subsequently striving for breakthroughs. Ding! Do you wish to initiate a breakthrough in the Qingfeng sword art? Estimated time. 5 small cycles, 2 years' time, consuming a total of 5,000 breakthrough points. Qingfeng sword art reaches perfection. Ding! Do you wish to initiate a breakthrough in the 13 sword techniques? Ding! Ding! The breakthrough points Chu Xiu possessed were consumed at a frenetic pace, akin to a river breaching its banks. 5 sword techniques perfected. 35 sword techniques perfected. 100 sword techniques perfected. 200 sword techniques perfected. 700. 800. 1,000. Until he reached 1,050 perfected techniques, he finally paused, for his breakthrough points had been entirely expended. However, Chu Xiu felt no regret. Rather, he was filled with exhilaration. He sat cross-legged above the tumultuous black ocean, allowing the crashing waves to pound against his body as he remained steadfast. This lifetime, he was different. He possessed a system with breakthrough capabilities, an ancient sacred body, and the heavenly killing sword intent. He was determined to maximize the potential of these advantages. The ancient sacred body was invincible in physical prowess, while the heavenly killing sword intent was unparalleled in sharpness. How could he amalgamate these two to develop the most formidable attack method? Chu Xiu's thoughts raced, leading him to a conclusion. The heavy sword. He aims to develop a unique technique for wielding it, fully harnessing the advantages of the heavenly killing sword intent and the ancient sacred body. Drawing insights from over 1,000 perfected sword techniques, he endeavors to create his own distinctive sword style. Countless images flicker through his mind. At that moment, time becomes indistinct. Could have been a mere hour, a year, or even a millennium. Suddenly, Chu Xiu's eyes snap open, his pupils reflecting an ocean of blood. Rising to his feet, he sweeps his right hand. As his thoughts coalesce, the Tai Su Tower materializes a colossal sword, 3 feet long and half a foot wide. Grasping its hilt, he cannot help but feel its weight. It is at least 10,000 pounds. With the sword in hand, his body slightly bends, and in an instant, he vanishes from his original position, reappearing above the dark sea. The immense sword, imbued with the strength to support the heavens, descends with a force that seems capable of shattering everything, crashing down into the black waters below. With a thunderous roar, the dark sea churns, forming a colossal sword-shaped whirlpool. the depth of which remains unknown, as the surrounding waters are swiftly displaced. Everything comes to a standstill. The first move, All Things Annihilated, is complete. Chu Xiu's bones shatter. Golden blood bursts forth, and he coughs up blood, plummeting like a severed kite toward the abyss of the Black Ocean. The strike is overwhelmingly powerful, an instant convergence of the ancient sacred body's blood energy and the heavenly killing sword intent, surpassing the limits of his current capabilities. Ha ha ha, while coughing up blood, Chu Xiu's laughter echoes madly. I am Chu Xiu, and all things shall cease. He anticipates that this technique will unfold into 4 forms. The first, All Things Annihilated, grows stronger with the wielder's might, amplifying the destructive force. The second move remains elusive, yet a direction has begun to take shape. It involves compressing blood energy, sword intent, and true essence, followed by an instantaneous eruption. The resulting power will depend on the degree of compression, potentially reaching 5, 10, or even 50 times that of the first strike. An invisible force cradles the severely injured Chu Xiu, as white light cascades down, gently enveloping his battered form. His terrifying injuries heal at a visible pace. Wiping the blood from his face, Chu Xiu instructs the system to assess the grade of All Things Annihilated. Processing. Detection initiated. 10. 100 All Things Annihilated category. Sword technique grade. Celestial sword move. First move. All Things Annihilated destructive power. Attack speed. Description. An overwhelmingly forceful strike, merging the blood energy of the ancient sacred body with the heavenly killing sword intent, delivering a devastating blow at blinding speed to the enemy's face. Second move? Not yet comprehended, not advisable to comprehend now. It may lead to death. To create a technique of celestial caliber at its inception, if all 4 moves are successfully devised, Chu Xiu cannot suppress his laughter. It was worth it. The investment of over 1,000 breakthrough points is truly justified. He strokes his chin, contemplating that the first move still lacks perfection. Should I augment this with half of my true energy, complemented by a celestial grade or higher movement technique in close quarters? Speed, SSSSS. Destructive power, SSSSS. Goodness, even I find this to be monstrous. Who could possibly evade such a terrifying strike? If one cannot escape, then it is the end. You have successfully navigated all the trials of the Will See realm. In 5 breaths, you will be transported out of the Tai Su Divine Tower. Prepare yourself. Chapter 19. Ascending to the summit. The prince comes to congratulate. The sacred land shakes at the Taizu Square. A sea of people surged like a tide. Nearly 10 days had passed. Could it be that Chu Xiu had perished within the Taizu Divine Tower? A plump female cultivator, her face dotted with acne, cheerfully remarked. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. Each time the Taizu Divine Tower opens, there are instances of disciples falling. Qi Ming nodded thoughtfully. The second disciple, Xiao Yifeng, and the third disciple, Ren Hongying, exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of delight. It would be for the best if he were to perish. Such a waste should meet his end sooner rather than later. He is utterly unworthy of the position held by the senior brother. Chu Xiaoran furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, could it be that Chu Xiu has truly fallen? Otherwise, he would not have remained absent for so long. There is another possibility. Qi Ming clapped his hands as if struck by inspiration. The crowd turned their attention toward him. Perhaps Chu Xiu was already teleported out but failed to ascend the Will See monument. Out of shame, he left quietly. This possibility holds considerable weight. Xiao Yifeng agreed, but Chu Xiaoran shook her head. She had interacted with Chu Xiu before. He was a proud individual. She found it easier to believe that he had perished than to accept that he had left in secrecy without making it onto the board. The true disciple of Yunxia Peak ascends the Will See Tower yet cannot make it onto the board. The acne-ridden girl grinned, her smile reminiscent of a great frog. This might very well be the most amusing joke in the history of our Taizu sacred land. Just as Xiao Yifeng was about to voice his thoughts, a bell-like sound resonated from the depths of the Taizu Divine Tower, reminiscent of ancient times, and in an instant, brilliant rays illuminated the sky. The sacred land trembled. Another individual had entered the top 10. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. In the next moment, boom! The second bell tolled, and myriad dragon phantoms appeared in the void, kneeling in reverence toward the Taizu Tower. The third bell rang, and hundreds of phoenix phantoms emerged, dancing majestically above the dragons, as if to celebrate someone. Such an extraordinary, magnificent spectacle rendered the bustling Taizu Square utterly silent. Hundreds of thousands gazed upward, mesmerized by the Taizu Divine Tower and the boundless void above. What is this? The elder Huang's feather duster fell from his hand. His previously aloof demeanor vanished. Mo Fei's lips parted slightly, her face filled with shock. The 3 tolls of the bell heralded the arrival of an extraordinary disciple. Just as she prepared to probe with her divine consciousness, boom, the 4th bell echoed, and 8 ancient saintly king's phantoms appeared, surrounding the Taizu Divine Tower, their powerful aura suffusing the space and time, murmuring profound truths. Originally surrounded by fellow disciples like stars encircling the moon, Su Rushue looked up at the void, her beautiful face frozen in astonishment. What an astonishing phenomenon this is! With the 5th resounding chime, the river of time spans the ancient epochs, as a quasi-saint's ethereal figure descends gracefully, stepping upon the earth and bringing forth blossoms with each stride. His visage remains indistinct, clad in a flowing white robe, black hair billowing like a celestial being, akin to an ancient emperor gracing the mortal realm. The presence of the quasi-emperor exudes an overwhelming authority that subdues the heavens and the earth, compelling countless souls to kneel in reverence, unable to gaze directly, their thoughts rendered inscrutable. The 7th generation Taisu child, by Su the quasi-emperor, the forcibly grounded Mo Fian, upon recognizing that silhouette, let out a piercing scream. Heavens! The 5th chime, the apparition of the quasi-emperor, the selection of the Holy Son. An unparalleled prodigy, an extraordinary marvel. Our sacred land is blessed. The quasi-emperor's ethereal figure stands with hands clasped behind, seemingly treading upon the entirety of existence, as he gracefully sweeps his sleeve. The quasi-emperor inscribes words, and the world rejoices, the melody of the Tao wafting through the air, as withered trees awaken to spring. Flowers bloom and wither anew. In a radius of 1,000 meters, the ancient and profound script, reminiscent of divine inscriptions from primordial beings, emerges in resplendent golden characters, each a gem of wisdom, akin to heavenly principles, etched upon the Taisu Divine Tower. In this moment, every cultivator within the Taisu sacred land, regardless of their cultivation level or distance, can behold those archaic golden characters filled with the essence of Tao and reason. Within the sacred Lord's Hall, the Taisu child rises, instantly reaching the pinnacle of Taisu Peak, standing barefoot in the void, gazing down upon the Taisu Tower, a captivating smile gracing his lips, breaking through the ancient limits. Reaching the summit, Yunsha Peak, true transmission, Chuxiu, ascending to the 99th tier of the Wheel C Tower, securing the foremost position on the Wheel C monument, shattering limits, resonating through history, qualification, celestial middle, comprehension, divine, perseverance, divine, character, divine, combat power, divine, a candidate for the foremost selection of the Holy Son. In the next moment, the Wheel C monument, which had remained unchanged for millennia, saw its first place usurped with great force. At the top, a row of golden ancient characters, tenfold larger than those below, gradually materializes. Wheel C monument, first place, Chuxiu, 99th tier. All anomalies in the void gradually dissipate. Before the quasi-emperor's apparition vanishes, it glances downward, seemingly smiling, before merging into the river of time, disappearing from this era and this realm. The Taisu Square falls into an eerie silence. After a few breaths, a tumultuous uproar erupts, akin to a tidal wave crashing forth, reverberating like thunder. The shock is profound, immensely staggering. The 99th tier. Someone has actually ascended to the 99th tier of the Wheel C Tower, breaking through limits, resonating through history. The sacred land trembles. Radiant light fills the skies, divine dragons bow, phoenixes dance and sing, ancient holy kings celebrate, as the quasi-emperor strides through the river of time, personally inscribing words. Such honor! My heavens! What a prodigy this is! Who is Chuxiu? Where is Chuxiu?
Chuxiu, Chuxiu.
In the square, tens of thousands shout, their voices parting the clouds. They are exhilarated, filled with fervor, their eyes ablaze, proud of such an existence emerging within their sacred land. Is Chu Xiu the true transmission senior brother of Yunxia Peak? Could it be that person? Chu Xiaoran's cherry lips parted slightly, her gaze vacant, her heart filled with both joy and shock. He actually reached the pinnacle. How did he accomplish that? The girl with acne gaped, as if she could swallow an infant, her face erupting with unsightly pimples, oozing repulsive substances. It is easy to imagine the depth of her astonishment. Those who had mocked him moments earlier now saw him ascend to the summit, becoming a candidate for the Holy Sun. What a slap in the face! What irony! Qi Ming felt dazed. Could it be that Chu Xiu was this formidable? Xiao Yifeng and Ren Hongying were more stunned than anyone else, unable to fathom it. They knew their senior brother better than anyone. How could he possibly ascend to the top? Impossible, absolutely impossible. They felt as if they were losing their minds, caught in an illusion. Please tell me, what is the evaluation of a deity? What does it represent? A young man asked, his face a mask of confusion. The white-haired elder murmured softly, enlightening his disciple, above the divine. Indeed, it is you atop Tai Su Peak. Tai Suzi smiled subtly, gazing at the figure enveloped in golden light below, a breath away, his brilliant eyes reflecting the birth and demise of myriad worlds. Truly, an existence that comprehends the essence of the primordial sword intent. At the main hall of Yunxia Peak, Qi Mengdai sat like a sculpted doll upon her white jade lotus throne, staring blankly at the sky. Her red lips parted slightly. This rebellious disciple seems destined to defy the heavens. Something is amiss. How could his aptitude be so extraordinary? Has his talent truly reached such heights? Upon realizing this, Qi Mengdia's exquisite cheeks flushed. A myriad of emotions surged within her. It turned out that she too had a role in this aptitude evaluation. Even if Chu Xiu were present, he would still have to acknowledge the contributions of his master. If it weren't for the generous guidance of the fairy master, Chu Xiu's current aptitude would still be pitifully mundane. This rebellious disciple is infuriating. Gritting her teeth, she rose and headed to her chamber, preparing to take out her doll and strike it a few more times to calm her turbulent heart. Amidst the golden light, Chu Xiu gazed at the three rewards floating before him, caught in a dilemma. The first was a golden ancient tome, insights on the completion of the primal sacred body. The second was an archaic transmission jade slip, the 9-character true words, secret of the action character dash. Level, a secret technique. The third was a peculiar treasure resembling a serpent fruit, exuding an endless chill yet fiercely burning with white flames. The cold flame soul merging fruit, divine grade. The Tai Su Divine Tower informed him that he could only choose one of these three. Chu Xiu was reluctant to choose. He desired them all. However, after some contemplation, he dismissed this perilous thought. After all, he was not yet prepared to confront an imperial artifact. Which one should I select? Chu Xiu furrowed his brow, ensnared in his quandary. Chapter 20. The strange epiphany awakened. The significance of achieving a minor mastery of the ancient holy body is beyond dispute. The individual who recorded these insights must undoubtedly possess a sacred body. Should one acquire this knowledge, it may spare Chu Xiu, who possesses only a rudimentary understanding of the ancient holy body, from numerous detours in the future. The 9-character mantra, also known as the 9 secrets, is the most potent secret technique in existence. When considered separately, these 9 methods may not rival the supreme techniques crafted by the emperors. However, when the 9 secrets are perfected, they surpass the majority of the techniques devised by the emperors in terms of might. The character technique, unparalleled speed, is the swiftest method known to humankind. When cultivated to its zenith, it can manipulate the very fabric of time and traverse most formidable formations unimpeded. Its deficiency lies in its challenging comprehension, demanding an exceptional talent and insight from the practitioner. It is said that this technique vanished from the heavenly vault continent millennia ago, never to be practiced again. Unexpectedly, this technique's transmission jade slip remains within the Taizu Divine Pagoda. It is likely that the esteemed Taizu Emperor intentionally left it behind as a reward for future disciples who would shatter the ancient limits. Chu Xiu could only express his intense yearning for the character technique with the phrase drooling with desire. He was in dire need of such a technique that epitomizes speed. As for its difficult comprehension and high requirements for insight, who is Chu Xiu? The foremost in understanding, he thought, system, grant me a breakthrough. The Frostfire Soul Fusion Fruit, a divine rarity, is another treasure that Chu Xiu yearned to obtain. Such treasures are immensely beneficial for transcending limits or cultivating the sacred body. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to select the character technique. The celestial rarity could be sought again later. Throughout history, this world has birthed numerous ancient holy bodies. Even if he failed to acquire the insights this time, he could eventually uncover other cultivation information left by past sacred body practitioners. And if he could not find it, so what? He could always explore the path of cultivation himself. Without even this modicum of confidence, how could one speak of longevity or invincibility? The character technique, however, was distinct. The transmission of the 9 secrets was nearly severed, making it exceedingly rare to find in the outside world, perhaps even a solitary volume. No longer hesitating, Chu Xiu extended his hand and grasped the jade slip containing the character technique. Crack, buzz. Countless mysterious runes surged into Chu Xiu's consciousness, etching an unparalleled technique imbued with profound truths into the depths of his awareness, a knowledge destined to endure eternally, as if it existed beyond time itself. Uncertain how long had passed, the jade slip shattered, losing its prior mystique, ultimately dissolving into dust. The golden aura enveloping his form began to fade as well.
Moments later.
Chu Xiu's vision cleared, and he found himself standing in the Taizu Square, surrounded by a throng of people. Inner disciples, direct disciples, true disciples, and elders from various peaks, all gazing at him with expressions of intricate excitement. This Chu Xiu's thoughts stirred, and he grasped the situation. His breakthrough in the Wheel Sea Tower must have caused quite a stir. Chu Xiu, someone led the call of his name, and tens of thousands of disciples in the square echoed the chant. They were overwhelmed with emotion, unsure how to articulate their feelings, as if uttering his name was the only way to release their exhilaration. Outside the crowd, Qi Ming, the girl with acne, Xiao Yifeng, Ren Hongying, and Chu Xiaoran gazed from a distance, each bearing a distinct expression. Xiao Yifeng's face was marred by jealousy and resentment, while Qi Ming appeared uncertain. The girl with acne wore a grimace, clearly stung by humiliation. Ren Hongying lowered her head, lost in thought, and Chu Xiaoran, in contrast, radiated positivity with a bright smile. The shouts of Chu Xiu,
Chu Xiu,
echoed across the square, reverberating like thunder. What incited such fervor among these individuals? As disciples of the sacred land, they took great pride in their status, inherently looking down upon the lesser factions and disciples of the larger sections. But why was this the case? Was it due to their own formidable strength? Perhaps this was a factor, yet the primary reason lay in the overwhelming power of the sacred land itself. The sacred land had once produced an emperor, and as long as they stood behind the Taizu sacred land, they would face any adversary without fear. This emotion, known as a sense of belonging, was firmly anchored in the might of the sacred land. The strength of the sacred land was a testament to the collective efforts of its top-tier powerhouses. At present, Chu Xiu might merely be at the Wheel Sea realm, not yet considered a formidable force. However, they believed that he would shatter the ancient limits and undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. A pillar of the sacred land, a colossal tree providing shelter from storms. Hence, their excitement was palpable. Naturally, jealousy lingered among some as well. A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. In the past, when these disciples of the sacred land saw him, they would shout and exclaim, affectionately calling him Old Demon Chu or warning others to flee from him. How unpredictable the tides of fortune could be. Chu Xiu mused, a gentle smile unconsciously gracing his lips, warmer than the sun itself. In that moment, he understood. He had once played the role of a villain too simply and crudely. A true antagonist should appear noble and righteous on the surface while secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. This way, who would dare to conspire against him? He realized he had been too naive in his earlier days. Brother Chu Xiu is smiling, how charming, remarked an inner disciple. Her reaction perhaps fueled by excitement or perhaps by Chu Xiu's striking handsomeness. Witnessing this, Chu Xiu felt a wave of satisfaction. Suddenly, 2 arcs of light, one black and one red, descended swiftly before Chu Xiu. the figures of Elder Huang and Mo Fian materialized. The surrounding disciples promptly bowed, greeting the two elders. Elder Huang scrutinized Chu Xiu from head to toe, unable to conceal his delight. Chu Xiu, you are quite impressive. Indeed. Even the usually aloof Mo Fian displayed a hint of a smile. The sacred master wishes to see you. Come with us, she said, gesturing as she produced a fiery red flying vessel. Chu Xiu nodded, not taken aback by the invitation. Before boarding the vessel, he wore a gentle smile and addressed his fellow disciples with a respectful gesture. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all my fellow disciples for your support today. I shall continue to strive in my cultivation, not betraying the sacred land's trust in me. With that, he leaped onto Mo Fian's flying vessel, which transformed into a streak of light and soared towards the peak of Taisu. Immediate discussions erupted in the Taisu square. Chu Xiu, the senior brother, is truly kind-hearted. Indeed, he is exceptionally humble. I adore Chu Xiu's smile. It radiates warmth, gentle yet bright. Furthermore, Chu Xiu is an incredibly modest individual. Had it been anyone else achieving his level, their pride would surely soar to the heavens. Absolutely. I hope Chu Xiu becomes the holy son of our Taisu sacred ground. At that moment, a resonant chime emanated from the Taisu divine tower. The crowd looked up, their expressions remaining unchanged. It turned out that someone had entered the top 10 of the divine bridge tower. Yifan emerged, his face alight with excitement. Quite well indeed. The 8th position on the divine bridge steel. A heavenly grade technique barely satisfactory. He adjusted his attire, adopting a serious demeanor, wishing to proclaim, everyone, disperse. I must flaunt my prowess. Where are the cheers? Let the applause begin. Yifan, glancing around, noticed the disciples in animated discussion. Are they talking about me? He strained to listen, only to discover they were discussing Chu Xiu. Upon realizing the truth, he felt utterly despondent. I have entered the top 10. Why is no one paying attention to me? Look at me. The pace of typing on my phone is slow. I humbly request some support. Chapter 21. Taizuzi, the emergence of dangerous thoughts standing with arms crossed on the deck, gazing at the breathtaking snow-covered scenery of Taizu Peak. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow and inquired, System, how is it that my fortune has inexplicably increased? Just a tool, I am not omniscient nor omnipotent, the system replied with a cackle. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated, enchanting eyes. His originally black fortune of 18 had now transformed into a normal fortune of 82. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that this change must be related to his ascent to the summit of Taizu Tower. Shortly thereafter, the airship glided over a crystalline forest and arrived at the expansive plaza atop Taizu Peak, gradually descending in speed. How do you find the scenery of Taizu Peak? Young Chu Xiu? Elder Huang asked with a smile, stroking his beard. Chu Xiu nodded. The name Taizu is truly deserving. Atop this peak, the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter is vividly manifested, and the vitality of heaven and earth is exceptionally rich, indeed a blessed land. Elder Huang beamed with satisfaction. However, Chu Xiu wore a smile on the surface while feeling a weight in his heart. Through his observations along the journey, it became evident that Taizu Peak was far from the simple facade it presented. If his judgments were correct, Taizu Peak was a formidable being, transformed during its slumber. This revelation was indeed alarming. Just how high was Taizu Peak? It was estimated to be at least 50,000 zhang, or 150,000 meters. The height of Taizu Tower was already astonishing, yet it paled in comparison to that of Taizu Peak. Such an immense mountain, formed from a being in slumber. What magnitude of power must this entity possess? Was this the foundation of a sacred land? Chu Xiu's heart grew heavy as he recalled his solitary struggle against numerous sacred factions in the past. Reflecting on it, he felt a surge of frustration. It became evident that these sacred lands and clans had never regarded him seriously. In the end, they had not even revealed their true strengths, yet had sent merely dozens of great saints to encircle him. You will pay for this. If other sacred factions were privy to Chu Xiu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly curse in outrage. Do you think the foundation of a sect can be so easily stirred? We advise you to refrain from seeking trouble without cause. Lost in his musings, The two elders led Chu Xiu through an ancient, elegantly adorned corridor, and as they emerged, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. Pavilions and towers floated majestically in the air, grand and boundless. Purple mist rose from the east, shrouded in clouds, with countless celestial cranes soaring freely among the structures, resembling a realm of immortals. Most astonishingly, at the peak of Taizu, a resplendent river of stars, spanning thousands of miles, cascaded like a waterfall into the abyss of the mountainous cliffs. My goodness! The powerful being of Taizu Peak is continuously absorbing the power of the stars. Chu Xiu was both amazed and horrified. In comparison to its appetite, his consumption of the essence of heaven and earth was truly negligible. Taizu Hall. Chu Xiu followed the two young saints into the hall and immediately caught sight of. Seated gracefully upon the throne of the Peak Lord, adorned in a flowing white feather gown and wearing a bronze fox mask, the master exuded an aura of superiority, her slender, fair hands resting delicately upon her abdomen. As their gazes met, Chu Xiu offered a gentle smile, prompting Fairy Mengdai to awkwardly shift her hips backward. We have brought Chu Xiu, the Lord of Yunsha Peak. Before you, Your Holiness, said Mo Fian, slightly bowing. It was then that Chu Xiu noticed the enchanting woman sitting high upon the bronze imperial seat, clad in a simple white gown, her long azure waves cascading gracefully. The formidable presence of the Holy King was indeed awe-inspiring. Upon entering the grand hall, Chu Xiu instinctively overlooked the dominating figure on the throne. This was not due to arrogance. Rather, the overwhelming strength of the individual merged seamlessly with the very essence of the realm, rendering her presence almost ethereal, so much so that one might disregard her existence even when in close proximity. Thank you for your hard work, spoke Tai Suzi, her ruby lips parting to release a sound akin to celestial music, imbued with an extraordinary power that soothed the heart. The old man Huang and Mo Fian both bowed respectfully before exiting the hall, maintaining their heads lowered in reverence throughout. Chu Xiu lifted his gaze towards the sovereign figure seated upon the throne. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, exuding a soft demeanor, her blue waves elegantly styled in a simple updo. Merely her tranquil presence radiated an astonishing vitality, as if she embodied the most flourishing and perfect life force in existence, continuously emitting an awe-inspiring aura of life. Some wooden ornaments within the hall seemed to come alive once more, sprouting lush green buds in her presence. The sheer power of the Holy King was remarkable, and Chu Xiu found himself astounded at the legendary signs of quasi-emperor phenomena surrounding her. In truth, this was merely the manifestation of the extraordinary aura emanating from Tai Suzi's cultivation of the Tai Su Emperor Scriptures, an unparalleled scripture created by the Tai Su Emperor upon attaining the status of emperor. What is Tai Su? It represents the primordial essence, the most vibrant and life-affirming substance. The Tai Su Emperor Scriptures, also known as the Scriptures of Life, are the most vitalistic techniques in existence. Hence, the quasi-emperor phenomenon surrounding Tai Suzi is entirely understandable. Clearing her throat, Fairy Mengdai gently chided, "Rebellious disciple, do not be disrespectful to the Holy Lord," her beautiful eyes narrowing at Chu Xiu, as if to say, "If you seek destruction, do so only after unsealing my power. I do not wish to be led to ruin by you, my rebellious disciple." Realizing he had been staring, Chu Xiu composed himself, offering a slight bow as he proclaimed, "I am Chu Xiu of Yunsha Peak, honored to meet your holiness." Tai Suzi nodded slightly, her eyes closed, yet perceiving all with her heart's eye. She refrained from opening her eyes, knowing that Chu Xiu's cultivation was too low. A mere glance could lead to his instant demise, leaving not even ashes behind. Her lips parted softly. "I am delighted to see an exceptional disciple from the Tai Su Holy Land who has broken through the limits of the ancient era. You are indeed commendable, Chu Xiu." Fairy Mengdai observed her upright disciple in the center of the grand hall, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. As a powerful sage, she was acutely aware of the secrets held within the Holy Land. The most challenging trial on the path to the 99th level was, without doubt, the 98th level. Why is it that throughout the 10 millennia from the Taigu to the Emperor Luo era, no one has managed to ascend the 99th level of the Taizu stele in the Holy Land of Taizu? It is because at the 98th level, one must confront an opponent of equal stature, the Taizu Emperor, a chasm that cannot be crossed. Yet, this rebellious disciple has achieved what seemed impossible. I am truly perplexed as to how he managed it. Ahem, Your Holiness, look, I have at least broken the record of our holy land. Is there not a reward for such an accomplishment? I seek commendation. Chu Xiu promptly seized the opportunity, understanding that if there were benefits to be gained, one must not be concerned with pride. Seeing this, Qi Mengdia's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she contemplated reprimanding him. It is only under such circumstances that she dares to confront this rebellious disciple, for usually even the celestial master would not dare to oppose him. This thought imbued her with a peculiar sense of vicarious authority. Taizu Zi smiled gently and nodded. That is only fitting. What reward do you desire? Chu Xiu immediately replied, Disciple wishes for a soul infant demon fruit, or perhaps the divine milk of 10,000 medicines, or the Bodhi divine flower. Any one of these would suffice. Qi Mengdai was taken aback, her lips slightly parted in astonishment, thinking, rebellious disciple, your appetite is truly insatiable. How very fitting of you. Taizu Zi's slender brows furrowed slightly as she pondered for a long while. Indeed, the Holy Land's treasury contains some rare treasures of heaven and earth, but none of the three you seek. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. It was to be expected that such extraordinary treasures, even if acquired by powerful factions, would soon be consumed in the pursuit of strength and would not be preserved for long. Taizu Zi then softened her tone. Do not be disheartened. I can send someone to search for one of them for you, though I cannot guarantee when it will be found. If I were to control this holy master using the reincarnation heaven cry mother seal, Chu Xiu thought to himself as Taizu Zi spoke. Wow! The host is truly remarkable. Haha. Chapter 22. The artisan's dream of the butterfly fairy in the grand hall, upon the bronze imperial throne. Taizu Zi furrowed her delicate brows slightly. In the fleeting moment prior, she had sensed an ominous presence directed at her. This was the first time she had experienced such a crisis since ascending to the sacred king realm. Chu Xiu's eyelids drooped, emanating an otherworldly light. A wave, imperceptible to anyone else, rippled and enveloped the entire hall. Beep, the reincarnation heaven cry mother seal, the child seal has successfully infiltrated. The target remains unaware. Remaining uses, 0 child seal host, Taizu Zi child seal host. Qi Mengdai note. The host may retrieve the child seal at any time. Upon retrieval, the number of uses increases, allowing for simultaneous use on up to 2 individuals. Giggling. The host is indeed the destined antagonist. Daring to target a sacred king realm master of the Holy Land, audacious and malicious, triggering a supercritical reward. The Danjing Middle Scroll. Danjing Middle Scroll category. Secret technique grade. Celestial description. The ancient Danjing, divided into 3 scrolls. Upper, middle, and lower. The middle scroll serves as a poison compendium, cataloging thousands of poison formulas. When cultivated to the utmost, it can even concoct lethal poisons capable of killing quasi-emperors. If the 3 scrolls are unified, they form the Danjing, an unparalleled alchemical scripture created by the alchemy emperor of the ancient era, 1,000,000 years ago. Chu Xiu felt an indescribable thrill within. This reward was splendid. He had long desired to master the art of poison. After all, could a villain who cannot wield poison truly be considered a competent antagonist? With this thought, he regained his composure and performed a slight bow. Your Holiness, may I humbly request to observe the extraordinary treasures possessed by the Holy Land. Unlike Qi Mengdai, Taizu Zi was the sovereign of the Taisu Holy Land, a pinnacle master of the sacred king realm. She was not someone to be threatened or manipulated at will. Any rash action on his part would undoubtedly result in mutual destruction. Therefore, he intended to keep the reincarnation heaven cry mother seal as a contingency, only to be activated in a moment of dire necessity. However, Taizu Zi waved her jade-like hand, and a purple jade slip flew towards Chu Xiu. He reached out to touch it, and a cascade of purple radiance spread forth, manifesting ethereal images of extraordinary treasures before him. Scarlet Sun Spirit Glass, Vermilion Bird Buddha Flesh, Bagua Precious Ginseng, Purple Flame Wonder Sprout, Dragon King Ghost Lotus. Each of these was a celestial rarity, causing Chu Xiu to nearly drool with desire. System, are there any treasures that could aid me in transcending the ultimate realm in the future? Wow, Obtaining the Bagua precious ginseng and vermilion bird Buddha flesh is essential. They will greatly assist the host in breaking through to the sacred body. He could only select one. The system recommends you choose the Bagua precious ginseng. You may find a way to acquire the vermilion bird Buddha flesh later. Chu Xiu then turned to Tai Suzi and said, Your Holiness, I wish to obtain the Bagua precious ginseng. Yet, Tai Suzi, with a seemingly playful smile, replied, You may return with your master. In due time, someone will deliver the Bagua precious ginseng to you. Thus Chu Xiu offered a slight bow. The master and disciple bid farewell to the holy sovereign and departed from the Tai Su hall, one in front and the other behind. Observing their retreating figures, Tai Suzi opened her eyes wide, a slight smile gracing her lips. The Bagua precious ginseng has immense benefits for enhancing one's vitality. I hope you will utilize it wisely. Yet, I remain uncertain as to the origin of my prior sense of crisis. Is it conceivable that someone is plotting against me? Perhaps my prolonged seclusion has led to a distortion of perception. It might be prudent to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The ethereal form of Tai Suzi gradually becomes translucent, ultimately vanishing within the halls of Tai Su Palace, leaving her whereabouts unknown. On board an enormous celestial vessel resembling the mythical vermilion bird, within the main cabin, Chu Xiu and Dream Butterfly Fairy are seated across from one another at a small tea table. Two female disciples from Yunsha Peak serve tea to the pair, their cheeks flushed, occasionally stealing glances at the gentle-faced Chu Xiu. Junior sisters, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with my esteemed master, he asserts. But the two disciples hesitate, their expressions tinged with confusion. Is the Peak Master unwell? Chu Xiu inquires, concern etched upon his features. Dream Butterfly, wearing a bronze fox mask that obscures her expression, presses her lips together, aware of her own indiscretion. After a brief silence, she waves her delicate hand dismissively. You may leave now. Yes. The two disciples bow respectfully and exit the room, closing the door behind them. Chu Xiu swiftly casts a soundproof barrier. Rebellious disciple, do you intend to bully me again? Do you truly see me as merely a tool? Dream Butterfly's tone is frigid, her eyes brimming with vigilance. Chu Xiu rests his right hand upon his knee, propping his chin with a smile. Is it your belief that I am such a ravenous individual in your eyes, master? Dream Butterfly's supple and elongated form trembles slightly. You rebellious disciple are... Ah! A flicker of an otherworldly gleam passes through Chu Xiu's eyes as he suddenly inquires, Do you wish to restore your cultivation, master? The sight of his smile sends a slight tremor through Dream Butterfly's heart. Chu Xiu rises and sits beside her, inhaling the fragrant aroma that envelopes her, reaching out to remove her mask. Dream Butterfly tilts her head away, retreating a bit. She conceals the mask behind her, her beautiful face radiating caution, fearful that this rebellious disciple might seize it. Quite an effective concealment device, Chu Xiu acknowledges, even capable of deceiving those of the Sacred King realm. Dream Butterfly responds with a cold smile. Your methods of concealment are commendable as well, rebellious disciple. I would not have expected such from you. As she speaks, a blush inevitably creeps to her fair cheeks. You must carry the unique fragrance of the heavenly fragrance body, yet you have successfully masked it, even from the Holy Master. Today, Chu Xiu made quite an impression at the sacred grounds, and upon learning that the Holy Master wishes to meet him, Dream Butterfly was genuinely taken aback. Fortunately, this rebellious disciple knows how to conceal his identity. Otherwise, their affair would be laid bare. The thought of the potential consequences sends a shiver down her spine. You previously mentioned allowing me to restore my cultivation, she states, her red lips pressed tightly together. Chu Xiu nods. But I do not believe that you would be so benevolent, rebellious disciple. Oh dear master, you truly understand your disciple too well. Chu Xiu replies with a smile, retrieving a scroll from his storage bag and placing it before her, his finger gently tapping it. I have heard that you are quite the artisan. Come, craft these items. Dream Butterfly picks up the scroll, her delicate face revealing a look of perplexity. The blueprint depicts a sleek, small sphere, intricately interwoven with tightly meshed gears, exuding an air of exquisite craftsmanship. What could it be? A toy, and you shall discover it through creation. And what of this peculiar object resembling a grand chariot? Simply engage in its construction, and rewards shall await you. What are you doing, wayward disciple? I sense claws upon my thigh. The dream butterfly fairy instantly transformed into a frenzied little creature. Still calling me wayward disciple? Address me as dear brother. Bah, dream on, rebellious disciple. I shall not yield. Quite defiant indeed. 10 minutes later. I shall not yield, rebellious disciple. You are merely dreaming. I am a mighty sage. How could I be at your mercy? Alas, dear brother, as the heavenly quality flying boat returned to Cloud Mist Peak, night had already fallen. 2 bright moons hung high in the night sky. Twinkling stars scattered across the expanse, creating a soothing ambience. Chapter 23. The Sword Immortal Lu Hongyi. A sword shocking the heavens. Chu Xiu stood with his hands clasped behind his back beneath the willow tree outside the courtyard of his cave dwelling. He gazed up at the bright moon in the night sky, his eyes illuminated by the moonlight, reflecting a profound solitude. Time passed unmeasured. Senior brother, a melodious voice broke the silence. A graceful figure emerged from the shadows, dressed in a flowing azure gown. Her form was accentuated in alluring curves, standing tall and elegant. The cool moonlight bathed her delicate features, rendering her enchanting. A gentle breeze rustled through, lifting the hem of her long skirt. Turning his head, Chu Xiu smiled. Little junior sister. Tao Yao approached, her hands clasped behind her back, taking dainty steps towards Chu Xiu, her sweet smile revealing adorable dimples. Junior sister congratulates senior brother on reaching the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea Tower today. Senior brother, are you alone in the courtyard contemplating the moon due to some concern? Chu Xiu shook his head, feigning a melancholic expression. I find myself missing my homeland. Senior brother, seeing the look in his eyes, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripped Tao Yao's heart as she took his hand. Senior brother, Qishan County is your homeland, and the sacred land is your home as well. Both master and I are your family. She refrained from mentioning Ren Hongying and Xiao Yishan, whom she did not favor, as they often criticized her senior brother in private. And then there was the 4th senior brother, a reclusive cultivator wholly absorbed in his practice. She reflected upon the past. The Taosu sacred land governed the mortal realm, and 30 years ago, Qishan County in the Tianxi dynasty was attacked by demonic forces, resulting in the deaths of half its human populace. That year, the county guardian, Chu Xiu's father, along with his mother, perished while shielding the mortals from the demons during their retreat. Miraculously, little Chu Xiu survived at the age of 3, taken back to the sacred land by his master, who went to vanquish the monsters. Time flew by and over 30 years had passed. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded with a smile, patting her soft, fragrant shoulder. You all are my wings. Tao Yao's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Recently, she sensed a change in her senior brother. He had once avoided her, unable to meet her gaze, yet now he approached her with warmth, exuding confidence and an unmistakable charm. Senior brother, here is the information you requested. Tao Yao produced an envelope and placed it in Chu Xiu's hand. Gathering her courage, she stood on tiptoe and pecked him on the cheek, her face burning with embarrassment. Turning, she transformed into a streak of azure light and soared away. Senior brother, do rest early. Junior sister will return to cultivate. If this scene were witnessed by others in the sacred land, it would surely leave them astounded. What? This enchanting woman could be shy? She would take the initiative to kiss a man? Unbelievable. It was a complete reshaping of their worldview. Watching the receding streak of light against the night sky, Chu Xiu's smile gradually faded. Was it mere luck that allowed him to survive 30 years ago? Certainly not. It was his will that ensured his survival. Encounters with Qi Mengdai were all part of his elaborate plans, aimed at infiltrating the inner sanctum of the Taosu sacred land. Such pawns and tools were numerous, with many placements in various sacred lands and major sections. Chu Xiu broke the wax seal of the envelope, retrieving the intelligence he sought. 3 days prior, Lu Hongyi made her appearance in the city of Chang'an, East Continent. A map was released. Human territory, map, East Continent, Central Continent, Southern Region, Northern Wastes, Western Desert. Note: the Taizu Sacred Land is located deep within the 10,000 mountains of the Southern Region. Demon Territory. Click to view. After perusing the information, Chu Xiu felt a surge of primal energy coursing through him, tearing the paper into fine ash. He turned slowly towards the main hall of his cavern abode. In the East Continent, within the Tang Empire's Chang'an city, a blade of cold, autumn-like light sliced through the night sky. Within the palace, the Emperor Tang Wang and a host of imperial powerhouses trembled in fear as they beheld two minor saints being cleaved into a sanguine mist by this single strike. A woman, resembling a demonic deity, stood in the void, adorned in a crimson gown, wielding a cerulean longsword in her left hand, her skirt and cascading hair billowing gracefully in the wind. Her eyes were obscured by a white cloth, her skin as pale as snow, and the delicate contours of her face proclaimed her unparalleled beauty. Lu Hongyi, the last surviving elder of the ancient Ji family, with disheveled white hair and beard, his robe drenched in blood, fixated his murky gaze upon the demonic woman. His voice thundered across 10,000 miles. You intend to follow the path of that monster Chu Xiu? Do you aspire to stand against the entire human realm and its myriad factions? The Ji family shall not spare you. We will ensure you are reduced to mere fragments. Lu Hongyi remained silent, gently raising the cerulean longsword with her delicate hand, executing a swift motion, an incursion of sword intent that shattered the heavens. The buildings of Chang'an trembled incessantly, and even the sky ahead was rent asunder by this formidable strike, chaos swirling within the gaping void. The elder of the Ji family, at the late stage of minor sainthood, could not even emit a cry before being disintegrated into ash, consumed by the rift in the void. Emperor Li Ku and his ministers were rendered speechless. Such a terrifying blow, should it strike Chang'an, it would surely obliterate the city in an instant. Your Majesty, what shall we do? What can we do? Li Ku's face contorted in distress. Shall we challenge the one above? But would the Ji family not be displeased? Displeased? Li Ku's expression darkened. What shall we do then? March to our doom? Engage Lu Hongyi in a desperate struggle? Did you not see how the three minor saints of the Ji family appeared as mere ants before her? The ministers and generals fell into a profound silence. In the Tianqiong continent, such is the cruel reality. The strong possess everything, while the weak are swept along with the tide. She vanished. It was unclear who uttered a cry. The crowd quickly looked on, and indeed, the crimson figure was no longer present. Finally, she had departed. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the court. Is this the might of one of the top 4 on the minor saint ranking? The crown prince Li Hong gazed at the night sky, murmuring to himself, Father, just how formidable was that former number 1 Chu Xiu? Li Ku shook his head. Such a grand figure is beyond our comprehension. Cardinal, you must diligently cultivate your strength. In this world, power is paramount. Without it, one is akin to an ant. The crown prince, Li Hong, comprehended this deeply. His eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. His fists clenched tightly, vowing in his heart to become a formidable force. Where shall you go next? A vast lake under the moonlight resembled a cold and luminous mirror embedded in the continent, tranquil and exquisite. Lu Hongyi sat cross-legged beneath a willow tree on the lake's shore, recuperating the essence expended in the prior battle. A figure shrouded in black mist stood 100 meters behind her, discernibly a woman by the sound of her voice. Lu Hongyi remained silent, and after a quarter of an hour, her red lips parted calmly to utter 3 words. Go kill. Why must you? The figure cloaked in black mist was momentarily taken aback, sighing. To oppose the world is to invite death. Even the mighty Chu Xiu has perished. Lu Hongyi gazed up at the 2 full moons in the night sky, asserting, he will not die. Her voice was ethereal, devoid of any discernible emotion. Ah! The black mist figure scoffed. After years of seclusion, he has been besieged by dozens of great saints in the wailing forbidden land, at the soul-returning cliff. With a hum, a sword light, honed to perfection, swept backward. Lu Hongyi's skirt fluttered, yet her form remained utterly still. The black mist figure vanished, evading the strike. Behind her, the sound of numerous trees collapsing echoed, creating a vast expanse devoid of foliage. In the next moment, the black mist figure materialized atop a willow tree to her left, exaggerating, Oh my! Truly, you are remarkable. Your sword intent nearly touches the divine. Lu Hongyi rose, her red dress trailing upon the grass, turning her back to the bright moon as she stepped eastward. Do you truly intend to stand against the world for him? The black mist figure floated alongside her. He brought this calamity upon himself. Must you sacrifice your life for him? As Lu Hongyi advanced, she replied, if it is to oppose the world, then so be it. If he is a Buddha, I shall guide him through the world. If he is a demon, I shall slaughter all living beings in his stead. After traversing approximately half a mile along the barren expanse, Lu Hongyi halted, raising her gaze toward the void 1,000 miles away, her left hand resting upon her sword. In an instant, she vanished from sight, leaving only the violent fluctuations in the void to narrate the intensity of the ensuing battle. Devilish woman, meet your demise. A powerful member of the Ji clan bellowed hoarsely. The razor-sharp 7-kill sword intent engulfed the void, clashing violently with numerous divine abilities, annihilating all in its path. The void fell silent, mountains and rivers shattered, and the very earth was laid to waste. Chapter 24. The enigmatic Hua Luofei. The following day, Chu Xiu was immersed in the profound study of the alchemical scriptures within his cave dwelling. A knock resonated at the entrance, accompanied by the voice of Chu Xiaoran. Rising from his meditative state, he stepped outside to the courtyard. Chu Xiaoran, adorned in a flowing emerald green gown embroidered with auspicious patterns, greeted him with a slight bow. Senior brother, I apologize for disturbing your cultivation, she said. Inviting her into his abode, Chu Xiu poured her a cup of spiritual tea. I wonder what brings you to seek me today, junior sister, he inquired, fully aware of her intent yet choosing to remain discreet. Senior brother, here is the intelligence you requested regarding the wilderness demon secret realm and the soul infant demon fruit. Chu Xiaoran produced 2 scrolls made of beast hide and handed them to him. Chu Xiu took his time before unrolling them, presenting her instead with a fist-sized stone, glimmering with an ethereal light. This is the Emperor's silver sand, she exclaimed, her joy palpable as she cradled the stone in her hands, her relief evident. Rising, she bowed deeply. I cannot thank you enough, senior brother. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chu Xiu replied with a smile. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. You appear quite eager. I assume you are in a hurry to return and aid your mother. Go on. I shall not keep you. Thank you, senior brother, she said. Her demeanor brightened as she gracefully exited the cave and transformed into a streak of light, soaring away. Once she had departed, Chu Xiu unrolled the 2 scrolls. To ascend to the 10th level of the extreme realm, he required the soul infant demon fruit, necessitating a journey to the wilderness demon secret realm. The information was quite comprehensive. Chu Xiu nodded in satisfaction as he stored the scrolls away. Rising, he strolled leisurely upon the cloudy mist peak. Senior brother Chu. Senior brother. The disciples of Cloudy Mist Peak greeted her with utmost respect, their demeanor markedly transformed from before. Chu Xiu smiled and nodded, exuding humility. As he walked further away, faint whispers of discussion trailed behind him. Have you heard? Senior brother Chu has made it onto the Hidden Dragon ranking of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Hidden Dragon ranking? It is hardly surprising, considering he broke the ancient record of the Taizu Divine Tower. What rank did he achieve? 7th on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Isn't that rather low? One disciple remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. That is normal. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion ranks based on achievements in battle. To attain 7th place is no small feat. If only I could make the list. Then I could confess my feelings to junior sister Chunha. You should focus on getting some rest instead. Chu Xiu settled upon a colossal boulder at the precipice of a cliff, gazing into the mist-laden horizon. He commenced the intricate workings of the heart method of the commanding word. As the sun rose and the moon fell, 3 days passed. Chu Xiu parted his lips slightly, releasing a surge of energy that pierced through the surrounding fog. Rising, he brushed off the dust from his black robe, but as he turned, his pupils instinctively contracted. Who are you? Standing less than 20 meters away was a woman clad in the distinctive purple cloud robe of Daoyun Peak. Gazing at him with a cheerful smile, she possessed an ordinary appearance yet exuded a unique charm, her flowing hair cascading down to obscure her toes. Indeed, she seemed to possess an aura even more formidable than that of his master. In truth, 2 days prior, Chu Xiu had sensed her arrival. At this moment, his expression of vigilance was merely a fa for her benefit. He recognized her as she bore the reincarnation seal within her, yet feigned ignorance. This is Yunxia Peak. I assure you, I mean you no harm. The enchanting woman, her smile radiant as a blooming flower, assessed Chu Xiu from top to bottom. I am Elder Hua Luofei of Daoyun Peak. You must be Chu Xiu, correct? The wariness in Chu Xiu's eyes dissipated as he slightly cupped his hands in respect. Chu Xiu has the honor of meeting Elder Hua. I did not expect your presence here. Elder Hua smiled gently. I have come to Yunxia Peak on some matters. After completing my tasks, I intended to explore a bit and fortuitously found you in meditation, so I refrained from disturbing you. By the way, your diligent cultivation, are you planning a journey to the wilderness demon secret realm? As she spoke, she seated herself on a nearby rock, not far from Chu Xiu. He felt no need to conceal anything. Given her status, it would be nearly impossible to keep secrets from her. The two engaged in a natural conversation. After chatting for about 15 minutes, Chu Xiu inquired, Elder Hua, in the era before the fall of the emperors, during the span of 100,000 years, only one emperor or demon emperor would emerge per era. Why? When a human emperor arises, do they not entirely annihilate the demons? And conversely, why do the demons not eradicate humanity when their own emperor appears? It is well known that both sides have been mortal enemies since the primordial era, fighting through to the age of the fallen emperors. I have always been perplexed by this during my time on the Tianqiong continent, and today I hope to unravel this mystery, especially since Tai Su, the last emperor before the decline, surely holds insights into this matter. Elder Hua paused, taken aback by his question. It is said that upon becoming an emperor, one gains an understanding of certain secrets regarding the starry sky and the Tianqiong continent. There seems to be an unspoken accord between the emperors and the demon emperors. Even when one side gives birth to an emperor, they may suppress the other but cannot obliterate them completely. As for the reasoning behind this, no one knows. After a prolonged silence, Chu Xiu shifted to another question. The lifespan of an emperor is capped at 30,000 years. Is there truly anyone in this world who can attain immortality? Elder Hua shot him a sidelong glance, her voice softening into a laughter. If even an emperor cannot achieve immortality, yet you harbor such ambitions, do you seek to pursue eternal life? Furrowing his brow, Chu Xiu replied, Is there truly no existence stronger than the emperors? Elder Hua was momentarily struck silent by his words, as if a portion of the fog obscuring her understanding had begun to lift. I am uncertain whether there exists a path beyond the realm of the emperors. If it does, traversing it may lead to eternal life. However, the graceful woman furrowed her brows and murmured, From the primordial era to the ancient times, and now to the age of fallen emperors, this vast expanse of starlit sky has witnessed the emergence of 17 illustrious emperors. Yet, in the end, they all succumbed to the passage of time, vanishing without a trace from the world. To attain the status of an emperor is undoubtedly a feat reserved for the extraordinarily gifted. So why did they not take that final step? Is the path ahead obstructed, or is there simply no path left to tread? Such matters merit our contemplation. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, unable to fathom the crux of the issue. It is rather ambitious of us to discuss the cultivation of emperors. She chuckled, standing gracefully and brushing the dust from her skirt. Sister Hua, are you preparing to return? Chu, the old devil, shamelessly interjected. The graceful woman was momentarily taken aback by his address, yet she offered no retort, responding gently, Yes, I am returning. You should focus on your cultivation. With a smile lingering on her lips, she turned and departed elegantly. Chu Xiu gazed at her retreating figure and called out, Sister Hua, will we have the chance to meet again? The graceful woman, with her back to him, waved her hand. We shall meet again once you emerge from the wilderness of demons. Very well, I shall wait for you here upon my return. A smile graced Chu Xiu's lips. Hee hee. Host, you are quite the chatterbox. Be gone. Hee hee. Provide some comments and suggestions, if you will. Chapter 25. Chu Xiu, we are indeed dear friends. You have come to see the master? Xiao Yifeng's tone was far from pleasant. Chu Xiu turned his head, glancing at his rather ungrateful second disciple. His elongated, enigmatic eyes sparkled with amusement. He remained silent, merely fixating on Xiao Yifeng's pupils. He could sense the undercurrent of murderous intent emanating from this ungrateful disciple. Such a gaze, Chu Lao Mo had encountered far too many times in his lifetime. The master is currently in discussion with senior brother Qi Ming and will not see you. I advise you to return. Xiao Yifeng scoffed disdainfully. The second disciple, Xiao Yifeng, wore a mask of cold mockery. Lowering his voice, he said, Chu Xiu, do you truly believe that breaking the primordial limits makes you remarkable? No matter how strong you are, you still remain at the wheel of the sea, while I stand at the realm of divine abilities, towering nearly 4 great realms above you. To me, you are merely an ant that I could crush at will. What pretenses are you putting on as the elder brother? What pride can an ant possess? What arrogance? The second disciple, Chu Xiu, appeared unfazed, his smile as warm as ever. You! Xiao Yifeng's eyes reddened as he growled, do not call me second disciple again, lest I be unable to refrain from striking you down. Second disciple. Xiao Yifeng's left hand rested on the hilt of his waist-mounted sword, an unmistakable aura of hostility radiating toward Chu Xiu. Ultimately, he suppressed the urge to act, letting out a cold laugh as he closed his eyes, refusing to behold Chu Xiu's irritating smile. We are indeed beloved friends. There is no need for such hostility. Truly, Chu Xiu said, exuding an air of helplessness as he patted his ungrateful disciple's shoulder. You must believe that I care for you all. Xiao Yifeng's cheeks twitched violently. A surge of energy erupted, propelling Chu Lao Mo back half a meter. Chu Xiu remained unperturbed, cheerfully brushing non-existent dust from his robes as he strode towards the main gate of the hall. Xiao Yifeng let out a cold snort but did not obstruct him, secretly smirking. The master was currently engaged in discussions with senior brother Qi Ming. This inconsiderate fellow, Chu Xiu, would surely incur the master's rebuke for his uninvited intrusion, perhaps even earning the ire of senior brother Qi Ming. Xiao Yifeng found this prospect most amusing. What happened to the promised beloved friends? You turn around and poison someone? How utterly dark. Chu Xiu ascended the stone steps outside the hall, a gentle smile gracing his lips. These days, he had been deducing the poison of Heaven's blight. Since we are all beloved friends, a little contribution to my experiment should pose no issue, right? Encountering such a fellow is truly unfortunate. Turning back, Chu Xiu discovered Xiao Yifeng gazing at him with a chilling smile. Their eyes met. Look how delightfully he smiles, the system remarked. Only time will tell if he can still smile after a few days of bearing his head low. Haha. Perhaps he would be even more delighted. The Dan Sutra truly lives up to its name as an imperial scripture, profoundly intricate. After days of study, I have only barely scratched the surface. The secret script is exceedingly difficult to comprehend. I long for the 5th day of my fortuitous days. Contemplating where to seize something of value to exchange for a breakthrough point, I overheard a dialogue between 2 individuals. Aunt, you must assist me. Otherwise, it will truly be too late. You are the esteemed teacher of Chu Xiu. If you merely ask him for the Emperor's silver sand, he will undoubtedly oblige. Within the grand hall, on the lotus throne, Qi Mengdai, adorned in a pure white gown and donning a bronze fox mask that simulated the aura of a great sage, gazed down at her nephew with an expression of resignation. Ming'er, it is not that I do not wish to help you. Even though I am Chu Xiu's mentor, it is unreasonable to solicit items from him without just cause. As she finished speaking, she noticed Chu Xiu's arrival, and her brows furrowed in displeasure. This rebellious disciple was increasingly disregarding decorum. Alas, what can I do? If he does not bully me, that is already a testament to his filial piety. You wish for the Emperor's silver sand? Chu Xiu, with a countenance as refined as jade, approached with an air of grandeur, a smile upon his face as warm as a spring breeze. Qi Ming turned, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing him. Chu Xiu, you have come. Have you delivered the Emperor's silver sand to Chu Shaoran? As for Chu Xiu's address of Ming'er, the excitement rendered Qi Ming oblivious to it. However, the fairy Mengdai quickly grasped the implication, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she shot an indignant glare at her rebellious disciple. You dare to call him Ming'er? Chu Xiu, undeterred by the fairy's warning gaze, chuckled and shook his head. In recent days, I have been in seclusion and have not encountered junior sister Shaoran. Qi Ming, overjoyed, stepped forward and excitedly clasped Chu Xiu's shoulders. Is the Emperor's silver sand still in your possession?
Chu Xiu not dead.
waving his hand to reveal a piece of the shimmering emperor's silver sand. Qi Ming's eyes sparkled with delight as he reached out eagerly.
Chu Xiu Deputy Sides Pep. At Lai Min.
This treasure was painstakingly retrieved from the endless sea of fire. Ah, my apologies. I became overly excited, Qi Ming sheepishly admitted, regaining his composure. It was understandable. He yearned for the emperor's silver sand to leverage against Chu Xiaoran, envisioning a scenario where that proud woman would be brought to her knees, pleading at his feet. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Then, Chu Xiu, name your price. Qi Ming boldly gestured, almost flaunting his wealth. Chu Xiu smiled, proposing, how about 100,000 high-grade yuan stones? Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback, uncertainty flickering across his face. It was not that he found the price exorbitant, but rather that it was surprisingly modest. He had anticipated a more exorbitant demand, yet Chu Xiu's request was refreshingly reasonable. Chu Xiu, you truly are a good person, Qi Ming stated, nearly moved to tears. Not at all, Ming'er, you are the nephew of my mentor and also my... Cough. Sensing the fiery gaze of the fairy, he quickly corrected himself. We are all dear friends. Indeed, we are beloved companions. Qi Ming nodded emphatically, overwhelmed with gratitude as he produced a storage pouch containing 100,000 high-grade yuan stones to exchange with Chu Xiu. Then, with a solemn expression, he carefully stowed away the imperial silver sand. Aunt, I shall take my leave. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he caught sight of Chu Xiu, who had produced another piece of dark stone, shimmering with an eerie glow. Rubbing his eyes, he retrieved his own piece for comparison, and it dawned on him that Chu Xiu possessed yet another imperial silver sand. Goodness, you have more? Qi Ming nearly leaped in astonishment. Do you still want it tomorrow? Chu Xiu inquired with a gentle smile. Upon the lotus throne, Dream Butterfly Fairy observed the radiant smile gracing her rebellious disciple's face. Her delicate form shivered, and her lips parted, yearning to utter, nephew, run away. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. Qi Ming gritted his teeth, nodding. The imperial silver sand was essential for him to monopolize. Otherwise, how could he threaten that woman, Chu Xiaoran? He once again exchanged 1,000,000 high-grade yuan stones with Chu Xiu. Qi Ming exhaled in relief, preparing to take his leave, when his eyes widened in shock. Chu Xiu had the audacity to produce yet another piece of imperial silver sand, tossing it playfully. Chu Xiu, are you toying with me? How many do you possess? Qi Ming erupted, realizing that if he still did not comprehend that Chu Xiu was merely teasing him, he would truly be a fool. Dream Butterfly covered her forehead, sighing inwardly. Chu Xiu appeared genuinely perplexed. But you never specified how many you wanted. Ahem. Qi Ming, seething with anger, turned a shade akin to that of a liver. How many do you truly have? Why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you not speak up sooner? In the next moment, over 200 pieces of imperial silver sand were piled at Chu Xiu's feet, forming a small mountain, including the one in my hand. That totals 202 pieces. I swear by my master's name I have no more, truly. Chu Xiu proclaimed with a serious demeanor. The sole purpose of the imperial silver sand was to dispel the poison of the abyssal demon. The 2 pieces he held served no other function, thus could not threaten Chu Xiaoran. If he still wished to monopolize it, he glanced at the mountain of imperial silver sand at Chu Xiu's feet. Qi Ming suddenly donned a mask of despair, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes, his heart brimming with bitterness. An overwhelming sense of injustice. Alas, he was left with merely over 100,000 yuan stones. Fairy Master, this rebellious disciple has a heart darker than coal. Chapter 26. The Treasure Girl. Qi Mengdai. Upon witnessing Qi Ming's demeanor, Chu Xiu discerned that he had been thoroughly drained. A sense of disappointment welled up within him. Is this it, Aunt? Qi Ming, incensed, turned to his guardians to lodge a complaint. Isn't Chu Xiu blatantly deceiving me? Will you not intervene? In her heart, Mengdai the fairy mused. Intervene? Ha! Very well, you have obtained the Emperor's silver sand. You may return now. Qi Mengdai gracefully flicked her sleeve. Qi Ming hesitated, daunted by the prospect of defying his aunt, and could only cast a fierce glare at Chu Xiu before storming away in indignation. Ungrateful disciple! Why did you deceive him? Once her nephew had departed, Qi Mengdai furrowed her brow, her voice laced with an icy detachment, embodying the demeanor of one in authority. Deceive? I merely collected the Emperor's silver sand, Chu Xiu replied, gathering the pile from the ground, surprised. It was clearly a mutually beneficial transaction. And how should you address me? Ungrateful disciple. What ungrateful disciple? You ought to call me elder brother. Begone, you dreamer. With measured steps, Chu Xiu approached the lotus throne, a smile gracing his lips as his gaze roamed over the alluring contours of the woman before him, scrutinizing her form from top to bottom. Ah, master, your figure appears to have gained a touch of voluptuousness since half a month ago. Have you perhaps put on a few pounds? Get lost. In a fit of annoyance, the master seized a spiritual fruit from the table and hurled it at Chu Xiu. Yet he deftly caught it, bringing it to his lips and taking a crisp bite. Deliciously sweet and sour. I must say, come here. Let me inspect you properly. I have not gained weight. You leave. By the way, Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he inquired, has the item I requested you to craft last time been completed? Step aside. I shall fetch it for you, she replied, as Chu Xiu withdrew his hand from her shoulder. Qi Mengdai rose, adjusting her gown, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Striving to maintain her authoritative stance, she faltered upon encountering Chu Xiu's cheerful expression. With a huff, she turned gracefully toward the rear hall, her steps light and airy. Chu Xiu followed closely behind. As they traversed the corridor, they entered a splendid passage adorned with exquisite artistry. Not far ahead lay a garden replete with an array of spiritual plants, breathtakingly beautiful. At that moment, more than a dozen female disciples tended to the flowering shrubs, and upon their arrival, they greeted the pair. Greetings, esteemed Peak Master, greetings, senior brother. They soon returned to their tasks. Master, do you think our nephew is truly upset with me? Chu Xiu inquired alongside Qi Mengdai. At his words, the corners of her eyes twitched, her teeth clenched, and her body trembled. Ungrateful disciple, I advise you not to push your luck. What do you mean by our nephew? Do you have no shame? With a sigh, Chu Xiu lamented, alas, women often speak in contradictions. They cannot even permit the truth to be spoken. Leave. Thus, the two continued their banter as they entered the palace chambers. In an instant, Master Chu cast a soundproof barrier, his movements so deft that they made his mentor's lips tremble. He settled beside the meditation mat, and before long, the ethereal fairy master, graceful and poised, brought forth a small red lacquered wooden box. This is what you desired. Unbeknownst to him, she had removed her mask, revealing a charming visage as she handed the box to Chu Xiu. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed in wonder, Ah, indeed, master, your craftsmanship is unparalleled. He delicately picked up one of the 3 items within the box and gently pressed it. Such artistry! The fairy master scoffed, curling her lips, merely the tricks of a mortal lacking even a single array pattern. Yet, observing her disciple's astonished expression, a hint of pride flickered in her beautiful eyes. However, Qi Mengdai furrowed her brows in confusion. Disciple, what purpose do you have for this? It holds no practical value whatsoever. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Chu Xiu responded with increasing brightness, causing the fairy master to feel an inexplicable flutter in her heart. What exactly do you intend to do with these? Chu Xiu blinked innocently, evading the question. Master, you are truly a treasure at 3,000 years. Qi Mengdia's face instantly turned cold. What, am I 3,000 years old? No. A great master can live for 6,000 years. You are still in the prime of your youth, naturally ageless. Upon hearing this, the fairy's expression softened considerably. Chu Xiu rubbed his hands together and retrieved a strand of black, silk-like material from his storage bag. This, Qi Mengdai gasped, her beautiful eyes fixated on the item in her disciple's hand. It is the treasure silk of the underworld spider, a profound-grade material. Typically, this is used for weaving, being both soft and resilient, with a certain degree of protective quality. The fabric of your current attire is woven from this very material. You truly understand, master.
Chu Xiu beamed.
Today, I shall teach you to weave something delightful. I do not wish to learn. Qi Mengdai shook her head, her face brimming with caution. But Chu Xiu was not one to take no for an answer. Then what are we waiting for? Let us begin. Chapter 27. Master Fairy. Am I pregnant? Display my personal panel. As dusk descended and the sun dipped in the west, Chu Xiu departed from the Peak Master's Hall, leisurely descending the mountain, his shadow elongated behind him. Host, Chu Xiu, Realm. 9th layer of the Wheel C, Special Physique. Primal Holy Body, Talent. 1414 Heavenly Grade with a Cultivation Speed multiplier of 33 times. Sword Intent. Heavenly Kill Sword Intent. Cultivation Technique. Tao Scripture. Foundation Laying Chapter, Secret Method. Walking Character Secret Method. Not yet initiated. Pill Scripture. Middle Volume Poison. Initial Understanding. Sword Technique. All Things Rest Immortal remaining 1124 Click to expand. Breakthrough Point. 215. Fortune Value. 82 White. Slaying those with great fortune allows one to absorb their luck for personal gain. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Ordinary at the same level, with a combat power multiplier of 35 times. Indeed, the effects of the celestial fragrance body are enhanced by the emotions of the master. The small item proves to be quite effective. Chu Xiu stroked his chin, nodding in conclusion. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, his junior sister, Tao Yao, came to seek him. She brought with her the 8 trigrams treasure ginseng bestowed upon Chu Xiu by the sacred land. After he accepted it, she smiled charmingly and said, "This is the heavy sword you asked me to find, senior brother." As she spoke, with a graceful gesture of her delicate hand, she retrieved a 3-foot-long, 1-foot-wide sword from her storage bag. The blade shimmered in hues of crimson and azure, and the hilt was intricately carved with a lifelike black primal beast, the Zonglong. The heavy sword lacked a sharp edge, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. Chu Xiu took it, feeling the weight pull him down, exceeding 20,000 pounds. The sword's tip struck the ground, causing the earth to crack for several meters around, its terrifying weight evident. At this moment, the system also displayed the item introduction. Overbearing Sword Zonglong. Category. Heavy Sword Grade. Earth Grade Function. Infusing elemental force true energy can significantly enhance slashing damage. Description. This sword is forged from the spinal bone of the primal beast Zonglong. Remarkably tough and heavy. A weapon of overwhelming power. If one's physical strength is insufficient, forcibly wielding it may likely result in bodily injury. Impressed, Chu Xiu swung the overbearing sword Zonglong with ease, creating a fierce gust of wind that bent the nearby trees. "As long as you are satisfied, senior brother," Tao Yao smiled, then cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful in the primal demon's secret realm. It opens only once every few decades, filled with numerous demon beasts. Do not take unnecessary risks. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Thank you for your concern, junior sister." Chu Xiu responded with a gentle smile, ruffling her hair. Tao Yao's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her delicate hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her skirt. "Then, I can be at ease. Senior brother, your complexion does not appear well today. Surely you have been practicing too diligently." Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, touching his remarkably handsome face, pondering, "But I have merely practiced for a few consecutive hours with master. How could my appearance be so poor?" Last time, when his junior sister undertook a mission outside the sacred land, by fortunate chance, she acquired a spirit concentration flower, which aids in enhancing focus during cultivation. "I shall give it to senior brother." As she spoke, she retrieved a long, slender black wooden box, adorned with flowing enchantments that shimmered with an extraordinary light. The box opened, revealing a white flower nestled within, its roots still clinging to the earth. The flower bore a resemblance to a rose, yet its petals were 2 to 3 times larger. A refreshing and ethereal fragrance wafted forth, invigorating the senses and extending 1,000 meters in all directions. A small white rabbit emerged from the floral embrace, lifting its fluffy head and sniffing with its jewel-like black nose, reveling in the delightful aroma. Concentration flower. Category. Celestial treasures. Grade. Heavenly function. Enhances focus and clarity, accelerates cultivation, and serves as a primary ingredient for the 7th grade concentration pill. Description. An exceedingly precious celestial treasure, often gifted by female cultivators to their beloved, symbolizing protection. Should a female cultivator present you with this flower, if you do not share her affections, kindly refuse. To the cad, consider it as if I never spoke. Thank you, little junior sister. Chu Xiu smiled as he accepted the gift. The charming face of Tao Yao turned a rosy hue, her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmering with bashfulness. Lowering her head, her translucent lips pressed together, she hesitated, her ears flushed, seemingly wanting to utter something. Yet ultimately, her shyness transformed into a streak of azure light as she took flight. Take care, senior brother. I await your return. Her melodious voice echoed through the mountains. Today was undoubtedly the happiest day for Qi Mengdai in recent times, for her wayward disciple had finally unraveled the accursed seal. Within her chamber, the elegantly attired fairy Mengdai sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth as it surged into her being. This familiar sensation was so comfortable that she nearly let out a hum of delight. Ah! The feeling of being able to cultivate is truly wonderful. The ability to summon the power within is exquisite. To truly feel this world is magnificent. At that moment, she resembled a blind person who had regained their sight, perceiving the beauty of the entire universe. Suddenly, a look of astonishment graced Qi Mengdia's exquisite visage. During my period of confinement, my cultivation has actually progressed. Could it be related to my wayward disciple? Her cheeks flushed. Humph, wayward disciple, you shall pay for this. With a glimmer in her autumn-like eyes, Qi Mengdai prepared to stealthily infiltrate her disciple's lair and confront him. A wicked smile began to form on her face. However, just as she was about to rise, an invisible wave emanated from an unknown source. The smile on the fairy's face gradually froze, for she was horrified to discover that her cultivation had once again been sealed. Chu Xiu, you treacherous disciple. How could you betray my trust? She bit her pearly teeth, her glossy lips trembling. A veil of mist rose in her eyes, witnessing her master on the verge of tears from the unfair treatment. A red transmission talisman soared through the air, hovering before her. The familiar yet infuriatingly gentle voice emanated from it. Master, do not misunderstand. Your disciple merely wishes to remind you. The talisman then disintegrated into ash, dissipating into the air. Immediately, a wave of energy surged again. The seal lifted, and her cultivation was restored. Qi Mengdai gritted her teeth, fully aware of Chu Xiu's intentions. This serves as a reminder to oneself. No matter how distant the separation, he can seal himself away at any moment. Exert control over himself. Then, himself. The dream butterfly fairy finds herself on the brink of tears, suddenly feeling that nothing in this world is right.
Ah, wayward disciple.
You devil, a tormentor of the soul. Anger causes her delicate frame to tremble, waves of emotion surging within her. Rising, she approaches the bookshelf, opens a hidden compartment, and retrieves the straw effigy shaped like Chu Xiu, vigorously stabbing it with a silver needle. Die! Die! Wayward disciple, die! In the true transmission cave, Chu Xiu gazes through the bronze fox mask at the nearly frenzied figure of his master on the screen. A smile of satisfaction graces his face. Master, dear master, you must grasp your own position with clarity. Otherwise, your disciple will truly be difficult to teach. Cough. Chu Xiu closes his eyes, focusing his mind entirely on his cultivation. Little does he know that his master is on the verge of collapse. Just moments ago, after releasing her pent-up emotions, Qi Mengdai regains her composure and sits cross-legged to introspect. To her horror, she discovers an unfamiliar life force within her own being. A newly birthed, tiny essence. Qi Mengdia's lovely face goes blank as she stares ahead, her delicate hand resting on her abdomen, her mind a void. Chapter 28. A duel between two women. The 7 days passed swiftly. Following the opening of the Taizu Divine Tower, the sacred land was once again abuzz with activity. Today marked the commencement of the Wild Demon Secret Realm. A multitude of disciples gathered beneath Taizu Peak, eagerly awaiting the activation of the portal to the secret realm. Chu Xiu stood modestly among the crowd, quietly observing Elder Emofian, who was addressing the assembly. According to the customary rules of previous years, the secret realm would remain accessible for 30 days, after which the sacred land would reopen its passage. During this 30-day period, one must converge at the initial teleportation point. Otherwise, They would be trapped within the secret realm for decades, awaiting its next opening. Upon exiting the secret realm, each individual was required to contribute a portion of their gains. The top 10 on the contribution leaderboard would receive rewards. The first place would become a true disciple. With rewards. The second. Chu Xiu stifled a yawn, finding himself more intrigued by the potential benefits he might derive from the wild demon secret realm, particularly the coveted soul infant demon fruit. Chu Xiu, a familiar voice called out to him. Turning his head, he recognized a companion and smiled. Ah, it's you, Brother Yi. Yi Fan, a fair and well-proportioned youth, inquired with a grin. Are you also heading into the wild demon secret realm, Brother Chu? Are you not? Chu Xiu replied, to embark on a quest with someone destined for greatness. I can't help but feel that this journey will not be tranquil. However, he mused that if utilized wisely, Yi Fan would undoubtedly serve as an invaluable ally. The two engaged in amiable conversation, during which Yi Fan probed into Chu Xiu's interest in claiming the top spot on the contribution leaderboard, subtly expressing his desire to ascend from a personal disciple to a true disciple.
Chu Xiu, displaying magnanimity,
responded that he was merely seeking experience in the secret realm and had little interest in ranking. Delighted, Yi Fan then asked Chu Xiu if he was familiar with the wild demon secret realm and whether he would be interested in forming a team. Chu Xiu readily agreed, thinking that with such a fortuitous companion, his chances of discovering the soul infant demon fruit might increase. Yi Fan, come here. A cold voice interrupted their exchange. Both Chu Xiu and Yi Fan turned towards the source of the voice. There stood a tall woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her face concealed by a veil, with a long sword slung across her back. A subtle yet palpable pressure emanated from her, creating a zone of silence within 100 meters as the surrounding disciples bowed their heads in reverence, too intimidated to meet her gaze. Brother Yi, my master is calling me. I must take my leave, Yi Fan said, bidding farewell to Chu Xiu with a smile as he jogged towards the woman. Chu Xiu squinted slightly, having recognized the identity of this formidable figure. It was Lu Shui, the master of Tianjian Peak, and also an enemy of Qi Mengdai. A powerhouse of the second level of the Great Sage, she represented the pinnacle of Taizu Sacred Land's combat strength. Seized the opportunity to eliminate Chu Xiu within the secret realm. Upon receiving a telepathic message from her master, Yi Fan shuddered and glanced back at Chu Xiu in the distance. Sensing his gaze, Chu Xiu waved and smiled in return. With a pained expression, Yi Fan relayed, Master, this seems inappropriate. I have no enmity with him, and he is a fellow disciple. He is quite amiable. Humph! If blame is to be assigned, let it fall to his master, that despicable Qi Mengdai. Lu Shui scoffed, her eyes filled with icy disdain. Noticing Yi Fan's troubled expression, Lu Shui softened her tone slightly. Disciple, that vile Qi Mengdai is no virtuous being, and her apprentice is certainly no better. You need not feel any psychological burden about eliminating him. Remember to be decisive. Leave no traces behind. Ideally, let him fall prey to the savage beasts, so that even if the Saint Lord were to reverse time, the outcome would remain undiscovered. Yi Fan was at a loss for words. Lu Shui was plotting the demise of Chu Xiu. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng were equally scheming. Isn't your Chu Xiu invincible among peers? Then let us send 100 disciples from the Divine Bridge Realm to encircle and eliminate you. If 100 is insufficient, we shall dispatch 200, or even 300. Even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you shall meet your end in the wilderness of monsters. With all arrangements in place, Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng exchanged knowing smiles as they observed the dispersing hundreds of Divine Bridge Realm inner disciples. Brother Xiao Yifeng, as fellow disciples, do you truly believe this is wise? Are you not concerned that the master of Yunxia Peak will be enraged upon Chu Xiu's demise? He is currently a prodigious talent of your peak, chosen as a candidate for the saint. Xiao Yifeng replied with a chilling smile. A dead genius is no longer a genius. A deceased brother is the best kind of brother. But you, Jian Lingyun, be mindful. Your actions may easily attract the Saint Lord's attention, considering your overt conflicts with Chu Xiu. Are you not afraid of being investigated? Jian Lingyun remained calm and smiled. Afraid? Ha! I have powerful backing. This task was commanded by my master. Even if the Saint Lord discovers it, what of it? Would she punish my master for a mere insect of the Wheel Sea? Understanding the enmity between his master and the heavenly sword peak, Xiao Yifeng nodded in comprehension, his smile growing wider, his heart brimming with satisfaction. This time, Chu Xiu, that insignificant insect, was doomed. Brother Chu Xiu. Chu Yanyan found Chu Xiu amidst the crowd, handing him a storage bag. The array materials you requested are all here. Thank you. Chu Xiu accepted the storage bag and then kindly inquired about her mother, who was afflicted by the poison of the abyssal demon. Chu Yanyan expressed her gratitude and invited Chu Xiu to her home upon his return from the secret realm. Brother. At that moment, the petite junior sister, Tao Yao, approached gracefully. As she neared, the disciples in front exhibited wariness and quickly made way. Tao Yao's eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, glanced disdainfully at Chu Xiu beside Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran smiled and inclined her head. Xiaoran pays her respects to senior sister Tao Yao. Tao Yao replied with a faint smile, Junior sister Xiaoran, you have grown even more beautiful. Just a tad more beautiful than senior sister Tao Yao. Chu Xiaoran responded with calm grace. The two women exchanged barbs, their rivalry palpable. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu merely stifled a yawn, having no intention of mediating. The teleportation array is now activated. Qualified disciples, please enter swiftly. Mo Fian's voice echoed from afar. In the next moment, a blue beam of light shot skyward, revealing a towering gate of light. At the center of the gate swirled a blue vortex. The two junior sisters had already departed. As Tao Yao's words faded, Chu Xiu swiftly utilized the secret technique of Xingzi to traverse the distance in an instant, seamlessly crossing kilometers and entering the portal of transmission with a few deft movements. The other disciples followed suit, flocking into the glowing entrance. Tao Yao stamped her foot, pouting in frustration. Brother is truly too hasty. I hadn't even finished speaking. Within the secret realm lay something urgently needed by Chu Xiu, hence his eagerness to enter. Chu Xiaoran smiled charmingly. Tao Yao, do keep your distance from my brother. Do not pretend as if you know him well. Tao Yao's expression darkened, her eyes radiating an unmistakable intent to kill, a stark contrast to her earlier playful demeanor upon seeing Chu Xiu. What do you mean by that, senior sister Tao Yao? Chu Xiaoran inquired, her brows knitting together. My relationship with brother Chu Xiu is merely that of friends. It is not as sordid as you imagine. Why should I distance myself from him? Even if you are a senior sister, it is not your place to be so domineering. Tao Yao's tone turned icy. I am domineering, so what? Do you wish to perish as well? The two women locked eyes. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoran covered her mouth, laughing, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Senior sister Tao Yao, do you know what you resemble at this moment? Tao Yao frowned. What do you mean? You resemble a jealous woman. No wonder brother Chu Xiu fled so swiftly earlier. In the next instant, enraged, Tao Yao unleashed a punch aimed at Chu Xiaoran's head, creating a terrifying ripple that even tore through the fabric of space. Aware of her opponent's formidable strength, Chu Xiaoran gracefully evaded the blow, her figure dispersing like petals in the wind. Chapter 29. The Wilderness Demon Realm and the Great Escape. As Chu Xiu stepped through the portal of light, he felt a fleeting sensation before his body was suspended in mid-air, enveloped by an invisible force. Time seemed to lose all meaning until a beam of light illuminated his face, and his feet found solid ground. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a vast square paved with indestructible black stones, approximately the size of 2 football fields. The entire area was covered by a blue light barrier, obscuring the view of the world beyond. One by one, disciples from the sacred land emerged from the portal, until the last disciple arrived and the gateway vanished. 2,000 individuals congregated in the square, their voices creating a lively cacophony, as if they were not embarking on a trial but rather on a leisurely excursion, gathering rare treasures along the way. As the portal faded, the barrier enveloping the square gradually dissipated, revealing the scenery outside. Several miles beyond the square lay a primeval forest, where towering ancient trees, thick enough for dozens to encircle, stood in disarray. The air was filled with the roars of beasts and the calls of formidable birds of prey soaring in the sky, their wings spanning several meters. In the distance, majestic peaks stretched for thousands of miles, their imposing silhouettes reminiscent of dragons coiled and tigers reclining. This world exuded a sense of wild vitality. Wow, how vast must the wilderness demon realm be? My master mentioned that its diameter is roughly 10 million miles, which is 1/20th the size of the southern domain. Incredible. The expansive area promised abundant opportunities. Is anyone forming a team? Let us join forces to seek treasures together. Someone shouted. Chu Xiu, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance, his brow gradually furrowing. He could distinctly sense the palpable murderous intent emanating from those surrounding the transmission square. It seems there are quite a few who wish to take my life. I wonder if I've offended anyone? He rubbed his temples in exasperation. Yeah. Can you exhibit a modicum of self-awareness? Over 100 disciples at the Divine Bridge realm subtly encircled Chu Xiu. With a dismissive click of his tongue, he decided not to involve Yi Fan, the protagonist, in this matter. With a wave of his hand, a silver shuttle no larger than a thumb expanded in the wind, ultimately transforming into a vessel over 10 meters long and several meters wide. Leaping aboard, the shuttle became a fleeting silver blur, soaring into the sky. Yes, escaping. We must pursue. Dozens of flying vessels ascended, chasing after the direction in which Chu Xiu had vanished. Looking up at the sky, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with emotion as he sighed softly. Brother Chu, I do not wish to confront you, but I cannot prevent others from taking action against you. My apologies. Controlling the silver shuttle, Chu Xiu's thick black hair billowed in the wind as he flew over the continuous mountain ranges. Turning to glance back at his pursuers, a smile crept across his lips. What a long-lost sensation. Ahead, a colossal black eagle, a beast of the Wheel Sea realm, let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings and closing in with glinting metallic claws aimed at Chu Xiu's head, intent on tearing him apart with ferocious brutality. Yet, Chu Xiu remained unperturbed. With a finger poised like a sword, he unleashed a beam of sword light that shattered the giant eagle into a mist of blood. Oh my! What grade is his flying vessel? Its speed is astonishing. Gazing at the increasingly distant silver shuttle, a disciple at the 7th level of the Divine Bridge could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A profound-grade flying vessel could not possibly achieve such velocity. Could it be a terrestrial-grade shuttle? How on earth can we pursue it? Fear not, for before our departure, Senior Brother Jian Lingyun entrusted me with the breath-tracking compass. I have already locked onto his aura. Even if he attempts to flee to the ends of the earth, it will be in vain. 7 days later, deep within the desolate demon's secret realm, in a lush green valley, thunderous roars echoed, causing the mountains to tremble, rocks to shatter and tumble, and countless birds to take flight. Chu Xiu was engaged in a fierce battle with a giant python-like beast, measuring several dozen meters in length. The creature was covered in black scales, boasting formidable defense, and bore a faint trace of quasi-demon emperor blood, possessing a level of intelligence that made it a formidable opponent. With its cultivation at the 9th level of the Divine Bridge, it had been battling Chu Xiu for a quarter of an hour, sustaining numerous injuries, its wounds gruesome and blood staining the cold pond nearby. Chu Xiu continuously activated the Xingzi secret, his movements incredibly swift. Whether the giant python attempted to bite with its razor-sharp fangs or struck with its colossal tail, he effortlessly evaded each assault. Seizing an opportunity amidst its attacks, Chu Xiu grasped the hilt of the Overlord sword, the Azure Dragon sword, his entire being surging with golden vitality, and struck fiercely at the giant python's head. Boom! Crack! The creature's skull shattered, blood mixed with white brain matter spraying forth. With a roar, its head tilted, and it collapsed, breathing its last. Chu Xiu sheathed the Overlord sword and approached the cold pond, plucking a delicately fragrant earth-grade cold lotus. Would you like to exchange it for breakthrough points? Exchange. Exchange successful. You have gained 70,000 breakthrough points. Finally, I have reached 500,000. Chu Xiu exhaled deeply and sat cross-legged atop the giant serpent's carcass. Please select your breakthrough from the following options: Sword Intent, Heavenly Kill Sword Intent, Dao Sutra, Sword Technique, All Matters Cease, Secret Method, Xingzi Secret, Secret Method, Pill Sutra. Middle Volume Xingzi Secret. Detected that the Xingzi Secret grade is excessively high. Breakthrough difficulty is extremely challenging. 30 years constitutes a small cycle, with each small cycle requiring 500,000 breakthrough points. Would you like to proceed with the breakthrough? Yes. You have chosen to enter seclusion for 30 years to comprehend the 9 secrets of the Xingzi secret. Due to the nature of your master, your cultivation talent has improved, and your understanding of the Xingzi secret has deepened, leading to significant progress and a preliminary insight. 30 years of seclusion has flooded his mind with insights regarding the Xingzi secret, akin to a dam bursting. The intense impact caused Chu Xiu to furrow his brow slightly. The gratifying aspect was the profound enhancement of his comprehension of the Xingzi secret. Should he employ it now, it would flow with greater naturalness and fluidity. Rising to his feet, Chu Xiu activated the Xingzi secret, shrinking the distance, and in the next moment, he appeared 5 kilometers away. After a breath, he returned to his original position. Prior to his breakthrough, his maximum distance with the Xingzi secret was 1 kilometer. Now, however, he had achieved 5 kilometers, and with even greater speed and fluidity. Chu Xiu could not help but smile, feeling that the expenditure of 500,000 breakthrough points was indeed worthwhile. The retreat lasted for 30 years, consuming a staggering 50,000 breakthrough points. Tension. Host. The difficulty of the next breakthrough in the secret of the line will increase significantly. The secret of the line has been successfully mastered. It is time to venture to that place. Chu Xiu gazed westward, activating the secret of the line and vanishing from his original location. He found himself 100,000 miles away from the valley where he had previously battled the giant python. Upon a flying vessel in the sky, Chun Mufan furrowed his brow as he glanced at his 4 companions. 7 days had elapsed, and they had reaped no benefits, merely trailing behind Chu Xiu. What on earth was this Chu Xiu seeking? Before them loomed a towering mountain, thousands of feet high, barren and strewn with grotesque black stones. A gray mist enveloped the area, shrouding it in low visibility. An ominous aura permeated the atmosphere, echoing with ghostly wails, and shadowy figures flickered in the periphery, creating a disquieting ambience. Chu Xiu raised his gaze, instinctively sensing the peril that lay atop the mountain. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. With his right hand, he formed a seal, inscribing numerous concealment runes upon himself. After etching over 100, he finally set foot on a black stone. The texture was cold and rigid, reminiscent of stepping upon a slab of ice. Chu Xiu pressed onward, his figure gradually disappearing into the gray mist. A day later, he emerged from the mountain, his clothing tattered, shrouded in an ominous aura, and staggered as he descended, appearing significantly injured. Host, your fortune is truly low. That infant soul demon fruit is still unripe. How amusing! Chu Xiu retrieved a 5th-grade healing pill and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to meditate and recuperate. Ah! Are you not anxious, host? You painstakingly vanquished most of the mountain's malevolent spirits and zombies, only to find that the infant soul demon fruit remains unripe. What a tragedy! The system chattered incessantly, reveling in his misfortune. The corners of Chu Xiu's mouth curled slightly, a fleeting crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes. Not ripe? Surely, there must be a way. By the heavens, you wouldn't dare to. Cunning indeed. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are the notorious Chu. Chapter 30. The poison of Chu Xiu. Several hours later, within a dense forest of ancient trees, Chu Xiu appeared at ease as he gathered spiritual herbs. Clutching a fruit in his left hand, he took a hearty bite, savoring its sweet and tangy juice. Ah, brother Chu Xiu, what a surprise to find you here. A voice of astonishment rang out. Turning around, Chu Xiu beheld 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all disciples from the Divine Bridge inner sect, with the leading man having already reached the 8th layer of the Divine Bridge. Chen Mufan, bearing a large black hammer on his back, surveyed the surroundings with a smile. Brother Chu Xiu, are you alone? A flicker of wariness crossed Chu Xiu's face as he took a step back. Are you here to hunt me as well? Chen Mufan discreetly communicated with his companions, urging them to suppress their killing intent and ensure that Chu Xiu remained unaware. This fellow has mastered a remarkably formidable movement technique. If he chooses to flee, we cannot possibly stop him. Let us stabilize the situation and await the arrival of others to encircle him, he instructed. Yes, Brother Chen, came the replies. Indeed, understood, Brother Chen, they echoed with enthusiasm. Chen Mufan, feigning surprise, turned to Chu Xiu. What do you mean by this, Brother Chu Xiu? To wantonly slay fellow disciples is a grave offense. Indeed, another disciple chimed in. There must be some misunderstanding, Brother Chu Xiu. The fair-featured woman stepped forward, her expression laden with concern. Brother Chu Xiu, is someone truly pursuing you? What audacity to dare hunt a true disciple. Share with us and perhaps we can assist you. The female disciple coaxed gently, adopting a guise of benevolence. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression softened slightly, though his gaze remained vigilant. He shook his head with a sigh. I do not know exactly who it is. There are simply many who seek to pursue me. Why not join our group, Brother Chu Xiu? Even if pursuers appear, we can lend you our strength, suggested Chen Mufan. The others quickly voiced their agreement, thumping their chests in assurance that they would support Chu Xiu. They all acted like consummate actors. Gradually, the frown on Chu Xiu's brow eased, a smile gracing his face as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, dear juniors. I am deeply appreciative. However, it is best to refrain from such an arrangement. At this point, a look of concern crossed his features. I would not wish for you all to suffer harm or worse perish because of my presence. A flicker of intrigue flashed in Chen Mufan's eyes. The female disciple clad in black scoffed quietly. This fellow's demeanor contrasts starkly with the rumors of his ruthless nature. He possesses a hint of kindness. Indeed, he is even worried about our safety. What a soft-hearted individual, another remarked. It's amusing. He probably has no idea that we are among his pursuers, another added. Yet we cannot blame him. We have portrayed our roles too convincingly. A voice chimed in. Ahem. Chen Mufan lightly cleared his throat, interrupting their whispers, and turned to Chu Xiu. Brother Chu Xiu, you are a prodigious genius who has shattered the ancient limits. You will undoubtedly become the cornerstone of our Taizu sacred land. We may perish, but you must remain unharmed. The loss to the sacred land would be immense. Brother Chu Xiu, please allow us to stay and assist you. The others echoed earnestly, bowing with sincerity. Moved, Chu Xiu stepped forward, deeply touched by their noble intentions. How can I respond to such profound righteousness? I feel deeply indebted. Chen Mufan exchanged glances with his companions, a fleeting smirk dancing in his eyes. In light of this, I shall acquiesce. Chu Xiu gritted his teeth, seemingly making a momentous decision. There is no need for such formality. We are all family in the Holy Land. Chen Mufan replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chu Xiu nodded repeatedly, reclining against the massive roots of an ancient tree, and produced some wine and roasted meat, inviting several individuals to join him. They gathered around him, and he poured wine for them. Chen Mufan and the others, however, appeared wary and did not indulge in food or drink. Chu Xiu raised his cup and downed its contents in one go, then seized a leg of lamb, perfectly roasted to a golden hue, crispy on the outside yet tender within, exuding a tantalizing aroma. As he savored a hearty bite, he noticed the others had not yet partaken and inquired with curiosity, "Why aren't you eating?" While speaking, he poured himself another cup of wine and drank it heartily. "Please, do not be shy, do try my culinary skills." One fellow, his face dotted with blemishes, couldn't he help but swallow hard at the sight of Chu Xiu relishing his meal. Surely, if he enjoyed it so much, couldn't he be poisoned, could it? He grasped a cup and took a sip, his eyes lighting up in delight as he exclaimed, "Excellent wine indeed. Isn't it? This fine vintage is from my master a cellar, which I have secretly procured." Chu Xiu grinned. Seeing his companion drink without ill effects, Chen Mufan felt reassured. With Chu Xiu's continuous entreaties to partake, they too began to indulge in the wine and meat. "Is this meat roasted by you, Brother Chu? It is truly delicious. If you find it delightful, do indulge further. If it's not enough, I have plenty more," Chu Xiu replied with a warm smile. The 6 esteemed actors clinked their cups, reveling in lively conversation. An hour later, Chu Xiu produced a handkerchief to wipe the grease from his lips and remarked with a subtle smile, "Gentlemen," the 5 turned their gazes upon him. "What benefits have Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun bestowed upon you to compel you to go to such lengths to seek my demise?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mufan's pupils constricted slightly as he grasped a nearby massive hammer and instantly swung it toward Chu Xiu. "Chu Xiu, employing the secret technique of the Xing character, vanished from sight, reappearing atop a branch of a tree 100 meters away. The spiked black hammer struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a half-meter deep crater. The other four advanced menacingly, their expressions grim. Chun Mufan narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, "When did you become aware?" Chu Xiu, with a gentle demeanor, perched on the branch, replied, "Naturally, it was upon your arrival. Surely we have not overlooked our performance?" Chun Mufan frowned. "Alas, it is unfortunate that your enthusiasm was rather excessive." Chu Xiu nodded, casting a glance at the four rushing towards him. "I suggest you introspect your Zifu divine bridge." Upon hearing this, Chun Mufan and the others' faces paled, and they hastily turned inward to inspect. Indeed, their Zifu had become enshrouded by some unknown black mist. "Did you poison the wine?" A fair-faced female disciple shrieked, her expression contorted in horror. Chu Xiu, maintaining his gentle smile, waved his hand dismissively. "There is no wine in my poison. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Our poison is entirely authentic and contains not a trace of wine." Chun Mufan's complexion darkened further as he gritted his teeth. "Are you implying that what you gave us to drink was not wine at all, but poison?" "Precisely, you are quite astute." Chu Xiu nodded, stating, "This is the forgetfulness poison I personally concocted, its flavor reminiscent of aged fine wine. Is the taste satisfactory?" Chun Mufan felt his body gradually succumbing to a numbing sensation, his true essence's manipulation growing sluggish. "What a potent poison, damn it, you sly fox! With your gaunt, sunken eyes, you look ready to pounce and engage in a desperate struggle with Chu Xiu." Observing this, Chu Xiu remained unhurried, smiling as he inquired, "Gentlemen, do you wish to preserve your lives? I can offer you a chance. After a quarter of an hour, without an antidote, your bodies will dissolve into blood, during which you shall endure the excruciating torment akin to being devoured by 1,000 ants." The five men felt a chill seep into their hearts upon hearing this. "No, a quarter of an hour is unnecessary." The gaunt-faced man already sensed something gnawing at his heart. The pain was so intense that he clutched his chest, his face paling. "State your intentions," Chun Mufan demanded coldly. "Junior brother Chun, you are indeed a clever man." Chu Xiu expressed his satisfaction, casually tossing a scroll to him. "Follow the instructions within. It contains 10 antidotes, enough to keep you 5 safe for 3 days. Upon completion of your task, I shall provide the cure. How can we trust that you will honor your word?" The delicate female disciple's complexion had turned ashen. She too was beginning to succumb to the poison. Chu Xiu's expression grew solemn as he raised his palm toward the heavens, proclaiming, "I swear by the name of my master. Should I, Chu Xiu, go back on my word, may the heavens curse my master, preventing his cultivation from progressing." What a formidable oath! The others exchanged glances, then nodded, as if to convey their trust in Chu Xiu. "We shall comply. We hope you will remain true to your word."
Chu Xiu smiled softly. Chu Xiu.
"Am as good as my word." He then awaited the favorable news from the five before standing, activating the walking character secret art, and vanishing from sight. Chapter 31. The trap of death. Barely half an hour had passed since Chu Xiu's departure. Above the ancient forest, numerous flying vessels swiftly gathered. Whoosh! Figures leaped down from the ships, dispersing in all directions. "What is happening, Chun Mufan?" A young man clad in blue robes, with strikingly sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. "How could you allow that Chu Xiu to escape?" "Senior Yen, please calm your anger," Chun Mufan replied, as the expressions of the 200 onlookers turned ominous, suggesting a readiness to draw their blades against their own companions at the slightest provocation. The palpable murderous intent caused several of Chun Mufan's teammates to turn pale. With a forced smile, Chun Mufan implored, "Everyone, please allow me to explain. Just an hour ago, we encountered Chu Xiu here. That fellow was exceedingly cunning and fled at the first opportunity. His speed was astonishing, and we were unable to catch up with him." Senior Yen, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Divine Bridge, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Then why did you summon us here?" Chun Mufan's expression turned serious as he produced a hide scroll from his robe. This item fell from Chu Xiu as he escaped. "What is it?" Curious gazes were directed at the scroll. Chun Mufan responded, It concerns a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the infant soul demon fruit. Hiss! At his words, a collective gasp echoed around. A treasure of heaven and earth? The legendary infant soul demon fruit. Greedy eyes were fixed upon the scroll in Chun Mufan's hand, eager to seize it immediately. Senior Yen, astonished, inquired, Chun Mufan, why didn't you collect the infant soul demon fruit for yourself? I find it hard to believe you have such altruistic intentions. What are you truly plotting? With an expression of helplessness, Chun Mufan tossed the scroll to Senior Yen. Take a look for yourself. Senior Yen caught it and, upon unfolding it, discovered it was a map. Recognizing the marked location, he understood immediately. The place was called Inma Mountain, extremely perilous. With just the 5 of us venturing there, the probability of perishing is too great. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been called here, Chun Mufan said, his tone steeped in resignation. Surely, everyone understood the immense value of such a treasure. A mature infant soul demon fruit is indeed a celestial grade item. Consuming one in the mid-stage of the Tao Palace realm could likely lead to an immediate comprehension of divine abilities, propelling one directly into the realm of divine powers. Even if sold, it could fetch tens of thousands of divine essence stones. Let us agree beforehand, should we procure the infant soul demon fruit, we 5 must receive an additional 10%. Otherwise, we stand to lose significantly, Chun Mufan lamented. Upon hearing this, the gathered disciples chuckled, vocally assenting, yet inwardly scoffing. With so many of us here, you dare to demand an extra share? You must be dreaming. Senior Yen, let us depart. This map was obtained from Chu Xiu. What if he reaches Inma Mountain before us? A red-clad female disciple urged anxiously. The others quickly concurred. In truth, they were not overly concerned that Chu Xiu could ascend Inma Mountain alone. With his mere will-see realm, how could he possibly succeed? Their primary worry was that their group was not yet complete. The fewer people they had, the less spoils they would share. Thus, their urgency was palpable. Senior Yen, well aware of this reasoning, pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, let us set off. A group of individuals, brimming with excitement, boarded the flying vessel, making their way toward the ominous Inma Mountain as marked on their map. Chun Mufan and his companions exchanged glances before joining the main contingent. Concealed in the shadows, Chu Xiu's lips curled into a faint smile, for the allure of wealth was indeed captivating. The cunning Chu Lao Mo stealthily followed along. Several hours later, Brother Yen and his entourage of 231 individuals arrived at Inma Mountain. As they gazed upon the mountain shrouded in a murky gray fog, their expressions turned grave. Yet, bolstered by their numbers, they found courage. Without lingering too long, they commenced their ascent. The gray mist obscures our divine senses. Do not stray too far apart, Brother Yen commanded in a clear voice. Rest assured, brother, they replied, and thus began their climb. An hour later, the group reached the mountainside. A striking female disciple remarked, Inma Mountain doesn't seem so perilous after all. We haven't encountered many Inma or zombies on our journey. Sister Wang, do not be complacent, Brother Yen reprimanded. Beware of hidden dangers. All right, Sister Wang replied, sticking out her tongue, her demeanor relaxed. The others shared her sentiment. Having encountered only about 10 Inma of the Wheel Sea realm and 2 zombies of the Divine Bridge realm along the way, hardly enough for their 200+ members to each take a turn. They pressed onward, and as they drew nearer to the summit, the chill intensified and the fog thickened. The number of Inma began to increase, though it remained within a tolerable range. As they approached the peak, Chun Mufan and his 4 companions discreetly separated from the main group, seizing the opportunity to slip down the mountain while concealed by the fog. The extent of Chu Xiu's machinations to lure them here left them skeptical. If there were no traps within, they could hardly believe it. Remaining on Inma Mountain was unwise. It was time to escape. As for any guilt over betraying their comrades, their own lives took precedence. Let the others meet their fates. Brother Yen and his group soon reached the summit, where they beheld, 1,000 meters away, a peculiar plant growing amidst the crevices of a black rock. It bore an uncanny resemblance to both a tree and a spiritual herb, standing approximately 2 meters tall. Its pale branches resembled human bones, exuding an eerie charm. On its sole branch hung a fruit the size of a fist, pale red and shaped like an infant, occasionally emitting a chilling laugh reminiscent of a child's. Rather than fear, the sight ignited excitement among the group, their eyes widening in exhilaration. The infant soul demon fruit. It truly is. Someone exclaimed joyfully. We're gonna strike it rich, we're gonna strike it rich. Laughter erupted, and several could not restrain themselves from rushing forward. Brother Yen followed, brow furrowed. Everyone hold on. The color of this infant soul demon fruit is not right. It is not yet ripe. I have seen illustrations of the mature variant in ancient texts. They should be blood red and radiate a sacred aura. Consuming an unripe infant soul demon fruit would not only yield no benefits but could also result in being consumed by dark energy and meeting an untimely demise. What shall we do then? Our time in the wilderness enigma is limited, making it utterly impossible to await its natural maturation. Should we not first pluck it away? A group gathered around the peculiar fruit tree of the infant soul demon fruit whispered amongst themselves. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed, and at that moment of hesitation, for crimson pillars of light surged into the sky, enveloping everyone within their embrace. Dazzling halos cascaded down, creating a breathtakingly surreal spectacle. Senior Yen gazed skyward, his expression shifting dramatically as he exclaimed, "This is a confinement array. We must flee." Acting with remarkable swiftness, he disregarded the others, transforming into a fleeting shadow, intent on descending the mountain. A thunderous crash resounded. In the next instant, his body was propelled back with even greater velocity. At the periphery of the radiance, an invisible barrier seemed to separate them entirely from the outside world. The formation tightened. A crimson mist began to billow from the ground. Armed with various weapons, the group prepared to assault the array, but the red fog, as if animated, infiltrated their mouths and noses. Their once bright eyes turned bewildered, gradually morphing into a sinister crimson hue. "It's an illusion array," a female disciple shrieked. With a swift motion, a disciple severed the head of the screaming woman. His face twisted in madness as he cackled. "Killing you, beast, is retribution for my mother's demise. Kill. Kill. Kill the infant soul demon fruit belongs to me. Kill. Kill. Kill, that is my extraordinary treasure. You are unworthy to possess it." Heads began to fly, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Within the array, the cacophony of slaughter reverberated, as the ensnared disciples turned against one another, transforming the summit of the Shadow Demon Mountain into a hellish battlefield, drenched in blood and chaos. No Senior Yen, with a flicker of clarity remaining in his mind, turned to survey the scene, his visage marked by terror and disbelief. "No, this cannot be. Everyone, cease." Alas, those trapped in the illusion could no longer hear his pleas. Chapter 32. The disturbance in the secret realm, the unrest of the demon race. The slaughter continues unabated. Even Senior Brother Yen has been ensnared within the illusion, joining the ranks of the merciless. As one disciple after another from the divine bridge realm falls, the vibrant blood does not seep into the ground. Instead, it seems to possess a will of its own, converging together and surging towards the roots of the infant soul demonic fruit tree. The once pallid tree, resembling human bones, transforms into a deep crimson hue upon absorbing the blood of the fallen. The already eerie infant soul demonic fruit becomes even more sinister, as the laughter of infants echoes hauntingly through the mountains, sending shivers down one's spine. Amidst the gray mist, a pair of eyes radiating a strange red glow silently observes the scene, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, as Chu Xiu ruthlessly slaughters his beloved comrades, using their lifeblood to hasten the ripening of the infant soul demonic fruit, the Chaos Demon's secret realm is also rife with turmoil. Before a verdant valley, two inner disciples from Daoyun Peak find themselves surrounded by 7 dog-headed demons. Armed with spiked wolf-toothed clubs, their faces contort into ghastly grins, their dark tongues licking at the corners of their mouths, starved for the taste of human flesh for far too long. The leading dog-headed demon waves his hand dismissively, coldly stating, "Kill them without hesitation. Lest complications arise and delay the leader's grand designs, we shall all perish." The two disciples of Daoyun Peak, their faces ashen, stand back to back, their trembling hands gripping their swords, their cultivation barely reaching the 9th level of the Wheel C, while the 7 demons are all at least of the Divine Bridge realm, with the leader even at the late stage of the Divine Bridge. "Stay back. My master is an elder of Daoyun Peak. Dare you kill me? One disciple threatens, his bravado faltering. But before he can finish, the 7 dog-headed demons cackle and pounce. The valley reverberates with their anguished screams. In an instant, the 2 terrified disciples are torn to shreds, their blood and entrails scattered across the ground. Such scenes unfold throughout the Chaos Demon secret realm. The upheaval. Originally battling for survival in isolation, the demon race inexplicably experiences a surge in strength, uniting with tamed feral beasts to relentlessly hunt down the disciples of the Tai Su sacred land. Su Rushue, her white robes stained with blood, stands in stark contrast to the ethereal figure she once was at the Tai Su Plaza, carrying her gravely injured and dying junior sister upon her back. She flees through the ancient forest. A dozen grotesque demons, each with varied appearances, ride on feral beasts, shouting and hollering in excitement, relentlessly pursuing her. Capture her. Aha! This delicate female human. Let us play with her for a couple of days before feasting upon her. She cannot escape, due to excessive blood loss. Su Rushue's once radiant face now appears alarmingly pale. Gritting her teeth, she activates her secret technique, igniting her lifeblood to hasten her speed. She would rather take her own life than fall into the clutches of these beasts. Sister. Please. Let me go, you must escape. Her junior sister whispers faintly from her back, unwilling to be a burden in this dire moment. She hopes, even if just for a fleeting moment, to buy her sister time while the demons feast upon her. Be silent. Su Rushue commands firmly. I have promised our master to safely bring you back. She gritted her teeth, harboring no hatred for the demon race, but only resentment towards her own weakness, unable to protect even her junior sister. Above her, a colossal eagle with a wingspan of over 10 meters surveyed the ground with icy eyes, poised to strike at any moment, denying Su Rushue the opportunity to summon her flying vessel and escape. The hunt continued unabated. At the peak of Inma Mountain, Chu Xiu's gaze flickered as he surveyed the grand formation. No one had survived. Over 200 corpses lay strewn about, their expressions grotesque and their departures far from peaceful. The crimson hue had faded from the infant soul demon fruit tree, while the fruit itself grew increasingly vibrant, enveloped in a mist of red, emanating a delightful fragrance. Cackling echoed, the eerie laughter of infants ringing out, growing ever clearer and more resonant. It required a bit more blood essence to reach maturity, and Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. Rising swiftly, he descended the mountain. He had set up a confinement array, a killing formation, and an illusion array, untroubled by the thought that anyone could pilfer his peaches. Senior Brother Chun. Something has happened on the mountain. Qin Min swallowed hard, her face a mask of horror. The others also paled significantly. Chun Mufan's expression was equally grim. The earlier cacophony of battle cries had been deafening, impossible to ignore. The cries have ceased. Do you think Senior Brother Yen and the others are all dead? The 5 exchanged glances, rendered speechless, the terror in their eyes unmistakable. Chu Xiu is quite ruthless. Would someone like him provide us with an antidote? The group wore expressions of despair. Chan Mufan sighed, forcing a bitter smile. At this juncture, we have no choice but to place our trust in him. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the gray mist, his robes billowing, hair cascading lightly. His visage was as refined as jade, his eyes sparkling like stars, a smile playing on his lips, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a young scholar stepping out of a painting. Upon seeing the 5, Chu Xiu smiled. Why do you not ascend the mountain? The corners of their mouths twitched, inwardly cursing. Surely those who went up are all dead? You, Sinister One, are truly no good, seeking to eliminate us as well. Senior Brother Chu, we have brought the individuals to you. May we now receive the antidote? Chun Mufan, suppressing the urge to curse, forced a smile and clasped his hands in greeting. Chu Xiu's bright eyes turned towards him, just as he prepared to draw forth his 3-meter-long treasured weapon to offer the 5 brothers and sisters a taste of their fate. Suddenly, hurried, chaotic footsteps, thick with demonic energy, approached rapidly. The 6 turned in unison, their expressions shifting. Over 20 demons of various appearances were driving 8 massive savage beasts, charging towards them with great speed. Leading the charge was a savage bull, standing over 10 meters tall and measuring 5 to 6 meters in length. exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. On its broad back were tied 7 or 8 blood-soaked corpses, evidently freshly slain. Upon spotting Chu Xiu and the others, the demons erupted in ecstatic cackles. Humans. We've discovered humans. Kill. Ha ha ha. Kill. 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 For the tribe, for freedom. Chu Xiu remained expressionless. He had been in the wild demon secret realm for nearly 10 days and was encountering demons for the first time. Judging by the situation, these foreign beings seemed to be specifically hunting human cultivators. The strength of the demon clan is formidable, with the weakest among them possessing the power of the 5th layer of the divine bridge. The 8 savage beasts are equally terrifying, with the leading savage bull sporting a pair of black horns reaching skyward, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, sharp as a razor. Its lantern-sized crimson eyes blaze with ferocity, and it exhales white mist from its nostrils, exuding a menacing presence. Chun Mufan gripped the handle of his massive hammer, his expression grave, steeling himself for battle. The quality of their squad was commendable. Despite the terror that gripped their hearts, they suppressed the urge to flee, forming their formation in preparation for the impending confrontation. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated eyes slightly. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped the 3-meter-long dominance sword, Azure Dragon, ready to strike. Kill! Chan Mufan bellowed, raising his colossal hammer as he charged ahead, causing the ground beneath him to yield with 2 deep impressions. Qin Min and the others flanked him on either side, surging forward in unison. They were valiant, unwilling to retreat. Escape was not an option, as the demon clan would not grant them any chances. They could only fight to the death, for a single step back would spell their doom. With a thunderous crash, Chu Xiu activated the secret technique of the Xing character, intricate true patterns swirling around his feet. Grasping the dominant sword, Azure Dragon, he soared above the heads of his companions, leaving a trail of afterimages as his dark robe billowed ominously. How swift! Chun Mufan gasped, as Chu Xiu infused his true essence into the sword. The black true patterns along its blade ignited, amplifying its ferocious and domineering aura. With an air of supreme confidence, he unleashed a strike imbued with boundless killing intent, cleaving down upon the forehead of the 10-meter-tall savage bull. The impact shattered its skull, blood spraying forth as it came to an abrupt halt, staggering backwards for several meters. Its colossal limbs stiffened, and it let out a mournful cry, blood streaming from its 7 orifices as it collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The pinnacle of the divine bridge, the savage bull, was slain in an instant. Chan Mufan and his companions stood in shock as Chu Xiu descended gracefully, perching on the carcass of the bull. At his feet lay the lifeless body of a fellow disciple, his gaze impassive as he looked down upon the astonished horde of demons approaching from behind. A subtle smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth. With deliberate slowness, he raised the dominant sword, Azure Dragon, and swept it once more, unleashing a crimson sword aura that surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the demon clan and the remaining 7 savage beasts in its wake. Chapter 33. Yi Fan discovers the treasure of the semi-demon emperor at the foot of the Shadow Demon Mountain. Following a fierce battle, Chun Mufan and his companions sat upon the ground, breathless. Surrounding them lay over 30 corpses of demonkind, scattered haphazardly. Chu Xiu extended his right hand, seizing the bristles atop the head of a pig-faced demon, lifting it as one would a chick. The feigning pig-headed creature, realizing its ruse had been uncovered, thrashed violently, baring its fangs in a grotesque manner. Human, release me, or I shall devour you. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu delivered a resounding slap across its face. As a being of the ancient holy body, his physical prowess was immense. The pig-headed demon was momentarily stunned. Its already bloated visage swelled further, resembling a monkey's rear. Gazing into his indifferent eyes, the creature ceased its struggles. Why did you conspire with other demons to ambush us? The pig-headed demon's gaze flickered, attempting to fabricate a deceitful tale to placate this formidable human. With a sudden movement, Chu Xiu tore off one of the demon's ears as effortlessly as one might rip a curtain, blood gushing forth. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from the pig-headed creature. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Chen Mufan and the others felt their eyes twitch in horror. Should you dare to lie, I shall reduce your 5 limbs to 4, Chu Xiu said, a smile gracing his lips. His tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Yet to the ears of his companions, it sent chills down their spines. The pig-headed demon's pupils quivered. In any case, even if I speak, you shall not allow me to live. Indeed, Chu Xiu nodded, smiling. If you confess honestly, I can grant you a more peaceful demise. Cough, cough. Brother Chu Xiu, perhaps we could observe its spirit bridge. Qin Min timidly suggested. Chu Xiu frowned, choosing not to respond. Without having reached the spirit bridge, they could not delve into the soul. He was aware that all 5 of them were at the spirit bridge realm, capable of soul-searching. Yet he did not trust them enough. It was far more prudent to inquire himself. Chen Mufan gently tugged at his junior sister's sleeve, shaking his head subtly, indicating her to refrain from further comments. They had already witnessed Chu Xiu's terrifying combat prowess. Slaying spirit bridge demons was akin to slaughtering chickens. Should they provoke him, the 5 of them would be no match for his wrath. The pig-headed demon, transfixed by Chu Xiu's otherworldly gaze, trembled involuntarily and began to stammer its confession. Throughout this exchange, Chu Xiu remained vigilant, ready to tear off the demoness' other ear should it even attempt to deceive him. Upon concluding its account, the group was taken aback, their expressions drained of color. In the past few centuries, the once suppressed wild demon secret realm, under the dominion of the great sovereign of Taizu, had inexplicably seen the emergence of a demon from the other shore realm. With overwhelming strength, it subjugated all demons within the secret realm, becoming their paramount leader. Under its command, the demons had spent centuries amassing power without engaging human cultivators who entered the secret realm, all in preparation for the opening of the Taizu sacred land, intending to break free from their confinement and escape the wild demon secret realm. The reason for hunting the human race is not solely for flesh, but also to eradicate future threats and to collect their precious blood. In the initial teleportation square, a grand sacrificial array was arranged, utilizing the teleportation portal of the Taizu sacred land to transport to the outside world. The secret realm is suppressed by the Emperor's Tao, with the pinnacle being the divine bridge. How could your great leader possibly transcend to the other shore? Chu Xiu inquired, sensing that the matter was far from simple, as the waters of the wild demon secret realm seemed quite profound. The pig-headed man shook his head, a pained expression on his face. I am merely a lowly soldier. How could I possibly know such secrets? With a cold expression, Chu Xiu effortlessly severed his head, blood gushing forth, droplets of crimson staining his pale cheeks, rendering him even more otherworldly. The pig-headed man departed peacefully, while Chu Xiu discarded the bloodied head to the side. Standing tall, he gazed at the twilight sky, realizing he needed to hasten the ripening of the infant soul demon fruit. If he did not break through to the divine bridge realm, encountering that leader from the other shore would pose a considerable danger, even for him. Chu Xiu, can you assist us in detoxifying? Chu Xiu turned back, replying nonchalantly. There is no rush. First, let us transport these corpses to the mountaintop. Witnessing his demeanor, Chen Mufan felt a sinking sensation within. He exchanged glances with his 4 companions, all too aware that Chu Xiu would not spare them. Chu Xiu, have you not sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao? Do you wish for your master's cultivation to stagnate henceforth? Qin Min's face twisted in rage. Hehe. Kikek. Chu Xiu's laughter was peculiar as he extended his tongue to lick the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cared not whether his master could progress in cultivation, nor did he desire to continue this charade with them. They were all perceptive individuals. It's a pity you could have lived a while longer. As Chu Xiu spoke, he advanced towards them. Chu Xiu, you shall meet a wretched end. Qin Min screamed. Chu Xiu raised his hand, retrieving the azure blood sword, stepping onto the secret character, and lunged forth like a specter. You fiend! Ah! The cold blade light surged. You shall be struck down by heavenly wrath. Do not blame me. Blame yourselves for knowing too much. Spare me. Chen Mufan's face turned pale as he knelt, pleading. Chu Xiu, I can be your servant. I only seek to live. I beg you, do not kill me. With a merciless flash of crimson sword light, his neck was grazed, leaving a shallow wound. Chan Mufan's gaze dimmed, his expression one of terror, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. Chu Xiu stood alone amidst the corpses, forcefully shaking the blood from the azure blood sword, slightly shaking his head. He had anticipated some resistance from these individuals. He did not expect that the esteemed disciples of the sacred land would not even dare to fight back. Alas, truly disappointing. He commenced the task of disposing of the bodies, transporting them to the mountaintop to nourish the infant soul demon fruit. Gazing at the fruit tree within the grand array, continuously absorbing blood, he lingered for a moment. Chu Xiu then turned to descend the mountain, embarking on his hunt. 2 days later, the infant soul demon fruit was finally nearing maturation. It has ripened. In an unknown mountain hollow, Chu Xiu sat upon a black rock. Before him floated a rhomboid crystal, displaying a live image of the infant soul demon fruit atop the Yinma mountain. The fruit radiated an ethereal glow, its fragrance wafting through the air, and a mere inhalation would cause one's pores to unfurl and the body to feel an overwhelming sense of ease, as if one were on the verge of transcending to a higher realm. Its current appearance resembled that of the ginseng fruit from the journey to the west, imbued with a divine aura, devoid of any trace of malevolence, symbolizing the transformation of evil into righteousness, marking the fruit's maturity. Just as he rose to depart, his ears twitched, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself behind a rock in a nearby ravine. After a brief moment, a familiar figure soared through the air on a sword, alighting on the very rock where he had been seated. Yifan held a beast-hide map in his hands, his face aglow with elation, perhaps overwhelmed by his excitement. He trembled all over, ultimately unable to suppress his laughter. "I found it! It has finally arrived. The treasure of the Quasi-Demon Emperor." A year prior, in the depths of the Holy Land Sutra Pavilion, he had stumbled upon a seemingly inconspicuous cultivation manual that contained a treasure map. This enigmatic map, the origin of which was unknown, recorded the location of the Quasi-Demon Emperor's treasure. Initially skeptical, he entered the Wilderness Demon's secret realm, where the map underwent a peculiar transformation, emanating a radiant light that pointed towards an undisclosed direction. It was then that he resolved to seek out this treasure site. The Wilderness Demon's secret realm was vast, with countless mountain ranges, yet within a mere 10 days, he had arrived at this location. One cannot deny that the fortune of a protagonist is indeed extraordinary. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Xiu observed Yifan, whose face was flushed with excitement not far away. A smile gradually crept upon his lips. Chapter 34. Entering the Treasure Land. A bountiful harvest. Chu Xiu concealed himself in the shadows, observing quietly. Yifan circled the mountain several times before finally selecting a specific hollow. He retrieved a formation plate from his storage bag and began to decipher the array. After 3 hours, the mountain trembled, stones cascading down, revealing a circular opening, 7 to 8 meters high, continuously exuding dragon energy and ethereal light from the mountainside. "Treasure. Here I come." Yifan, soaring through the air on his sword, smiled subtly and, without hesitation, flew inside. Unbeknownst to him, a swifter figure had already entered the dragon cave ahead of him. Chu Xiu activated the Xingzi secret, swiftly traversing the dragon cave. The cavern within the mountain was hollow, winding downward, its length and destination unknown. Chu Xiu maintained a stoic expression. Even with the prospect of imperial treasures ahead, his heart remained calm and unperturbed. While moving quickly, he stayed vigilant, aware of his surroundings to prevent any unexpected dangers. As he descended deeper into the earth's veins, he distinctly sensed the dense, almost liquid-like spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, far richer than in the sacred lands. The dragon energy surged powerfully. If he were to cultivate here, his progress would be at least 7 or 8 times faster than outside. After an unknown duration, the pitch-black cavern gradually leveled out, no longer descending, but winding forward. Chu Xiu slowed his pace, swiftly forming seals with his left hand, causing specks of phosphorescence to flicker in the darkness. A series of hidden true patterns enveloped his body until his presence was entirely obscured. Only then did he navigate around several bends in the cave. Before him, dazzling rays of light pierced his vision, and instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. After acclimating, he opened his eyes to gaze at the scene before him, Astonished. A kilometer away lay a vast cave, spacious and towering, equivalent to about 10 football fields in size. The cave's ceiling, adorned with stalactites resembling small mountains, dripped crystalline liquid that fell onto the stone floor below, producing a clear, melodious sound. These droplets were millennia-old stone milk, and just a few drops could fetch an exorbitant price outside. Yet that was not all. The most astonishing aspect lay around the cave's floor. Clusters of spiritual herbs and precious medicines exuded a delightful fragrance, their radiant light swirling around them, flourishing as if they were mere common grass growing abundantly throughout the cave, with various grades including Xian, Earth, and Heaven. Chu Xiu even spotted several celestial-grade spiritual herbs emitting radiant hues deep within the cave. Stepping cautiously out of the tunnel and into the cavern, he surveyed his surroundings. As his gaze swept across the ceiling, his eyes involuntarily widened. Above him coiled an enormous white serpent, its massive form encircling several dozen meters, each scale measuring 2 meters in diameter, gleaming like a mirror. The serpent lay motionless, resembling a mountain peak. The white serpent was in deep slumber, oblivious to the intruder, whose presence was masked. Chu Xiu was profoundly shocked. The aura emanating from this serpent was that of the other shore realm, and it was at its pinnacle. How could this be? It was utterly bizarre. He dared not disturb the creature and proceeded with utmost caution. As he extracted the jade vial, he advanced while gathering the millennia-old stone milk and the ethereal herbs that swirled around him like a tempest. He regarded anything below the earth-grade with disdain, unwilling to stoop to collect it. Earth-grade 3-flower grass, heavenly-grade twilight sprouts, heavenly-grade crimson fruit. Chu Xiu frantically harvested the spiritual herbs, relentlessly progressing deeper into the cavern. He arrived before 4 resplendent celestial-grade herbs, ignoring their nature, and, akin to uprooting weeds, he snatched them up and tossed them into his storage bag. With each frantic collection, the system's notifications incessantly chimed. Ding, your fortune 5. Ding, your fortune 5. Ding, your fortune 8. Ding, your fortune 7. Ding, your fortune 6. Ding, your fortune 15. His speed was astonishingly rapid and fierce, nearly depleting all the spiritual herbs above the mysterious grade within the cavern. His gaze shifted as he stepped further into the depths of the cave, entering a stone chamber on the right wall, enveloped in a halo of light. System, I might have discerned the reason for the inexplicable increase in fortune. Hehe. By intercepting the opportunities of the protagonist's fate, I can augment my own fortune. Or rather, siphon it from them. Thus, had it not been for you, if Yi Fan alone had seized the opportunities here, he would surely soar to great heights. With over 1,000 earth-grade spiritual herbs, more than 100 heavenly-grade herbs, 11 celestial-grade specimens, millennia-old stone milk, and 3 jade vials akin to Coca-Cola bottles, these treasures, if sold, could elevate even a pig to the skies. Stroking his chin, Chu Xiu could not suppress a smile, but in the next moment, his grin gradually stiffened as his gaze fixated on 2 objects suspended above a white jade pedestal, roughly half a meter high, at the center of the stone chamber. A palm-sized azure stone mirror emanated an aura of ancient wilderness, its brilliant azure light dazzling. Beside it lay an egg, adorned with intertwining red and black patterns, suffused with radiant light, pulsating like a heartbeat, exuding an extraordinary vitality. This egg was approximately the same size as an ostrich egg found on Earth. Chu Xiu speculated that it must harbor some immensely powerful life form within. These 2 items were undoubtedly the quintessence of this hidden treasure trove. Chu Xiu murmured. Without hesitation, he took a few steps forward and reached out to grasp the azure stone mirror. It felt icy to the touch and exceedingly heavy, as if he were holding a small mountain, causing the stone slab beneath him to crack under the pressure. Surprised, Chu Xiu attempted to store it in his bag, but bizarrely failed. The storage bag could not accommodate this extraordinary artifact. What sort of stone mirror was this to be so exceptional? He shook his head, retrieving a piece of mysterious grade fabric from his storage bag to wrap it up for further examination later. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the cavern. Yi Fan had triggered the restriction that Chu Xiu had left at the entrance. A deafening bellow erupted, waking the white serpent, which, upon discovering the intruder, was filled with unbridled fury. The mountains trembled, and stones tumbled down. Chu Xiu realized that this place was not suitable for prolonged stay, and hurriedly took down the extraordinary egg, wrapping it carefully in cloth. With a swift motion of his hands, he formed seals with astonishing speed, casting a series of authentic patterns to obscure the aura of the two items. He barely managed to conceal the radiant glow and strapped the bundle onto his back. Activating the secret technique of movement, he shot forth like a fleeting shadow, escaping the stone chamber and entering the cavern. There, he beheld a colossal white serpent, adorned with a single horn atop its head, resembling a dragon. Its immense, blood-red eyes glimmered with fury, as it opened its mouth lined with vicious fangs, unleashing a chilling breath upon Yi Fan, who stood below, aghast. The serpent, incensed, sought to utterly annihilate this audacious intruder that dared to steal from its domain. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu seized the opportunity, evading the attention of both the serpent and Yi Fan, and vanished into the entrance. In the distance, he could faintly hear Yi Fan's furious exclamations. "Damn it! What terrible luck!" Chu Xiu continued his ascent. With a swift rush, he burst forth from the dragon's lair, disappearing into the ancient woods. In the moment of his departure, Yi Fan, who had anticipated his demise, was astonished to discover that the overwhelming aura of the white serpent, at its peak of the other shore realm, was rapidly diminishing. From the peak of the other shore to its midstage and then to its initial layer, the pinnacle of the divine bridge, the serpent's once brilliant and radiant eyes now appeared dull and feeble. As Yi Fan, encased in ice, trembled with unexpected elation, he taunted, "Looks like you're not so formidable after all. Ha ha ha. Watch as I subdue this monster." With a resounding clang, he drew his long sword, grinning maniacally as he lunged forward, engaging in a fierce struggle with the white serpent, the earth trembling and stones flying in the chaos. Chapter 35. I truly do not wish to be a hero who rescues beauty's elder Mo. Something grave has occurred. In the Taizu Square, an anxious cry shattered the tranquility. Sitting cross-legged in the void, Mo Fian exuded a voluptuous allure, her mature and enchanting demeanor captivating. Upon hearing the voice, she opened her phoenix-like eyes and cast a leisurely glance at the hastening figure of the elderly man with white hair. Furrowing her delicate brows, she slightly parted her crimson lips and inquired, "Elder Yang, what troubles you so?" Elder Yang, a formidable figure at the late stage of divine ability, was regarded as a transcendent being in the outside world. Yet at this moment, he was drenched in sweat, his pallor betraying his anxiety, hair and beard in disarray. His primary duty was to guard the life tokens of the disciples entering the wild demon secret realm. Over the past 2 days, as usual, he had taken a brief nap, only to awaken to a nightmarish scene. A calamity has struck. A calamity has struck. What exactly has happened? Witnessing Elder Yang's disheveled state, Mo Fian's heart sank. The life tokens of the disciples entering the wild demon secret realm had shattered in large numbers. What?
Montag feiern Graspet Elder Yang in Alarm.
Her voice rising. How many have shattered? Elder Yang's face turned ashen, his gaze vacant. 775. All shattered. What of Chu Xiu and Yi Fan's tokens? Mo Fian's expression hardened, losing her previous composure. Their tokens remain intact. A sigh of relief washed over Mo Fian, though her brows remained knitted as she murmured to herself. A significant upheaval must have transpired within the wild demon's secret realm. Such a loss of disciples had never been seen in previous years. This is urgent. I must report to the Holy Master. At that moment, above Taizu Square, a portal in space split open. 2 graceful figures emerged from the rift. The woman on the left was clad in a simple long dress, her azure waves cascading naturally over her chest, exuding a poised and majestic aura. With her eyes closed, she stood as if she were the very center of the universe, breathtaking and powerful. The woman on the right wore a white feathered dress, tall and slender, with a captivating beauty. Having met the Holy Master and the Lord of Cloudy Peaks, the two promptly offered their salutations. Taizuzi remained silent, a mere flick of her sleeve causing the space above Taizu Square to ripple like water, creating mesmerizing waves. Such a wondrous spectacle naturally drew the attention of other disciples in the square, who looked up in curiosity. What is happening? An extraordinary being is manifesting supreme divine abilities. Elder Yang, is this the Holy Master? Elder Yang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing at Emofian.
Montag feiern Clarifit.
The Holy Master is employing the divine eye of illusion to illuminate the scenes within the wild demon's secret realm. That is a miniature world crafted by the Emperor, and only a holy king of the Holy Master's caliber can achieve such a feat. Chi Mengdai looked up, gazing at the ripples in the void. At this moment, her master's emotions were complex. She was uncertain whether to hope for Chu Xiu's safety or to dread his misfortune. Meanwhile, within the wild demon's secret realm, Chu Xiu, swiftly maneuvering with the secret art of the moving word, paused, standing atop a giant branch of a towering tree thousands of feet high, gazing skyward. Above him, the azure sky unfolded. A colossal eye, veiled in ominous bloodshot hues, abruptly opened, restlessly darting about. Had anyone sensed the transformation within the secret realm? At this moment, not only the disciples of the Taizu sacred land but also the demon clan had noticed the immense eye suspended in the sky. Feeling the faint yet palpable pressure of a saint king emanating from that eye, both demon and human races found themselves instinctively compelled to prostrate in reverence. What could this be? Is a formidable being from the human race preparing to strike against us? The demon clan trembled in terror, while the disciples of the Taizu sacred land, pursued by demons, were engulfed in elation, crying out for salvation. At last, a significant figure from the sacred land had acknowledged the astonishing upheaval within the secret realm. Help! I do not wish to perish. At the heart of the wild demon's secret realm, within the demon clan's stronghold, atop a towering black peak that pierced the heavens, stood a humanoid demon, its body adorned with crimson scales, crowned with twin horns, towering at 3 meters, muscular and robust, wielding a gigantic sword. It gazed skyward. Behind it knelt over 100 demons of various forms, their eyes alight with fervor, fixated on the imposing figure ahead, their great leader, destined to guide them towards freedom. The leader, with a maw brimming with jagged teeth, broke into a chilling, rasping laughter. Fear not, for no one can breach the defenses of the wild demon's secret realm, not even a saint king. The human race can only observe from the outside, powerless to intervene. The leader, with its scaled claws gesturing menacingly, laughed maniacally. Since they wish to watch, let them behold as we decimate their kin without mercy. A cacophony of excited howls erupted from the demon clan. Kill, kill, kill. Annihilate the human race. Avenge the grievances of our centuries-long imprisonment. I shall make them suffer. The leaders of the various demon tribes issued commands to continue the hunt for humans. The leader's crimson eyes flickered with intrigue as it withdrew a half of a shimmering azure stone mirror from its bosom. Astonished, this treasure has begun to resonate. Could it be that the other half of the mirror has emerged? Unable to contain its glee, it murmured to itself, I must find this treasure. The leader, originally named Emo Sha, was once an ordinary pangolin demon. Over 3 centuries ago, he had fortuitously obtained this half of the azure stone mirror, a mysterious artifact capable of shielding a portion of the might of the Taizu Emperor. With its power, Emo Sha shattered the boundaries of the wild demon's secret realm, ascending to the pinnacle of the other shore realm, unshackled by the realm's constraints. Henceforth, he soared to greatness, becoming invincible within the secret realm, sweeping across the lands and unifying all demon clans, revered by them as the great leader. Now, sensing the existence of the other half of the stone mirror, Emo Sha was filled with joy. Should he acquire the other half and unite them? Would he not ascend to the Dao Palace realm? Emo Sha's crimson eyes gleamed with increasing intensity. He promptly commanded preparations to personally lead a search. He was determined to locate the other half of the stone mirror before departing the wild demon's secret realm. Chu Xiu also sensed the fluctuations from the stone mirror. Indeed, the other half was hidden within the secret realm. I await your arrival. With a swift motion, he continued towards the direction of Inma Mountain. As he passed a small stream on the plain, he unexpectedly collided with Su Rushue, who was on the brink of exhaustion from being relentlessly pursued by the demon clan. Instinctively, Chu Xiu quickened his pace, intending to evade her. He, the old demon, had never engaged in acts of heroism. However, the enormous eye above him might be watching. If he turned a blind eye to her plight, his aspirations of becoming a saint would surely crumble. Contemplating this, he muttered, Consider yourself fortunate. And with a flick of his right hand, a 3-meter-long, half-meter-wide black sword, the sovereign blade, manifested in his grasp. Stepping onto the path of movement, intricate divine patterns emerged beneath his feet. In an instant, he brushed past Su Rushue, charging towards the horde of demons that were howling behind her. He was carrying his unconscious junior sister. A glimmer of hope flickered in Su Rushue's desperate eyes.
No.
She suddenly exclaimed, recognizing who he was. It was Chu Xiu, her senior brother, who stood at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea, just like her. She was acutely aware that the 20 or so demons pursuing her were all at least at the Divine Bridge realm. To her, Chu Xiu's attempt to charge in at the Wheel Sea stage was not a rescue but a death wish. Was he truly willing to sacrifice himself for me? Su Rushue's emotions reached a tumultuous peak, leaving her uncertain whether to feel touched or... Boom! A deafening explosion erupted behind them, debris and mangled corpses soaring into the air. With great difficulty, Su Rushue turned her head back, dreading to witness Chu Xiu's fate, yet compelled to look. To her astonishment, she saw Chu Xiu wielding an outrageously large black sword, effortlessly cleaving a mid-stage demon in two as if slicing through vegetables, then bringing the blade down again to reduce a dog-headed demon to a pulp, blood splattering everywhere. She was left in a state of shock. The disciples at Tai Su Square, who had observed this scene, were equally stunned. My heavens! Is he a monster? Chapter 36. The pure-hearted Chu Shixiang at Tai Su Square. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Was Brother Chu Xiu truly still at the Wheel Sea stage? Or had he ascended to the Divine Bridge realm? How could he have effortlessly slaughtered that horde of demon creatures? He was a formidable figure, a veritable meat grinder, dispatching those fiends without a hint of resistance. As news of the upheaval in the wild demon secret realm spread, an increasing number of cultivators flocked to Tai Su Square, gazing at the ethereal visage that shimmered in the void, an embodiment of both divine and demonic might, wreaking havoc. Everyone could not help but express their awe. Your Majesty, should we not activate the secret realm's teleportation gate in advance, allowing our disciples to return sooner? Qi Mengdai inquired softly, tilting her head. Tai Suzi's gaze remained fixed on the image of Chu Xiu, his eyes reflecting the birth and destruction of countless stars, as if he could see through the annals of time. Could this movement be the Nine Secrets travel technique? Your Majesty?
Noticing Tai Suzi's silence,
Qi Mengdai could not resist speaking again. Tai Suzi's lips curled into a smile, enigmatic yet teasing. What's the matter? Are you worried about your precious disciple? Qi Mengdai's face flushed red, and she inwardly scoffed. She was not concerned for that rebellious disciple. Her worries were solely for the safety of the other disciples. Do not fret. I have already made arrangements. Within 2 days, the teleportation gate will connect to the secret realm S-Passage. However, there are far too many demons. I fear they might not hold out for that long. Mo Fei interjected. If they cannot endure even for 2 days, it would be truly disappointing. Tai Suzi sighed. Within the wild demon's secret realm, Chu Xiu grasped the last mountain monkey by the throat, a crunch echoing as he exerted pressure, reducing its neck to a pulpy mass. He casually discarded the carcass to the ground and turned to approach Su Rushue. Su Rushue, her body weakening, sank to the grass with her junior sister. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, reflected her disbelief. Could it be that Brother Chu Xiu was the reincarnation of a demonic deity? His strength was overwhelming, enough to send shivers down one's spine. Is your junior sister unharmed? Chu Xiu's face displayed concern. Su Rushue shook her head, her tired eyes betraying her weariness. Her lips cracked. I am eternally grateful for your timely rescue, Brother Chu. You are gravely injured. Chu Xiu opened his palm, producing 2 precious healing herbs, offering them to her. The herbs shimmered with ethereal light, their fragrance wafting for miles. Earth-grade divine herbs, Su Rushue exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment. Tai Su Square was equally abuzz with chatter. The disciples were clearly taken aback by Chu Xiu's generosity. To offer 2 earth-grade herbs with a single gesture, this Brother Chu was indeed magnanimous. How they wished to befriend him, not for any ulterior motive, but merely to witness such treasures firsthand. Brother, you mustn't. The herbs are far too valuable, Su Rushue insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. unwilling to accept the precious gifts. Chu Xiu was at a loss for words. Those were the least valuable healing herbs in his storage bag. Did she expect him to produce heavenly grade ones? He assisted her to her feet, and a faint blush appeared on Su Rushue's pale cheeks. The radiant smile on Chu Xiujuan's face surpassed even the warmth of the sun as he gently remarked, "Junior sister, do not be so polite. In the current turmoil of the secret realm, where the demon clan wreaks havoc and danger looms, if you do not heal your wounds promptly, calamity may befall you. If not for yourself, then think of your junior sister. At worst, you can repay me with precious medicine once we are outside." Upon hearing this, Su Rushue glanced at her nearly breathless junior sister in her arms, bit her lip, and nodded slightly as she accepted the 2 spirit herbs. "Thank you, senior brother. I shall repay this kindness without fail." Observing the tender exchange between the two, Qi Mengdia's fist involuntarily tightened, inwardly cursing the rebellious disciple. "Humph, indeed." Tai Susi nodded, having read the dialogue through their lips and fully grasped its content. She was exceedingly pleased with Chu Xiu, a disciple of both kindness and exceptional talent. With a flick of her delicate fingers, mystical runes emerged, and the scene in the void shifted. On an endless grassland, Yifan was being pursued by a horde of demons, his situation quite dire. The imagery continued to transition, displaying disciples being hunted and slaughtered by the demon clan, a spectacle both bloody and tragic. Yet, some disciples refused to yield, drenched in blood, battling fiercely against the demons. Even Qi Mengdai could not help but frown. The disciples in the square watched with red-rimmed eyes and clenched fists. The demon clan, these beasts deserve to die. Once I achieve enlightenment, I shall slay the demons at the Tianyuan Great Wall. They have truly brought disgrace upon our Tai Su sacred ground, unable to withstand even the demons within the secret realm. A hot-tempered disciple of the Dao Palace glared in frustration. Yet, we cannot fault our junior brothers and sisters. The number of demons in the secret realm is simply overwhelming. Among the crowd, Tao Yao gazed skyward, murmuring a prayer. "Elder brother, you must return safely. Everyone in the secret realm may perish, but you must not come to harm. I believe senior brother Chu Xiu will surely be fine." A graceful figure appeared beside her unbidden. "Chu Xiaoran, how dare you show your face again?" Tao Yao's tone turned icy. "Do not think that just because you have mastered the 10,000 Immortals Flying Blossom technique, you are beyond my reach."
"Ah, Chu Xiaoran."
Tall and with skin as white as jade, her waist slender and delicate, with almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, smiled gently, like a blooming flower. "Sister Tao Yao, must you always resort to violence? It hardly befits a lady." Tao Yao huffed coldly, unwilling to engage with her. "Damn it, why is Chu Xiu still alive?" Jian Lingyun's expression was as dark as water. Perhaps it is due to the upheaval in the secret realm. Xiao Yifeng's countenance was also grim. "I hope he dies soon. As long as Chu Xiu lives, I cannot sleep peacefully." Especially lately, he felt quite unwell. While playing cards with junior sister Ren Hongying, he found himself utterly unresponsive, unable to lift his head. The thought of her strange gaze made him feel suffocated, his mood plummeting to the lowest depths. His temper grew increasingly volatile. Just a few days prior, a junior brother from his peak had misspoken and found himself with broken legs at Jian Lingyun's hands. Consequently, no one dared approach the disciples of Yunsha Peak, fearing they might incur his wrath. In the mystical realm of the abyssal demon, Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at the colossal eye in the sky. Standing nearby, he safeguarded Su Rushue and her junior sister. The earthly grade elixir was indeed extraordinary. Within mere 3 hours, the pallor on their faces began to regain a hint of color, and their injuries had significantly healed. "Thank you, senior brother." The 2 women rose gracefully, bowing to Chu Xiu. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Since the outside world has sensed the upheaval within the secret realm, they will surely expedite the activation of the teleportation portal. Given that both of you have not fully recovered, it would be prudent to proceed to the teleportation square and await our return." Su Rushue pursed her delicate lips and inquired, "Will you not join us, senior brother?" "Regrettably, I have another pressing matter to attend to." "Very well, then we shall part ways here." With these words, Chu Xiu invoked a secret technique, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving no trace behind. How swift, Tao Yu gasped in awe. Senior brother Chu has departed. Let us also make our way, junior sister. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. A unique light flickered in Su Rushua's eyes. Indeed, Tao Yu replied, eager to retrieve the flying vessel. However, as it soared high above, its size proved to be too cumbersome. Su Rushua shook her head, halting her. We shall proceed on foot to the teleportation square. Time should suffice. Of course, senior sister, I shall follow your lead. He not only is senior brother Chu formidable, but he is also quite kind, Tao Yu remarked with a teasing smile. Enough of that, came the playful retort. Chapter 37. After my death, let the floods come once again. I returned to the Een Demon Mountain. As I ascended the path, my figure was engulfed by the gray mist. Senior brother, I cannot discern the level of this grand formation, I remarked. At the mountain's summit, 2 men were circling the defensive array, their eyes gleaming with a green light, fixated on the alluring spirit fruit of infancy, radiant with a dazzling glow and exuding an enticing fragrance. A rare treasure of heaven and earth, unattainable and profoundly lamentable, sighed the man in red robes. Junior brother, cannot you break this formation? His frustration was palpable. The man in blue robes shook his head in resignation. The one who set this array is far beyond my capabilities. What a pity. If we were to obtain the spirit fruit of infancy, our future in the realm of divine power would be assured. Ah, someone approaches. The sound of light footsteps echoed, measured and deliberate, drawing nearer. The 2 men turned in unison. Within the gray mist, a slender silhouette emerged. Who goes there? The man in red called out sharply. The figure stepped forward from the haze. It was Chu Xiu, his gaze fixed on the 2 men, his expression revealing no hint of surprise. A few hours earlier, he had utilized the array to monitor their arrival. Their cultivation was quite commendable. The junior brother was at the 8th level of the Divine Bridge realm, while the senior brother stood at the 9th level, making them formidable among the disciples entering the secret realm. You are Chu Xiu? The red-robed senior brother exclaimed, astonished as he recognized the identity of the newcomer. Chu Xiu remained silent, preparing to draw forth his 3-meter-long treasured sword to entertain his fellow disciples. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the blue-robed junior brother's eyes as he discreetly transmitted a message. Let this person enter the array to scout. Should he trigger its prohibitions, I will be able to ascertain the quality of the formation, and perhaps enhance our chances of breaching it based on its fluctuations. The red-robed senior brother's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Since you claim this is feasible, we must certainly attempt it. That spirit fruit of infancy is a prize I must secure. Chu Xiu, I presume you have noticed that extraordinary treasure? The red-robed senior brother continued. To be frank, that is the spirit fruit of infancy, immensely precious. And then, Chu Xiu replied, a smile playing on his lips. The 2 brothers had subtly begun to encircle him. The red-robed senior brother smiled, gesturing towards the fully ripened spirit fruit within the array. You shall enter and retrieve it for us. How about we divide it among the 3 of us? Not at all, Chu Xiu shook his head. The expression on the red-robed senior brother's face instantly turned frigid as he sneered. You refuse? Why waste words with him? Just capture him and throw him into the array. The blue-robed junior brother said impatiently. Alas. This is precisely why I detest those who preach righteousness while cloaked in moral superiority, only to indulge in corrupt deeds beneath their gilded facades. Chu Xiu remarked, his eyes narrowing, his tone unperturbed. What constitutes righteousness, and what embodies evil? Are they not merely individuals positioned atop a moral high ground, self-declared arbiters of justice, who don a veneer for their own gain? He spoke with conviction, drawing forth the dominant sword, Songlong, angling it toward the heavens, an overwhelming aura of supremacy emanating from him. The audacity of one to challenge the realm of the wheel and sea, believing it could stir waves. Brother, take action and subdue him, commanded the senior disciple. The blue-robed junior drew forth 4 array flags. A swift motion of his right hand sent them soaring, unfurling in the breeze to form a 3rd-grade 4-symbol confinement array. The intricate patterns intertwined like a celestial net, descending to ensnare Chu Xiu in place. With hair as dark as a waterfall, flowing in the wind, Chu Xiu maintained his composure. He brandished his domineering sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that, in an instant, reduced the array flags to mere dust. The formation was shattered. The red-robed senior produced a pair of crescent hooks and advanced, attacking from behind with blinding speed. Alas, Chu Xiu was swifter still. Employing the secret technique of movement, he appeared as a specter, leaving behind only an afterimage. In the next instant, he stood behind his assailant, wielding his massive black sword to cleave through with a swift stroke. The upper half of the red-robed man soared into the air, blood and entrails erupting forth. Disbelief etched upon his bloodied face. The sword, resembling an azure dragon, pierced forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that made the very air quiver. With a sickening squelch, the red-robed man's head erupted into a mist of crimson, followed by the disintegration of his upper body, flesh and bones scattering in all directions. Not a single cry escaped his lips. Chu Xiu's sword was excessively heavy, weighing a staggering 20,000 pounds, and combined with his formidable physical strength, this strike was less of a thrust and more akin to a hammer blow. Senior brother. The blue-robed man screamed, his complexion pallid, utterly astonished by Chu Xiu's terrifying prowess. One stroke had bisected his peak spirit bridge senior brother, the second ensuring his utter demise. Do not fret. I shall soon reunite you with your brother, Chu Xiu remarked coldly. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before the blue-robed man. The gust of wind tousled his hair. The blue-robed man, his face a mask of terror, coughed up blood. He too was severed at the waist. Chu Xiu, expressionless, grasped his neck firmly, preventing his upper body from falling. The actions of these two today stirred dark memories within him. The calmer he appeared, the more his inner fury raged. Were they not akin to him and that girl, once captured to serve as bait? If not for sheer luck, he would have perished long ago in that treacherous southern demon secret realm. You. The blue-robed man struggled, blood and entrails cascading to the ground. Was this great formation laid by you? He managed to utter, his face ashen. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, his grip tightening until the life was extinguished. He discarded the lifeless body as one would throw away refuse and stepped into the grand formation. Soon, he stood before the infant soul demon fruit, its fragrant aroma wafting into his nostrils, as if beckoning him to ascend. Unable to resist, Chu Xiu reached out and plucked the demon fruit. In that instant, the fruit tree withered rapidly, ultimately transforming into a mere piece of desiccated wood. It remained uncertain how long it would take to restore vitality and bear another of its kind. He retrieved a jade box, sealing the demon fruit within to preserve its potency, then stowed it away and turned to descend the mountain. With a resounding crash, the Shadow Demon Mountain crumbled into ruins. Stones collapsed and the ground sank. Henceforth, the abandoned demon secret realm would no longer bear the Shadow Demon Mountain. Chuckle. In the future, this secret place shall no longer harbor the souls of infants or the demon fruits. The host is indeed a fated antagonist, having committed the act of severing roots, and thus received a reward, 500 breakthrough points. After my demise, let the deluge come. Chu Xiu scoffed. Moreover, I have slain countless on the mountain. I must disrupt the flow of time in the Demon Mountain, preventing anyone from executing time reversal. Host, are you prepared to break through to the 10th layer of the We'll See now? There is a piece of news, neither good nor bad, that I must convey to you. Chu Xiu stood beneath a towering ancient tree, raising an eyebrow and inquiring. Speak. Upon your second breakthrough to the extreme realm, you shall face the thunder tribulation. You cannot be mistaken? It can be confirmed. I have analyzed this a total of 300 billion times, and the probability of you facing the thunder tribulation is 89. Generally, only minor saints confront the thunder tribulation. Some individuals may never encounter it in their entire lives. Perhaps this is the price that must be paid for the immense power of the extreme realm. To endure and grow stronger or to falter and perish.
Chu Siêu Chúc Cơ.
What of the thunder tribulation? I, Chu Xiu, shall soar upwards, trampling the 9 heavens beneath my feet. Chapter 38. Yi Fan's envy reaches its pinnacle. The great leader, within the ancient woods 30 miles away, discovered a member of the human race. A bat demon with a pair of wings sprouting from its back, a mouse-like head, and a body cloaked in dark fur, kneeling before the formidable magic shark. The magic shark let out a harsh, grating laugh. At long last I have found you. Slay, slay, slay. Behind him, thousands of demons, each bearing diverse forms, raised their wolf-toothed clubs and beastly bone staffs, their frenzied cries of murder resonating through the air, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming might. The magic shark raised a massive hand, and silence fell instantly. With his crimson gaze fixed on the distance, he observed the gathering of human cultivators heading towards the transmission location ever since that ominous eye had appeared in the sky. He turned his head and declared loudly, "Convey my orders. Rally all capable warriors to the human transmission site. It is time to launch our full-scale assault and eradicate them completely." "Yes, great leader." The throng of demons fervently responded. They had awaited this day for far too long. To slay the humans and regain their freedom was their sole aspiration for survival. The magic shark caressed the pair of horns upon his forehead. "You cannot escape, my precious mirror is mine." Chu Xiu carried a bulging package on his back, containing a peculiar egg and a fragment of a stone mirror. The vibrations emanating from the stone mirror grew increasingly intense. "They are closing in," Chu Xiu exhaled, contemplating. The other half of the stone mirror's owner must be that legendary great leader. He mused silently. Turning around, he sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy more than 20 miles away, faintly hearing the clamor of battle cries. A massive congregation of demons must be assembling there. Stroking his chin, Chu Xiu concocted a bold scheme. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from his location. At the transmission square, a multitude of injured and disheveled disciples converged from various directions. "Senior brother. I implore everyone, save my senior brother." A female disciple, her face stained with blood, carried an unconscious man, gravely wounded and with his lower body missing, her voice laced with despair as she pleaded for assistance. Witnessing this, many expressed sympathy. The physical constitution of those at the Divine Bridge realm was too frail. With such severe injuries, the likelihood of saving him was almost non-existent unless they possessed a heavenly-grade healing herb. Yet, who would willingly offer such a precious item to an outsider? "Junior sister, I have some healing elixirs." Yifan stepped forward, producing 2 and handing them to her. "Thank you, senior brother." The female disciple's gratitude was evident as she received the herbs and tremulously crushed them, applying them to her senior brother's grievous wounds in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. The square was filled with incessant wails. Most individuals bore injuries, some severe, and whether they would survive the day remained uncertain. Yifan surveyed the scene, a sigh escaping his lips. He too had sustained considerable injuries. Fortunately, he had gathered a substantial amount from that hidden stash. Otherwise, his return here would have been in jeopardy. A slender white snake, akin in thickness to a finger, slithered from his collar, flicking its tongue, its lively eyes curiously surveying the surroundings, resembling a diminutive sprite. Yifan extended his index finger, gently stroking its head. The little white snake squinted its eyes in blissful enjoyment. A graceful silhouette glided past him, captivating his gaze. Yifan's eyes brightened as he approached, calling out to her. Su Rushue halted her steps, recognizing Yifan, and nodded slightly, her delicate lips parting as she inquired, "Yifan, what brings you here?" With a sheepish grin, Yifan scratched his head and replied, "I heard that Tao Shimi's injuries are quite severe. I possess some healing elixirs that may be of assistance." Su Rushue expressed her gratitude, insisting it was unnecessary. Assuming she was merely shy about accepting his goodwill, Yifan spoke of his own fortunate harvest, urging her to accept his offering. Faced with his earnestness, Su Rushue felt a sense of helplessness. The precious healing herbs gifted by Brother Chu Xiu still had not fully taken effect. She hesitated to disclose that Chu Xiu had provided her with these invaluable resources, opting instead to subtly convey that she had received his assistance and that her injuries were no longer a grave concern, thanking Yifan for his thoughtfulness. Upon hearing the name Chu Xiu, Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that every beautiful woman he encountered inevitably mentioned Chu Xiu. Why did his name recur so persistently? He felt a twinge of annoyance. "Have you met Brother Chu?" he asked. "Is he well?" Su Rushue's mind conjured an image of him, standing tall and heroic with a massive sword, his smile warmer than the sun. Her clear, beautiful eyes glimmered with nostalgia. Yifan felt a pang of jealousy. It was evident that this woman harbored feelings for Chu Xiao. Sister Chu Xiaoran had exhibited a similar gaze when discussing him. How unfair. Returning to the present, Su Rushue softly replied, Brother Chu is well. I believe he will return to the teleportation plaza shortly. All right. As long as he is fine. Yifan chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself that Jianling Yun had an unreliable taste in companions. So many had failed to contend with Chu Xiao. If Brother Yi has no further matters, I must attend to my junior sister, Su Rushue concluded, gracefully departing. Yifan scratched his head, unsure whether to voice his frustration. 20 miles away from the teleportation plaza, within an ancient forest, Chu Xiao was diligently exchanging various spiritual herbs for breakthrough points. Ding! Your fortune value is 20. Holding a rare celestial-grade Chilean flower, Chu Xiao was momentarily perplexed. After completing the exchange, he commanded System, display my status panel. Host, Chu Xiao, Realm, 9th level of the Wheel C, Special Physique, Primal Sacred Body, Talent, 1414 Celestial Grade, 33 times Cultivation Speed, Sword Intent, Celestial Killing Sword Intent, Cultivation Technique, Dao Scripture Foundation Establishment Volume, Secret Techniques, Xing Character Secret Technique, Initial Insight, Dan Scripture Middle Volume Poison, Initial Insight, Sword Techniques, All Things Rest Immortal remaining 1124 clicks to expand, Breakthrough Points, 857W, Fortune Value, 1125 Blue, Slaying Great Fortune Bearers allows absorption of their fortune. Comprehensive Combat Power Rating, Ordinary Same Tier, 40 times Combat Power. Upon entering this secret realm, I have significantly enhanced my luck by over 1,000-fold. Chu Xiao chuckled, acknowledging that reaping the rewards from Brother Yifan truly brings immense satisfaction. Everything is in place, only the eastern wind is missing. He rose and strolled towards the teleportation square. So many were injured. Chu Xiao surveyed his surroundings, observing the myriad of wounded sprawled across the square. After a rough estimation, he concluded that there were over 300 severely injured individuals and more than 500 with minor injuries. Only a few dozen remained unscathed. Of the 2,000 who entered the secret realm, fewer than 1,000 now remained. A tragic loss. Heh. Among them, 2/10 were eliminated by you heartless fiend. Chu Xiao disregarded the taunts of the system. In a corner of the square, he discovered a vacant space to sit and meditate, aiming to restore his vitality and spirit to their optimal state in preparation for the impending tribulation. That fellow actually survived. Not far away, a few individuals were whispering to one another. Senior Brother Yen and his companions had lost contact. Could they have been slain by the demon race? Most likely. What shall we do then? A man with a pockmarked face, his gaze chilling, made a gesture across his throat. Are you mad? There are eyes above watching. We must not act here. Chapter 39. Hua Luofei. Mengdai, pray tell, whose child is this? At the Taizu Holy Land, within the Taizu Square, the atmosphere was heavy with foreboding. They are all grievously injured. How tragic. It seems the demon clan is gathering. Are they preparing to besiege the disciples at the teleportation square? Clearly, yet there is no cause for alarm. The teleportation square is fortified with an ancient defensive array, personally laid down by the Emperor. No matter how many demons there are, they cannot breach it. Ha! Mere beasts, they cannot harm us. Qi Mengdai gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, her delicate hand instinctively caressing her abdomen. A sense of unease enveloped her, as if a foreboding calamity were imminent. Your Majesty, the ancient array will not falter. Will it? Taizuzi replied, your concern is unwarranted. The formation set by the Emperor is infallible. As she spoke, her gaze flickered to Qi Mengdia's abdomen, noticing her reaction. The master was taken aback and quickly placed her hands decorously upon her belly. Mengdai, you must confess. Do you have a partner? Taizuzi's voice resonated with playful teasing, brimming with curiosity, a stark contrast to her usual authoritative demeanor. Qi Mengdia's exquisite cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Regret washed over her. She should have concealed her aura with the bronze fox mask when she left. Had Taizuzi already discerned something amiss? The thought made her wish to vanish into the shadows. Ahem. Taizuzi's lips curved into a delicate smile. Do not feel embarrassed. At our level of cultivation, becoming pregnant is exceedingly rare. Congratulations. Ah! Qi Mengdai stood in stunned silence, her lips parted in disbelief. Beside her, Mo Fian and Elder Yang exchanged curious glances, puzzled by the unexpected demeanor of the Yunxia Peak Master. Oh dear, you cannot be unaware of this? Taizuzi inquired in astonishment. Qi Mengdai shook her head, her mind a whirlwind. Whose child is it? Tianqing? I recall he has been pursuing you, hasn't he? Taizuzi's enthusiasm surged. Her curiosity piqued as her mind conjured the insidious grin of her rebellious disciple. A wave of sorrow washed over her heart. This was not how it should be. Her beautiful visage paled slightly. What troubles you? Taizuzi transmitted, concerned that Qi Mengdai might be unwell. Qi Mengdai shook her head, assuring her that she was fine. Observing her demeanor, Taizuzi refrained from further inquiries. After a long pause, Qi Mengdai suddenly transmitted, there is nothing between Tianqing and me. She herself was unsure why she felt compelled to clarify. Her gaze drifted to the corner of the square, where the malevolent presence sat in meditation. Perhaps she feared that rumors would reach her rebellious disciple, who would then torment her further. Taizuzi's star-like eyes slowly closed, a tempest of emotions surging within her. Qi Mengdai had never socialized with male cultivators. The closest bond she had was with Tianqing. Thus, the question arose, if the child was not Tianqing's, then whose could it possibly be? This revelation was indeed monumental. Please do not speak of this matter regarding Luo Fei. Qi Mengdai implored, her crystalline eyes misting with emotion. Taizuzi opened her eyes. It had been a millennium since a close friend had addressed her in such a manner after she ascended to the position of the Holy Lord. Observing the expression on Qi Mengdai's face, Taizuzi sighed softly, what you utter shall reach my ears alone. Since you wish for discretion, no third party shall be privy to this. Thank you. But if you wish to keep this secret, why not erase this child? The esteemed master smiled wryly, shaking her head as her delicate hand caressed her abdomen. Perhaps it is because I cannot bear to part with it. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the plaza below. The demon clan has arrived. Oh my. The numbers are staggering. It reminds me of the days spent battling the demon savages at the Tianyuan Great Wall. Even at the Tianyuan Great Wall, such a multitude of demons would constitute a significant battle. Shock! Dismay! Taizuzi declared, over 870,000. The weakest among them are at the mid-stage of the Wheel C. Qi Mengdai raised her gaze to the void, witnessing the defensive barrier of the teleportation plaza unfurl. From all directions, the mountains were teeming with demons and savage beasts. In the skies, flying demons blotted out the sun, casting their gaze downward. The demonic aura surged heavenward, palpable even from a distance. Goodness! There are far too many, exclaimed an onlooker, inadvertently cursing. This is overwhelming. A female disciple trembled, her eyes wide with terror. Chu Xiu stood amidst the crowd, equally astonished by the sheer numbers. Everyone, do not panic. We are within the ancient defensive formation, and the demon clan cannot breach our defenses. A peak male disciple of the divine bridge realm stepped forward, maintaining his composure, unfazed by the demon's imposing presence. Indeed, they cannot breach the formation. The disciple's frantic anxiety began to dissipate. The demon clan's gaze fixated hungrily on the fewer than 1,000 humans within the formation, their eyes glowing crimson, thick saliva dripping from their mouths as they emitted a cacophony of strange sounds. Suddenly, the demon horde parted, creating a pathway. At the forefront, a demon clad in crimson scales, adorned with dual horns and blood-red eyes, rode a white tiger, advancing with heavy steps. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, silencing the surrounding demons who feared being struck down by a mere flick of his sword. This presence. He is certainly not of the divine bridge realm. A disciple gasped. It was not just him. Everyone felt the oppressive force emanating from this demon. It was overwhelmingly potent, at least at the late stage of the other shore realm, if not its pinnacle. Some trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? Is there not a suppression of rules within the secret realm? How could he transcend to the other shore realm? The teleportation plaza was in an uproar. This demon shattered conventional understanding, instilling terror in all. the leader of the demon clan. Chu Xiu narrowed his elongated, otherworldly eyes, fixated on the scaled demon riding the white tiger outside the formation. The demon shark raised his hand and bellowed, "Silence." His voice resonated through the air, echoing for miles around. All the demon clans fell quiet, fervently gazing at their leader. The demon shark's crimson eyes surveyed the great formation, and he grinned, revealing his razor-sharp fangs, emitting a low, eerie chuckle. His throat quivered as he intoned in a serrated voice, "Human race, do you wish to perish or to survive?" Standing at the forefront of the crowd in the teleportation square was a peak disciple of the divine bridge realm, who scoffed, "What are you, to presume you can dictate our fates?" A voice from the crowd resounded in agreement. "Indeed, while your numbers are overwhelming, we may not be your match, but can you breach the great formation? Just a pack of beasts." "Bah!" The demon shark chuckled, his visage becoming even more terrifying. Yet the disciples remained remarkably relaxed, harboring no concern that the demon race could inflict harm upon them. They held steadfast belief that the demon clans could not breach the ancient defensive formation. Could they? The demon shark tightened his legs around the white tiger's abdomen, causing it to howl in pain. With its assistance, he advanced slowly to the exterior of the protective formation's luminous barrier. The demon shark reached into his robe and retrieved a fragment of a blue stone mirror. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered. Grasping the mirror in his right hand, the demon shark gently swept it across the barrier. A scene that struck terror into the hearts of all unfolded. The once impregnable ancient formation was breached by the shard of the stone mirror, creating a gaping hole. Outside, the unique, acrid stench of the clans wafted through the breach into the formation. In an instant, the faces of all present turned ashen. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense, to the point where the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Chapter 40. Su Rushua's silence enveloped the realm of the wild demons, as well as the Taizu Square, a stillness akin to death. Qi Dongdia's exquisite visage turned pale in an instant, her delicate teeth biting down on her lower lip, her slender form trembling. Why is this happening? The enchanting countenance of Taizu also bore a layer of frost. Could it be that the stone mirror he wielded was an imperial artifact, capable of severing the grand formation set by the emperor? Mo murmured to herself, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Why was he able to breach the ancient formation? Despair washed over them. With hundreds of thousands of demon tribes, even a mere droplet of spittle from each could drown them all. There was no escape. Among the crowd, Tao Yao and Chu Shaoran ceased their bickering, their expressions gravely altered. Senior brother Tao Yao clenched her delicate fists, the joints cracking audibly. Gritting her teeth, she declared emphatically, "If my senior brother falls to the demons today, I shall ascend to the Tianyuan Great Wall tomorrow. I will not return until I have slain 1,000,000 demons." Chu Shaoran remained silent, watching quietly. She had faith in that man, believing he would conjure yet another miracle to evade this calamity. Ha ha ha! Xiao Yifeng struggled to suppress his laughter, his cheeks twitching with excitement. He was overwhelmed with joy. Chu Xiu was finally on the brink of death. He was soon to become the eldest disciple. Jian Lingyun also revealed a faint smile. Indeed, those who opposed me would meet an untimely demise. The transmission square lay shrouded in utter silence. Faintly, one could hear the sound of muffled sobs. A female disciple covered her mouth, succumbing to tears. Tremors coursed through the majority, as they experienced a proximity to death unlike any before. Just look outside, at the fearsome visages of the demon tribes. Their terrifying appearances and sharp fangs instilled a primal fear within these naive disciples. Particularly so for the disciple at the forefront, confronting the demonic shark, who collapsed in terror, legs trembling, as he sat on the ground. His lips quivered, complexion ashen, void of the earlier composure. "Cackle, why the silence? Why do you not laugh?" The grinding voice of the demonic shark echoed through the grand formation. Who could still find mirth in this moment? All they desired was to weep. The demonic shark's crimson gaze swept across the crowd, its sinister grin questioning. "Human race, do you wish to die, or do you wish to live?" The same question now bore a vastly different meaning to the assembled. The frightened disciples exchanged glances, unwilling to bow before the demon tribes in front of the higher echelons of their sacred ground. Yet failing to bow would surely lead to their demise. Perhaps, Bowing might afford them a chance at survival. Yifan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reddening, shoulders quaking. Why was this happening?
Yifan, pos exceptional talent.
Born with great fortune, destined for boundless possibilities. I should not perish here. No, I refuse to accept this fate. In this moment, despair enveloped even him. Even if a formidable being of divine passage stood among them, faced with such a multitude of demons, exhaustion would be inevitable. The hopelessness was overwhelming. Oppression, tremors, despair. The malevolent shark surveyed the disciples of the Taizu Holy Land with a mocking glee. His laughter grew increasingly unhinged as he reveled in the torment of the human race, watching their spirits gradually unravel under the weight of despair, a sight that brought him immense satisfaction. However, the time had not yet come to extinguish these humans. He intended to grant the Taizu Holy Land the necessary time to activate the teleportation portal, allowing them to escape this accursed wilderness of demonic secrets. Thus he spoke slowly. If you wish to survive, surrender the one who possesses the shard of the stone mirror. Indeed, he brandished the shard in his hand with a sinister grin, this very shard of the stone mirror. Within the array, the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Have you ever seen such a stone mirror? Never heard of it. Who possesses it? Bring it forth. A female disciple quivered, nearly paralyzed with fear. Observing their reactions, Chu Xiu shook his head discreetly. They were still too naive, believing that handing over the person with the stone mirror would appease the demon race. How foolish. It seems your human race lacks the spirit of self-sacrifice, he sneered. No matter, I shall assist you in locating him. The malevolent shark's smile turned cruel as he held the shard of the stone mirror, chanting an incantation that caused it to radiate a brilliant light. He was summoning the other half of the stone mirror. At that moment, the shard within Chu Xiu's pack began to tremble, emitting an equally dazzling glow, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Hundreds of gazes converged upon him, and the malevolent shark regarded Chu Xiu with a hint of amusement. Aren't you the swift one? Why not continue your flight? Whispers spread through the crowd, revealing that the demon race was indeed searching for him, implicating him as the one who had drawn the demons and placed them in peril. At the Taizu Square, the clamor grew increasingly cacophonous. Some accused Chu Xiu of leading them into a desperate situation, while others, with more malicious intent, suggested that he had deliberately attempted to steal the treasures of the demon leader to endanger his fellow disciples, with Xiao Yifeng and Jian Lingyun fanning the flames of discord. Yet, rational voices contended that it was unreasonable to blame Chu Xiu. Anyone who found a treasure would naturally keep it close, rather than discard it. In short, the opinions were as varied as they were fervent. Qi Mengdai, usually composed, felt her heart race with unease, her delicate fingers instinctively tightening into a fist. Taizu Ziliao furrowed her brows in contemplation, observing the unfolding situation. Would the disciples cast Chu Xiu out, or would he choose self-sacrifice? Yet, in her eyes, no matter what choice he made, the outcome remained unchanged. Would they resort to the hidden measures left by the emperor in years past? Such a course would surely lead to the collapse of the wilderness of demonic secrets. The teleportation square did not remain quiet for long. Brother Chu Xiu, you are indeed a true senior brother. At this juncture, are you unwilling to sacrifice yourself for us, your junior disciples? A voice of outrage pierced the crowd. The speaker was one of the individuals sent by Jian Lingyun and Xiao Yifeng into the wilderness to eliminate Chu Xiu, having narrowly escaped the trap laid at Yinma Mountain. As his words echoed, the tension escalated. The square erupted in a fervor, all eyes turning toward Chu Xiu, hoping he would step forward to bear the burden alone. Yifan's expression was fraught with complexity. He hesitated, ultimately opting for silence. His demise might indeed serve the greater good. Do you wish to sacrifice Brother Chu Xiu? Su Ruxue emerged, her delicate visage shrouded in frost. Sister Su Ruxue, your words are rather excessive. A cunning voice echoed from the crowd, its owner obscured, only audible yet invisible. Brother Chu Xiu willingly sacrifices himself for the greater good. Wouldn't you agree, Brother Chu Xiu? Do you truly wish for everyone to perish because of you? A stir rippled through the crowd. Indeed, sacrificing one to save many, what a noble prospect. Their gazes sharpened as they turned toward Chu Xiu. Nearly 1,000 voices clamored, Brother Chu Xiu, Brother Chu Xiu, hoping this pressure would compel him to self-sacrifice. Chu Xiu remained indifferent, his heart devoid of turmoil. Su Ruxue approached him, her slender form shielding him from the onlookers, and with a pointed finger toward the vast array beyond, she coldly mocked, "Do you truly believe that by sacrificing Brother Chu Xiu, the demon horde outside will spare us? What a farcical notion, an utter absurdity. Such disgraceful antics will only earn us the contempt of the demon race. As cultivators, what do we have to fear from battle? If we are to meet our end, why not do so with honor? Have you all seen that eye in the sky? Out there, the sovereign, elders, masters, and fellow disciples are watching us. Do you wish to bring shame upon them?" Her voice resonated through the square, striking a profound chord. Chapter 41. The battle system and grandfathers break through. Those who hoped for Chu Xiu's self-sacrifice now displayed unnatural expressions. Some even bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet Su Ruxue's gaze. This scene, of course, was witnessed by all the cultivators in the Taisu Square. They could not hear the sounds, but, through lip reading, comprehended fully what transpired in the teleportation square. Emotions ran high. Some understood their choices, others were filled with anger. Ruxue Elder Qin from Daoyun Peak covered her mouth, gazing at the scene unfolding in the void, tears streaming down her face. Approaching middle age, she appeared to be in her 40s, and the passage of time had etched 2 prominent wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Your master is proud of you, but your master does not wish for you to come to harm. Such is the nature of the human heart. The once ethereal figure of the rebellious disciple now appeared forlorn, as though cast aside by the entire world, reminiscent of the days in Qishan County. Reflecting on that grimy little face, Qi Mengdai felt as if her heart had been wrenched. I should be glad if that rebellious disciple perished. Why does my heart ache? A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Tai Suzi's eyes, not directed at Chu Xiu, but towards that group of disciples. It seemed that, over the years, the sacred grounds had been too lenient with the disciples, causing them to lose the valiant spirit that should be inherent in human cultivators. Haha, he is undoubtedly doomed, Xiao Yifeng communicated. Jian Lingyun nodded with a smile, saying, if he doesn't die, he will be driven to his death. I truly wish to witness his expression at this moment. Such is the nature of human sentiment. Chu Xiaoran felt disheartened. A group of cowards, muttered Tao Yao, her beautiful face icy, filled with disdain and a desire to rush into the wild demon's secret realm to vanquish that cowardly rabble. Su Ruxue, your senior brother Chu Xiu has yet to express a stance, yet you rush forth to champion his cause. Is that not inappropriate? Su Ruxue's face flushed with anger, her gaze icy as it swept across each face in the crowd. When her eyes met theirs, they instinctively lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. The shameful display of the human race at that moment elicited an involuntary laugh from the demon shark. I will give you 50 breaths of time. If he does not emerge, we shall enter. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in panic. No, I do not wish to die. Someone, please save us. I do not want to die. Senior brother Chu Xiu, save us. You are truly the direct disciple. Can you be so heartless? That vile voice continued to incite chaos. What has become of your courage? Su Ruxue's eyes brimmed with disappointment. At that moment, she felt a hand patting her shoulder from behind. Turning around, she was met with a face as handsome as jade, radiating an unparalleled charm, accompanied by a smile as warm as the sun. Senior brother Chu Xiu. Su Ruxue's eyes became moist. Thank you, Su junior sister, Chu Xiu replied, his lips a thin red line. Her eyes were deep and clear, devoid of any trace of fear. She lifted her head to gaze at the others. Channeling the secret technique of movement, intricate runes appeared beneath her feet, leaving behind a fleeting shadow in her wake. In an instant, she arrived behind the crowd, seizing the shoulder of a pale-faced, bearded man with a sinister appearance. Ah, what are you doing? It was Li Ming, as gasps rippled through the crowd. Though at the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm, he was now as helpless as a chick caught in Chu Xiu's grasp. Senior brother Chu Xiu, what are you doing? He was taken aback by Chu Xiu's immense power, which was as immovable as a mountain, truly terrifying. All eyes were fixed upon this scene, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chu Xiu met his gaze directly and calmly declared, since you are so righteous, join me in battle. Sacrifice yourself to save the many. This transaction is not unworthy. At these words, Li Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turning ashen. Senior brother Chu Xiu, have you made a mistake? Chu Xiu offered no further reply, his right hand firmly gripping Li Ming as he walked steadily toward the defensive formation's barrier. Li Ming struggled desperately, pleading for mercy. Chu Xiu, don't do this. You are harming a fellow disciple. Please, senior brother Chu, no, I was wrong, truly wrong. I should not have spoken those words. As they listened to his cries, the onlookers exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that it was Li Ming who had instigated the earlier turmoil in the crowd. Somehow, he had been singled out by Chu Xiu, destined to join him in battle. Help me, everyone. Senior brother Yang, Chu Xiu wants to kill me. Please save me. Li Ming's shadowy face was now awash with tears and snot, trembling in fear, a grotesque sight. Among the crowd, his senior brother Yang merely cast a glance before lowering his head in silence. The others followed suit. If Chu Xiu were willing to leave the formation, sacrificing Li Ming would be of little consequence. Senior brother Chu, do not go out. Su Rushue cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Sister Su. Yifan attempted to grasp her hand, but she forcefully pushed him away. With a chilling gaze, she retorted, isn't senior brother Chu Xiu your friend? Why do you not speak up for him? Do you wish for him to sacrifice himself as well? Yifan's expression froze, his eyelids twitching, momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he managed to block her, preventing her from rushing forth to join Chu Xiu in his fate. Senior brother Chu Xiu Tao Yu, rising from the ground, gazed at Chu Xiu's retreating figure, tears streaming down his face. At this moment, whether within the formation or outside among the hundreds of thousands of demon clans, or even beyond, all eyes were fixed solely upon Chu Xiu. Is this truly your decision? Qi Mingdia's face paled. Tai Susi sighed softly, preparing to intervene and save Chu Xiu. She could not discern whether sacrificing a small secret realm for a single disciple was worth the cost. The human race is commendable. You possess a courage unmatched by others. The crimson-eyed demon shark stared intently at Chu Xiu. I sense not even a hint of fear within you. Chu Xiu stood within the luminous barrier, mere meters away from the fearsome demon shark. The stark contrast of their heights accentuated the tension as they exchanged glances. Senior brother. Li Ming pleaded for mercy. With a stoic expression, Chu Xiu casually hurled him out of the grand formation. The white tiger steed of the demon shark let out a ferocious roar and pounced. Li Ming's agonizing screams ascended to the heavens, soon silenced as the tiger tore him to shreds, blood, bones, and entrails cascading onto the ground. The scent of carnage seeped through the breach in the formation, causing the onlooking disciples to recoil in terror instinctively. Will the human race emerge? The demon shark sneered, towering over Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu offered no reply. Instead, he retrieved a white jade box from his storage pouch. Unsealing its enchantments, he lifted the lid. In an instant, radiant light burst forth, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance that seemed to elevate one's spirit to the heavens. Such a phenomenon undoubtedly signified a treasure of immense rarity. Countless gazes fixated on the jade box in Chu Xiu's hand, an insatiable desire compelling them to seize it for themselves. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the demon shark as it observed the matured infant soul demon fruit. You wish to present it to me in exchange for your life? Chu Xiu chuckled softly, extracting the fruit. With a deft motion, he performed a cleansing gesture, washing it several times with pure water. Then, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, he brought it to his lips, crunching it audibly before swallowing. With resolute steps and an ethereal demeanor, he exited the barrier, casually waving his hand to reveal a small mountain of high-grade essence stones laid out before him. Commander, I shall break through the Tao Sutra. Chapter 42. A grand undertaking, confronting hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts, detected that the host is an ancient sacred body, cultivating the Tao scripture at the 9th layer of the Wheel C. The difficulty of breakthrough and consumption will significantly increase, requiring an acceleration of 1 small cycle per year, with an estimated consumption of 10,000 breakthrough points annually. In the first year, you face hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts alone, choosing to break through amidst the chaos. The heavenly Tao takes notice, touching upon the utmost sublimation of the 10th layer of the Wheel C. Breakthrough successful, this time consuming 10,000 breakthrough points. Your ancient sacred body undergoes a transformation. Ding, the Wheel C reaches its utmost sublimation, preparing for the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation. Please be ready. The Thunder Tribulation will descend in 10 breaths. Detected that you have broken through a major realm. Gaining rewards. Chu Xiu closed his eyes, temporarily disregarding the rewards, and began to absorb a vast amount of insights regarding the Tao scripture. His aura continuously surged, akin to a rocket in flight. His long, dark hair floated unbidden, and the wide, gilded robe billowed with a resounding sound. The limit of the Wheel C, which was already 99 times broader than the ordinary peak, was shattered. It began to expand wildly once more, 100 times, 110 times, 130 times, 149 times, and finally reaching 150 times. The expansion reached its zenith. A thunderous roar echoed as the golden waves of the Wheel C surged, while purple lightning snakes pierced through the fabric of space, resounding like the creation of heaven and earth, accompanied by ethereal sounds of the Tao, extraordinary and unmatched. His body rapidly underwent metamorphosis. The density and strength of his bones crackled and increased, while his crimson blood gradually transformed to a pale golden hue coursing through his meridians like a stampede of wild horses. The thunder resonated, terrifying in its intensity. Following this, the manifestation of the sacred body appeared. Above his head, in the void, a pale gray chaotic mist surged, giving rise to a blue lotus still adorned with dewdrops. This was soon followed by an endless expanse of golden ocean, surging with furious waves, accompanied by thunderous roars and the continuous chant of Buddhist melodies. The blue lotus, surrounded by radiant hues, emanated a fragrance that wafted for miles. It spun and descended upon the golden sea, gently drifting, taking root and sprouting. This chaotic seed of the blue lotus symbolized the anomaly of the ancient sacred body. A terrifying pressure radiated in all directions, causing countless demonic beasts to kneel in reverence. The multitude of demonic creatures hovering in the air were compelled by the might of the sacred body, falling like raindrops, crashing down with a thunderous sound, creating numerous large craters, dust swirling around. Many of the demonic beasts were even crushed into a pulp, blood splattering in all directions. Chu Xiu slowly opened his eyes, indifferent to everything around him. Golden light flickered within his pupils, and golden vitality surged upward into the heavens, exuding an unparalleled terror, as if a deity or demon had descended upon the mortal realm, gazing down upon all living beings. With a sudden intake of breath, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius surged toward him like a dam bursting, forming a funnel of misty primordial energy. The pile of countless stones before him was instantly reduced to powder, all the contained primordial energy absorbed. The system continued to advance the Tao scripture. Detected that the host is an ancient sacred body, cultivating the Tao scripture, at the utmost realm of the 10th layer of the Wheel C. The difficulty of breakthrough and consumption will significantly increase, requiring an acceleration of 2 years for a small cycle, with an estimated consumption of 100,000 breakthrough points every 2 years. In the second year, you face hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts alone, maintaining composure, and choose to break through immediately. However, with only slight insights, the breakthrough fails. In the fourth year, you faced hundreds of thousands of demon tribes alone, remaining composed in the face of peril, and chose to break through immediately, achieving success and ascending to the first layer of the Divine Bridge realm. In the sixth year, you faced the same daunting number of demon tribes, maintaining your calm. However, despite your immediate decision to break through, you encountered a moment of insight, resulting in failure. In the 8th year, once again confronting the overwhelming demon tribes, you steadfastly chose to break through, succeeding this time and elevating to the second layer of the Divine Bridge realm. All that has transpired thus far is quite a tale. In truth, from the moment Chu Xiu consumed the soul fruit of the infants, to stepping out of the grand formation and attempting a breakthrough, followed by the emergence of anomalies, and continuing to ascend the Divine Bridge, it all occurred in less than 3 breaths. What an extraordinary sight it was! Within the grand formation, the onlookers gazed in awe at the chaotic blue lotus phenomenon above Chu Xiu's head, their mouths agape. It seemed as though senior brother Chu Xiu was on the verge of a breakthrough, his aura intensifying with each passing moment. My heavens! He is daring to break through in the midst of battle. How is he capable of this? It is truly impressive. But what does a breakthrough matter if he faces hundreds of thousands? He is doomed. As they looked beyond the grand formation, they beheld his silhouette, standing tall like a drawn sword, and Su Rushue covered her mouth in shock, her eyes reflecting awe. Senior brother. Something is amiss with him. The demon shark's pupils contracted sharply, his resolve crystallizing as he unsheathed the great sword from his back, aiming a strike directly at Chu Xiu's brow, intent on eliminating this enigmatic figure on the spot. The white tiger let out a fierce roar, lunging at Chu Xiu from the flank. Yet, the chaotic blue lotus above Chu Xiu's head activated a secret technique, allowing him to move like a wraith, vanishing from sight. The demon shark strike met only empty air, while the white tiger collided with the ground, producing a pained growl as it rolled several times before regaining its footing. At this moment, profound transformations were occurring within Chu Xiu, leaving him unable to divert his focus for an attack. The command was clear: eliminate this human. The demon shark bellowed, his earlier composure evaporating. An unsettling sense of foreboding gripped him. This human was far too peculiar, as if calamity was imminent. The cries of kill, kill, kill echoed from the ranks of the demon tribes, surging forth from all directions like a tidal wave, intent on tearing him to shreds. With his long black hair billowing and golden light emanating from his eyes, Chu Xiu surveyed the chaos, his demeanor unruffled. Employing the secret technique, he moved through the throng of demons, weaving through them with the grace of a dancer, both thrilling and perilous. In truth, his speed was astonishing. Within the secret realm, aside from the demon shark, the highest among the demon tribes was merely at the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm, and they could barely graze the hem of his garments. Thus, he resolved to take a bold step, choosing this moment to break through, inviting the heavenly tribulations to annihilate all present demons. Yet, he found his energy lacking. The rapidity of his breakthrough had left him short of vital essence. With golden light radiating from his brow, he dodged attacks while retrieving spiritual fruits and elixirs from his storage bag to consume. At that moment, below his navel, within the sea of vitality, his energy transformed entirely into true essence, and in an instant, a golden beam surged through his body, aiming straight for the divine platform in the center of his brow. What is the divine bridge realm? It harnesses the formidable power of the Wheel Sea, forging a bridge between the human body and the heavens, establishing a divine platform, and giving rise to divine thoughts. Thus it is known as the divine bridge. A resonant sound akin to a morning bell emanated from the center of Chu Xiu's brow, echoing with clarity. The steadfast divine platform was finally breached, revealing a golden figure seated in the center of the lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xiu himself. It was indeed his divine soul. As the realm ascended, the space of the divine platform expanded continuously. The larger the divine platform space, the greater and more potent the divine thought energy generated within it, rendering the divine soul within increasingly resilient and formidable. In the first tier of the divine bridge, the strength of an ordinary divine bridge cultivator is multiplied by 10. In the second tier, it is multiplied by 15. In the third tier, by 20. By the ninth tier, it reaches an astonishing 50-fold. Such a terrifying divine platform is beyond belief. No one would accept it without skepticism, thinking him mad. At the very moment of his breakthrough, the tribulation of thunder followed closely behind. In an instant, the heavens and earth lost their color, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sky for miles. Within the swirling clouds, countless golden lightning serpents writhed, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. The oppressive force of heaven and earth engulfed everything. The demon clans raised their heads towards the sky in terror, trembling with fear and dread. They sensed an overwhelming power descending upon them, an impending calamity. Instinctively, they knelt upon the ground, shivering, some turning to flee in panic. A sly smile curled at the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth as he cackled, prepare to savor the thunder tribulation feast. Indeed, Chu Xiu intended to lead hundreds of thousands of demons through the tribulation together. Chapter 43. A shocking revelation. The thunder calamity of the sea. The hatching of the divine egg in the realm of cultivation. It is a well-known truth that when others face a tribulation, The best course of action is to flee as far as possible. Should one be caught in the aftermath, the laws of heaven and earth would deem them a participant in the tribulation, and they too would be subjected to divine retribution. At this very moment, Chu Xiu was determined to lead all the demonic beings through the tribulation together. The magic shark could not restrain its expletives, cursing angrily, "You treacherous scoundrel, your heart is truly dark." He had just reached the pinnacle of the other shore realm, while the strongest among his subordinates was merely at the peak of the divine bridge realm. According to common understanding, only those who had reached the minor saint level would attract the thunder tribulation, and each tribulation was fraught with peril. Yet, this cursed human was intent on leading a group of lesser demons through the tribulation. Was he seeking their demise? Boom! As a golden thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, descended and struck Chu Xiu's body. It felt as though the void had opened a floodgate. A torrential cascade of lightning poured down like a waterfall. The heavens split apart, and the thunder obliterated the world, painting a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Every golden thunderbolt that struck the heads of the demonic beings instantly turned them to ash, leaving nothing behind in the wind. A sense of horror enveloped the air as the demon horde scattered, shrieking in panic as they fled toward the ancient forest, having never encountered such a terrifying spectacle in their lives. Some winged demons, in their frantic escape, flapped their wings and soared into the sky, only to be annihilated by the thunderstorm in an instant. There was no evading the thunder calamity. One could only endure it. The laws of the heavenly way had locked onto them, and no demon could escape, unless they could withstand the onslaught. The sea of thunder engulfed Chu Xiu and all the demons outside the grand formation. Only the chorus of anguished screams reached the ears of the disciples of the Tai Su sacred land. In the thunderous sea, the demonic beings fell like wheat being harvested, one by one collapsing into ashes. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene beyond the grand formation, the disciples of the Tai Su sacred land turned pale. In the Tai Su square, the golden lightning consumed everything, rendering the scene invisible save for its blinding brilliance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, igniting fervent discussions. I have never witnessed such a terrifying thunder tribulation. To have tens of thousands facing the tribulation together, this sight is utterly horrifying. I have never seen anything like it. Does he not fear being turned to ash himself? How did senior brother Chu Xiu manage this? How is it possible for him to attract the thunder tribulation at the mere sea will realm? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter how defiant he is against the heavens. It cannot be to this extent. Sister Tao Yao, have you faced a thunder tribulation? Chu Xiaoran's gaze was vacant, overwhelmed with shock. She had never anticipated that senior brother Chu Xiu would act so audaciously. Tao Yao rubbed her forehead and shook her head. When I break through to the minor saint realm, I may face a thunder tribulation. My brother truly deserves his title as the one who transcends the ancient limits. I hope nothing befalls him. Even 500,000 demons cannot compare to his pinky. Chu Xiaoran smiled sweetly. Fear not. Since senior brother Chu has chosen to confront the demons in this manner, he must possess the confidence to endure the thunder calamity. Dream Butterfly, did you see that? Tai Suzy wore a gentle smile, her master's eyes reflecting the golden light. With a gentle nod, he remarked upon the golden vitality, the golden sea of thunder, and the chaotic vision of the blue lotus. Chu Xiu possessed the legendary physique known as the ancient sacred body. However, what perplexed me was why no one recognized this when he first entered the sacred land. Tai Suzy shook his head, stating that the sacred body had been obscured for tens of thousands of years and had not appeared on the Tianqiong continent. Perhaps the consideration of a sacred body was not entertained at that time. No wonder Qi Mengdai pursed her glistening red lips and murmured, "It is no surprise your cultivation speed was so slow. It was due to your sacred body. It is indeed astonishing that Chu Xiu could independently break the curse that forbids the sacred body from cultivating." Tai Suzy gazed at the sea of thunder, his eyes filled with countless swirling stars, as if he could see through everything. The sacred land had yet to select a sacred son. Once Chu Xiu emerged, let him take the position of Tai Su's sacred son. The master was momentarily taken aback, his long eyelashes fluttering. Do you disagree? Tai Suzy inquired with a hint of confusion. Yet, the master felt a surge of anger within. How could a rebellious disciple even have the opportunity to ascend to the position of sacred son? Is there still any sense of justice or law? Mengdai? Qi Mengdai regained her composure and promptly said, "The matter of the sacred son must be decided collectively by the peak masters. His current cultivation is too low and may provoke dissatisfaction among the other peak masters." Tai Suzy nodded slightly in agreement. This reasoning holds merit. However, given Chu Xiu's performance within the secret realm today, I believe the other peak masters will not reject my proposal. A sacred body capable of cultivation, as long as he does not perish prematurely, is destined to become the supreme being of this universe. Moreover, his character is commendable. He is a kind-hearted child willing to risk himself for his fellow disciples. Qi Mengdai internally scoffed. Did you not see him abandon a disciple to the demon clan? A benevolent, rebellious disciple? Ha! Amidst the golden sea of thunder, Chu Xiu's robe had long been reduced to ashes by the lightning. His skin was torn and charred. This thunder tribulation was even more formidable than the minor sacred thunder tribulation. Terrifying indeed. As Chu Xiu's hair billowed, he activated his Taoist scriptures, channeling the thunder tribulation to temper his body, continuously enhancing his physique. The ancient sacred body is reputed to be immortal and indestructible. Even though he has yet to reach a minor completion, his recovery speed is exceptionally rapid. However, the speed of recovery does not surpass the speed at which he is injured by the thunder tribulation. What astonished him the most was that the half-mysterious blue stone mirror seemed to possess a certain capacity to deflect lightning. Chu Xiu felt he could no longer endure. As long as he clutched the stone mirror, the thunder tribulation striking him would diminish in intensity. This suggests that the demon clan's chief, wielding the stone mirror, might not be obliterated by the thunder tribulation. It appears a fierce battle awaits. The stone mirror is extraordinary. It must be seized. At that moment, a sound akin to an eggshell cracking resonated from behind Chu Xiu. Oh no! He had forgotten he was still carrying a peculiar egg. Surely it wouldn't be damaged. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he hastily removed the tattered bundle. The egg protruded partially, continuously absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation. The shell was riddled with cracks. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as the eggshell was breached. A fluffy chick with pale yellow feathers peered out from its eggshell, two golden tufts wobbling atop its head. Its neck twisted, and its bright, round eyes darted about before finally settling on Chu Xiu. Amidst the golden tempest, a peculiar silence enveloped the two, man and chick, locked in a gaze. With a soft crack, the chick leapt from its shell and landed on Chu Xiu's palm, tilting its head back with an air of arrogance, exclaiming, "Damn it! There's thunder everywhere. Boy, are you undergoing tribulation? What manner of creature are you?" Chu Xiu scrutinized the chick, marveling at its ability to articulate words so soon after birth. "A truly extraordinary feat. I am no mere creature," the chick retorted with a disdainful spit, raising its tiny left paw to present a middle finger to Chu Xiu. "You would do well to show me some respect, or I shall devour you whole." Its voice was high-pitched and innocent, yet the words dripped with audacity, igniting an impulse within one to chastise it. With narrowed eyes, Chu Xiu clenched his palm, eliciting frantic squawks from the chick as it begged for mercy. "No, no, no. My bones are breaking. I was wrong. Please spare me." "What are you, then? Don't tell me you are the reincarnated divine crow, a potential demon emperor." The chick peeked out between Chu Xiu's fingers, panting heavily, its petite beak opening and closing. "Divine crow? Potential demon emperor? What is that? Can it be eaten?" Suddenly, a massive bolt of golden lightning struck Chu Xiu's back, splattering a spray of pale gold blood. The tribulation was drawing to a close. "Watch out, kid!" Whoosh! A colossal black sword aimed to cleave Chu Xiu in half from behind. His gaze sharpened sharply. Chapter 44. The Might of the Sacred Body. The divine crow clan. The colossal sword descended with a fierce gust of wind, causing his garments to flutter and his hair to dance wildly. It must be said that the timing of the abyssal shark's attack was impeccably precise. Even though his speed in executing the character secret was unparalleled, he had no choice but to endure this strike. A brilliant golden light flickered in Chu Xiu's eyes as a faint golden aura surged forth, coalescing upon his right hand, resembling a creation of pure gold, radiant and resplendent. With his hand enveloped by a golden phantom, he reached back. The clash of palm and sword resonated, a cacophony of metal against metal that sent shivers through one's teeth. A thunderous impact reverberated. The terrifying recoil caused the abyssal shark to stagger, the flesh of his palm splitting open, blood gushing forth. His pupils widened in disbelief. How could he, with all his strength behind a single blow, be caught barehanded and suffer a counterstrike? What an immense physical prowess! Chu Xiu cast aside the small chick and activated the character secret, instantly appearing before the abyssal shark. His blood energy surged like a pillar, a golden gleam radiating from his eyes as his hair danced, embodying the essence of a deity or demon. His golden fist, infused with the might of thunder, struck fiercely against the shark's chest. Crack! The abyssal shark's ribcage caved in, countless bones snapping, as he spewed forth a torrent of blood, propelled backward over 100 meters.
Impossible.
How could you be so powerful? In midair, the abyssal shark let out a shriek of despair. Chu Xiu, stepping upon golden runes, surged forward with accelerated speed, seizing the still-falling ankle of the abyssal shark and forcefully driving it into the ground. Boom! The earth, charred by the thunderous might, formed a half-meter deep indentation in the shape of a human, with numerous cracks radiating outward. Having partially awakened the sacred body, his physical strength was extraordinarily formidable. Like a humanoid behemoth, he tossed the 3 to 4 meter tall, muscle-bound abyssal shark about as if it were a mere rag doll. You! The abyssal shark lay within the human-shaped pit, blood trickling from his mouth as he gazed at Chu Xiu. With an impassive expression, Chu Xiu gripped him and slammed him down again. Boom! Boom! As the thunder ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight bathed the earth. Those within the defensive formation hurriedly looked outside. The land, spanning 1,000 miles, had turned to scorched earth, shrouded in smoke, devoid of life. Hundreds of thousands of demon kin had been reduced to ash. Were all the demon kin dead? Ah, we are still alive. Some wept tears of joy. That is senior brother Chu Xiu. My goodness! Nearly 1,000 individuals gazed towards the horizon, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and shock. On the scorched plains 3 miles away, Chu Xiu stood with his upper body bare, his tattered trousers billowing, long hair cascading like a waterfall, his physique tall and well-proportioned, a faint golden aura rising like smoke into the sky. He gripped the ankle of a demon covered in crimson scales, slamming it repeatedly into the ground, each strike leaving a deep crater, dust swirling around. I recall that demon leader was at the peak of the other shore realm. Yet in senior brother Chu Xiu's hands, he lacked even the strength to resist. So formidable, senior brother Chu Xiu is truly astonishing, as if a deity had descended upon the world. Su Rushua's beautiful eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, her chest rising and falling in excitement and surprise. It is a relief that senior brother Chu is unharmed. By heavens! Yifan stared blankly, overwhelmed by his strength. He tried to envision the abyssal shark as himself in that moment. A chill ran down my spine, sending shivers throughout my being. Human race, you must not go too far. Coughing violently, the demon shark spewed forth blood, every bone in his body shattered. In a matter of moments, he had been struck by Chu Xiu over 100 times. Tell me the origin of the stone mirror, Chu Xiu inquired telepathically, gripping his ankle tightly. The demon shark, his face smeared with blood and froth escaping his lips, chuckled darkly. With a swift motion, Chu Xiu seized his body with one hand and slammed him down forcefully to the side. He then placed his foot on the shark's neck, casting a disdainful glance as he remarked, "Your laughter is truly unpleasant, devoid of villainy. Should you dare to smile at me again, I shall first reduce your 5 limbs to 4. I detest your gaze." With great difficulty, the demon shark managed to speak. "Go ahead and kill me. I will never divulge the secrets of the human race." His laughter echoed, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Memories of his life flashed before him. Once merely an ordinary pangolin demon, he had been abandoned by his mother shortly after birth, enduring relentless bullying from his kin. Fortunately, he was adopted by a wolf demon grandfather, who imparted the warmth of family to him. However, that joy was short-lived. One year, his grandfather was slain by a disciple of the Taizu Holy Land during a trial skinned and displayed on a cliffside. That day, he lay upon his grandfather's corpse, weeping from dawn till dusk, replaying his grandfather's words in his mind. Child, this world is a cage, and we are but pigs and sheep within it. Your grandfather is old, but you are still young. If you ever have the opportunity, break free. He sought the stone mirror to shatter the rules binding this small world, to ascend to the other shore, to become invincible within the secret realm, uniting all demonkind, plotting for a century. Just as he was on the verge of escaping his cage, this human race annihilated his hopes in an instant. Gazing at the azure sky and the white clouds above, he watched a bird soaring freely. Slowly, he raised his right hand, as if to grasp something. How he longed to see the world beyond.
Grandfather, I am sorry.
I have failed as well, unable to show you the outside world. With a swift strike, a black sword descended. Blood erupted, and the demon shark's head was severed, his expression vacant. In his lifeless eyes, there was no hatred, only profound regret. Chu Xiu, holding the black sword, observed the headless corpse, then leaned down to retrieve the other half of the stone mirror from his body, tucking it away. He began to dig a grave with the black sword, burying the body and forming a mound, inserting the black sword upright at the headstone. A gentle breeze caressed his face as his hair danced in the wind. He turned and walked away. The little yellow chick, swift as a shadow, darted to Chu Xiu's side, gazing up. Kid, I did not expect you to bury him out of kindness. I thought you would torture him to extract the secrets of the stone mirror.
Chu Xiu lip lip.
I may despise him, but I do not disdain those who perish in pursuit of their dreams. Moreover, he would not divulge the origin of the stone mirror. His right hand surged with vital energy as he grasped at the little yellow chick. A forceful suction enveloped it, drawing the diminutive chick into the palm of a hand, which then clenched tightly. Goodness! The little yellow chick exclaimed, grumbling, Hey, ease up a bit. Don't crush me to death. Continued, You haven't tea yet informed me of your true nature. And by the way, is there any connection between the divine egg that birthed you and the half-stone mirror? Chu Xiu squinted slightly, an aura of danger emanating from him. The little yellow chick recoiled its neck, speaking in a childish tone. According to the memories of my lineage, I seem to belong to the Divine Crow clan. As for any connection with that stone mirror, I am unaware. Divine Crow? Chu Xiu scrutinized the little yellow chick intently. The chick's tuft of hair bobbed. Its tiny wings crossed over its chest, head held high, exuding an air of arrogance. Are you intimidated? The Divine Crow clan is one of the royal families of the demon race. Little brat, shouldn't you kneel in reverence? With a stoic expression, Chu Xiu tightened his grip. Wait, big brother, I was wrong. The little yellow chick quickly backtracked, fearing for its safety. I can sense the extraordinary bloodline within you. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Chu Xiu mused, stroking his chin. I shall name you Chick Tai Mei. The little yellow chick's head was suddenly adorned with 3 question marks, and it erupted in indignation, spitting words in a flurry. I am inherently extraordinary, destined to attain enlightenment and become an emperor. How dare you boast and wish to be my master? I think it would be more fitting for you to acknowledge me as your master and become my pet instead. Chapter 45. Return to the sacred land of Tai Su, where the stars adore the moon. The little yellow chick perched upon his shoulder, bouncing and chirping, its 2 golden tufts swaying erratically, expressing its discontent with the appellation Chick Too Beautiful. Chu Xiu chose to disregard it. The wounds on his body healed at a visible pace. He flicked away the dust and grime from his form, clearing himself of the impurities. From his storage pouch, he withdrew a fresh robe to don. His long black hair was casually arranged into a bun, secured behind him. With the killing intent dissipated, his demeanor became ethereal, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. He strolled towards the teleportation square. As the mist lifted, a stunning rainbow arched across the sky, radiant in its brilliance. We V1. Cheers erupted from the square. The demonic clans had been vanquished by Brother Chu Xiu. He was invincible. Brother Chu. The disciples were stirred, their faces flushed with excitement, repeatedly chanting Chu Xiu's name. Gazing at that slender figure, Yi Fan felt a tumult of emotions. Truly formidable, Alas, I have once again become a mere spectator. His right fist clenched tightly, his eyes filled with the fervor of battle. I shall surpass you one day and claim the role of the protagonist. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Rushue beside him, her eyes glistening and her cheeks flushed. A pang of bitterness surged within him. The Taisu Square was abuzz with chatter. A multitude of disciples and elders engaged in animated discussions. He is overwhelmingly powerful, summoning lightning to annihilate myriad demons. Indeed, he is the master brother of Yunsha Peak. Utterly astonishing. From now on, Chu Xiu shall be my target to pursue. I feel as though I have witnessed the birth of a youthful supreme. Crack. Listening to the praises bestowed upon Chu Xiu, Jian Lingyun snapped his cherished purple-gold folding fan in frustration, his countenance dark. How many lives does this fellow possess? Xiao Yifeng's face twitched, a sinister expression overtaking him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Why won't you die? Why are you still alive?" Jian Lingyun replied coldly, "Brother Xiao, let us find an opportunity to eliminate him outside the sacred land. Precisely what I intend. I refuse to believe he will remain hidden in the sacred land for eternity." I knew Brother Chu Xiu would possess a method to break the situation. Chu Xiaoran exhaled deeply, her flawless complexion blooming into a gentle smile as she glanced at Tao Yao. With her slender and graceful figure, she took delicate steps, resembling petals in the wind, leaving a fragrant trail as she departed from Taisu Square. Gazing at the reflection in the void, Tao Yao pursed her pink lips, a pair of shallow dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Clad in a flowing green dress, she transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the heavens. Tai Suzy waved her sleeve, causing the mirrored image in the void to vanish. Ahead, the void cracked open, revealing a portal through which she and Qi Mengdai stepped in unison, vanishing as the portal closed behind them. Once they departed. Huff! Elder Yang, with his white hair and beard, appearing frail and aged, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. He turned to Mo Fian with a rueful smile. "Elder Mo, so many disciples have perished. I fear I cannot escape punishment for my negligence." Mo Fian, possessing an ethereal beauty and elegance, adorned in a crimson feathered gown resembling a ripe peach, spoke with an icy tone. "Fortunately, Chu Xiu and the others are unharmed. Otherwise, you may find yourself confined to the wall of Taizu Cliff for the rest of your life." With that, she gracefully glided downward towards Taizu Square. The host traversed the teleportation passage, preparing to welcome the disciples back. Alas, Elder Yang sighed, feeling a sense of bleakness about the future. Humph, that wretched Qi Mengdai. Her fortune truly is remarkable. She has acquired such an extraordinary disciple. Lu Shui, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her face veiled in white gauze, possessed an elongated and graceful figure, a waist delicate enough to be clasped with a single hand, exuding an aura of ethereal fragility, her beautiful eyes filled with icy disdain. I must devise a means to draw her over. Surely, Qi will be infuriated when the time comes. She mused to herself, her body gradually becoming ethereal, vanishing from sight. In a corner of the square, a white silhouette turned and departed. He had undeniably changed. Su Tianjin murmured, her gaze intricate. Memories surfaced of the one who frequently visited Tianjian Peak to seek her out, whose mere glance would render her face crimson. When did he begin to transform? Perhaps it was after his life and death battle with Zhang Meng. With a sigh, she too departed from Taizu Square. "Brother Chu Xiu, are you all right?" Su Rushue approached him, concerned for any injuries. Chu Xiu shook his head, assuring her he was unharmed. Others gathered around, their faces flushed with gratitude for his life-saving actions. They appreciated Chu Xiu while simultaneously feeling a sense of shame. Just recently, in their bid for survival, they had allowed Li Ming to force Chu Xiu out of the Great Formation. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's miraculous reversal, they might have perished at the hands of the monstrous horde. "Brother Chu Xiu, it may be too late to express my regret now, but I wish to apologize," said a young man in green, one arm severed, his appearance handsome yet humble, bowing his head, cheeks flushed. Others echoed his sentiments of remorse. Yifan, with a complex expression, hesitated for a moment yet did not step forward. A small white snake emerged from his collar, raising its body and flicking its tongue, its large eyes curiously fixed on the exquisite chicken perched upon Chu Xiu's shoulder. The aura felt familiar. It sensed it had encountered him before. Chu Xiu, with a warmth akin to sunlight, waved his hand and said cheerfully, "Am I not standing here quite well? There is no need for such sentiments." Like a modest gentleman, he radiated immense generosity, captivating the hearts of those around him. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more guilty they felt, and from that moment forth, they would become his fervent supporters in the sacred land of Taizu. This was the brilliance of the old demon Chu. Brother Chu Xiu is truly kind-hearted. I wish to be your follower, Brother Chu Xiu. It was all Li Ming's fault. That man deserved to be condemned. Fortunately, he met his end at the hands of the demons, or else I would have seen to it myself. Observing the crowd, all gathered around Chu Xiu like stars surrounding the moon, Yi Fan clenched his fists in envy. How wonderful it would be to be at the center of that admiration. After a long while, as the crowd dispersed, Chu Xiu approached Yi Fan. At that moment, he noticed that the purple aura surrounding Yi Fan had diminished considerably, no longer as intense as when they first met. His fortune had been significantly absorbed by Chu Xiu. "Brother Yi, what is this on your shoulder?" he inquired, noticing the delightful little white snake on Yi Fan's shoulder, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Could it be the colossal python from the treasure site that has been tamed by this fellow, Yi Fan? With a smile, Yi Fan gently caresses the head of the white snake, saying, "It is a newly acquired spirit beast. And what do you have perched upon your shoulder, Brother Chu?" "This is Jitai Mei. As you can see, it is a chicken, barely qualifying as my beast companion." Chu Xiu remains indifferent. "Come on, kid, show some respect. You are the chicken, your entire family consists of chickens." Jitai Mei, with a flourish of eloquence, leaps high in indignation.
Yi Fan,
With a twitch at the corner of his eye, has never encountered such an eccentric little chick before. What an amusing little creature, he chuckles. After exchanging pleasantries for a brief moment, Chu Xiu retreats to a corner of the square, seeking a quiet space to meditate and reflect upon his internal transformations. His vital energy surges, brimming with vitality, the sea of his inner realm vast and boundless, the divine platform formidable, and his spirit firmly established. This is the remarkable strength of the system. By utilizing breakthrough points, the speed of ascension is nothing short of miraculous. A mere 2 years spent in a closed-door retreat is akin to the time required for a breakthrough. There are no hidden dangers, and the foundation is exceedingly solid, saving a considerable amount of time in stabilizing one's realm. As time passes, the sun sinks below the horizon, and 2 full moons rise into the sky, casting a silvery sheen over the entire wild demon secret realm. Hundreds of thousands of demon beings have perished, rendering the night silence even more profound. The following day dawns, with the first rays of sunlight breaking through. A blue beam shoots skyward, splitting open to reveal a colossal teleportation gate several thousand meters wide. The disciples cheer with exuberance before orderly stepping through the light gate, departing the wild demon's secret realm. With 100,000 words, the first volume of the main storyline draws to a close. The protagonist will ascend to become a holy son, stepping out of the sacred land to embark on worldly experience. Chapter 46. The Refinement of the Mysterious Stone Mirror, Sequence 6. The third day of returning to the Taizu sacred land. Within the cave dwelling, Chu Xiu sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, like an ancient monk in deep meditation, utterly motionless. From the narrow slits of his eyes, golden light occasionally emanated. Suspended above him was a cerulean stone mirror, enveloped in ethereal radiance, with dragons and phoenixes dancing in harmony, presenting a myriad of extraordinary phenomena, accompanied by the resonant sounds of Tao. After an indeterminate span of time, he gradually opened his eyes. With 30,000 prohibitions in place, he had only managed to refine 1% of the mirror. His cultivation still felt insufficient. The celestial light of the cerulean stone mirror faded, gently descending into Chu Xiu's hands. He had refined a portion of the mirror's prohibitions, gaining insight into its secrets. The stone mirror was of an exceedingly high tier, at least a sacred king artifact, if not approaching that of an emperor artifact, though it remained incomplete. It possessed 2 primary functions. The first was a suppression field of azure light. When activated, the mirror would emit a torrent of azure light, creating a domain that could suppress all adversaries within a radius of several thousand meters, slowing their movements, or even immobilizing them entirely. The greater the user's cultivation, the stronger the suppression and the wider the area of effect. The second function pertained to information communication, a capability he had yet to fully comprehend. As he caressed the mirror's surface, he retrieved a high-grade elemental stone and placed it into the recessed slot at the back of the stone mirror. A sudden flash of azure light erupted from the mirror. The charging was successful. In the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded before Chu Xiu's eyes. Gradually, a line of small characters appeared on the surface of the mirror. Please enter your name. What is this sensation?
Chu Xiu mát vào in Wally.
Channeling his consciousness, he inputted, Sunshine Boy, creation successful. Ripples danced across the mirror's surface as the scene transformed. Sequence 6, Welcome to the Primordial Wilderness. Your sequence is exceptionally advanced. Your authority level surpasses that of ordinary individuals, granting you free access to the following features: Chat Channel, Stellar Plaza, Secret Realms, Private Trading Space, Combat Arena, Cultivation Sanctuaries, 10,000 Clans Battlefield, other features to be unlocked. Note: aside from the chat function, activating the teleportation feature will consume a significant amount of energy. Please prepare elemental stones or divine elemental stones. Otherwise, the teleportation channel cannot be opened. This. Chu Xiu's eyes widened. It seemed he had acquired something extraordinarily remarkable. As the notorious Chu Laoma, who had traversed the Tianqiong continent for decades, claiming to be invincible among his peers, he had never heard of such an artifact existing in the world. As a traveler from another realm, he could comprehend the functions displayed by the stone mirror and their potential applications. A chatting tool, tickets to secret realms. Crack. The energy of the elemental stone in the mirror's recess was depleted, shattering into dust that fell away. The mirror's surface rippled, the text gradually fading. Did a single high-grade elemental stone only last a minute? Chu Xiu inserted another elemental stone into the slot. The text reappeared. He clicked on the chat channel. Welcome to chat room number 17. Online members. 6. Jinyang Clan Jinqing Goat. Damn that Dragon Horse Clan's divine son. He has been chasing me for 3 days and nights. Who is closest to the Taimang Great Plain? I am willing to offer 3,000 primordial coins as a reward for a powerful spatial mage to assist me in escaping. Voidwalker. Makar Oat. 8,000. I shall traverse the void and arrive immediately. Golden Sun Clan. Jin Xingyang. Damn. You're fierce. Hurry. Coordinates can 335. Kuan 245. Doghead Clan. Ait Holly. Truly Dark. Priestess. Shui Mower. Does anyone possess human souls for sale? I am currently conducting experiments as a sorcerer involving souls and require a substantial quantity. Undead Clan. Momo Yate. I have some. How many do you need? Do not bother if it's less than 100,000. Priestess. Shui Mower. 500,000. Let us negotiate in the trading space.
Undit Clan. Montag Jate. Agreed.
Chu Xiu, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow. These names of races were entirely foreign to him. Were they not from the Celestial Dome continent? He had never heard of the Great Mang Plain either. This world, it seemed, was far more expansive than he had ever imagined. Who established this primordial realm? Great emperors, powerful beings, or someone else? What purpose did they have in creating it? Countless questions lingered in his mind. Chu Xiu took a deep breath, exited the 17th chat channel, and ventured into other channels to eavesdrop. After a considerable amount of time, he gained a general understanding of what the primordial realm entailed. The universe was vast and boundless, teeming with countless life-bearing planets and diverse races. Some fortunate individuals, like Chu Xiu, upon obtaining treasures akin to the stone mirror, could acquire an identity and log into the primordial realm. It was a colossal, extra-dimensional universe. Regardless of one's location in the original universe, one could enter through a ticket like the stone mirror, engaging in battles, cultivating, and acquiring treasures and techniques. It resembled a real-life game on Earth, except that if one perished within, it was final, no possibility of resurrection. Interesting. Chu Xiu's eyes sparkled. So, I can battle against other prodigies of the universe? However, my current cultivation is too low. venturing into perilous territories would be unwise. He produced 500,000 high-grade essence stones and clicked on Starlit Square. According to the information garnered from the chat channel, this place was a safe zone. Should anyone dare to attack others here, the primordial system would obliterate them without mercy. The stone mirror ascended, azure celestial light cascading down and enveloping Chushio entirely. After a few breaths, the celestial light dissipated. The stone mirror descended to the ground. Chushio frowned. Picking up the stone mirror, he noticed a line of text displayed above. Rank 6. Current cultivation level too low. Must break through to the Dao Palace realm before entering the primordial realm. Chushio's forehead twitched in frustration. Never mind. He had initially intended to explore that mysterious place. Having refined part of the stone mirror's restrictions, he could now store it in his spatial pouch. After securing it, Chushio rose and exited his cave dwelling. He discovered that Jitai Mei had built a fire pit in the courtyard, roasting a spirit rabbit while occasionally applying some spices. His culinary skills were commendable, achieving a golden brown exterior with a tender interior, its aroma tantalizing. So fragrant. Jitai Mei's mouth watered, her big eyes fixed on the feast, her little wings rubbing together in eager anticipation. In the next moment, a gentle breeze swept through. The roasted rabbit vanished from the fire pit. The magnificent chicken beauty, with its round and prominent pupils, leaped 3 zhang high in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Who is that wretched scoundrel daring to snatch my rabbit?" The flavor is quite delightful, though perhaps a tad lacking in salt. With a grotesque expression, Chicken Beauty turned its head to behold Chushio seated upon a blue stone beneath a willow tree by the lake, grasping the freshly roasted rabbit and savoring it with an air of critique. He even procured a flask of wine, tilting his head back to gulp down a generous mouthful. "I shall not let you off easily." Chicken Beauty, infuriated, darted forth with a blur of movement, fiercely pouncing towards Chushio. "Prepare to meet your end." Chushio raised his hand, effortlessly capturing the creature. He tore off the rabbit's head and tossed it back to Chicken Beauty, saying, "Do enjoy." "Ah, you scoundrel." Chicken Beauty was exceedingly irate. "Calm yourself. I shall treat you to some grass monkey brain another day. It is exquisite when eaten raw, tender like tofu, with a refreshing aroma of grass and wood, truly delectable." "Really?" The little chick, clutching a rabbit head several times its size, tilted its fluffy head, golden tufts swaying, eyes brimming with curiosity. "Indeed, I swear by my master's name," Chushio affirmed, gnawing on the rabbit meat and sipping wine. "Very well. I hope you do not deceive me. By the way, someone came looking for you earlier, but upon finding you in seclusion, she departed." "Who was it?" "I believe her name was Hua Luofei." "Did she say anything?" As Chicken Beauty munched on the rabbit head, it mumbled, "She mentioned meeting at the old place in 3 days. Chapter 47. Tai Suzi. I recommend Chushio as the Holy Sun Tai Su Peak. The Council Hall. The atmosphere is solemn and majestic, enveloped in ethereal light and mist, reminiscent of a celestial court. Today, the 17 peak masters gather, seated upon magnificent thrones suspended in midair. The esteemed elders of each peak stand at various locations within the hall. At the highest point, in the very center, rests a colossal bronze throne. Tai Suzi sits with an air of dignity, adorned in a resplendent gown of platinum, radiating celestial brilliance. Her skin is as pure as jade, her figure elegant and slender, with cascading waves of blue hair naturally falling over her chest and back, her visage exquisitely beautiful. Below the Holy Master's throne, 2 slightly smaller bronze thrones float. The left one remains unoccupied, while the right is graced by a woman draped in a simple white gown, her face veiled in translucent fabric. With closed eyes, she leans against the throne as if in slumber. She is the contemporary holy maiden of Tai Su's sacred land, Bai Susu, who has cultivated for over a century, now at the mid-stage of the minor saint realm. The Bai family, being the direct lineage of the sacred land, holds an extraordinary status. Over the span of thousands of years, 3 holy masters have emerged from this lineage, one of whom even attained the status of a quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor's phantom that appeared during Chushio's venture into the Wheel Sea Tower was that of Bai Su, the quasi-emperor of the Bai family. The slight difference in name between Bai Susu and Bai Su speaks volumes of her esteemed position and innate talent. The vacant seat on the left naturally belongs to the Holy Sun. Below, the peak masters of Tianqing, Yunxia, and Tianjian occupy their thrones. The peaks of Daoyun, Zhubifeng, Lianqi, and Danding, among others, represent the 17 peaks. Each peak master, possessing unique manifestations, exudes an overwhelming presence, unmistakably formidable among the mightiest. Below them, the elders permitted to enter the council hall possess a minimum cultivation of early minor saints, all representing the elite combat strength of the sacred land. Their numbers exceed 100, a sight to behold, showcasing the profound foundation of the sacred land. The elders below do not dare to utter a word, bowing their heads and refraining from gazing upon the esteemed figures floating in the air. Tai Suzy surveys her surroundings, her eyes reflecting the birth and demise of stars. Through her cultivation of the Tai Su imperial scripture, an aura of the Holy King envelopes her, radiating a primal vitality that is both imposing and vibrant. With a gentle parting of her lips, she initiates the first agenda. The matter of the abyssal demon's secret realm. Esteemed colleagues, can you discern the underlying issues? The master of Tianqing speaks, his aura brimming with sword energy, the void pulsating with life and death. His silver hair dances as if caught in a tempest, the overwhelming pressure of a great saint enveloping the hall, leaving the assembly breathless. They have grown too complacent in their tranquility, lacking the necessary trials. Thus, they exhibit such timidity in the face of the demon clan. They ought to descend the mountain for training. The peak masters nod in agreement. The master of Daoyun speaks. Coincidentally, in recent years, the kingdoms under the Sacred Land's jurisdiction have frequently been besieged by demon marauders. We could dispatch them to exterminate the demons, allowing them to undergo the baptism of blood. Surely, the disciples will grow at a swifter pace. She appears to be a woman in her 30s, garbed in a celestial robe, her presence ethereal, at the pinnacle of the minor saint realm, on the cusp of entering the great saint level. Qi Mengdai nods in acknowledgement. With the exception of the Danding, Lianqi, and Zhubifeng, all other peaks must enforce a mandate that requires descending the mountain annually to eliminate demons and slay a requisite number of adversaries of the same realm before they may return. The master of Tianjian, Lu Shui, casts a sidelong glance at Qi Mengdai, scoffing. You speak so lightly. With the vast number of disciples within the sacred land, can every one of them truly descend the mountain? Are there really so many demons to slay in the territories under our jurisdiction? Qi Mengdai furrowed her brows. Hunting the wild beasts was one option, and venturing to the heavenly abyss Great Wall was another. Wild beasts? Had they not been hunted for ages? Lu Shui continued to dismantle the argument. The heavenly abyss Great Wall is only for those of lower cultivation. Isn't that akin to courting death? The various peak masters and elders maintained a stoic silence, accustomed as they were to the duo's mutual dismantling over the years. Enough, interrupted Tai Suzy. Let us proceed as the peak master of Daoyun and the peak master of Yunxia have suggested. The demonized beasts are inexhaustible. If all else fails, we shall head to the heavenly abyss Great Wall. With the sovereign's decision made, Lu Shui fell silent. Thus, I delegate the details to the peak master of Daoyun. Understood. The peak master of Daoyun rose to accept the task. Tai Suzy nodded and continued. For nearly a century, the Holy Land has failed to select a holy son, often drawing criticism from other great sects, holy lands, and noble families. I believe it is time to choose a holy son. What does everyone think? Upon hearing this, the peak masters and elders straightened their postures, exchanging glances. The main topic had finally arrived, the election of the holy son. Tai Suzy surveyed the room and inquired, does anyone have a candidate? The slumbering Bai Susu yawned, her eyes fluttering open, revealing a fleeting glimmer of blue in their depths. The relationship between the holy son and holy daughter could be described as both intimate and competitive. Throughout the history of the Tai Su Holy Land, there were instances where the holy son and holy daughter became partners, as well as cases where they competed fiercely for the position of sovereign, even to the point of engaging in deadly duels on the life and death platform. Even though her demeanor was tranquil and detached, she felt a twinge of curiosity regarding who would be the next holy son. I recommend Feng Balan, the chief disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Spoke the master of Blood Spirit Peak first. This young man has cultivated for less than 200 years, achieving the realm of minor sage with remarkable talent. He was an elderly man with white hair and beard, a face etched with wrinkles, clad in blood-red robes, emanating a chilling aura, representing the heavenly sword peak. I propose Meng Tao, the second true disciple of Tianqing Peak, with a sword king physique. After a century of cultivation, he has attained the realm of minor sage. He is qualified to be the Holy Son, spoke the master of the Pill Tripod Peak. He wore a friendly smile, dressed in a robe adorned with the 8 trigrams of the universe. His hair white yet youthful, embodying an ethereal grace, clearly aligned with Tianqing Peak and maintaining an amicable rapport with them. I second the nomination of Meng Tao, the female master of the Colorful Clouds Peak, stated succinctly, her demeanor simple and unadorned. Beyond the masters of Tianqing, Heavenly Sword, and Yunxia Peaks, the remaining peak masters began to propose their candidates. With 5 votes for Tianqing's Meng Tao and 4 for Heavenly Sword's Feng Balan, the remaining 8 peaks, including gathering treasure and refining tools, chose to remain neutral and refrained from making recommendations. Yunxia Peak, lacking a faction, had no one to support their recommendations. Qi Mengdai observed coldly, her heart devoid of tumult. Her nature was serene, disdainful of forming alliances. She mused inwardly that it was perhaps better for her rebellious disciple not to become the Holy Son, for his malevolent heart, having extinguished his master and annihilated his ancestors, would surely lead to catastrophic consequences should he ascend to such a position. The deity of Tianqing, with white pupils that shifted slightly, exuded an overwhelming presence, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as his disciples' votes surged ahead. Lu Shui's gaze turned frosty, sighing internally. She had not measured up to the master of Tianqing. The foundation was indeed somewhat lacking. Tai Sitsi nodded gently, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, they are all commendable candidates, destined to become the pillars of our sacred land. The assembly of peak masters and elders turned their gazes toward her. For the words of the Holy Master conveyed a significant signal. She, too, had her chosen one. The council hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Curiosity enveloped the room. Whom would the Holy Master endorse? As a sovereign at the pinnacle of Saint Kings and a formidable presence in the Sky Dome continent, her word would likely solidify the matter. The Saintess, Bai Susu, voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Your Holiness, do you have a candidate? Tai Sitsi nodded, her ruby lips parting to utter 2 words. Chu Xiu. Instantly, the council hall erupted into a cacophony, the elders whispering among themselves. Is it that one from Yunxia Peak? Indeed, he shattered the ancient limits of the Wheel Sea, receiving the ancient Saint King's inscription, a testament that resonates through the ages. His performance in the Wild Demon Secret Realm was nothing short of extraordinary, drawing the thunder tribulation of the Wheel Sea and annihilating hundreds of thousands of demon kin to rescue nearly 1,000 disciples. The disciples emerging from the secret realm speak of his amiable and magnanimous character. However, his cultivation seems to be merely at the divine bridge stage. His level appears too low. Is he truly suitable? Lu Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as she cast a glance at Qi Mengdai, addressing Tai Sitsi. Your Holiness, I believe Chu Xiu is not appropriate. His cultivation is insufficient. The peak masters of the Tianjian Peak faction nodded in agreement. Even the Tianqing Peak faction expressed their reservations, subtly opposing the choice due to Chu Xiu's low cultivation. The collective dissent did not surprise Tai Sitsi. She responded calmly. He has fought against the Emperor in his youth and successfully reached the summit, breaking the ancient limits. His ability to vanquish foes across a great realm suggests he might attain the realm of the 7 bands, or even brush against the 8 bands. The thunder tribulation he attracted in the Wheel Sea speaks volumes of his extraordinary potential. Most importantly, he is an ancient sacred body of humanity. Once fully realized, he will be able to stand against the emperors. You all must understand the implications of this. Upon hearing this, the council hall was thrown into chaos. What? He is actually an ancient sacred body? An elder exclaimed in astonishment. He has broken the curse of the sacred body? That cannot be. Chapter 48. Under the moonlight, Piqiao breaks through the sacred body nightfall. The twin moons hang high, casting a silvery glow, while stars twinkle like scattered diamonds. A cloudy mist peak. Within the courtyard of Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, Piqiao cradles a small chick in her left hand, her right index finger curiously poking its fluffy head. Under the moonlight, Piqiao radiates beauty, her skin illuminated to a translucent white, adorned in a flowing green dress that accentuates her slender waist. The chick, named Jitai Mei, lifts its right claw, defiantly raising its middle finger, and declares with an exaggerated tone, "Damn it, you wretched woman, summon my esteemed Lord Shinya. Otherwise, I shall devour you." Piqiao chuckles, her laughter resounding like the rustling of blossoms. "You little thing, how could you possibly eat me?" Enraged, Jitai Mei hops about, boasting, "Once I attain enlightenment, I shall make you my servant, and then I will take a little maiden as my steed." "Brother, where did you find this foolish spirit pet?" Piqiao tilts her head, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "In the secret realm of the wild demons. I recognized its exceptional nature and decided to take it in." Chu Xiu replies, seated by the fire, roasting a spirit deer, the savory aroma wafting through the air. Recently, influenced by Jitai Mei, he has developed a fondness for grilling. "How outrageous! You shameless couple! I am no mere spirit pet."
Jitai Mei protests leaping in indignation.
Its tiny wings flapping furiously. It wishes it could peck Piqiao to oblivion, displaying quite the temper. "Brother, shall we roast it instead? The meat must be tender." Piqiao reveals her small fangs, which glisten in the firelight. In Jitai Mei's eyes, Piqiao's forehead sprouts horns, transforming her into a demon. "That is a splendid suggestion. I believe preparing it as beggar's chicken would be delightful." Chu Xiu nods in agreement. "How dare you threaten me?" Jitai Mei exclaims, transforming into an irate chick and charging at Chu Xiu. He swiftly dodges, missing its charge and nearly tumbling into the fire. Rolling on the ground, he stands up, dirty and flustered, crossing his tiny wings and declaring, "I am extraordinary by nature. My destiny is to ascend and become a progenitor. You two shameless individuals should treat me with respect, or I shall consume you whole. You insolent chick, merely brash in your words. It seems you need a lesson." Piqiao retorts, infuriated by his incessant insults. Raising her delicate hand, she channels a shimmering golden light, as if the heavens themselves were turning, and begins to pluck Jitai Mei's feathers. Jitai Mei, neck outstretched and teeth gritted, with teary eyes, exclaims, "You shall pay for this, woman. How dare you pluck my beautiful feathers? This grudge shall be monumental. And you? You are hardly even in the sea realm, yet you dare seek revenge on me?" Piqiao scoffs, her face radiating disdain. "Is ready," Chu Xiu announces. Upon hearing this, Piqiao's eyes light up, and she tosses Jitai Mei aside, promptly sitting beside Chu Xiu with her hands cradling her cheeks. Chu Xiu cuts a piece of deer meat with a small knife, placing it on a porcelain dish and offering it to her. Thud! Jitai Mei lands on the ground, dazed and disoriented. Shaking its head, it scurries over with remarkable speed, shouting, "Everyone step aside. I shall devour half." In the stillness of the night, after bidding farewell to Tao Yao, Chu Xiu returned to his secluded retreat. For the past few days, he had been engrossed in refining the stone mirror, not yet having the chance to inspect the system. He recalled that he had not yet claimed the reward for breaking through to a higher realm. He accessed the system records. Detected breakthrough to a higher realm. Special reward obtained. Upper volume of the ancient sacred body cultivation method. Upper volume of the ancient sacred body cultivation method category. Technique rank. Immortal description. Cultivating this method allows one to refine the ancient sacred body to the minor completion stage. Accept the transmission of the technique? Yes, no, accepting. Chu Xiu's eyes gleamed with delight. He was in dire need of the ancient sacred body cultivation method. Unbeknownst to him, the system had provided him with a boon. Closing his eyes, he began to embrace the technique. Golden light surged into the divine platform. A golden ethereal figure materialized behind Chu Xiu, its voice echoing like a celestial being imparting wisdom. Ancient characters, imbued with profound truths, floated into the divine platform, swirling around Chu Xiu's golden soul like stars in orbit. Amidst the golden sea of light, a blue lotus bloomed, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, while chaotic energies surged forth, resonating with the natural order, accompanied by continuous chants. The chaotic manifestation of the blue lotus hovered above his head, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The drowsy chicken Tai Mei jolted awake, cursing under its breath. This damned fellow is making progress again. It seems I too must diligently cultivate, surpassing the little ones and then taking them as mounts. Chu Xiu's physique shimmered, radiating golden brilliance, his presence majestic. He chanted incantations, ancient characters flying from his mouth, inscribing themselves in the void above him. With each blink, golden lightning flickered in his eyes. Time passed unnoticed. So this is how the sacred body is cultivated. Upon opening his eyes, a subtle smile graced Chu Xiu's lips. System: display my personal panel. Host: Chu Xiu, Realm. 9th layer of Divine Bridge, Special Physique. Ancient Sacred Body Talent. 1414 Heavenly Grade 33 times Cultivation Speed Sword Intent. Heavenly Kill Sword Intent. Cultivation Techniques. Foundation of the Tao Scripture. Sacred Body Cultivation Method Upper. Secret Techniques. Xingshi Secret Technique. Initial Understanding. Danjing Middle Volume Poison. Initial Understanding. Sword Arts. All Things Rest Immortal remaining 1124 clicks to expand. Breakthrough Points. 378W. Fortune Value. 1125 Blue. Overall Combat Power Evaluation. Ordinary same tier 30 times Combat Power. 7 bands Full Strength Eruption. Entering the 8 bands domain with a slight movement of his eyes, Chu Xiu inquired, System: what do 7 bands and 8 bands signify? Secret arts, techniques, foundations, special bloodlines, and physiques combine to form comprehensive combat power, allowing one to battle across realms. For instance, if you are at the 1st layer of Divine Bridge, you can contend with those at the 7th layer, that is the 7 bands. I have slain the peak demon leader of the Beyond Realm, who surpasses me by 9 minor realms. Why is it not 9 bands? Foundation will see, Divine Bridge, Beyond Realm, these 4 realms are foundational, and the power gap is not substantial. The key lies in the Tao Palace, Divine Powers, Lesser Saints, Greater Saints, and Saint Kings. You were once a formidable practitioner, so you should understand how challenging it is to engage in cross-border battles in the later stages of cultivation. Indeed, I must establish a solid foundation and attempt to break through the ancient sacred body cultivation method. The difficulty of cultivating the ancient sacred body is exceedingly high, and the consumption is immense. It is estimated that 5 years constitutes a minor cycle, with each cycle consuming 1 million breakthrough points. Shall the breakthrough commence? Yes. You begin to enter seclusion to cultivate the ancient sacred body. As a humming sound reverberates, a sudden transformation occurs in Chu Xiu's physique. A pale golden blood surges through his veins at a speed several dozen times faster than usual, accompanied by a roaring thunder. His flesh and bones greedily absorb the nutrients within, every single cell being drained. With a violent thumping, his heart races, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, fracturing the walls of the cave dwelling inch by inch. Alas, not again. Startled, the terrified chicken Tai Mei's soul nearly departs as it hastily scrambles out of the cave. Chu Xiu furrows his brow. His previously well-defined and muscular body visibly withers at an alarming rate, engulfed in excruciating pain. Midway through the cultivation, he finds himself unable to endure. At this moment, his eye sockets are sunken, presenting a visage that resembles mere skin draped over bones. Breaking through the sacred body is entirely distinct from advancing in cultivation. During the breakthrough of the sacred body, due to the excessive speed, I must promptly absorb nutrients to facilitate its growth. Chu Xiu continuously retrieves precious elixirs from his storage pouch, even resorting to the celestial great herb, the Xihua fruit, placing it into his mouth. This sensation of being utterly drained is profoundly uncomfortable. The cultivation has been interrupted. You have cultivated the sacred body for 2 years, consuming a total of 100,000 breakthrough points.
No refunds? Jeje, absolutely no refunds.
You've tricked me. How could you not provide a prior warning? Did you think you knew? Is it my fault? The emaciated Chu Xiu consumes the precious elixirs, exuding an aromatic fragrance, with beams of radiant light surrounding him. His body visibly recovers to its normal state, only to wither again, cycling repeatedly. Concurrently, his bones and flesh, absorbing the medicinal power, rapidly enhance in density, resilience, and strength. The sacred blood gradually transforms from pale gold to pure gold. The speed at which his physique strengthens is astonishing and unparalleled. Should others witness it, they would undoubtedly exclaim in awe at such a monstrous talent. In pain yet filled with joy, it seems that, for future breakthroughs of the sacred body, I must prepare an abundance of precious elixirs and celestial herbs. Otherwise, I may very well be drained to death. Chapter 49. Please, Master. 2. In the verdant expanse before the courtyard, a small yellow chick perched upon the back of a white spirit rabbit, its wings gesturing forward as its tiny feet kicked against the rabbit's belly. The spirit rabbit trembled, its legs straining as it leaped forward, covering a distance of several meters in a single bound. The chick, remarkably beautiful, had grown rapidly. In just a few days it had gained considerable size, and its pale yellow down now sported a few black and crimson feathers, intricately patterned and quite extraordinary. Chu Xiu sat cross-legged by the lakeside, holding a palm-sized, rusted bronze fragment in his hand. From the center of his brow emanated an immeasurable golden light, his eyes intensely focused. He was exerting his full mental strength to probe this mysterious bronze piece, which stirred his sword intent. The fierce sword energy traversed the bronze shard, seeking to sense the aura within. From this, I discerned a primordial essence, reminiscent of the very essence that emerged at the dawn of creation. As the golden light at Chu Xiu's brow coalesced, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. This bronze fragment was certainly not a primal source object, yet it bore the essence of one. This could only imply that the bronze shard had long been in contact with a primordial source, thus acquiring its essence. What could possibly cause my original sword intent to resonate so? It must be. A flicker of brilliance ignited in Chu Xiu's eyes. An innate sword embryo. The boundless cosmos is replete with rare treasures, akin to the vastness of the sea, innumerable in quantity. However, artifacts endowed with the prefix innate are undeniably of supreme value, causing even emperors to covet them. Particularly for a swordsman, an innate sword embryo embodies the ultimate aspiration. Regrettably, the quest to possess one is as arduous as achieving enlightenment to become an emperor, for they are exceedingly rare. Possibly only a handful exist within an entire universe. An innate sword embryo, formed at the inception of the cosmos when the primordial Tao coalesced, it embodies the supreme rules of swordsmanship. A practitioner may nurture it within their divine platform, allowing it to grow alongside their own strength, holding boundless potential. It stands as the most formidable instrument for a swordsman's path to enlightenment, unparalleled in its significance. An innate treasure, combined with my fierce sword intent, would it not defy the heavens? Lost in thought, Chu Xiu felt a gentle breeze caress him, his garments fluttering, his dark hair billowing gracefully. A mix of excitement and helplessness surged within him. Alas, I know not where to seek such a treasure. If only I could gather more bronze fragments, perhaps I would uncover something extraordinary. The chick continued to revel, riding the spirit rabbit joyfully in the courtyard, while Chu Xiu leaned against a willow tree, gazing vacantly at the azure sky. Senior brother, a melodious voice, clear and sweet, floated in from beyond the courtyard. Turning his head, he discovered one of the female disciples serving the master. The young girl, with almond-shaped eyes and a delicate face, donned a red dress. She was petite and graceful, exuding a gentle charm, her smile radiating sweetness. Chu Xiu rose and approached her, a warm smile gracing his lips. Hong Di, have you come to seek your senior brother for a rendezvous? Hong Di's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully rolled her eyes at him, feigning annoyance. Senior brother, you tease me again. It is not a date I seek with you. Rather, the esteemed leader has commanded me to relay a message, instructing you to proceed to the leader's hall at once. Ah, so my revered master wishes to see me. Chu Xiu raised his hand to gather his disheveled hair into a bun, securing it with a peachwood hairpin, his movements fluid and graceful. With a gentle sweep of his robe, he smiled and said, "Let us go." As he stepped past her, a soft breeze followed in his wake. His tall figure, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, bore a carefree smile, his countenance resembling that of a jade crown. The passerby resembled exquisite jade, a gentleman unmatched in this world. Indeed, could not be otherwise. The young girl momentarily lost her composure, her eyes shimmering, her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly trotted to catch up. Ah, the beauty of the rabbit's head is too enchanting. Witnessing this scene, the dark-feathered bird scoffed, its beak twisted in disdain, muttering curses. What a pretentious fool! Does he not fear being struck by lightning? In the leader's hall, a breathtaking beauty reclined upon a lotus throne of white jade. The celestial master, clad in a simple gown, exuded an air of elegance, her long legs gracefully crossed. Her slender waist appeared almost fragile, and upon her snow-white neck rested a face of exquisite beauty. Her cold, clear gaze flicked dismissively at Chu Xiu as he entered, and she issued a few instructions to the female disciple beside her. Once the disciple had departed, the celestial master turned her attention to her wayward disciple.
Chu Xiu,
Upon seeing his master, clasped his hands in greeting and inhaled deeply, marveling at the enchanting fragrance of orchids that seemed to emanate from her presence. The master nodded, her crimson lips parting slightly. Do you know why I summoned you? Could it be? Chu Xiu's smile morphed into one of irreverence, entirely shedding his earlier dignified demeanor. The celestial master, gritting her teeth, radiated an overwhelming aura of authority, her 3,000 strands of hair swirling as if to suppress her rebellious disciple. However, upon noticing Chu Xiu begin to form a hand seal, her formidable presence receded like a tide. Qi Mengdai bit her glistening lip, her phoenix-like eyes wide with astonishment. She leaned helplessly against the throne, recalling yesterday's council at the Holy Ground, where the Lord had proposed that he be made the Holy Son. The proposal had nearly passed. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at himself. Master, are you saying I am to become the Holy Son? Qi Mengdai cast a sidelong glance at her disciple, snorting coldly. You must be quite pleased, are you not? Indeed, he was immensely proud. Chu Xiu grinned, unabashedly displaying his delight. Becoming the Holy Son of Tai Su so swiftly was beyond his wildest expectations. Sister Hua did splendidly, he chuckled. But do not be mistaken. Being the Holy Son is no easy task. You will face challenges from the disciples of the Holy Ground, as well as contend with other sects, noble families, and the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of various factions. One misstep could lead to your demise. As of now, you have not been formally established as the Holy Son. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. The Celestial Master's cold smile was captivating. Regret? Why would he feel regret? Chu Xiu revealed his teeth in a chilling grin. The Holy Sons and Holy Maidens who had perished at his hands numbered more than merely a few. Why would he fear competing with such individuals? Noting his demeanor, Qi Mengdai sighed internally, understanding that his resolve was unwavering. Thus, the revered Master Fairy spoke of the matters concerning the grand ceremony for the establishment of the Holy Son, detailing the tasks he would need to undertake that day. She mentioned that numerous guests from various sacred lands, grand sects, and illustrious families would be present to witness the occasion. Upon concluding her narrative, Chu Xiu respectfully clasped his hands and expressed, "Disciple has taken heed. I shall return to my cultivation and enhance my abilities." With that, he turned to leave without a hint of reluctance. Qi Mengdai paused, her gaze fixed upon his retreating figure, and just as he was about to exit the grand hall, the Master Fairy cleared her throat lightly. Chu Xiu appeared oblivious, continuing his stride towards the exit. The Master Fairy furrowed her delicate brows and inquired, "Rebellious disciple, do you not have any questions regarding your cultivation to present before me? Though you have advanced swiftly, your prowess remains insufficient, which is rather unbecoming of a holy son." Chu Xiu halted his steps, sweeping his sleeve dramatically. A gust of wind surged forth, closing the towering bronze doors that stood 8 meters high. "Why are you closing the door?" she queried, feigning ignorance. Chu Xiu turned back, a smile gracing his lips. "I beg your pardon, master. My talents are still rather lacking." The rebellious disciple Qi Mengdai felt a blush rise upon her exquisite cheeks, her eyes darting away. The golden runes at Chu Xiu's feet surged forth, propelling him with unparalleled speed as he advanced before the throne. He reached out, grasping her slender and smooth wrist. "Since we are here, let us proceed to the sleeping quarters. Begone." Winky face, winky face, winky face. Another day of aching limbs and fatigue. Chapter 50. Sister Hua, shall I pursue you? 6 hours later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, at the Master's quarters in Yunxia Peak. Chaotic. The bed was disheveled. The Master's cheeks were flushed, a strand of hair clinging to her face, her breath quick and shallow. Turning her head, she gazed at the retreating figure of her rebellious disciple, pride glimmering deep within her eyes. The door closed. Chu Xiu's brow furrowed immediately. His right hand pressed against the corridor wall, while his left rested on his waist. His complexion appeared somewhat pale. Leaning against the wall, he moved slowly and with difficulty. Had he known, he would have sealed her cultivation. Hiss! Women are terrifying. Even the ancient saint body cannot withstand it. Ding! Detecting your connection with the unsealed Tianxiang body master. Your cultivation aptitude is 200. Ding! Detecting your connection with the unsealed Tianxiang body master. Your cultivation aptitude is 200. Ding! Detecting your connection with the unsealed Tianxiang body master. Your cultivation aptitude is 200. Ding! Detecting your connection with the unsealed Tianxiang body master. Your cultivation aptitude is 200. Your aptitude has reached 2214. Chu Laoma felt a profound sense of confusion. What on earth was wrong with the master today? There was evidently no seal on her cultivation, yet she seemed quite cooperative. She claimed it was a transaction, requesting not to have her powers sealed. However, why did it feel as though she were the one in control? When had Chu Laoma ever been so passive? He touched his cheek, muttering to himself. Has my charm truly become so great? He.
Hey, you there.
Host, you are not doing well. Even with your unparalleled talent, you still need to lean on the wall to exit. Chu Xiu cursed softly as he leaned against the wall. He unexpectedly collided with two young girls, Hong Dai and Lan Bing. Noticing his pallor and his need for support, Hong Dai stepped forward, concerned. Senior brother, are you injured? Yen me fine. Chu Laoma forced a polite yet awkward smile. Could it be that the peak master was being too harsh on him?
Lan Bing whispered.
Perhaps she was too forceful? Hong Dai shot her a disapproving glance, pouting. Of course she was too rough, otherwise, why would senior brother lean against the wall and look so pale? The two girls spoke with such conviction, analyzing the situation seriously, causing Chu Xiu's cheeks to twitch violently. While cultivating was important, so was one's health. Hong Dai's delicate face reflected genuine worry. She truly was a considerate little companion. Go on, go about your business. Are you so idle? Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. Take care, senior brother. The two girls stuck out their tongues at him, resembling two little butterflies in red and blue, laughing as they skipped towards the flower fields to tend to the plants, whispering among themselves and occasionally erupting in clear, melodious laughter. Laugh now, but one day when I make you my personal maids, let us see if you still have the same joy. Chu Laoma thought malevolently, channeling his true essence to invigorate his meridians. Once his waist regained some strength, he slowly departed from the Master's hall. It must be said, the effect of not sealing his powers was remarkable, though it was undeniably exhausting. With one foot upon the formidable sword, the Azure Dragon, Chu Xiu soared amidst the clouds of the cloudy peak, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. His gaze, distant and contemplative, wandered far beyond the horizon. The ethereal, iridescent clouds, ablaze with hues of fire, unfolded like a celestial paradise, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Memories of the past flooded his mind. He recalled lying on the rooftop of Old Man Lin's house with his beloved in crimson attire, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Chu Xiu had been closely monitoring Lu Hongyi's movements and had received intel about her recent tumultuous activities in the eastern continent, igniting a storm of chaos that incited the wrath of the Ji family from the ancient world, prompting a mighty sage to emerge from seclusion to pursue her. Upon descending the mountain, he resolved to seek her out. Otherwise, her fate would surely mirror his own. With a firm resolve, he summoned his spirit energy and guided his sword downward. The two enormous full moons, resembling twin celestial beings, stood proudly in the night sky, casting down a cascade of silvery light. Stars twinkled in abundance. On the rear cliff of Cloudy Peak, the mountain breeze danced, carrying the flight of cherry blossoms, while small spirit beasts frequently scampered by in playful groups. Chu Xiu set up a fire, roasting a freshly caught rock, its golden exterior exuding an irresistible aroma. The flames flickered upon his handsome visage, revealing a depth in his eyes. Suddenly, a small spirit mouse stood upright at his feet, its shiny black eyes blinking curiously, its tiny paws rubbing together in a plea for a morsel of meat. Chu Xiu lowered his gaze, meeting its eyes. In an instant, the small creature's fur bristled in alarm, and with a squeak, it scampered away, convinced that remaining still would lead to its roasting fate. "Ah, you are too fierce. You've frightened the poor little thing," a gentle voice chimed from behind. Chu Xiu did not turn around. His expression was one of innocence. "Sister Hua, you must be mistaken. It was merely startled by my gaze." A fragrant breeze wafted through the air as Hua Luofei gracefully settled beside him. This evening, she donned a delicate lavender gown. Her long legs and slender waist complemented her exquisitely fair skin, which glowed like jade under the moonlight. Above her elegant neck rested a face that, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a certain allure, with bright eyes and a gentle demeanor. Her silky hair was simply tied back, cascading naturally over her shoulders. She resembled a ripe peach, her delicate form exuding a refreshing aroma of orchids and cinnamon that was utterly enchanting. "What is it?" Hua Luofei noticed Chu Xiu's gaze lingering upon her. Her smile was radiant, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "Sister Hua, do you have suitors?"
Chu Xiu inquired casual.
Dipping his brush into fragrant spices to apply on the rock meat. Hua Luofei was momentarily taken aback by his question. She shook her head, her silken hair swaying with the motion, her lips pursed lightly, hinting at a smile. As female cultivators ascend in their realms, their beauty naturally aligns with the essence of the Tao, rendering them increasingly enchanting. Alas, with my appearance, I am rather unremarkable in the cultivation world. Hence, no one pursues me. TSK, TSK. They must be blind. Chu Xiu shook his head vigorously. "In my eyes, sister, you are truly beautiful." "Is that so?" Hua Luofei found his words amusing, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "No woman, regardless of her exalted status as a sovereign, relishes being praised for her beauty." Chu Xiu nodded solemnly, his expression earnest, and gently remarked, "Sister, you remind me of a verse." "What verse?" Hua Luofei inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed upon him. "Clouds desire garments, flowers yearn for beauty. The spring breeze caresses the railing. The dew is rich and fragrant. Had I not seen the rosy clouds atop the mountains, I would have encountered you beneath the moonlight." Hua Luofei, momentarily lost in thought, lightly clapped her hands and laughed. "What a fine poem, though it does exaggerate a bit. I am not as beautiful as the lines suggest." Chu Laoma secretly delighted, indulging in his literary talents. "Not at all," he replied, glancing at her with a hint of shyness, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Well, Sister Hua, might I pursue you? I particularly admire women of your stature." Hua Luofei stifled a laugh, her beauty shimmering. "How old are you? Do you even know my age?" Chu Xiu shrugged, unabashedly glancing at her impressive figure, exclaiming, "You are indeed quite mature." Following his gaze, Hua Luofei lowered her head and teasingly scolded, "How cheeky! I didn't expect you to be such a rogue. Appreciating a woman's beauty is a man's prerogative. You cannot deny me that right?" Chu Xiu proclaimed boldly, teetering on the edge of audacity. "In truth, age is not an issue. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold." Finding amusement in his words, Hua Luofei's eyes curved like crescent moons as she softly replied, "I should be 3,000 years your senior, shouldn't I?" "Chu Xiu." Hua Luofei. Chu Xiu formed a gesture, washing away the grease from his hands, and took her delicate, silky hand in his gaze deep and his tone serious. "A woman 3 years older is destined for celestial ranks. Sister, marrying you would bring eternal life within reach. Truly, I am most sincere, more genuine than the finest pearls of the Nanhai." Internally sweating, he appeared calm, while his heart raced wildly. Hua Luofei. In any case, it was a myriad of pleas. Chapter 51. The Bright Moon and Wine. "Chu Xiu and Hua Luofei, is this little one attempting to flirt with me?" Hua Luofei retracted her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. She was not angered by Chu Xiu's impudence. Rather, she found it quite entertaining. One must understand that at her level of cultivation, instances that could elicit such emotional fluctuations were exceedingly rare. This was not mere flirtation. It was an involuntary response. Chu Xiu managed a shy smile, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had inadvertently taken a risk, yet he had maintained his composure. Indeed, the gamble proved worthwhile. The woman before him was a dominant figure at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, with few across the continent possessing comparable strength. Women of her stature, endowed with unparalleled power, inspired trepidation even among male cultivators, who often dared not meet her gaze. His audacity to approach her so directly might evoke a unique and distinct emotion within her, one that was entirely different from her usual experiences. This feeling was profoundly transformative. Such individuals often found novelty and intrigue in those who dared to challenge the status quo. When she found it amusing, an opportunity arose for this ancient schemer. For the hearts of women beneath this vast starry sky were not overly complicated, far more manageable than those of the enchanting ladies from Blue Star. Why would the old devil, Chu Xiu, seek to engage with the esteemed Lord Saint? Was it merely a craving for her physical form? It was not as simplistic as that. What kind of life had he lived before his rebirth? A lifetime spent in the throes of blood and fire, perpetually hunted, slaying the weak to confront the powerful, and the powerful to eliminate the formidable, until ultimately besieged and slain. What was the reason for such a fate? Was he insufficiently strong? No, the primary issue lay in his lack of support, with no formidable allies to shield him. If he could secure the favor of the invincible female cultivator, Tai Suzy, then there would be no corner of this world he could not traverse. What adversary could he not vanquish? You may be stronger than I, but my wife is a peak Saint King. You belong to an ancient clan with immense power? Yet my wife is a peak Saint King. The mere thought was exhilarating. However, this endeavor could not be rushed. It required a gradual approach. Engaging with the Lord Saint was a different matter than dealing with his master. His master could be reprimanded if she disobeyed, but the Lord Saint, having cultivated for many years without experiencing love, must be guided to savor the sweetness of romance. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? Chu Xiu tore off a golden brown leg of the great pong, wrapped it in oil paper, and presented it to her. Hua Luofei accepted it, taking a delicate bite and savoring it with elegance. However, after her dietary restrictions, such indulgences had become rare for her. Her beautiful eyes brightened as she remarked, "Not bad." The meat of this spirit beast was rather ordinary due to its low cultivation level. Chu Xiu also tore off a leg for himself. It was said that the flesh of the great sage beasts was exceptionally delectable, surpassing even the legendary medicinal herbs. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he would hunt great sage beasts and roast them for her enjoyment. Hua Luofei replied, "You must diligently cultivate. The great sage beasts are formidable opponents. Just wait to relish their flesh." Chu Xiu exuded confidence as he clapped his right hand on his storage bag, retrieving a flask of spirit wine and a pair of exquisite jade cups. The shimmering liquor sparkled under the moonlight, exuding a fragrant bouquet reminiscent of the celestial nectar consumed by immortals. "My palate is not well acquainted with wine." Hua Luofei furrowed her delicate brows. "However, the aroma is delightful. What kind of wine is this?" "It is called Emo Xiangyi, hailing from my hometown, Qishan County." Chu Xiu gazed at the bright moon, a hint of melancholy gracing his countenance. "So it is Emo Xiangyi. I have heard of it, as it is quite renowned in the Tianqi dynasty." With her slender, fair hand, she patted his shoulder, her ruby lips parting slightly. "Emo Xiangyi, as the yellow sands rise, the ancient road in the west bears a lone horse, and I weep as I wander, tears staining my garments. Emo Xiangyi, beneath the setting sun, the mountain path outside the village rolls with yellow earth, and my heart, reluctant, looks back once more." Her enchanting eyes regarded him. "You must be longing for your hometown." Chu Xiu's gaze drifted far away as he murmured, "Emo Xiangyi, do not forsake the heart. Countless stars may be gazed upon from afar, but it is better to turn and part frequently." He raised his wine cup, and Hua Luofei lifted hers to clink with his. They both tilted their heads back and drank it all. I recall that the poem Emo Xiangyi does not mention gazing at distant stars. Gazing upon the stars across endless skies, longing for home is truly sorrowful. How could you not belong to this expanse of stars? A pang of emotion struck Chu Xiu, and he chuckled. It is said that the ancestor who brewed Emo Xiangyi came from an ancient star beyond our realm. I whimsically crafted a line from this tale. "Ah, I see," Hua Luofei replied, her cheeks blossoming with a hint of crimson, her eyes becoming hazy. A touch of intoxication had enveloped her. Just one cup was enough to make her tipsy. With her cultivation, even draining a lake's worth of liquor would not intoxicate her. If she did not suppress her own prowess, a single cup would indeed render her inebriated. Aside from her friend Qi Mengdai, no one in the sacred land was privy to this secret. Sister Hua, you truly cannot hold your liquor, Chu Xiu remarked, unable to contain his laughter at her tipsy beauty. Well, a little, Hua Luofei admitted, her cheeks aglow. Let us force out the wine's effects. You seem rather uncomfortable. Hua Luofei shook her head. I cannot dampen the mood. It has been a long time since I last drank, and feeling a bit tipsy is quite pleasant. Little one, you surely have never tasted the true Mo Xiangyi. Is there a counterfeit? Chu Xiu inquired with newfound interest. Hua Luofei's cheeks flushed slightly, her ruby lips parting. The true Mo Xiangyi embodies the essence of the Tao. Those who partake can profoundly comprehend the brewer's intent, which is remarkably wondrous and greatly aids in enlightenment. A millennium ago, after the creator of Mo Xiangyi attained enlightenment, this wine became a rare gem. It is challenging to find the authentic Mo Xiangyi in this world. Nowadays, what circulates in the cultivation realm are mere imitations, lacking true spirit. That individual was formidable, infusing emotion into the wine and achieving enlightenment through it, ultimately ascending to the position of a saint king. A trace of sorrow surfaced on her elegant visage, her enchanting eyes reflecting endless lament. The Tao is heartless, and time is like a blade. How many heroes have turned to dust? As I look back, how many old acquaintances remain in this world? Chu Xiu nodded. Indeed, everyone is striving along this path, traversing in solitude until their hair turns white. When they look back, how many old friends will remain in this lifetime? You are still so young. Where does this sentiment stem from? Hua Luofei, slightly inebriated, playfully patted his shoulder. Hey, it just struck me, Chu Xiu grinned. Contemplate this. Once I attain the realm of the Saint King, my lifespan will reach its zenith of 10,000 years. When I grow old, how many contemporaries will remain in this world? You are merely at the bridge of God stage, yet you are already pondering the matters of the Saint King realm? Hua Luofei smiled gently. The two of them continued to raise their goblets and clink them together. The moonlight cascaded like silk as they drank. I have heard that you are on the verge of becoming a saint child. Congratulations. Chu Xiu inquired, Sister Hua, is the authority of a saint child substantial? Hua Luofei replied, it is quite significant, certainly more than my position as an elder of Daoyun Peak. Chu Xiu, unabashed, boldly proclaimed, then I shall beseech the Saint Lord to betroth you to me. As a saint child, marrying an elder should suffice, right? Hua Luofei's misty eyes widened in surprise. You would ask me to request my own hand in marriage to you? How clever of you. Chu Xiu chuckled, what is the matter? Hua Luofei hesitated. I doubt the Saint Lord would agree. A peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. How can one know without trying?
Chu Xiu risonvet.
He stood tall, raising his goblet, turned to face her. His deep-set eyes fixed upon her as he smiled gently. The moonlight casts a gentle glow upon your chest, and the intoxication of peach blossom wine dances in your gaze. Truly beautiful. Hua Luofei, adjusting her garments with delicate hands, cast him a sidelong glance, exuding an indescribable allure. You are quite audacious, daring to tease me? Chu Xiu burst into hearty laughter, and with a flourish of his hand, produced a vivid branch of peach blossoms from seemingly nowhere, placing it in her palm. Sister, you are more beautiful than the peach blossoms and the radiant moon. With a swift motion, the dominant sword, the azure dragon, soared forth, encircling them. In the next moment, he stepped onto his sword, gliding away with grace under the moonlight. Hua Luofei clutched the peach blossom branch, her enchanting gaze following the direction of his departure. Her crimson lips pursed in a smile, shaking her head in amusement, as her figure slowly faded from view. Behind the cliff of Yunsha Peak, only the flickering flames remained, along with a half-eaten roasted rock, which now benefited a little spirit mouse. Chapter 52. The Ascendance of the Taizu Saint Child on this day. The news of Chu Xiu's impending designation as the Taizu Saint Child spread like wildfire throughout the sacred grounds, igniting a wave of astonishment. The atmosphere was charged with disbelief as disciples and elders alike stood aghast. Is it true that Chu Xiu is to become the Saint Child? One questioned, eyes wide with incredulity. My senior brother, Chonglong, heard it directly from the second elder of the heavenly sword peak. It is undoubtedly credible, came the reply. But I recall that Chu Xiu has only recently broken through to the divine bridge realm. There are countless seniors within the sacred grounds whose cultivation and talents far exceed his. Why has he been chosen as the saint child? A disciple expressed his discontent, indignation flaring. Lower your voice. It is said that His Holiness the Saint Master personally appointed him. Chu Xiu has evidently caught the Saint Master's eye. To become the saint child is akin to soaring to great heights. His status will only be second to the Saint Master, standing shoulder to shoulder with the peak lords. An unparalleled honor. Such envy. I wonder how many seniors will harbor resentment towards him because of this. Such conversations echoed across the sacred grounds. In a secluded cave, the pale-faced and effeminate Xiao Yifeng shattered his cherished jade cup, his teeth clenched in fury. How dare that scoundrel ascend to the role of saint child, while I am embroiled in the machinations of vying for the position of chief disciple of Yunxia Peak. He quietly claims the title of saint child. How is this fair? The heavens are truly unjust. His eyes bulged with rage, a crimson aura emanating from him, teetering on the brink of madness. Fortunately, Ren Hongying arrived just in time. Otherwise, the turmoil within his body would have led to ruinous consequences, severely diminishing his foundational cultivation. At Heavenly Sword Peak, Jian Lingyun's hair was disheveled as he wreaked havoc in his once immaculate study, scattering dust and chaos. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
How could he become the saint child? How could he? His body trembled with anger, his eyes filled with dread. I must send someone to hunt him down. If Chu Xiu becomes the saint child, he will find it easier to eliminate me than to crush an ant. What should I do? What should I do? He muttered, shivering with fear. At Taizu Peak, within the Saintess Hall, a flash of white light appeared in an instant. A young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his presence commanding as he descended upon the ancient Minghuang sword. With a visage akin to exquisite jade and eyes like stars, he resembled a transcendent sword immortal gracing the mortal realm, imposing yet awe-inspiring, leaving all who beheld him unable to meet his gaze. Below, disciples following the Saintess by Susu gasped in astonishment at the arrival. It is he, Meng Tao, the second true disciple of Tianqing Peak. With a physique reminiscent of a sword king, he exuded an extraordinary charisma, truly deserving of the title of youthful divine monarch. His strength was formidable. It was rumored that he had only recently broken through the third level of the Lesser Saint realm and had, just last month, slain a Lesser Saint level 4 beast, the BB Jingjin-eyed ape, in the 10,000 mountains. Disregarding the murmurs below, Meng Tao clasped his hands in greeting and proclaimed, I am Meng Tao of Tianqing Peak, here to pay my respects to Her Highness the Saintess. A languid voice emanated from within the hall, inviting him to enter and discuss matters in detail. Meng Tao leaped down, the sentient Minghuang sword instinctively flying to its sheath at his waist. Upon entering the Saintess Hall, he beheld the Saintess reclining lazily upon a treasure platform, stifling a yawn. She donned a simple gown, her figure graceful, a veil of white shrouding her face, and her pair of beautiful eyes radiated clarity and tranquility. Your Holiness, Meng Tao offered a slight bow. With a languid stretch, Bai Susu's perfect form was unmistakably revealed. You have come to inquire about the Holy Sun, have you not? Meng Tao nodded, his demeanor indifferent. Is it true that Chu Xiu will become the Holy Sun? Indeed, Bai Susu replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Meng Tao bowed once more and departed, transforming into a stream of white light. He, too, was one who favored brevity over idle chatter. Not long after, Feng Balan from the Heavenly Sword Peak came to visit the Holy Maiden. After posing a similar inquiry, he left with an unsightly countenance. Bai Susu shook her head, yawning repeatedly, murmuring indistinctly to herself, the winds of the Holy Land are rising. In the Taizu Holy Land, tumultuous winds stirred. Opinions varied widely. Some expressed disbelief, while others held unwavering faith. By noon, a decree soared from Taizu Peak. The Holy Lord's proclamation, enveloped in celestial light, hovered in the void above the Holy Land, unfurling to obscure the sun, akin to an ancient sovereign descending from on high. Dragons and phoenixes soared, and wondrous phenomena unfolded, exerting an awe-inspiring presence that compelled many to kneel in reverence. Even the reclusive cultivators emerged from their abodes to heed the Holy Lord's decree. A fortnight later, a grand ceremony was to be held for the chief disciple of Yunsha Peak, Chu Xiu, to bestow upon him the title of Holy Son. A voice, gentle yet resounding like a celestial being from the heavens, proclaimed the decree, echoing throughout every corner of the Holy Land. As the words settled, the golden decree transformed into a fundamental principle, returning to the cosmos. A profound silence enveloped the Holy Land. Then, in an instant, discussions erupted. After all, it was the position of Holy Son, a role that could very well lead to the Holy Lordship in the future. Setting aside strength, merely the identity of the Holy Land's leader positioned one among the elite of the celestial continent's pinnacle. At that moment, regardless of whether they were outer sect, inner sect, or direct disciples, envy and admiration permeated the air. Those who held affection for Chu Xiu felt joy for his fortune. Following the Holy Lord's decree, the peak masters, elders, and disciples of the Holy Land received their orders, and millions moved with the precision of a finely tuned machine to prepare and adorn the Holy Land. Elders traversed the spatial array, delivering invitations to various realms of the human race, ancient aristocratic families, and other sacred lands. The Taizu Holy Land had risen as a dominant force only in the last 100,000 years. 100,000 years prior, the last great emperor of this universe, the Taizu Emperor, emerged, exerting dominion over the heavens and earth, unparalleled across the cosmos. Now, 100,000 years later, the current Taizu Holy Son stood at the pinnacle, nearly stepping into the realm of Quasi-Emperor, his celestial endowment transcendent, surveying all from the clouds. The prestige of the Taizu Holy Land was comparable to many long-established hegemonic powers. The news of the upcoming Holy Son ceremony swiftly spread across the human realms, even reaching the formidable factions of the demon territories. In a moment, the heavens stirred with anticipation. In the northern expanse, within the demon domain of the Tianyao region, a towering golden ape, several thousand feet tall and resembling a mountain, opened its eyes and grinned coldly, revealing a row of fearsome fangs. "Summon the Butterfly Empress to meet me." "Yes, Your Majesty." The three ancient aristocratic families, the Ji, Jiang, and Yi clans, alongside the 5 sacred grounds, the Yaoqi Sacred Land, the Tai Sacred Land, the Endless Sword Domain, and the Yaoguang Sacred Land. Upon receiving the invitations, various dominant factions exhibited diverse reactions, all perplexed by the commotion orchestrated by the Taizuzi. Consequently, they dispatched formidable great saints and a select few distinguished disciples to the 10,000 great mountains in the southern region. The major sects that received the invitations also hastily set forth, anxious to avoid any delays that might provoke discontent from the Taizu Sacred Land. On Yunsha Peak, the peak master Chu Xiu was impeccably dressed. On the bed, the fairy mentor, draped in translucent fabric, bore a flushed visage. "Rest well, master. I shall take my leave," Chu said, turning to depart. "Wait," the fairy mentor gasped, halting Chu Xiu. Her silky hair cascaded naturally over her ample figure, provoking imaginative thoughts. Chu Xiu turned back in confusion. Qi Mengdai gazed at him, her lips gently pursed. As the sovereign stirs the winds and clouds, during the sacred sun ceremony, there will undoubtedly be challengers seeking to battle you. Be prepared. Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he inquired, "A battle among those of the same rank?" "Yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, master." Chu Xiu embraced her waist and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Qi Mengdia's cheeks blushed, more vivid than peach blossoms. With a slight struggle, she bit her delicate, glistening lips and softly admonished, "Don't go too far. I am curious to see how the rankings will turn out." Thank you, everyone. Chapter 53. Are rivals approaching? A further extraction from the protagonist above the summit of the Transmission Law Peak. Disciples soared through the air upon their swords in groups of 3 to 5, while others arrived aboard flying vessels. Surrounding the mountain, auspicious clouds were graced with the calls of celestial cranes, and spiritual eagles glided gracefully. Pavilions and towers floated in mid-air, with waterfalls cascading down from 30,000 feet. The scenery was enchanting, reminiscent of a realm of immortals. Clad in a robe of gold-threaded clouds, Chu Xiu strolled leisurely along the mountain path, unhurried, taking in the ethereal sights that adorned his journey. Brother Chu Xiu. We pay our respects to Brother Chu Xiu. Encountering his fellow disciples, they all bowed in reverence, their eyes reflecting both respect and envy. It was common knowledge among them that he was on the verge of becoming the Holy Son. The old devil, Chu, was not one to take advantage of his status. He returned their greetings with a gentle smile, his approachable demeanor winning the admiration of the disciples. As he made his way into the inner peak, he overheard numerous elders and attendants discussing matters pertaining to him. News has just arrived that the fourth sword master of the Endless Sword Domain has come, accompanied by his two favored disciples, to witness the ceremony. Their intentions are not benevolent, as they have declared their intent to confront the Holy Sun on the heavenly ladder, aiming to make a name for themselves. I have heard of these two, Long Qingfeng and Long Shuiyue, a pair of twin siblings, both embodying the sword essence, their synergy unparalleled among their youthful peers. Not only from the Endless Sword Domain, but a young god king from the Jiang family has also emerged, seeking to obstruct the Holy Sun's ascent. At the Tai Holy Land, a Dao body has also manifested. What? A Tai Dao body has appeared again, exclaimed an attendant, his eyes wide with astonishment. All prodigies are emerging. Could it be that a great upheaval is upon us? Alas, I wonder if Holy Sun Chu Xiu can withstand these prodigies. I fear for him. I dread he may be easily defeated during the grand ceremony, thus tarnishing the dignity of our holy land, lamented an elder from the Transmission Law Peak, harboring doubts about Chu Xiu's capabilities. As Chu Xiu continued on his way, a subtle smile graced his lips. The Endless Sword Domain. Seems I share a profound connection with this holy land. I recall 20 years ago, their holy son and holy daughter were also a pair of siblings. The brother, Feng Qingyang, was a foolish braggart who deemed himself invincible, looking down upon my humble origins as a wandering cultivator, branding me as a practitioner of the demonic path. He obstructed my ascent to the Shihuang Tower, only to be slain by my hand beside the west lake of Zhongzhou. The sister, Feng Yaoshi, possessed a breathtaking beauty and sought revenge for her brother, pursuing me to the eastern continent. The resentment and unwillingness in her eyes before she lost her head are etched in my memory. Subsequently, those who pursued me most viciously were indeed the lunatics of the Endless Sword Domain. Host, you are indeed a bane to the Holy Sun and Holy Daughter. The siblings who have come seeking trouble from the Endless Sword Domain are likely the current Holy Sun and Holy Daughter. As these thoughts lingered, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of the scripture repository. The repository itself was resplendent, grand, and magnificent. It was a towering wooden structure, several thousand feet high, emanating a haunting glow that was both dreamlike and perilous. A sense of unease gripped Chu Xiu's heart, his muscles instinctively tensing. This was the pinnacle of the 7-grade 5 elements formation. In the midst of 5 formidable formations known as the defense, confinement, illusion, slaughter, and life, those ensnared within do not perish. Thus, the formations perpetuate endlessly in a cyclical manner. Impressive indeed, exclaimed Chu Xiu, marveling at the thought that even a great sage would surely meet his demise if he dared to breach this array, and that a holy king, if trapped therein, would also require considerable effort to extricate himself unscathed. Ah, young one, you may be mistaken. A voice, aged and weary, interjected from behind. Chu Xiu's gaze shifted, sensing the formidable cultivation of the newcomer, who had approached without his notice. Turning, he beheld a remarkably ancient figure clad in a black hemp robe, his hair and beard a stark white, his face etched with deep creases, and his hunched back supported by a gnarled bamboo staff. The frailty of the old man was striking, his vitality seemingly diminished to a mere flicker, like a candle flickering in the wind, as if a gentle breeze could extinguish him entirely. Esteemed elder, Chu Xiu said, inclining his hands in greeting, might I inquire your identity? The old man chuckled, revealing a toothless grin. I am merely the custodian of the scripture pavilion, my life half buried in the earth, my name long forgotten. With that, he steadied himself with his staff and, trembling, made his way through the grand entrance of the pavilion. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes, observing the old man's retreating figure. The great sage. Though his life force had waned, he was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, surpassing even the master of the 3 peaks by a substantial margin. Truly, This holy ground is teeming with ancient prodigies. Stepping into the scripture pavilion, which boasted 9 stories, he noted that outer disciples were permitted only up to the 12th level, while inner disciples could access the 14th. The stewards of each peak and their direct disciples could reach the 15th, the elders and true disciples the 17th, and the peak masters along with the holy sons and daughters the 18th. As for the 9th level, only the holy master and the previous holy master had the privilege to enter. Since Chu Xiu had yet to ascend to the status of holy son, he was accorded the treatment of a true disciple. He proceeded directly to the 7th level, where the number of disciples was markedly fewer than on the lower tiers. From a distance, he spotted Yifan standing by the window, earnestly conversing with an elderly matron seated in a grand chair. With a thought, he infused his hearing with true essence, amplifying it several-fold. Elder, might I inquire if the Three Kings body refinement technique could be made available at a reduced contribution? My current offerings are sadly insufficient. The matron did not even lift her eyelids, responding coolly, if your contributions are lacking, then accumulate more before you return to request access. Could the elder perhaps show some leniency? Yifan implored, his frustration evident. Cannot. Very well. Yifan sighed, glancing around for familiar peers to borrow contributions, but to no avail until his gaze fell upon Chu Xiu, who appeared to be perusing the techniques. Brother Chu. He hastened over. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xiu's face as he smiled. Ah, Brother Yi, I did not realize you were here. Indeed, Yifan replied, his expression less than cheerful. I have my eye on a certain body refinement method, but my contributions are insufficient to access it. It's quite vexing. Brother Chu, do you happen to have any surplus contributions you could lend me? I promise to return them to you doubled in a few days. Hearing this, Chu Xiu smiled wryly. Brother Yi, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. I too require contributions to exchange for a particular boxing technique, and my offerings are just adequate. With a sense of resignation, Yifan decided to seek assistance from his fellow disciples, opting not to disturb anyone further. He quickly descended the stairs, urgency evident in his demeanor. Has Brother Yi Yang stumbled upon yet another treasure? Chu Xiu approached the elderly guardian of the 7th level, offering a slight bow. Elder, may I inquire how many contribution points are required to peruse the Three Kings body refinement technique? The old woman opened her eyes, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing him, and replied in a kindly tone, Ah, it is you, Chu Xiu. The exchange for that body refinement technique requires 50,000 contribution points. However, if you wish to view it, you may do so without the exchange, provided you do not remove it from the scripture pavilion. The disparity in treatment was striking. Chu Xiu shook his head with a smile. I appreciate your kind offer, Elder, yet I must adhere to the sanctity of the holy rules. His brow furrowed, revealing his inner turmoil, as his own contribution points fell short. Nevertheless, he soon expected to rectify that shortfall. Brother Chu Xiu, are you in need of contribution points? I have some you can use. Called one disciple. I have some as well, Brother Chu Xiu. The disciples who had previously declined to lend contribution points to Yifan promptly gathered around him. Ha! I have been preoccupied with my cultivation and have not had the opportunity to undertake any tasks, resulting in a deficit of contribution points. I thank all of you, my junior brothers and sisters. Rest assured, I shall repay you double in due time. Brother, you are too polite. Indeed, it is but a small amount. Please take it. The atmosphere was harmonious, a true display of camaraderie among fellow disciples. Chu Xiu's demeanor was as dignified as the rumors suggested, which surely explained why the Holy Master held him in such regard. The elderly woman silently nodded in approval. Chapter 54. Seizing the opportunity to claim the sovereign fist, yet planning to deceive, contribution points delivered. Soon, the holy son of Chu obtained the Three Kings body refinement technique. After expressing gratitude to the disciples and the elderly woman who lent him contribution points, he casually sought out a cultivation chamber on the 7th floor. Upon entering, he activated a barrier and settled cross-legged upon a meditation mat. He opened the ancient and unadorned tome of body refinement, the Three Kings body refinement technique, a celestial grade method. Once perfected, the physical form could rival that of a heavenly defensive treasure. To the ordinary eye, it was undeniably formidable. However, compared to the primordial sacred body, fell short by several star domains. Chu Xiu meticulously turned each page, ultimately uncovering a clue on the final page of the technique. This page felt unusually thick. Had it not been for Chu Xiu's intense focus and his continuous probing with spiritual consciousness, he might have overlooked it entirely. Within the scripture pavilion, every tome of cultivation was sealed by barriers, requiring contribution points to peruse. This raised a question. How had Brother Yi Yang discerned its extraordinary nature without ever opening this body refinement technique? Could it be that he possessed the golden eyes? Chu Xiu was perplexed. Channeling his true essence, he conjured a blade of true essence, thinner than a strand of hair, at his fingertip. With utmost caution, he sliced through the pages of the scripture. After a quarter of an hour, he extracted a transparent object, slightly longer than an inch and thinner than a cicada's wing. This was... Chu Xiu gasped, his eyes widening. Could this be the fabled celestial silkworm source silk? This legendary treasure of heaven and earth was incredibly resilient, containing imperishable substances that remained undeterred even after countless millennia. Its value was exorbitant, nearly unseen in this era. Legends spoke of ancient sovereigns incorporating this material into their defensive armors. Unfortunately, its quantity was exceedingly scarce. However, the information recorded on the celestial silkworm source silk must be extraordinary. Chu Xiu's heart raced with anticipation as he focused on the silk in his hand. Upon making contact with his spiritual consciousness, it automatically conveyed a fragment of information. A tall and imposing phantom materialized within the divine platform, demonstrating a form of boxing technique. Its momentum was grand and relentless, a single punch shattering the void, obliterating the laws of the universe, collapsing the cosmos in sheer terror. One punch could break myriad laws. The caliber of this boxing technique was extraordinarily high. The creator was undoubtedly a fearsome entity. Chu Xiu was astounded, his heart filled with delight as he endeavored to memorize this boxing technique. The essence of the laws, the intent of the fist. He sought to integrate it within himself and then deduce its profound meaning. Ding, you have grasped a portion of the true meaning of the sovereign fist. The system has recorded the technique. The host may expend breakthrough points to achieve further understanding. Information as follows: Sovereign Fist, Category, Boxing Technique, Grade, Divine Ultimate Move, One Punch Breaks All Laws, Destructive Power. Description: A supreme powerhouse inscribed the ultimate move of the Sovereign Fist, derived from the secret arts of the Sovereign Canon, onto the celestial silkworm source silk, awaiting a fated individual to acquire it. Note: Mastering this boxing technique demands an exceedingly high physical requirement. When perfected, a single punch unleashed with sovereign might could obliterate all laws. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, and the ethereal shadow in the divine platform vanished. The incorporeal substance within the celestial silkworm source silk was ground away by the passage of time. Had it not been imbued with the Tao intent of this supreme powerhouse, it would have long turned to ash. Once the Tao intent dissipated, the celestial silkworm source silk transformed into transparent gray particles in Chu Xiu's hand, cascading through his fingers and falling onto the floor. Such formidable martial arts. A single punch shattering myriad laws. Once my cultivation reaches sufficient heights, I shall integrate it into my all matters sea sword technique. The human emperor scripture? The imperial secret arts? What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Chu Xiu's joy was palpable. System breakthrough. Human Emperor Fist. Detected that the Human Emperor Fist is of exceedingly high caliber, an unparalleled technique created by the young emperor himself, with a 10-year cycle requiring 1,000,000 breakthrough points for each cycle. Chu Xiu glanced at his remaining 3,780,000 breakthrough points. Time to break through. He sought to transcend the Divine Bridge's ultimate realm but required a rare celestial treasure. Thus, he decided to pause momentarily. Opting to advance in the Human Emperor Fist would significantly enhance his current combat prowess, preparing him for the challenges posed by the group of prodigies in half a month. Comprehension breakthrough commencing. In the 10th year, due to your extraordinary comprehension, you secluded yourself to delve into the Human Emperor Fist, achieving significant insights, and thus, the Human Emperor Fist has begun to reveal its mysteries. In the 20th year, owing to your exceptional understanding, you continued your seclusion to study the Human Emperor Fist, garnering further substantial gains, and the Human Emperor Fist has entered a new stage. In the 30th year, as a result of your remarkable insight, you remained in seclusion to contemplate the human Emperor Fist yet again, resulting in considerable enlightenment, and the human Emperor Fist has reached a state of consummate mastery. P.S. Technique levels, initial understanding, entering the threshold, mastery, pinnacle achievement, perfection, ultimate transcendence beyond perfection. Breakthrough completed. This breakthrough consumed a total of 3,000,000 breakthrough points. Note: to achieve pinnacle achievement, 5,000,000 breakthrough points are required. The insights from 30 years of contemplating the human Emperor Fist surged into the divine platform. Golden blood energy surged around Chu Xiu, and divine light emanated from his closed eyes. Half an hour later, he rose to his full height, left hand forming a seal, right hand clenched into a fist. With a punch unleashed like the human emperor descending upon the world, imperial might radiated forth, a golden fist imprint carrying the momentum to shatter all, colliding against the barrier of the training chamber. The grand formation trembled, taking several breaths to dissipate the impact of that terrifying punch. It is worth noting that this was a pinnacle 7th grade formation, capable of ensnaring and slaying powerful beings. It took several breaths to alleviate the force of his strike. Had others been present, they would have gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that it was inconceivable for someone of the divine bridge realm to possess such strength. Chu Xiu's gaze flickered as he picked up the tome of the Three Kings Body Refinement Technique, falling into deep contemplation. Suddenly, he let out a sinister cackle. He extracted a piece of silkworm thread, inscribing a treasure map upon it with his formidable divine consciousness, marking the location as exceedingly perilous, advising against solitary ventures. He then aged it, placing it within the final page of the scripture. Clearly, such acts were not new to him. He was remarkably adept at it. He. In truth, I did not deceive him. This place is indeed a treasure site, although I have already taken the contents within. Chu Xiu's smile was malevolent. The map indicated precisely where he had once concealed the life-altering fruit many years ago. The cavern, intricate in its array of formations, harbors lethal traps, confinement arrays, and illusions, all of considerable caliber. Even a practitioner of great divine abilities could meet their demise within its depths at the slightest misstep. I recall that Brother Yi Yang shares a profound camaraderie with Jian Lingyun. Undoubtedly, he would beckon him to accompany him on his perilous treasure-seeking endeavors. Blessed with exceptional fortune, Brother Yi Yang is unlikely to perish easily, and I remain skeptical that Jian Lingyun would meet a similar fate. Hehe. Jian Lingyun has dispatched individuals from the Shao Yifeng faction to eliminate him within the treacherous confines of the Wilderness Demon's secret realm. Given his temperament, he should have sought vengeance by now. Were it not for his need to maintain his facade within the sacred grounds, he would have already resorted to poisoning these two miscreants. Now, presented with an opportunity, he shall not let it slip away. He meticulously sealed the scriptures, restoring them to their original state, before exiting the cultivation chamber and returning the texts to their rightful place. After bidding farewell to the elderly woman on the 7th floor, he gracefully departed from the scripture repository. Ding, your fortune is 150. Chapter 55. The garment bestowed by the master barely an hour after Chu Xiu's departure, Yi Fan returned to the Law Transmission Peak, elatedly spending 50,000 contribution points to peruse the Three Kings Body Refinement Technique, which held little significance for him. Cautiously, he extracted a yellowed treasure map, an artifact at least 10,000 years old, left behind by a powerful sage. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with delight as he meticulously placed the treasure map into his storage pouch. 3 hours later, at the Tianjian Peak, Yi Fan arrived at the entrance of Jian Lingyun's abode. Upon their first encounter, Yi Fan was taken aback. Lingyun, why does your complexion appear so pale? Jian Lingyun waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. What brings you here, junior brother Yi? Yi Fan promptly expressed his intention, inviting him to join in the quest for the treasure. The map indicated perilous conditions, and having just broken through to the other shore realm, he felt insufficiently prepared. Hence his desire to enlist Jian Lingyun's assistance, believing the latter would surely appreciate the gesture, a favor in kind. Jian Lingyun acquiesced, recognizing the necessity to bolster his own cultivation to guard against potential retribution from Chu Xiu. That very day, the two set off aboard a flying vessel, departing the sacred grounds for the 10,000 Great Mountains. During the journey, they discussed Chu Xiu's imminent ascension as a saint child, a topic that stirred a twinge of envy within Yi Fan. Jian Lingyun, however, was beset by a tumult of emotions, both sour and fearful. As colossal stones shifted, the eyes of Yi Fan and Jian Lingyun began to glimmer with anticipation. Indeed, this is the treasure site, Brother Lingyun. This is a tremendous opportunity.
Yi Fan exclaimed.
Exuberant as a child of 30. Well, no need to express your gratitude, junior brother Yi. Rest assured, I will remember your goodwill, Jian Lingyun replied, patting him on the shoulder with sincerity. A dark, ominous cave entrance emerged before them. They cautiously peered inside. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths. The trap was triggered, and faint cries of despair reverberated through the air. Half a day later, as the first rays of dawn broke, Yi Fan crawled from the cave, his body drenched in blood, his complexion pallid, and his hair disheveled, appearing utterly ghastly. Good heavens! This is no treasure site, but a veritable death trap. Thankfully, I possessed a high-grade spatial escape talisman. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly be dead, Yi Fan thought, shuddering at the close call. Turning back to the cave entrance, he shook his head with a sigh, scattering a few white flowers at the threshold. Brother Lingyun, may you find peace. Jian Lingyun had departed, and his exit was anything but tranquil. Upon entering the cave, he became ensnared in a fifth-grade killing formation. His limbs first twisted and broken, his body gradually ground to nothingness, leaving not a single trace behind. The despair evident in his brother's eyes lingered hauntingly in Yi Fan's mind. Forgive me, I could not save you, he lamented repeatedly. In a fit of rage, he tore the treasure map into shreds and trampled it underfoot. Curse this treasure map. What? Jian Lingyun is dead? At Yunxia Peak, the increasingly gentle-faced elder Xiao stared in astonishment at his former gaming partner, Ren Hongying. It is said that he perished within the Great Formation while exploring treasures with the true disciple from Tianjian Peak. Yi Fan. What unfortunate fate he has met, Ren Hongying remarked, her expression filled with sympathy. Alas, Xiao Gonggong's voice was sharp and delicate, his fingers elegantly poised. He sighed heavily at the loss of a member from the anti-Chu Xiu alliance. Witnessing his demeanor, Ren Hongying felt a flicker of disdain in her gaze. Senior brother, you seem unwell. Perhaps you should seek Master's counsel. There may be a remedy. What ailment? Xiao Yifeng exploded, his fingers still delicately positioned, pointing at his former gaming companions. I am perfectly fine. At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man strolled by, greeting the two warmly. Junior brother, junior sister, deep in conversation. Senior brother. Ren Hongying gazed at the increasingly refined and tall Chu Xiu, her expression complex. Xiao Yifeng cast a flirtatious glare at Chu Xiu. I have some good news. Jian Lingyun is dead. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's expression remained unchanged. His smile as gentle as a spring breeze. How can this be deemed good news? Junior brother Jian was, after all, one of our own. We should feel a sense of loss. Ah, how hypocritical, Xiao Yifeng retorted dismissively. Chu Xiu scrutinized Xiao Yifeng with concern. Junior brother, it has been a while since we last met. You seem to carry an aura of heaviness. Are you unwell? Ren Hongying. Xiao Yifeng, still with his fingers poised, spat venomously. You are the one who is unwell. Your entire family is unwell. Chu Xiu, the beautiful chicken perched on his shoulder. The chicken mocked, your junior brother seems to be suffering from kidney deficiency. I suspected he was always a bit too effeminate. Which chicken dares to clamor before me? Xiao Yifeng flicked his finger, and with a swift motion, a needle pierced the air, creating ripples as it shot towards the chicken. Chu Xiu's robe fluttered, his hair danced in the wind. With his left hand forming a spell and his right fist clenched like gold, he struck out, a phantom of an emperor adorned in regal garb materializing behind him, exuding overwhelming authority. When fist met needle, the air exploded, and the stones beneath Chu Xiu shattered. The silver needle was sent flying, piercing a nearby ancient tree that could be embraced by 10 people. A white mark appeared on Chu Xiu's fist. Xiao Yifeng, his hair swirling, looked at Chu Xiu in astonishment. He had intended to slay the chicken and embarrass Chu Xiu, But unexpectedly, the latter had managed to withstand the blow. Ren Hongying was equally astounded. Though Xiao Yifeng had casually flicked the needle, one must not forget that he was in the mid-stage of divine powers, while Chu Xiu was merely at the pinnacle of the divine bridge, a staggering difference of 3 major realms. You insolent yin-yang creature, how dare you strike at me? The chicken, furious, jumped on Chu Xiu's shoulder, cursing profusely. What did you call me? Xiao Yifeng's previously pale face turned a deep shade of purple. Yang. Creature. The chicken raised its claw, extending its middle finger, unafraid of heaven or earth. Seeking death, Xiao Yifeng clenched his fist, ready to suppress it. You dare to slay my spirit companion before me? Do you think me easy to bully? Chu Xiu's voice was icy cold. A gathering of disciples passing by were drawn in, pausing to observe the unfolding scene. An elder of the cloudy summit, with a cold demeanor, observed from the sidelines, poised to suppress Xiao Yifeng. Do not misunderstand, senior brother. Ren Hongying interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Xiao Yifeng refrained from making a move, acutely aware of the disparity in their statuses. With a disdainful snort, he turned on his heel and departed. Heh! A man of duality, sneered Ji Taimei. Chu Xiu cast a sidelong glance at him. If you lack strength, do not act recklessly. Do not blame me if you meet your demise. Ji Taimei's 2 golden tufts of hair bobbed on his head. But he is quite the spectacle. Did you not witness his delicate gestures and swaying hips? You! Repulsive. Chu Xiu disregarded him and soared towards the main hall of the peak. The celestial master awaited him within. Upon seeing Chu Xiu, she waved her elegant hand, causing a magnificent black-gold piece of celestial armor, shimmering with radiant light, to materialize and hover before him. Wear this when ascending the heavenly ladder. Chu Xiu raised his hand to receive the armor, a smile playing on his lips. Is this a sign of concern for your disciple, master? Do not flatter yourself. I am merely worried that your demise would bring me shame. The celestial master replied with a cold chuckle. Thank you for the gift, master. I shall certainly repay you well in the future. Qi Mengdia's phoenix-like eyes flickered as she suppressed the impulse to strike him down immediately. With a swish of her sleeves, she commanded, Begone. When I return, you shall surely welcome me with open arms. Chu Xiu jested as he turned to leave. The celestial master, her cheeks flushed with irritation, responded with a wave of her hand. Leave. Chu Xiu shrugged nonchalantly. Such ferocity, and departed with laughter. Ji Taimei stood in bewilderment, perplexed by the sudden outburst of his master. Chapter 56. The Gathering of Heroes, the rising storm in the majestic Taizu sacred land. The grand gates loom magnificently, with intricately carved towers and pavilions standing tall. 2 towering peaks float in the air, guarding either side, while waterfalls cascade down in splendid fashion. Not far away, a pair of Qilin beasts rest on a slab of blue stone, their hooves engulfed in violet flames, exuding a faint aura of the small sage. Suddenly, several miles away from the mountain gates, a spatial rift, stretching for miles, tore open in the void. The disciples and elders guarding the gates were startled and looked up in unison. 3 enormous azure phoenixes, adorned with resplendent plumage and with wings spanning 1,000 feet, emerged from the rift, pulling an opulent phoenix carriage. Their cries echoed through the clouds, a spectacle akin to the heavenly queen making her grand procession, with purple mist stretching endlessly across the horizon. It's the phoenix carriage of the Yaoqi sacred land, a disciple exclaimed in astonishment. The 3 phoenixes, each at the small sage realm, were indeed fearsome. However, another disciple scoffed, what is so surprising about that? Our Taizu sacred land's Qilin war chariots are no less impressive than their phoenix carriage. Let us not act like we've never seen the world. It's rather embarrassing. As the 3 azure phoenixes swept through the skies, their wings casting shadows over the land, they approached with grace. A stunning figure stepped forth, treading upon the void. She was barefoot, her silver-golden phoenix gown trailing down to her delicate, jade-like ankles, where a purple-gold bell dangled, emitting a charming chime with every movement. The contours of her long thighs were elegantly accentuated, and her slender waist could be encircled by a mere hand, her form voluptuous yet graceful. Upon her snowy neck rested a visage of ethereal beauty, lips like rosy clouds, eyes clear as autumn waters, and brows resembling distant mountains. Her silky hair was elegantly coiled, adorned with a sacred phoenix hairpin. She exuded a regal grace intertwined with an unworldly elegance, standing in the void like a celestial maiden, untouched by the mundane. It is the master of Yunxia Peak. A voice recognized the enchanting figure hovering above the mountain gate. This lady has a cool demeanor. Given her style, it is rather unusual for her to come to welcome guests, one remarked. What do you know? Our holy son is the true disciple of the master of Yunxia Peak. Moreover, her status is sufficiently elevated. Her presence here is not at all out of place. Welcome, fellow cultivators from Yaoqi, to witness our ceremony, Qi Mengdai spoke. Her lips parting gracefully, her voice resonating across the distance. As the azure phoenixes hovered, the phoenix carriage came to a halt. From within emerged a figure draped in a simple blue gown, her face veiled in white gauze, moving with fluid grace. She stood upon the clouds, her eyes pure and clear, slightly bowing to Qi Mengdai, her tone gentle. Yaoqi Saintess, Feng Yao, has come with my 2 junior sisters to witness the ceremony. I apologize for the intrusion upon Yunxia Peak. Please, Saintess, allow me to guide you into our sacred land. Qi Mengdai replied warmly. Soon, she led the Yaoqi Phoenix carriage into the Taizu sacred land. As they departed, the mountain gate erupted with lively chatter. Is it truly the Yaoqi Saintess who has arrived? The Yaoqi Saintess is already at the 8th level of the Small Sage realm, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Machine Pavilion's Small Sage list. Do not be fooled by the fact that Yaoqi's sacred land is comprised entirely of female cultivators. Their foundation is not inferior to our Taizu sacred land. This Yaoqi Saintess is particularly enigmatic. She rarely engages in battle, but when she does, she is assured of victory, having never faced defeat. It is said she possesses the innate Tao body, a constitution akin to that of the Yaoqi Holy Mother from years past. Do you think she is an easy opponent? The innate Tao body, in harmony with the great Tao, allows one to effortlessly wield myriad divine abilities and arcane arts upon reaching profound mastery, thereby securing an invincible position. The disciples were left in awe, their mouths agape. As time progressed, representatives from various first and second-tier sects in the southern region arrived. Unlike the grandiose and ostentatious entrance of the Holy Land, they traveled mostly by flying vessels, greeted by a few elders. Only when the dominant forces arrived would Qi Mengdai personally make an appearance. The Taizu Holy Land stands as the unequivocal overlord of the southern region, suppressing all dissent. Other mid-tier forces from different domains, perhaps hindered by the vast distance and their inability to establish long-distance spatial transmission arrays, were unable to arrive within half a month. In this boundless world, the ability to traverse distances may indeed be the most telling indicator of a force's strength. Once, an elder expressed such sentiments. The twin moons hung in the sky, casting a silvery gray hue over the land. A colossal sword, nearly 10,000 feet in length, pierced through the barriers of space, hovering outside the gates of the Holy Land. Its sword intent surged forth, sweeping across all directions, causing the void to crackle ominously. Upon this great sword stood 3 figures, 1 elder and 2 youths, clad in the pristine robes of the endless sword domain, their garments fluttering as they gazed upon the Taizu Holy Land. Master, the gates of the Taizu Holy Land are rather unremarkable, lacking even half the grandeur of our endless sword domain, remarked a young man with striking features, his lips a vivid red and his teeth a pearly white, surpassing even maidens in beauty. His eyes filled with a proud disdain. Do refrain from being rash, said the 4th sword master, stroking his beard with an affable tone, reluctant to scold his beloved disciple. Long Qingfeng pouted, defiantly declaring, once I defeat that so-called Taizu Holy Son and return to the sword domain, I shall ascend to the position of Holy Son and make my name known throughout the world. Beside him, a young woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, Long Shueyue, with her lively large eyes, smiled sweetly. Brother, our victory is assured. That Chu Xiu is hardly renowned, having recently broken through the divine bridge. With our combined efforts, victory is utterly guaranteed. The 4th sword master's brows furrowed at the mention of that name. Each time he heard it, he instinctively recalled the slender figure atop the howling forbidden land, the very fiend who had slain their generation's holy son and holy maiden of the endless sword domain. Master, you must be thinking of that Chu the old demon again. Long Shuiyue tugged at her brother's sleeve.
Chu Xiu, Chu Xiu.
How amusing that their names are identical, Long Qingfeng scoffed. Sister, just watch how I shall cleave him when we ascend the heavenly ladder. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon his parents for bestowing him with an ill-fated name. Indeed, Long Shuiyue nodded, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. The fourth sword master paid little heed to his disciples' banter. Whether they killed or not mattered little, for the endless sword domain feared no adversaries. Moreover, the two holy lands had long been at odds, with persistent friction in recent years. At that moment, the ethereal Qi Mengdai made her appearance, leading the trio from the endless sword domain into the gates of the Holy Land. During this time, the siblings' unabashed conversations drew her frown. Aware of their ill intentions, she was taken aback to discover that they intended to slay Chu Xiu upon the heavenly ladder. Her expression turned cold, and a fierce impulse to eliminate the brother and sister surged within her. The rebellious disciples could only be dealt with by her, Qi Mengdai. They were not to be bullied by outsiders. Perhaps sensing her murderous intent, the fourth sword master discreetly communicated with the two disciples, prompting them to settle down. Qi Mengdai cast a frosty glance at them, suppressing her urge to kill. As time passed, representatives from various sects, sacred lands, and ancient families gradually gathered. As the day of the Holy Sun ceremony approached, both the sacred lands and the ancient families boasted ancestors who had once ascended to imperial status, thus possessing imperial artifacts. Chapter 57. Why does everyone feel that I, the old demon Chu, am so easily bullied? The following morning, Hong Dai sought out Chu Xiu. Senior brother, the Peak Master has instructed me to deliver this to you. Chu Xiu accepted the beast's skin scroll and unfurled it. Instantly, a flurry of elegant characters emerged. He focused intently as he read, Zhang family, Divine King Body Zhangzhou, ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list, will challenge me at the Celestial Ladder. Tai Sacred Ground, Tai Dao Body Zhou Yi, ranked third on the Hidden Dragon list, also intends to challenge me. Infinite Sword Domain, Twin Sword Body, Qingfeng Shuiyue, ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list, has declared an intention to eliminate me at the Celestial Ladder. Northern Domain Shangguan family, born with divine eyes, Shangguan Hao, ranked 8th on the Hidden Dragon list, also seeks to challenge me. A faint, knowing smile graced Chu Xiu's lips. I can comprehend the challenges from the Zhang family, Tai Sacred Ground and Infinite Sword Domain. After all, we are all competitors at the same level. It is a relationship of mutual rivalry. Yet, what is this Shangguan family and Shangguan Hao? Do they all wish to use me as a stepping stone, to ascend while treading upon my head? Do I appear so easily bullied? His smile turned cold. Hong Dai pouted her rosy lips, stamping her delicate foot in indignation. Senior brother, you are unaware. It is said that Shangguan Hao is exceptionally handsome, with considerable talent. Somehow, he has connected with a direct princess of the Ji family, and they hold his abilities in high regard, intending to take him as a son-in-law. Having allied with the ancient aristocracy, the Shangguan family has become arrogant, hoping to ride the momentum of defeating you to gain entry into the Ji family and attract further attention. They seem to have forgotten that, in the southern domain, our Tai Su sacred ground is the true authority, the ultimate law. Humph. Chu Xiu nodded with a smile. He is handsome, you say? Hong Dai pondered for a moment before nodding. 2 days ago I saw him from afar. He truly is quite striking. Am I not more handsome than him? The old demon Chu seized her small hand, a smile dancing on his lips. Oh, how annoying. He is not more handsome than you. Hong Dai's cheeks flushed, and she playfully scolded him. I shall ignore you. She wriggled free from his grasp, her face a picture of shyness as she fled. How outrageous. Even such a small child is not spared. On a nearby stone table, a chicken, resembling a fist in size and already sprouting black feathers, raised its middle finger at him, its expression one of disdain. Do you understand what youthful innocence truly tastes like? As time flowed on, the day dawned clear and bright, with a sky washed clean and devoid of clouds. At the foot of Tai Su Peak, a sea of people surged like a tide. With a resounding boom, akin to the chime of an ancient bell, the sound reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A hazy figure descended from the skies, surrounded by an aura of Tao. She donned a divine dress of purple and gold, her figure graceful and elongated, her features obscured, exuding an air of mystery and power. However, the overwhelming aura of a peak holy king emanating from her revealed her identity to all. The peak master of Tai Su sacred ground. Countless individuals bowed their heads, afraid to meet her gaze, lest they be overwhelmed or gravely injured by her terrifying aura of Tao. Such is the cruelty of the world. Even the tiniest of ants lack the qualification to cast a glance at a powerful being. Chu Xiu stood beside his master, his eyelids lowered, his heart filled with countless reflections. One day, I too shall ascend to the heavens, gazing down upon the world as countless beings pay homage. In this moment, his desire for strength intensified even further. At the guest seats, standing beside Qi Mengdai on the high platform was a young man clad in black and gold robes. Chu Xiu, an elder from the Jiang family, a great sage, spoke to Jiang Zhua. Jiang Zhua merely glanced up before returning his gaze, seemingly disinterested in everything around him. I observe that this young man possesses the signs of an early demise. I cannot fathom how he still lives, remarked an elder sage from the Tai sacred land, stroking his long beard, his face etched with confusion. Zhou Yinian, barely in his 20s, with a handsome visage and a well-proportioned physique, donned a purple gold crown and a violet robe of cosmic elegance, exuding an ethereal aura. Hearing his master's words, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. Today marked the grand ceremony of the Tai Su sacred land's holy sun. Yet his master had the audacity to declare that the holy sun bore the omens of an early death. Did he not fear that the celestial being above would strike him down with a single blow? Kei Daozi scratched his head, lacking the gravitas expected of a great sage. His tone diminished as he replied, I merely cast a divination. Surely it cannot be that serious. Zhou Yinian, caught between laughter and exasperation, implored, Master, I beseech you to refrain from such divinations. Could lead to dire consequences. How intriguing! The fourth sword master of the endless sword domain squinted, fixated on the figure upon the high platform. Though the appearance had undergone some changes, the demeanor bore a striking resemblance. Rest assured, Master, even if he truly is that old demon Chu, I shall slay him today, declared Long Qingfeng with an unruffled tone, as if vanquishing Chu Xiu was a mere triviality. Disciple, do not underestimate him. Master, without an invincible heart, how can one navigate the turbulent waters? The fourth sword master intended to voice more, but at that moment, the peak master of Tianqing on the high platform proclaimed, the time has come. Let the ceremony of the Holy Sun commence. The Holy Sun shall traverse the heart-questioning bridge and ascend the heavenly ladder. In the void above, the ethereal figure of Tai Suzi waved her sleeve. A minuscule object, shimmering with 7 colors, descended from the heavens, landing beside Tai Su Peak. Soon after, it rapidly expanded, towering to a colossal size, the vast white stone steps rising to meet the clouds, aligning seamlessly with the towering Tai Su Peak. A single wooden bridge connected the two. The Holy Sun must traverse this bridge to reach the heavenly ladder. What purpose does the heart-questioning bridge serve? Zhou Yinian inquired, tilting his head.
Que daozi elucidated.
To question one's heart is to confront the essence of one's spirit. Should the Holy Sun harbor ill intentions towards the sacred land, he would plummet from the bridge. Should his resolve waver, ensnared by worldly distractions, he would find himself unable to proceed.
Que daozi said in wonder.
Though these 2 sacred royal artifacts of the Tai Su sacred land lack substantial offensive capabilities, they are undoubtedly supreme treasures for testing disciples. If he cannot cross the heart-questioning bridge, how could the Tai Su sacred land avoid becoming a laughingstock? Zhou Yinian smirked darkly. Hush, he is about to cross the bridge. Countless onlookers, from various factions and guests numbering in the hundreds of thousands, turned their gaze toward Chu Xiu. He stood tall, his hair cascading like a waterfall, as he stepped onto the imposing sword of dominance, soaring from the high platform to stand before the heart-questioning bridge. The leaders, elders, stewards, and disciples of the Taizu sacred land felt a wave of tension surge within them. Meanwhile, the other dominant factions hoped that Chu Xiu would falter at the heart bridge, wishing for him to plummet from above, which would surely provide them with a spectacle to behold. In the guest area, Shangguan Hao was surrounded by a throng of Shangguan family members, akin to stars encircling the moon. His strikingly handsome visage, with bright eyes and a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing his lips, held a folding fan that he gently waved, exuding an ethereal elegance reminiscent of a refined gentleman from a turbulent world. Cousin, you must defeat Chu Xiu and reveal your formidable potential to the Ji family, one of the Shangguan kin flattered. Rest assured, cousin has already reached the pinnacle of the other shore realm, with unmatched divine eyes. Vanquishing Chu Xiu is merely a matter of course, he replied confidently. Defeating the sacred son of Taizu will undoubtedly elevate cousin in the eyes of the Ji family. The others chuckled in agreement. The prospect of the Shangguan family leaning on the Ji family's might to ascend as a premier family in the southern region seemed almost assured. Shangguan Hao smiled gently. Fear not, I shall defeat Chu Xiu. However, I must allow him some semblance of face. After all, the Taizu sacred land ultimately holds sway in the southern region. Very well, let it be 30 moves to conquer him, he declared. Ha ha! Brother Hao is truly thoughtful. Brother Hao is magnificent. I believe Chu Xiu should be grateful for Brother Hao's magnanimity, they chimed in. With a humble demeanor, Shangguan Hao closed his fan and raised his hand to quiet the surroundings. Instantly, silence enveloped the area, a testament to his authority. He reveled in the satisfaction of such influence. Chapter 58. Qi Mengdai Piqiao, your connection with Chu Xiu is impossible. Chu Xiu raised his hand, retracting the 3-meter-long dominance sword, Songlong, into the storage pouch at his waist. His cascading black hair was swept by the wind, and his black gold robe billowed audibly. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Even the Taizu in the void bowed his head, his eyes reflecting a cosmic illusion. Chu Xiu stepped forward, treading upon the solitary wooden bridge that soared 1,000 zhang high. In that instant, the entire world fell silent. A clear, tenacious voice resonated deep within his heart. Familiar scenes began to surface. I am Lu Hongyi. As you can see, my family has perished. I am Chu Xiu. My family resides on the other side of the starry sky, perhaps never to be seen again. You helped me bury my family. From now on, shall we be family? Yes. Chu Xiu, run quickly, they are coming for you. Chu Xiu, today old man Lin was killed. Half his body is gone. That group is on the street, poking his gouged-out head with sticks, laughing joyfully. Do you think we will also be killed one day? I wish to become strong, stronger than anyone else. I do not want us to be humiliated and bullied again. Chu Xiu's eyes turned blood-red, his hands broken and covered in wounds, blood spilling from his mouth as he gritted his teeth, his face contorted in agony. The equally battered Lu Hongyi cradled his face, revealing a radiant smile. I will accompany you. Chu Xiu, you have changed. Your heart is growing harsher and colder. Why must I leave? I do not wish to join the Red Dust Sword sect. We might as well die together. Beneath Taizu Peak, silence reigned. All eyes were on Chu Xiu. After taking a single step, he stood frozen, not moving an inch. Instantly, a stir arose. Why did he stop? Could it be that he cannot even cross the heart-questioning bridge? The Saintess by Susu furrowed her brow, murmuring, what is he doing? Could it be that he? Qi Mengdia's delicate hand clenched tightly. At the scene, the whispers of the crowd diminished to a whisper, yet collectively they sounded like a roaring tsunami. Just when everyone believed Chu Xiu could not escape the illusion, a voice echoed. Remember to come for me. I will wait for you. The maiden in red, tears glistening in her eyes. It was the first time she wept before Chu Xiu, and this separation lasted 50 years. A quarter of an hour passed. The final image shattered. He opened his eyes, a divine light flickering within his obsidian gaze. He took a second step. More illusions surged forth. The third step, the fourth. He walked with remarkable steadiness and swiftness. No trace of hesitation remained. This speed is absurd, someone exclaimed. The peaks of Taizu sacred land stood in awe. Even the esteemed guests familiar with the heart-questioning bridge were astonished. What fortitude must his Tao heart possess to traverse the heart-questioning bridge with such swiftness? What level of steadfastness in his Tao heart allows him to remain motionless at the brink of the heart-questioning bridge for a quarter of an hour? Gazing at the tall, slender figure upon the heart-questioning bridge, the crowd was both shocked and deeply puzzled. Chu Xiu's profound eyes fixed forward. Viewing the myriad temptations of the mortal realm as mere trifles, he quickened his pace. Did he harbor ill intentions towards the sacred land of Taisu? Would he falter? No. The old demon, Chu, was merely enticed by his master and sister Hua, seeking a formidable ally to grow strong. He held no ulterior motives regarding the sacred land. Thus, he would never falter upon the bridge of conscience. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. 4,000 meters. I recall that among all the saints and holy maidens of Ur, the fastest to traverse the bridge of conscience accomplished it in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Chu Xiu had already covered half the distance in just over a quarter of an hour. How terrifying. The twisted Bai Susu couldn't help but murmur. It took her 2 sticks of incense to cross the bridge in her time. At this rate, Chu Xiu would likely complete the bridge in less than a single stick of incense. Seeing this, Qi Mengdia's crystalline lips curved ever so slightly. With his audacious demeanor, it was only fitting that he remained unencumbered by worldly ties. As the rebellious disciple took his first step, he must have recalled the tragic demise of his parents at the hands of the demon race in Qishan County. Standing to the side, Tao Yao clenched her delicate fist, her thoughts aligning with those of Qi Mengdai. "Master brother, go for it," she exclaimed, channeling her true essence. The celestial master, with eyes like autumn waters, cast a glance at her 5th disciple. The 5th disciple's fair face flushed, her eyes shimmering with excitement, nearly brimming with tears. "Tao Yao, do you have feelings for Chu Xiu?" Tao Yao nodded, unabashedly declaring, "Master, I wish to become a Dao partner with Master brother." Qi Mengdia's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "I do not approve of this union." Tao Yao's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, "I am unmarried, and Master brother is unattached. On what grounds do you refuse?" Qi Mengdia's expression darkened, her delicate features turning cold. "No means no. Do you disregard your master's words? In truth, your brother is not a good person." She whispered secretly, "You!" Tao Yao's face was a portrait of disbelief. "So this is the kind of master you are. To thwart me, you would slander brother's character. How unreasonable." Qi Mengdai was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, glaring fiercely at her young disciple. "Do you not trust your master?" "Of course I do, but he pales in comparison to Master brother," Tao Yao teased, revealing her small tiger teeth, determined not to relent. "You and your brother are both rebellious disciples." The celestial master's cheeks flushed with indignation, her emotions surging like waves. "How infuriating! Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? What is wrong with this world? Master, you—" "Ah, yes, you are right. Is that sufficient?" Tao Yao's handsome face was awash with helplessness. "You!" Qi Mengdai was momentarily at a loss for words. "Master, you must have some misunderstanding regarding brother." "What misunderstanding could there be? I know exactly what kind of person he is. Just ask around the various peaks of the sacred land. Which elder, steward, or disciple does not speak ill of him? The senior brother is kind-hearted and treats everyone equally, even extending fairness to the outer disciples. His gentle demeanor and approach to others have earned him widespread admiration within the sacred grounds. Who does not praise his noble character? However, it is crucial not to provoke him. Therefore, Master, you must have misunderstood the eldest senior brother." Tao Yao shook her head. "Do not be deceived. It is all an act, truly. He harbors a venomous heart." Qi Mengdai bit her crimson lip, desperately attempting to unveil the true visage of the old demon. "Very well, you are entirely correct," sighed Tao Yao. Suddenly, Qi Mengdai chuckled, saying, "No matter how you defend him, you can never become his partner. Do you believe it? In an instant, Tao Yao's temper flared, revealing a tiny, glistening tiger tooth, wishing to leap forth and bite the master. "How dare you, the master of Yunsha Peak, engage in such meddling? The Holy Sun has traversed the heart-questioning bridge. A single incense stick has shattered historical records." The resounding chimes echoed throughout the sacred grounds. Underneath Mount Taisu, there was an uproar. "Sister, your disciple is remarkable. His resolve as steadfast as a rock," praised the master of Tianxing Peak, casting an unabashed gaze of admiration toward Qi Mengdai. "I wonder, how do you usually instruct him?" "Well, I offer guidance when I have the chance, but primarily, it is his own strong comprehension." "Perhaps." Qi Mengdai nodded, maintaining her usual cool and serene demeanor, her expression impassive. As for Tianqing's gaze, it was entirely disregarded. Such a look to her now only seemed peculiar, rather uncomfortable. Now, let us return to the main topic, for we are about to ascend the heavenly ladder. Countless individuals looked forward to it, wishing for collections and seeking a touch of yellow. Good night, everyone. Chapter 59. With a single punch, the Cup King, Shangguan Hao, was shattered, sending shockwaves through the air. Chu Xiu crossed the bridge of reflection and arrived at the base of the first step of the heavenly ladder. The ladder was an awe-inspiring sight. Each stone step loomed like a mountain peak before him, necessitating the overcoming of each ascent to reach the next. The heavenly ladder comprised a total of 999 steps. As climbers ascended, the pressure they faced intensified, determined by their realm, with varying levels of pressure corresponding to different realms. The release of true essence and spiritual consciousness could counteract this pressure. The primary test of the heavenly ladder was the depth of one's foundation and the strength of one's spirit and body. Fortuitously, these three aspects, foundation, spirit, and physique, were all among his strengths. Suddenly, the heavenly ladder emitted a blue beam of light, enveloping Chu Xiu entirely. A gentle aura probed his realm. From that moment onward, anyone wishing to ascend the heavenly ladder alongside the Holy Sun, Chu, would be constrained to his level, which was the 9th layer of the Divine Bridge. Master, we are going, announced the siblings Qingfeng and Xueyue, transforming into two arcs of white light as they dashed towards the heavenly ladder. Uncle, if I am defeated, please do not hold it against me, Zhou said, his face clouded with concern. Go ahead, regardless of victory or defeat, waved Ke Daozi, encouraging him. Zhou nodded and soared away. Next was the silent young god king, Zhang Zhou, who rose to his full height. It's up to you, cousin, he declared. Cousin Xinwu, Shangguan Hao, elegantly waved his folding fan, soaring into the air with a graceful demeanor, reminiscent of an immortal descending to the mortal realm, captivating the gaze of a group of young female guests accompanying their elders. He is truly handsome. Who is that? Is he also going to battle the holy son of Taizu? That is Shangguan Hao, the prospective son-in-law of the Ji family. I see he intends to step over Taizu to curry favor with the Ji family, one guest remarked, her expression a mix of intrigue and disbelief. The Shangguan family was soaring high. At the Ji family's table, Shangguan Hao's grandfather, Shangguan Qinghong, appeared radiant, stroking his beard with his right hand while engaging in conversation with a great ancestral saint of the Ji family, his face beaming with smiles. This child, Hao, resembles his father in his youth, albeit with a bit more sharpness. Every young person possesses a certain degree of sharpness, Ji Changshu replied with an air of authority, seemingly disinterested in Shangguan Qinghong, finding him overly pragmatic. In truth, he did not approve of Shangguan Hao's union with the Ji family's princess. However, the princess was infatuated with Shangguan Hao, declaring she would marry no one else. He felt helpless and sighed inwardly, wishing for the other party to display remarkable talent before proceeding. A million eyes turned towards the heavenly ladder, filled with both tension and anticipation. Sister, do you think the holy son of Taizu can withstand these 5 individuals? Inquired a woman in a purple dress, glancing at the serene Yaoqi saintess, whose face was partially concealed by a white veil. A red-dressed woman also cast a curious look. The Yaoqi saintess, with her clear and pure gaze, softly replied, I do not know Chu Xiu well enough to predict the outcome of this battle. However, it is said he has shattered the ancient limits of the Taizu Tower. He should be quite formidable among those of the same realm. The pair of twin sword bodies from the Endless Sword domain seeks to slay him. I wonder if he will be in peril, the woman in purple sighed. If Chu Xiu were to fall during the Sacred Sun ceremony, the Taizu sacred land would undoubtedly erupt in fury, and our human territories would likely be plunged into chaos once more. The 4th sword master, stroking his beard with a beaming smile, addressed the female Taoist beside him. Dao Yun Peak Master, my 2 disciples can be rather indiscriminate. If they inadvertently slay your sacred son, please do not take offense. The expression of the Dao Yun Peak Master darkened. 4th sword master, should your 2 disciples fall to our sacred son, do not blame the Taizu sacred land. It is only fitting that the host prevails over the guest. What he cannot accomplish, Chu Xiu certainly cannot. The 4th sword master spoke with unwavering confidence in the prowess of his disciples. We shall see, replied the Dao Yun Peak Master, casting his gaze downward towards the heavenly ladder. Eldest brother, give it your all and crush them, Tao Yao shouted fiercely. On the ladder, Chu Xiu's eyes flickered as he surveyed the 5 young contenders. Long Qingfeng smirked, making a throat-cutting gesture, a blatant provocation. Long Shuiyue, on the other hand, completely disregarded Chu Xiu. The Jiang clan's divine body appeared lost in thought, paying no heed to anyone, intently counting the birds soaring above. Tai Daodi Zhou, however, clasped his hands towards Chu Xiu, smiling as he said, Brother Chu, my apologies for any offense. I only came to spectate, so please do not take it to heart. Chu Xiu nodded slightly, eventually turning his attention to Shangguan Hao. One had to admit, the pretty boy possessed a certain charm. Your Highness, the Sacred Son, Shangguan Hao said, his lips red and teeth white, as he lightly waved his folding fan with a grin that was rather exasperating. Let us begin. I can hardly contain my excitement. With that, Long Qingfeng leapt towards the first step of the ladder, his solid foundation allowing him to disregard the immense pressure of the first tier. Brother, wait for me. Long Shuiyue followed her brother upwards. Next came Jiang Zhou, followed by Zhou Yi, as the 4 of them employed their respective techniques to ascend. Shangguan Hao snapped his fan shut, rising gracefully into the air, his white robes billowing, exuding an air of superiority. He stood at the first step, choosing not to climb higher, but instead turned to face Chu Xiu, offering a slight smile. He had no intention of climbing further. He aimed to defeat Chu Xiu right there on the first step, fearing that others might overshadow him. The crowd below erupted in uproar. Everyone discerned Shangguan Hao's intentions. This fellow is going too far. Has the Shangguan family become so arrogant? If Chu Xiu were to be defeated by Shangguan Hao on the first step, would that not be akin to slapping the faces of everyone in the Taizu Sacred Land? This scoundrel deserves to be punished. Kill him. Such disdain for the Sacred Son. Does the Shangguan family truly believe that by allying with the Ji family, we cannot contend with them? The anger among all cultivators of the Taizu Sacred Land reached a boiling point of 60. Chu Xiu leapt onto the first step, facing Shangguan Hao from a distance. Your Highness the Sacred Son, I sincerely apologize. I am pressed for time. Please forgive me. Shangguan Hao replied with a smile, snapping his fan open with a crisp sound, leisurely fanning himself. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us conclude swiftly. Chu Xiu's smile gradually faded. I shall allow the Sacred Son a few moves, Shangguan Hao declared. At that moment, the 4 ascending figures also paused to observe the duel. My weapon is a fan. Your Highness, might you reveal your weapon? He added, just as his words fell. At Chu Xiu's feet, intricate golden patterns sprawled, his movement akin to an unparalleled secret art, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he traversed a distance of several thousand meters in an instant. How swift! Shangguan Hao's pupils constricted, violet light shimmering, as he attempted to capture Chu Xiu's trajectory with his divine eyes, seeking to retaliate. Alas, Chu Xiu's speed was far beyond his imagination. With an unstoppable momentum, the domineering golden fist struck his delicate visage. Boom! The shockwave radiated from the 2 of them, expanding in all directions. The terrifying punch sent Shangguan Hao flying several thousand meters, crashing heavily against the stone wall of the second tier. Gasp! Shangguan Hao opened his mouth, spewing blood mixed with fragments of his innards, the majority of his bones shattered by a single blow. Chu Xiu shrank in size, appearing like a specter, extending his right hand to press Shangguan Hao firmly against the stone wall. With a gentle smile, he clenched his left fist and struck the opponent's face. Blood and teeth sprang forth. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. You wish to trample over me?
Bang bang.
Are you pretending in front of me? Ah, please. Don't. Save me. Spare my life. I beg you. Shangguan Hao was utterly wretched, gasping for breath, his instinct for survival compelling him to plead for mercy. Still want me to go easy on you? Chu Xiu's smile grew ever more benign. 1 punch after another landed upon Shangguan Hao's face, nearly bursting his skull. Keep laughing, why don't you? Bang! Fists fell like raindrops. The scene on the first tier unfolded with such rapidity that no one anticipated the grandiose Shangguan Hao would be dispatched by Chu Xiu in an instant. At the Ji family seat, Shangguan Qinghong's expression shifted dramatically as he soared into the air. Anxiously, he shouted, "Your Highness, I concede on behalf of Howard. Please show mercy. Spare his life." Chu Xiu's fist momentarily froze mid-air. Shangguan Qinghong sighed in relief. "Thank you, Your Highness." His words of gratitude had yet to escape his lips when, crack, Chu Xiu's expression remained indifferent as he twisted Shangguan Hao's head off as one would a watermelon. Warm blood gushed from the severed neck, droplets splattering against his pale cheek, creating a grotesquely bloody scene. Holding Shangguan Hao's head aloft, he turned to face the elderly man suspended in the air, his expression one of shock. With a forceful grip, Shangguan Hao's head was crushed into a pulp, red and white matter splattering everywhere. Standing amidst the pool of blood, beside the headless corpse, with his black hair cascading like a waterfall and garments billowing, Chu Xiu spoke in a placid tone. "What are you to demand that this holy sun cease?" He raised his chin. "The dignity of Tai Su cannot be insulted. Those who offend Tai Su shall be executed." His voice was soft yet resonated in the ears of all present. The disciples of the Tai Su sacred land felt their blood boil, their scalps tingling. "Those who offend Tai Su shall be executed. Those who offend Tai Su shall be executed. Those who offend Tai Su shall be executed." The tide of shouts surged forth, shaking the heavens and the earth, causing the faces of the observing disciples from various sects to pale. Chapter 60. The dominant and commanding Sister Hua, representatives of various factions, cast furtive glances towards the Ji family's seats. No matter how one regarded Shangguan Hao, he was still the prospective son-in-law of the Ji family. To witness him being brutally slain before millions was intolerable. Ji Chongshou, despite his disdain for Shangguan Hao, could not help but darken in countenance. Yet he found himself rendered speechless. Shangguan Hao had provoked first and was rightfully punished by the holy son of Tai Su. No one would advocate for him. How is it that the Ji family has not reacted? How could they? The Ji family is formidable. Does anyone believe the Tai Su holy land is any less so? Shangguan Hao brought this upon himself. Who else can be blamed? Indeed, the prowess of the holy son of Tai Su is truly fearsome. He nearly obliterated Shangguan Hao with a single punch. In the air, Shangguan Qinghong, a minor saint with keen hearing, could not help but overhear the murmurs below. His face shifted from green to pale, head bowed, as his eyes gradually turned crimson. His shoulders trembled, and the haunting image of Chu Xiu severing his grandson's head replayed in his mind. The disdainful, scornful gaze directed at him pierced like daggers into his heart. It was over. The sole hope of the Shangguan family had been extinguished. "I am filled with rage. Ah! Ha ha ha!" Shangguan Qinghong threw back his head, his visage contorted, as tears of blood streamed down his cheeks. "Why has this happened? Why did you kill him when I had so desperately pleaded for mercy?" His long, white hair whipped about wildly as a blazing seal erupted from his brow, expanding instantly to obscure the heavens. A violet divine flame surged forth, warping the very air with its intensity. "Let my grandson accompany him in death." Shangguan Qinghong laughed maniacally, raising his hand in command. The vast seal of flames, imbued with terrifying intent, descended upon Chu Xiu on the heavenly ladder, aiming to crush him utterly and obliterate his very soul. The sequence of events unfolded in mere breaths. Shangguan Hao's demise at the hands of Chu Xiu, followed by the vengeful strike of Shangguan Qinghong, too swift for anyone to anticipate that he would dare to attack the holy son of Tai Su. The sound of air being cleaved apart echoed as dozens of streaks of light sped towards the heavenly ladder, intent on rescuing Chu Xiu. The leaders of Tianxing Peak and Tianjian Peak, alongside Qi Mengdai, surged ahead, their speed unmatched. Behind them, the master of Qi Peak, his eyes bulging with fury, bellowed, "You old dog, how dare you? Quickly save the holy sun." On the first tier of the heavenly ladder, Chu Xiu stood tall, his robes billowing, his dark hair flowing like a waterfall, gazing defiantly at the descending seal of flames with a calm, profound gaze, muttering to himself, "This fool." Suddenly, a cold snort reverberated through the void, as if echoing from an ancient era, striking at the very core of every onlooker, sending chills down their spines. Those with insufficient cultivation felt blood seep from their lips. A singular finger, resembling a towering jade pillar, descended from the heavens, shattering space with a series of cracks. The laws of reality unraveled, and everything seemed to return to chaos, obliterating eternity. The overwhelming might of that finger compelled all beings to prostrate themselves. Even the most formidable beings at the peak of saintly realms trembled in terror. And no, Shangguan Qinghong screamed in despair. The unstoppable divine might, the ferocious seal of flames, was reduced to ash before it could even touch the heavenly finger. In an instant, Shangguan Qinghong's spirit was extinguished, and his corporeal form was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the void, no longer existent. Beneath Taisu Mountain, an oppressive silence reigned. The members of the Shangguan family stood in stunned disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? My cousin was mercilessly slain by Chu Xiu. The family head, filled with righteous fury, sought to annihilate Chu Xiu. Has he lost his senses? A voice, cold and authoritative, resonated through the heavens and the earth. Eradicate all members of the Shangguan family present. Tianqing, Yu, and Tianjian immediately proceed to Donglin County and obliterate the Shangguan family. Those who dare to obstruct shall be met with lethal force. Should any sovereign powers intervene, we shall engage in total warfare. Yes, Your Holiness. Lu Shui and Tianqing, their gazes icy and imbued with murderous intent, bowed in acknowledgement. They tore open the fabric of space, vanishing into its depths. The various peak masters and elders uttered battle cries, surging towards the guests, a horde of Shangguan family members. Blood spattered, limbs and heads flew. Please, no. Senior, spare my life. Ah, it is the family head's fault. We are innocent. Spare us. The scene fell into a chilling silence, broken only by the sound of bones shattering and the anguished pleas of the Shangguan descendants. Silence. The representatives of the major sects were horrified. The representatives of the sovereign powers observed with cold indifference, mockingly glancing towards the Ji family. Ji Changshu, your family has indeed chosen an admirable alliance, daring to strike at the Holy Sun during the Taisu Saints ceremony? Have you consumed the gall of the divine? Sneered a powerful figure from the Jiang family. Ji Changshu, taken aback, wore a grim expression and retorted, Jiang Menglong, do not stoke the flames from the shadows. This matter has nothing to do with my Ji family. Haha, Meng Changlong scoffed. Before long, the Shangguan family was entirely annihilated, blood and dismembered limbs staining the ground, rendering the scene grotesquely bloody. Not a single body remained intact. They were almost reduced to a pulp, a testament to the fury of the peak masters and elders of Taisu Sacred Land. Representatives from smaller factions felt a chill in their hearts, their faces pale and trembling. The Shangguan family held 2 minor saints among them, a status that seemed insurmountable to them. Yet, in the eyes of Taisu Sacred Land, they were but insects that could be extinguished with a mere word. The sovereign powers loomed like divine dragons overlooking the world, untouchable and insurmountable. Everyone recalled this sentiment once more. Taisu remains the same domineering Taisu. The great saint of the shaking light sacred land murmured to himself. As whispers circulated among the crowd, a sudden rift in space appeared beneath Taisu Peak. A man and a woman emerged from within. Tianqing casually tossed a bloodied head onto the Taisu square for all to see. Your Holiness, the Shangguan family has been eradicated, with none escaping alive, Tianqing proclaimed, bowing to the void. A collective gasp echoed as countless breaths were drawn in shock. In less than the time it takes for half a teacup to brew, the Shangguan family has been annihilated? Removing the time spent traveling back and forth, the Shangguan family likely perished after just a few breaths. Terrifying. The severed head upon the ground appears to belong to the elder of the Shangguan clan. The pinnacle of Shaoxing's cultivation couldn't even manage an escape. Ha! With 2 great saints joining forces, is there any chance of survival? Do you mistake him for the notorious Chu Xiu who once stirred a tempest of bloodshed? The discussions and astonishment among the cultivators stirred the hearts of the disciples of the Taisu Sacred Land, filling them with pride. They took great pride in the might of their sacred land and in being its members. Chu Xiu stood upon the heavenly ladder, his emotions a whirlwind. A multitude of words condensed into a mere 6. Sister Hua is formidable. In the void, a voice commanding and authoritative resonated once more. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden of Taisu fear no challenges from their peers. However, should anyone attempt to oppress us with their might, seeking to extinguish the future of Taisu, I would not hesitate to eradicate the forces behind them. Chu Xiu, clasping his fists slightly, responded with clarity. Disciple shall remember this. The representatives of external forces felt a chill in their hearts. The Holy Son of Taisu was not issuing a threat. He was stating a fact. The entity in the heavens could indeed fulfill his words. The Shangguan family serves as a cautionary tale. Taisu Holy Son. Continue up the heavenly ladder. Chapter 61. The emergence of the primal sacred body. The heroes are astounded. Qingfeng Shenyue stood upon the 15th step, while Jiang Zhou and Zhou Yi continued their ascent, unhurried to engage with Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, agile and light of foot, leapt effortlessly over a mountain peak and soon stood on the same step, facing the sibling duo from afar. The second match is about to commence, murmured the spectators, recently roused from their reverie by prior events. Can the Holy Son of Taisu defeat this pair of sword-bodied siblings? They are the top contenders on the dragon's hidden list, far beyond the capabilities of someone like Shangguan Hao. It is bound to be a fierce clash of titans. As soon as the sword body manifests, who can rival them? Countless gazes fixed upon the heavenly staircase. Chu Xiu wore a gentle smile. Qingfeng Shenyue is indeed a splendid name. However, I have yet to comprehend why you would declare your intent to slay me before even reaching the sacred land of Taisu. I am at a loss as to when I might have offended you. Long Qingfeng lifted his chin with pride, scoffing. Do you require a reason to kill? Long Shenyue, calm and even more haughty, dismissed Chu Xiu entirely. Blame your parents for bestowing upon you a name that aligns with that old demon Chu. Ah, what a formidable rationale you possess for murder, Chu Xiu remarked, his smile growing ever softer. Long Qingfeng's eyes turned frigid as he grasped the hilt of his sword, drawing forth the exquisite Tiangong Piaoxue sword. The blade, once unsheathed, emanated an icy chill, swiftly crystallizing the air within a radius of several dozen meters. Words are futile. Witness how I shall sever you, he declared. With a clang, Long Shenyue unsheathed her sword, Zhu Yu, from her back. The blade radiated beams of pure moonlight, piercing the skin like needles. The pair of exquisite heavenly swords, when united, possessed a power that surpassed most heavenly-grade weapons, rivaling even some celestial artifacts. Chu Xiu's gaze flickered as he concluded that his current primal sacred body could not withstand the onslaught of these two swords. To forcibly resist with his physical form would undoubtedly result in injury. Should his primal sacred body reach a minor completion, he might shatter those heavenly treasures with a mere punch. Kill him, sister, Long Qingfeng urged, his toes brushing the ground before he soared aloft like an ancient divine bird, launching an attack on Chu Xiu. Long Shenyue nodded, wielding Zhu Yu and stepping into the ancient Seven Stars technique, her speed astonishing as she unleashed a myriad of afterimages in her assault on Chu Xiu. Raising his right hand, Chu Xiu summoned the dominant sword of the Azure Dragon, seizing it firmly. As the secret technique of the Xing character activated, he struck with unparalleled ferocity, aiming directly for Long Qingfeng's head, a terrifying gust of wind tousling his hair. Long Qingfeng remained expressionless, treating Chu Xiu's formidable strike with indifference as he thrust the Piaoxue sword towards Chu Xiu's throat, intent on a lethal blow. Long Shenyue leapt into the air, her sword tip poised to deflect Chu Xiu's mighty strike. The siblings, in perfect harmony, executed their strategy with an uncanny synchronicity. Alas, Long Xuanyue's expression shifted slightly as she felt Chu Xiu's strike descend upon her like a mountain, rendering her blade incapable of budging it. Be cautious, Long Qingfeng urged, swiftly retracting his sword. He deftly leveraged his right foot against his sister's shoulder, propelling himself into the air and creating a 20-meter distance to evade Chu Xiu's strike. With a smirk, Chu Xiu sheathed the dominant sword, Songlong, as intricate patterns of energy enveloped his feet, rendering him elusive. He appeared before Long Xueyue, who was plummeting without the means to regain her footing, his elongated eyes gleaming with a sinister red light. Golden sacred blood surged around him, his dark hair billowing wildly. With a gesture from his left hand, an ethereal figure of an emperor materialized behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed all in its vicinity. The emperor's fist landed solidly against Long Shuiyue's chest, causing her frail form to buckle. Her ribcage shattered under the impact, her body flying backward, blood spilling from her lips. Long Qingfeng's eyes widened in fury as he soared into the air, catching his sister in his arms. He staggered backward for dozens of meters, dissipating the tremendous force of Chu Xiu's punch. Coughing violently, Long Shuiyue's face turned pale, blood continuously spilling from her mouth. Long Qingfeng hastily produced a healing elixir, eager to administer it to his sister. However, Chu Xiu, unwilling to grant them respite, appeared behind them, delivering a devastating punch that unleashed ripples of energy, aimed directly at Long Qingfeng's skull. Should such a terrifying blow connect, it would obliterate half of his head. The wind pressure tousled their hair as Long Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, locking eyes with his sister. Bloodied and filled with fury, Long Shuiyue's intent to retaliate surged. 2 wisps of green smoke spiraled from their heads, merging rapidly. Sensing the imminent threat, Chu Xiu activated a secret technique, swiftly retreating thousands of meters away. The next moment, a resounding hum echoed as the surroundings of the Qingfeng Shuiyue siblings transformed into a battlefield, filled with various weapons forged from condensed azure energy. Above them, a colossal tapestry depicting an extraordinary phenomenon unfurled, exuding an aura of sword intent that sent shivers down the spine. Had Chu Xiu hesitated for even a heartbeat, he would have likely found himself ensnared like a hedgehog. The manifestation of the twin sword bodies, the Qinglan sword song, exclaimed Tai Zhouyi, astonished. 61 layers, observed the young divine King Jiangzhou, his previously vacant eyes now glimmering with intrigue. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. The sword body manifestation, the Qinglan sword song. This pair of siblings has been pushed to this point by Chu Xiu. Alas, with such a phenomenon, who can rival them? Chu Xiu may very well face defeat. The expressions of many cultivators from the Tai Su sacred land shifted dramatically. How infuriating they resort to manifestations, chuckled the 4th sword master, a serene smile gracing his lips. What of using manifestations? Is not the sword body a testament to power? I maintain that Chu Xiu is inadequate. He cannot match my 2 disciples. What say you, Dao Yun? The 4th sword master wore an unmistakable expression of pride. Dao Yun, the peak master, remained stoic, secretly amused. Old man, your calculations are erroneous. You are unaware that our holy son possesses the ancient sacred body, naturally countering all special physique manifestations. Look, Qingfeng and Shuiyue are about to employ their manifestation to subdue the holy son of Tai Su. Someone exclaimed in awe. The ethereal manifestation of the Qinglan sword song descended upon Chu Xiu, bearing an infinite sword might that veiled the heavens and obscured the sun, as if the apocalypse had arrived, leaving no avenue for escape, and instilling a deep sense of trepidation. Do they intend to suppress me with this manifestation? Chu Xiu stood tall, his robes billowing like a tempest, his raven hair dancing wildly. Above him, the chaotic aura surged through the void, giving birth to a Taoist azure lotus that transformed from ethereal to corporeal. The manifestation of the sacred body, the chaotic seed azure lotus, once unleashed, would suppress and dominate any adversary's manifestation, regardless of its strength. Be it a dragon, it must coil, be it a tiger, it must lie low. In an instant, the scroll of the Qinglan sword song shattered, dissipating into azure smoke, forcibly raining back into the bodies of the 2 combatants. The unparalleled dominance of the strongest physique among humanity revealed itself at this moment. With a splutter, Qingfeng and Shenyue's faces turned ashen, spewing forth blood arrows and hurtling backwards for hundreds of meters. The backlash of the manifestation was indeed fearsome. Bearing the chaotic seed azure lotus, Chu Xiu rendered the sword body manifestations of the brother and sister duo effectively null. His gaze was as fierce as lightning, his entire being enveloped in golden sacred blood, igniting into golden flames. He advanced step by step towards the siblings, intent on bringing them to their demise upon the heavenly ladder. What is that? It has actually subdued the Qinglan sword song. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. In a simultaneous motion, representatives from the Yi Ji Jiang families, as well as the Tai sacred land and Yaoguang sacred land, rose to their feet. The saintess of the Yaoqi was no exception. They gazed towards the heavenly ladder, their expressions a tumultuous blend of shock and disbelief, utterly astonished. Golden vitality and blood, the manifestation of the chaotic seed azure lotus. Could it be that the Taizu Saint Sun is the fabled ancient sacred body, cursed by heaven and earth? Chu Daozi exclaimed, his voice trembling. The fourth sword master, in disbelief, murmured, impossible, how could this be? How can such a physique still cultivate? Chu Xiao is indeed the ancient sacred body, and has broken the curse. The saintess of Yaoqi's crimson lips parted slightly, ripples stirring within her clear eyes. The physique they had sought for years in Yaoqi was now witnessed within the Tai sacred land. Chapter 62. The demise of the twin sword bodies. Leaving all speechless, why are the prominent figures so astonished and shocked? Those who fail to comprehend the situation murmur softly among themselves. It seems to be due to the saint's son. They claim he possesses an ancient sacred body. I have never heard of such a thing. Could it be a divine physique? Master, is my senior brother truly the legendary ancient sacred body? Tao Yao is filled with confusion. Indeed, the most powerful sacred body. Qi Mengdai gazes upward at the heavenly ladder, her demeanor exuding an unyielding majesty, her thoughts complex regarding her rebellious disciple. My senior brother is truly remarkable. Tao Yao gasps in awe, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. It is said that one who fully manifests this physique can challenge an emperor. In this era of imperial decline, will my senior brother not become invincible in the world? The fairy master's countenance is grave, lacking the optimism of her young disciple. What troubles you, master? Qi Mengdai sighs. A sacred body capable of growth will undoubtedly be a formidable force, and because of this, I fear that powerful demonic beings may infiltrate the human realm to extinguish him. Upon hearing this, the smile on Tao Yao's face falters, her eyes filled with concern. What shall we do? After today, the news of my senior brother being an ancient sacred body will surely reach the realm of demons and beasts. Perhaps the Lord has a plan. While the major factions are astounded by the emergence of the ancient sacred body, an unforeseen event occurs atop the heavenly ladder. Long Qingfeng produces a small drum, a rare treasure, temporarily countering the oppressive aura of the ancient sacred body. He pushes his sister away, standing resolutely against Chu Xiao. Brother, I will not leave. Long Shuo's blood trickles down her cheek, her gaze resolute. Leave. Long Qingfeng clutches the small drum, his left hand rhythmically striking it. The sound resonates deeply, imbued with a certain Tao rhythm, barely resisting Chu Xiao's overwhelming presence. Leave, no one shall depart. Chu Xiao grins, revealing his gleaming white teeth, his pupils radiating golden light. With a swift movement, he activates the walking character secret, a chaotic green lotus blooming above his head, and in a flash, he appears before Long Qingfeng. The emperor's fist is unleashed, unparalleled in dominance. Long Qingfeng beats the small drum, the sound waves emanating, but his palms split, blood seeping forth. Chu Xiao's golden fist halts mere inches from his cheek, unable to advance further, as if an impenetrable, invisible wall stands between them. The offensive is thwarted once more. Chu Laomo's eyes grow cold. He moves, leaving behind a shadow. No, sister. Flee quickly. Long Qingfeng screams, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He understands Chu Xiao's intentions, but alas, it is too late. Chu Xiao appears before Long Shueyue, his large hand reaching out, grasping her delicate, fair neck, lifting her as if she were a mere chick. The fourth sword master can no longer remain passive. He leaps up, intending to stop Chu Xiao. A graceful figure interposes herself before him. Qi Mengdai, wielding a uniquely shaped ice crystal sword, fixes her cold gaze upon him. Fourth sword master, if you do not wish to meet the same fate as Shangguan Qinghong, crushed by the Lord's finger, I advise you to refrain from any reckless actions. The fourth sword master's expression darkens. Qi Mengdai, do you truly intend to act so ruthlessly? Qi Mengdai exuded an aura of icy serenity, her tone devoid of emotion. Your disciple incessantly claims he will slay Chu Xiao. Yet, in the end, it seems Chu Xiao cannot be vanquished? Is the endless sword domain truly this tyrannical? Do you presume I, Tai Su, am without protectors? The fourth sword master reassured. Rest assured, my two disciples will undoubtedly prevail. while our holy son shall not. Dao Yun, the peak master, took to the air, his tone laced with sarcasm. To bear a grudge is a woman's inherent flaw. Recalling the prior smug expression of the fourth sword master and now witnessing his utterly dismal countenance, Dao Yun found amusement, nearly bursting into laughter. Do not overstep your bounds. The fourth sword master growled, his voice low and almost a roar. Stop, sister. Long Qingfeng's voice, like a lamenting lark, resonated throughout Tai Su Peak. The fourth sword master, Qi Mengdai, and Dao Yun all turned in unison. There stood Chu Xiu, his expression impassive, as he hurled the defenseless and pitiful Long Shuiyue into the air. As her delicate form descended, he invoked a spell with his left hand, while his right clenched in preparation, a divine radiance emanating from below his navel, his true essence converging with the sacred blood, compressing. The spectral figure of the emperor donned in imperial regalia appeared with unprecedented solidity. The emperor's fist, capable of shattering myriad laws, was summoned with all his might. A roar erupted as the furious dragon's might surged forth, the fist carrying the weight of annihilation, striking Long Shuiyue's fragile form. With a resounding crash, Long Shuiyue blossomed like fireworks, dissolving into a mist of crimson, leaving only a tattered corner of fabric to flutter down, gently landing at the feet of the hastily approaching Long Qingfeng. His eyes dulled in an instant. He knelt, trembling as he cradled the blood-stained remnant of clothing. Sister. No. Please. Tears of blood streamed down Long Qingfeng's cheeks, splattering onto the ground. His voice rasped, It cannot be. Sister, you shall not come to harm. Brother will protect you. The visage, smile, and words of his sister echoed ceaselessly in his mind. They had lost their parents in their youth, relying on one another to survive in a cruel world, fortunate to have encountered their master, thus joining the endless sword domain. Subsequently, they became acquainted with the holy maiden Feng Yaoshi and the holy son Feng Qingyang, training alongside the pair as if they were siblings. One day, devastating news arrived. The holy son and holy maiden had perished at the hands of a demon named Chu Xiu. They vowed to avenge the fallen. However, Chu Xiu had been cornered atop the Guihun cliff, yet the seed of hatred did not wither. Upon discovering that the Taisu holy son also bore the name Chu Xiu, they resolved to accompany their master to eliminate this Chu Xiu, to cleanse their hearts of this lingering stain. Little did they know, the Taisu holy son was formidable beyond measure, and their extraordinary manifestations proved futile. Ultimately, it was the sister who fell to a single strike. Long Qingfeng lowered his head, gritting his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails nearly penetrated his palms. Brother should not have brought you along. Shuiyue, I should never have brought you out. Long Qingfeng, you must survive to avenge your sister, came the deep, resonant roar of the fourth sword master. Master Long Qingfeng raised his head, his eyes tinged with crimson, as two streams of blood tears cascaded down, mingling with the briny taste that filled his mouth. He was jolted awake by the voice of the fourth sword master. Yes, I must survive to avenge Shuiyue. He clutched the tattered remnants of his sister's attire, retreating with fervor, willing to sacrifice his essence to propel himself with the 7 stars step. Shadows danced around him. Once he descended the heavenly ladder, the suppression of his cultivation would dissipate, allowing him to ascend to the other shore realm, at which point he could slay Chu Xiu and avenge his sister. His speed was astonishing, as he reached the 10th step in the blink of an eye. You share a profound bond with your sister, and I, being of kind heart, have decided to grant you passage to reunite with her. Chu Xiu's voice was as frigid as ice, cutting through the air like a festering maggot, arriving at the 10th step almost simultaneously with him. You! Long Qingfeng gasped in horror, his pupils constricting. Your disposition pales in comparison to that of a dear friend of mine. Even in the instant before I struck him down, his eyes remained proud and unyielding, undiminished in the slightest. Farewell. Chu Xiu's holy blood surged skyward, his hair whipping wildly as his right leg shattered the air, sending ripples through the atmosphere, crashing into Long Qingfeng's waist, fracturing bones as if they were twigs, nearly cleaving his body in twain. With a resounding thud, Long Qingfeng bent into a C shape, hurtling backward for thousands of zhong, colliding with the stone wall of the 12th step, erupting in a violent explosion. Upon the pristine stone wall, blood traced a human silhouette, leaving only a bloodied robe and a half-soaked fragment of fabric upon the ground. One punch felled Long Shueyue, and one kick extinguished Long Qingfeng. Chu Xiu's brutal demeanor, akin to a deity of destruction, rendered millions speechless. A dryness seized their throats, wishing everyone a joyful mid-autumn festival. Chapter 63. The Young Supreme, the demon sovereign of the heavenly demon realm, the formidable presence of Long Shueyue, enchanting yet ruthless, commanded the situation with an unwavering decisiveness. What, do you expect His Highness, the Holy Sun, to cower before outsiders? They have openly declared their intent to slay our Holy Sun. Should we simply let them go? His Highness has executed justice splendidly. I have long harbored disdain for that pair of siblings. The disciples of the Taizu Holy Land were invigorated, celebrating the might of their Holy Sun. The dual-sword physique may be powerful, yet it pales in comparison to our Holy Sun. Those who oppose him shall inevitably face annihilation. Amidst the crowd, Yifan gazed up at the towering figure on the celestial ladder, murmuring to himself, "Truly formidable. That punch. Why do I feel a heaviness in my heart? It seems I have lost so much." Su Tian's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Chu Xiu, what manner of person are you?" Qi Ming whispered. "Incredible. No wonder he is the grand disciple of my aunt. It seems I must cultivate a closer relationship with the Holy Sun henceforth." Meanwhile, Xiao Yifeng, with a delicate gesture, expressed his displeasure with a huff. "Brother, you really shouldn't behave like that. It's rather effeminate." Ren Hongying couldn't help but interject. "And what of it? If I am effeminate, then so be it," Xiao Yifeng retorted. "Very well, as long as you're happy," Ren Hongying sighed in despair. "Qi Mengdai, you are quite remarkable." The fourth sword master, his countenance dark as coal, watched helplessly as his two favored disciples were dispatched, his powerlessness evident. "I am indeed quite well. If the fourth sword master has no other matters to attend to, please return to your seat and continue observing," Qi Mengdai replied coolly. With a huff, the fourth sword master swept his sleeve in frustration, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. He transformed into a streak of light and departed from the Taizu Peak, leaving the Taizu Holy Land behind. Qi Mengdai made no attempt to retain him, swiftly returning to the elevated platform of the Holy Land. Upon the platform, Chu Sharon's eyes sparkled with intrigue. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Piqiao, your senior brother is indeed remarkable. I am drawn to powerful men." Piqiao glared fiercely with her almond-shaped eyes. "You'd best keep your distance. Do not set your sights on my senior brother." "Silence," Qi Mengdai admonished, approaching with measured grace, her brow furrowed. To argue over men in broad daylight is unbecoming. Chu Shaoran performed a slight bow, exuding an air of elegance and poise, embodying a refined demeanor. "Very well," Qi Mengdai nodded, taking Piqiao aside. "A man as exceptional and powerful as Chu Xiu will inevitably attract many women. For instance, myself." A playful smile graced Chu Shaoran's lips, curving into a delightful arc. Unfortunately, Piqiao remains oblivious. Youth has its limitations. As Chu Xiu emerged victorious, a wave of relief washed over the disciples of the Taizu Holy Land. However, the onlookers from other factions felt an immense weight upon their hearts. Chu Xiu's overwhelming dominance hinted at an invincible potential, a foreshadowing of his ascent to unparalleled supremacy. It was not difficult to envision that should he continue to grow, he would tread upon a mountain of bones, forging his indomitable throne atop them. "Elder ancestor, should we not invite young Master Zhou down? I find myself rather fearful of this Chu Xiu," a venerable servant from the Jiang family whispered to Jiang Menglong. Jiang Menglong shook his head, asserting that as long as Chu Xiu was not foolish, he would not engage in a life-and-death struggle with Zhao Er, offending the Ji family and the boundless sword domain. If he were to further antagonize the Jiang family, he would no longer deserve to be called a saint. Moreover, Zhao Er possessed the body of a divine king, and the outcome of a confrontation between him and Chu Xiu was uncertain. On the celestial ladder, Chu Xiu continued his ascent. Among the 5 challengers, only 2 remained solitary. One could only wonder who the next fortunate soul would be. Chu Laoma chuckled ominously, as the old demon, "One should drink the blood of the divine king, or perhaps, Eliminate that fool from the Jiang family? Ah, this. Chu Xiu gazed toward the young divine king on the 120th level. Like a prey caught in the gaze of a venomous serpent, the hairs on Jiang Zhao's neck stood on end as he turned to meet Chu Xiu's distant gaze. Chu Xiu smiled widely, revealing his pearly white teeth. Jiang Zhao raised an eyebrow. After witnessing Chu Xiu's two brutal encounters, he had resolved not to engage with him. This individual was far too dangerous. Without certainty, one must refrain from confrontation, lest calamity ensue. With this thought, he turned and continued his ascent. Chu Xiu then glanced at Zhou Yi on the 100th level. Zhou Yi clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, transmitting a message, "Brother Chu, I am not your match, I beseech you to spare me." Chu Xiu nodded and replied with a radiant smile, "Brother Zhou has misunderstood. I am most averse to violence, and it is peace that lies at the core of my being." Zhou Yi returned the smile, "Brother Chu is indeed a man of character. I am unworthy in comparison." Observing Zhou Yi's retreating figure, a subtle smile played at the corners of Chu Xiu's mouth. Among the five, this seemingly carefree Zhou Yi was the strongest, hiding his true depth. Following closely was the divine king body from the Jiang family. As time passed, the three ascended ever higher, 1,000 steps, 2,000 steps, 3,000 steps. Meanwhile, at the peak of Tai Su Feng, Tai Suzi opened his eyes, the stars flickering as phenomena erupted within 1,000 zhang radius. A withered tree burst forth with spring, flowers blooming and falling. Between its branches, vibrant red spiritual fruits emerged. The fruits ripened and fell to the ground, exuding a fragrant aroma. Her gaze pierced through the protective array, spanning the endless distance, as she looked toward the boundless mountains beyond the Tai Su sacred land. Suddenly, her form flickered, reappearing barefoot in midair atop a towering peak within the vast mountain range. Her beautiful eyes fixed upon the southwestern void as she spoke softly. "Why does the golden ape come uninvited? Haha, your insight remains as sharp as ever." A hoarse laughter resonated, the void splitting open to reveal two figures. One, a monkey adorned in golden fur, bore a black iron staff and was clad in battle armor. The other, a woman towering 6 meters tall, possessed fiery red hair and a robust physique, her biceps thicker than those of an adult male. Her form resembled that of a tyrannosaurus, yet her beauty was striking, creating a stark contrast between her formidable stature and exquisite features, immensely impactful. Most striking were the two massive battle axes strapped to her back, resembling two grand gates. As a demon sovereign from the celestial demon domain, does she not fear being permanently ensnared within the realm of humanity? In the depths of Taizuko's eyes, the stars revolved. The golden ape demon sovereign grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. "Humph, Taizuko, your grand display in hosting this Saint Sun ceremony leads me to doubt your intentions. I am indeed curious. What if you do have ulterior motives?" Taizuko maintained her composure, her tone unperturbed. "What concern is it of yours, demon kin? How about we place a wager?" The golden ape suggested, baring his fangs in a chilling smile, which seemed even more sinister under the sunlight. "Let this junior ascend the heavenly ladder. Should she defeat the Saint Sun Taizuko, you shall reveal to me your true intentions. Conversely, you may propose any condition you desire." Upon hearing this, Taizuko fell silent for a moment before responding. The Bodhi divine flower, the sacred Buddha fruit, and another rare treasure of the world. These treasures were precisely what Chu Xiu was in search of. "Your appetite is truly insatiable," the golden ape scoffed. "Go, Butterfly Empress, defeat the Saint Sun Taizuko, and upon your return, I shall treat you to 3 days and nights of the flesh of the great saint beasts." "Very well," the Butterfly Empress replied in a soft, melodious voice, leaping from the mountain peak like a colossal shooting star, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, causing the mountain to tremble with the threat of collapse. Chapter 64. The Celestial Demon, the Butterfly Empress, and the Taizu Sacred Land. Taizu Peak. Ascending the heavenly ladder. Chu Xiu and his companions have already reached over 3,700 steps. At this altitude, the physical pressure is exceedingly intense. Yet, he refrains from utilizing his true essence to resist. Instead, he harnesses this formidable pressure to continuously temper his body, thereby fortifying his ancient sacred body. Crack, crack, crack. the sound of bones resounding. What would happen if I ascend to the 999th step and utilize the system to transcend the ancient sacred body? There's a high probability of death. Very well. Chu Xiu dismisses this perilous thought and continues his ascent, methodically strengthening his physique. At this moment, Jiang Zhou and Zhou Yi have also slowed their pace, channeling their true essence and spiritual awareness to withstand the pressure of heaven and earth. Ascending the heavenly ladder is both a trial and an opportunity for them. While resisting the pressure, their foundational cultivation becomes more robust, enabling them to traverse further along the path of cultivation in the future. 800 steps. Chu Xiu stands shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Yi. Brother Chu, you truly are a sacred body, Zhou Yi remarks, marveling at his relaxed demeanor. Just as Chu Xiu is about to respond, a wave of gasps erupts from the square below Taizu Peak. He and Zhou Yi exchange glances and turn around. They behold a formidable figure, brimming with murderous intent, ascending the heavenly ladder at an astonishing speed. Who is the Taizu Holy Son? The voice, gentle and melodious, echoes in all directions. Zhou Yi casts an odd glance at Chu Xiu. It seems she has come seeking you. You haven't done anything to her, have you? The corners of Chu Xiu's eyes twitch violently. He draws forth a 3-meter-long formidable weapon. Zhou Yi, startled, retreats 1,000 meters, widening the distance between them. His expression one of wariness, fearful that Chu Xiu might suddenly unleash his fury. Taizu Holy Son, I aim to defeat you, and after that, I shall return home to feast on meat. The Butterfly Empress resembles a whirlwind of crimson, growing faster and faster, loudly proclaiming her intent to subdue Chu Xiu, after which she plans to indulge in the flesh of the great sacred beasts. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,005. 3,008. The spectators below are utterly astonished. What on earth is this monster? Her physique is astonishingly robust, disregarding the pressure of heaven and earth, forcefully breaking through. I recognize who she is now. The Butterfly Empress from the Celestial Demon Domain. It is said that her father is a great barbarian lord, and her mother is a revered butterfly from the demon tribe. This girl is extraordinary, possessing the body of a celestial demon barbarian, with immense strength and an invincible physique, a supreme figure among the younger generation of demons. Why has she come here, boldly declaring her intention to defeat the Taizu Holy Son? Since Taizu allowed her entry into the sacred land, the Taizu Holy Master must have consented. Can the Taizu Holy Son repel this monster? Ancient sacred body versus celestial demon barbarian body. It seems we have a splendid spectacle ahead. I don't care. The human race's sacred body will surely triumph. Senior brother, defeat this muscle-bound woman, Tao Yao exclaims loudly. The fairy master looks on with a peculiar expression, an inexplicable image surfacing in her mind. Chu Xiu being pinned to the ground by the Butterfly Empress. Huh? The fairy master shudders slightly, a faint blush blooming on her fair cheeks. The scene was so breathtaking that I dared not continue pondering it. Above the heavenly ladder, who is the saint son of Taizu? As Chu Xiu and the others were merely 10 steps away, the Butterfly Empress halted, tilting her head back and asking loudly. She removed the battle axe from her back, gripping it in her hands like a colossal bear wielding 2 massive doors as weapons, a sight both peculiar and imposing. It's not me, Zhou Yi said, his cheeks twitching as he quickly stated he was not the saint son of Taizu. He had no desire to engage in combat with such a creature. This is simply outrageous. Then it must be you? The Butterfly Empress's azure eyes turned to Chu Xiu, locking gazes with him. Who are you? I am the Butterfly Empress, destined to become the woman of the great emperor. The great emperor is truly unfortunate. Chu Xiu replied with a smile. Are you mocking me? The Butterfly Empress tilted her head, flames igniting in her pupils. Raising her axe, she pointed at Chu Xiu. Bean Sprout, I'll grant you one move. You may strike first, lest others accuse me of bullying. Go for it, Brother Chu, Zhou Yi exclaimed with a peculiar smile from a distance of 1,000 meters, cheering him on. Even the wooden figure Jiang Zhou displayed a hint of amusement. The Butterfly Empress was undoubtedly formidable, a super tough opponent. If she could make Chu Xiu falter, they would relish the spectacle. Seeing him remain unmoving, the Butterfly Empress furrowed her brow. What is this? Do you lack the courage to strike at me? Chu Xiu grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Are you certain you want to give me a move? The Butterfly Empress nodded, her chest resounding with the sound of her heart. I, the Butterfly Empress, uphold my word. I shall let you have your move. Very well. Then I shall not be polite. Chu Xiu gripped the dominant sword, Azure Dragon, his legs slightly bent, his body lowering. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying golden aura surged skyward. His long black hair danced wildly, and his garments billowed. The sacred blood compressed. Cells compressed. Half of the true energy force compressed. Gradually, the aura and momentum emanating from him receded, returning to a state of equilibrium. The intent of the heavenly slaughter sword merged, 3 swirling orbs of crimson, gold, and white coalescing above the sea of wheels, ultimately uniting. In that moment, his eyes shone brighter than stars, his combat spirit ablaze. A blood-red sword imprint flickered upon his forehead, intricate patterns sprawling beneath his feet. The secret of the Xingzi technique was unparalleled. 2 quick movements spanned several miles, bringing him before the Butterfly Empress. His right hand raised the dominant sword, Azure Dragon, its ethereal glow blinding, unleashing a strike capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. It was his most formidable strike to date. The first form of all things rest in silence. The air twisted, lamenting. The Butterfly Empress's pupils constricted, instinctively raising her twin axes to shield herself. With a thunderous crash, the impact reverberated through the heavens and earth. A terrifying killing intent enveloped a radius of 10,000 meters, instilling dread in all souls nearby. Zhou Yi and Zhang Zhou, observing from a distance, felt the intensity most acutely, drawing in a sharp breath. The Butterfly Empress screamed in agony, her hands splitting, and the 2 great axes slipped from her grasp, the extraordinary treasures possessing a spirit, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into her brow. She was propelled like a human cannonball, blood spewing from her mouth, her robust physique marred by numerous cracks. The fierce sword intent invaded her body, nearly shattering her heart-as pulse. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their gazes following the Butterfly Empress as she soared away from the heavenly ladder, traversing the Taizu Square, and ultimately crashing into the rock face at the foot of the Taizu Peak, creating a deep, indeterminate pit in the earth. The audience was left in shock, rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. Unbelievable, exclaimed Tao Yao, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, whispering to herself. Is this sword truly within the realm of the divine bridge? In terms of ferocity and wildness, the Taizu Holy Sun is no less formidable than the Butterfly Empress, perhaps even surpassing her. It is utterly absurd, another remarked. From this moment forth, I shall consider the Taizu Holy Sun one of the most untouchable individuals. Is the Butterfly Empress dead? I can still sense her aura. She should be alive. Moments later, a series of frantic coughs emanated from the pit. A bloodied hand clung to the edge of the hole, and the Butterfly Empress, bloodied and disheveled, struggled to emerge. She pressed her mouth as she continued to cough up blood, yet did not immediately tend to her wounds. Instead, she lifted her gaze toward the figure wielding a massive sword on the heavenly ladder. Her eyes sparkled, her voice resonating across the miles. You are incredibly powerful, good sir. I have made up my mind. You shall be my empress. Come with me to the heavenly demon domain, and I shall treat you well. I have even thought of a name for our child. Beneath the Taizu Peak, an eerie silence ensued as millions exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar. The celestial master could hardly suppress a laugh, hastily covering her mouth with her delicate hand before adopting a serene demeanor. Congratulations, Brother Chu, on your splendid union. She is a fine girl. Zhou Yi cupped his hands, a smile gracing his face. The tremendous energy expended in that last sword strike left Chu Xiu panting. He cast a cold glance at Zhou Yi, his right hand, still clutching his precious weapon, pulsating with veins. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from him, Zhou Yi took a half-step back, a sheepish smile playing on his lips, unwilling to provoke further. That strike was indeed terrifying, instilling dread in all who witnessed it. Chapter 65. I shall propose to marry Chu Xiu with all my might. I struck. He did not perish. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Xiu's eyes. He himself could not withstand the sword of universal annihilation. Unexpectedly, the butterfly empress not only endured it but remained full of vitality. "Tai-Su, do you agree?" The voice of the butterfly empress echoed from afar. Chu Xiu turned his head and continued his ascent of the heavenly ladder, disregarding the woman who claimed she would become an empress. The old demon Chu had no interest in engaging in such frivolities. Laughter erupted from below. Human cultivators, harboring animosity towards the demon race, could not help but mock. "Take a good look at yourself in a mirror. Do you truly believe you are worthy of our saint? Begone, demon." The butterfly empress wiped the blood from her face, unfazed by the scornful remarks of the humans. She invoked a secret technique, and a surge of bloodlight enveloped her. The cracks on her body visibly healed at a remarkable pace. With a smirk, she mused, "This man's sword intent is truly terrifying. Just a mere trace has wounded my heart. What a ruthless strike." In the 10,000 great mountains, a man and a monkey stood on the peaks of 2 towering mountains, separated by 100 miles. The golden ape demon lord stood momentarily dazed. The trump card he had brought was effortlessly defeated by a single blow. "This is the holy body which has emerged once again." His mouth agape in astonishment. His expression quickly soured, revealing his sharp fangs, and his murderous intent was laid bare without concealment. Tai-Su let out a cold snort. "If you demon brutes shamelessly attempt to crush Chu Xiu with brute force, I shall not hesitate to hunt your talents in your own territory. Let us see who can kill faster." The golden ape demon lord laughed heartily, his murderous intent instantly retracting. "It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your descendant has been gravely injured and lacks the strength to continue fighting. Now, bring forth the celestial treasures." Tai-Su replied coldly, "Hand over the treasures." The golden ape demon lord, wincing in pain, reached into the void with his furry paw and retrieved a jade box adorned with numerous restrictions, tossing it towards Tai-Su. "For now, I only have the Bodhi divine flower. The other 2 will be delivered to you in due course." As a formidable holy king, standing atop the pinnacle of existence, they looked down upon breaching agreements with disdain. Tai-Su's delicate hand reached through the air to grasp the jade box. She opened it and scrutinized it with her formidable divine sense, ensuring that no tricks had been played on the Bodhi divine flower before putting it away. Tai-Su, now release the butterfly empress." The golden ape demon lord sighed, finding the infatuated demeanor of the butterfly empress quite exasperating for someone of his stature. Tai-Su nodded, raising her hand to slice through the void. The space before her parted like tofu, creating a rift. Her jade hand reached in, bridging an unknown multitude of miles to the sacred land of Tai-Su. The butterfly empress was seized by her collar and drawn into the spatial fissure. "Tai-Su, you shall wait for me," she cried, her voice fading into the distance as the rift sealed itself. Tai-Su grasped the collar of the butterfly empress's garment, her robust figure struggling as she shouted, her words trailing off. "Don't take her away. You. How could you be so ungracious, girl?" On the mountain peak across, the golden ape sage was filled with exasperation. The butterfly empress pouted, murmuring, "Among my peers, only Tai-Su, the holy sun, surpasses me in strength. The others are mere saplings, soft and weak. I simply adore him." "Humph." Tai-Su released her grip on the collar. The butterfly empress plummeted from several dozen meters, her formidable weight creating a massive crater upon impact with the rocky ground. She tilted her head back and laughed heartily, unabashedly exclaiming, "Tai-Su, holy master, may I inquire what gifts are required for me to propose to your esteemed Tai-Su holy land?" Tai-Su's lips quivered slightly. "Please, just say the word. If you agree, I shall have my mother come and propose. The dowry will surely satisfy you. He, as the holy son of Tai-Su, could never wed you. Sister Hua has quite the headache over this." It was both infuriating and amusing. "Well, all right. But it seems he does not favor me. Our conversations have not exceeded 5 sentences, the butterfly empress lamented, scratching her head. "Do you know why?"
Tai-Su.
Golden ape sage. Silence lingered for a while. "Ah, butterfly empress, your physique simply does not conform to human aesthetics," the sage remarked, extending his furry paw to point at Tai-Su, adding, "unless your form can resemble that of Tai-Su or your mother. At that point, your alluring figure combined with your beauty would be irresistible to any human." So that is the reason. But my celestial demon body. For the first time, the butterfly empress felt troubled by her physique. Suddenly, she declared fiercely, I don't care. At worst, I shall abduct him to the celestial demon realm. Off you go, you graceless creature. The golden ape sage bared his teeth, forming a hand gesture, conjuring a colossal golden hand that enveloped the butterfly empress, tearing through the fabric of space. He wished to leave this place, not wanting Tai Suzy to witness further ridicule. In the Taisu Holy Land, upon the heavenly ladder, Chu Xiu had surpassed the divine king body, standing at the 6,000th step. The overwhelming pressure of heaven and earth bore down upon him, causing fractures to spread throughout his bones. It felt as though he were a highly efficient hydraulic press, relentlessly crushing every inch of his flesh and bone without rest. Chu Xiu activated the ancient sacred body cultivation method, gradually mending his bones. Yet, the repaired bones were swiftly shattered anew. A relentless cycle. The waves of pain surged stronger than 1,000 cuts. Yet he did not even furrow his brow. His black hair cascaded like a waterfall, golden sacred blood soaking his garments, trickling down the edges and falling to the ground. I can feel my physical form strengthening at an astonishing rate. If prior to ascending the heavenly ladder my ancient sacred body strength was rated at 5, now it has at least reached 7. And it continues to increase steadily. Thus, the progression continues. Chu Xiu estimated that when his strength reached 30, his primordial sacred body would transcend to the minor completion stage. The effects of the heavenly ladder on body refinement exceeded all expectations. Below, the crowd was abuzz with speculation. The young god king of the Jiang family, along with the Taiji divine body from Tai, have both halted at the 5,005th level. Yet he dares to stand on the 6,000 level to refine his body. How terrifying. The primordial sacred body truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest physical constitution of the ancient era, praised Jiang Menglong, the great sage of the Jiang family, while stroking his beard. He intends to ascend further. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Countless gazes converged upon Chu Xiu, rendered speechless by shock. Golden vitality surged around him as he leaped, stepping onto the 6,001st level. His ascent did not cease there. 6,002nd, 6,100, 6,200. At each step, he lingered for a moment, simultaneously refining his body and climbing upward. Days turned to nights, and nights to days. By noon the following day, Chu Xiu found himself at the 7,997th step, looking utterly wretched, with his skeletal structure fracturing and sacred blood splattering everywhere. Yet he remained unfazed, sitting cross-legged in meditation. When his body could no longer withstand the pressure, he would employ his true essence and divine consciousness to counteract the strain. Strength. 15. Strength. 15. 5. Chu Xiu retrieved spirit fruits from his storage bag, swallowing them whole to replenish his vitality. Though his appearance was grim, his heart brimmed with joy. What a thrill it was to refine his body on the heavenly ladder. It was swifter and more stable than breaking through with a system. His power ascended at a visible pace, a supreme pleasure for him. At that moment, on the 6,000 level, Zhou Yi and Jiang Zhou bent over, their legs trembling, struggling to breathe under the immense pressure. Gazing at Chu Xiu, who was nearing the 8,000th level, they grimaced and simultaneously cursed. Freak. The square was abuzz with chatter. His foundation is shockingly robust. The primordial sacred body is invincible. In the same realm, none can match his divine consciousness. This child is destined to defy the heavens. The young sovereign. As long as he does not perish midway, he will undoubtedly become a peak powerhouse in the future. The onlookers from external forces gazed at the leaders of the Taizu Holy Land with envy. A palpable sense of jealousy hung in the air. Chapter 66. The Path of Cultivation, Chu Xiu's Choice. The 8,000 steps, a resounding call. He has already surpassed the vast majority of saints and saintesses throughout history. Chu Xiu's body emanated a radiant, crystalline light, standing firm like a green pine upon the celestial ladder, yet a flicker of regret flashed in his eyes. Even though he possessed the confidence to ascend to the 9,999th step, he had no intention of continuing upwards. Forcing his ascent would outpace his body's recovery rate. Not only would it fail to serve its purpose of tempering his physique, It could even inflict harm, jeopardizing his foundational path, an endeavor not worth the risk. With a physical strength of 19, he deemed it sufficient. One must not be overly greedy. Even if reaching the summit would amplify his renown, he chose the preservation of his foundational strength without hesitation. Turning, Chu Xiu descended to the 7,999th step. A collective sigh of relief echoed from countless observers. As Chu Xiu descended swiftly, Zhou Yixiao, who had spent a day and night at the 6,000 steps, inquired, "Brother Chu, do you still have energy left?" Jiang Zhou also glanced towards him. Chu Xiu raised a hand to gather his disheveled hair, his smile humble. "What energy could I have? I barely reached the 8,000th step. The pressure at that level is truly formidable. I could not withstand it, so I chose to retreat." Zhou Yixiao chuckled silently, then turned to the young divine king of the Jiang family. "Brother Jiang Zhou, since Brother Chu has concluded his ascent, there is no need for us to linger here. Shall we descend together?" Jiang Zhou nodded in agreement. The three companions descended the celestial ladder. "Brother Chu, what are your plans after the Saint Sun ceremony?" Zhou Yixiao asked. Chu Xiu's gaze grew profound. "My cultivation is still too low. I must first enhance my strength." "What about you, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Yixiao replied, "I intend to wander the continent, striving to enter the realm of divine abilities as swiftly as possible." He then turned to Jiang Zhou.
Jiang Zhou, gazing ahead,
Brushed his hand across the clouds above, succinctly stating, "To the Tianyuan Great Wall, to slay demons and barbarians, and to comprehend divine powers." Brother Jiang Zhou possesses great ambition, Zhou Yixiao praised. Jiang Zhou's eyes blazed with determination. "I aim to condense the essence of immortal-grade divine abilities." Zhou Yixiao, astonished, asked, "Has your Dao Palace nurtured a seed of such divine ability?" Jiang Zhou shot him a glance. "Are you not the same?" Listening to their exchange, Chu Xiu nodded in quiet approval. Truly, they were prodigious talents of a dominant force, their ambitions unparalleled. Cultivators in the foundational stage accumulate essence, opening the wheel C, using its power to forge the divine bridge, breaking through the divine platform, and developing the consciousness C to gather the spirit. With their divine consciousness, they craft a tiny vessel to carry their soul against the divine bridge, reaching the far shore of the wheel C. Subsequently, using the wheel C as the cornerstone, the divine platform as the root, and the cultivator's soul as the guide, they forge the secret realm of the Dao Palace. Each stage is interconnected. The more substantial the accumulation, the more magnificent and extraordinary the Dao Palace's secret realm becomes. The stronger the divine ability seeds nurtured within it. They are categorized from low to high as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, immortal, divine, and emperor. It is said that if a cultivator nurtures a seed of emperor-grade divine ability and successfully causes it to sprout, it will transcend into a divine power. The monk is highly likely to achieve enlightenment and ascend to the status of an emperor. However, the cultivation of divine-grade supernatural abilities remains but a legend. Throughout the annals of the Tianqiong continent, no individual has ever accomplished this, not even the enlightened emperors. Divine-grade supernatural seeds are exceedingly rare, with a substantial potential to evolve into quasi-emperors, presenting a slim chance of attaining the true emperor's fruit. In contrast, celestial-grade abilities are somewhat more prevalent, as nearly all sovereign powers are wielded by individuals of this caliber. Cultivating a celestial-grade supernatural seed significantly increases the likelihood of becoming a supreme master, with a faint possibility of reaching the quasi-emperor echelon. Thus, Chu Xiu remarked that Jiang Zhou and Zhou Yi harbor considerable ambitions. The heavenly grade corresponds to the great saints, while the earthly grade pertains to lesser saints. Beyond this, Chu Xiu had not delved further. Ascending into the sky, he stood upon the dominant sword Azure Dragon, soaring towards the Taizu High platform. "My foundational strength is unprecedented, and the cultivation of a divine-grade seed is as certain as fate itself. Senior brother, congratulations." Piqiao greeted him with a radiant smile. Chu Xiu nodded, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he gently ruffled her hair. He glanced at his celestial master. "The satisfactory," Qi Mengdai replied nonchalantly. "Oh dear master, why this demeanor? Senior brother is indeed formidable." Piqiao pouted. Qi Mengdai shot her a glare and addressed Chu Xiu. "Step onto the stage. The The Supreme Master will bestow upon you the mark of the Holy Sun. Very well. I shall visit Master later, Chu Xiu replied with a smile. Qi Mengdai felt a warmth rise within her, maintaining a serious facade. Chu Xiu ascended the white jade steps, making his way to the pinnacle of the high platform, drawing the gaze of all present. Admiration, jealousy, reverence, respect, apprehension, and even hatred, each emotion reflected in the multitude before him. Regardless of their sentiments, today he stood as the centerpiece, not merely the notorious Chu Laoma. He harbored no aversion to his current identity, nor to his past. Different ways of living inevitably yield disparate splendor.
Chu Siêu Mu Set,
recalling a time when he too had envisioned such a scene. Regrettably, fate had not aligned with his desires, compelling him to defy destiny and pursue this path anew. A graceful ethereal figure materialized before him, tall and slender. Though her visage remained obscured, it was easy to imagine her exquisite skin and unparalleled beauty. With star-like eyes fixed upon Chu Xiu, her voice, gentle and resonant, echoed throughout the sacred ground. Today, you shall become the Holy Sun, and I present you with two choices. Regardless of your decision, I shall support you.
Chu Siêu Listen Aten TV.
The first path offers you boundless cultivation resources, rare treasures, and the protection of great saints. Your future will be smooth and infinitely bright. The second path provides no resources, allowing you to forge your own world, engaging in bloodshed and battle, facing numerous challenges, with an uncertain future. In an instant, beneath Taizu Peak, the crowd erupted in discussion. This is a no-brainer. Of course, choose the first path. If it were me, I would also select the first path. It is precisely because of people like you that you are destined to remain weak. Chu Xiu's thoughts stirred as he weighed the merits and pitfalls of each choice. The merits of the first path are self-evident. Possessing a systematic approach allows one to leverage the resources of the sacred land for swift growth, devoid of adverse effects. However, the drawback lies in the forfeiture of a degree of freedom, as one must adhere to the developmental directives of the sacred land. Moreover, with numerous secrets and the constant presence of a great sage, exposure becomes a likely peril. Conversely, the second path offers the undeniable advantage of freedom. Backed by the ethereal sacred land, one may soar through the heavens and earth without a care, free to eliminate any adversary at will. Yet, the downside is the lack of support in terms of cultivation resources. Upon comparison, Chu Xiu inclines towards the second path. Firstly, Sister Hua would undoubtedly prefer that I choose the latter option, and I am inclined to descend the mountain for exploration, seeking a means to contact Hongyi. It would be impractical to bring a protector along. If Lu Hongyi were to accompany me, anyone would suspect that I am the infamous Chu Old Demon. Should my identity be unveiled, the stance of the ethereal sacred land on the matter would be uncertain. Furthermore, since my resurrection in the ethereal sacred land, I have not contemplated utilizing its resources for personal advancement. Rather, I simply require a foundation and support to allow myself ample time to grow. Chapter 67. The Holy Sovereign Madness. You beseech me to bestow upon you a marriage? Contemplating this, I locked eyes with the ethereal figure and declared with clarity, I choose the second path. I, Chu Xiu, fear no challenge. The desires I seek do not require the favor of others. I shall strive for them myself, seizing them with the sword in my hand. My path is unassailable. Mountains shall fall before mountains, seas shall be filled before seas, and man shall be slain before man. My voice rang out, imbued with absolute confidence. Upon hearing this, the ethereal figure's gaze softened, losing some of its regal intensity. Are you certain? Indeed, I am. Chu Xiu nodded affirmatively. Very well. The figure extended its right hand, revealing a fist-sized, azure and violet jade seal, intricately carved with a vividly depicted qilin, roaring towards the heavens. Alongside it lay a palm-sized token, symbolizing his identity as the Holy Sun, an emblem of divine essence. It contained a sacred imprint. Should his life be endangered, the mark would activate, capable of warding off a full-force attack from a peak great sage. Simultaneously, the Holy Sovereign would be alerted, able to rush to his rescue in time. Receive the Holy Sun's seal, the Holy Sun's life token. Chu Xiu reached out to accept them. From the platform below, A wave of fervent cheers erupted. The Holy Sun. The Holy Sun, Your Highness. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, invincible and fearless. Initially, some disciples of the Taisu Holy Land may have been unfamiliar with Chu Xiu. However, after witnessing his formidable performances in 2 battles and the astonishing height of the 8,000th ladder, they were deeply captivated. Even if the Holy Sun's current cultivation might not surpass theirs, they firmly believed that once the Holy Sun matured, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse. They eagerly anticipated the future of the Holy Sun. Chu Xiu raised the Holy Sun's seal high. Below, the shouts grew ever more fervent. Holy Sun, Holy Sun,
Holy Sun.
Holy Sun. Observing this scene, representatives from other factions felt a myriad of emotions. The saintess of the Yaoqi gazed at Chu Xiu, who held the Holy Sun's seal aloft, her clear eyes rippling with emotion. Her crystalline red lips parted slightly as she murmured, "The belief in invincibility has solidified. In the future, who knows how many old acquaintances shall fall by your hand." This sovereign declares the Holy Sun ceremony concluded. Representatives from the Holy Lands, the ancient aristocratic families, and the great sect, please proceed to Taisu Peak to discuss important matters. The representatives from the Ji family, Jiang family, Yi family, Tai Holy Land, Yaoqi Holy Land, and Yaoguang Holy Land, upon hearing this, were not surprised. They had anticipated that the Taisu Holy Sun ceremony would be anything but ordinary. However, the various sects preparing to depart were somewhat taken aback. They had not expected that their journey to Taisu was not yet at an end. As the ethereal figure prepared to leave, Chu Xiu discreetly transmitted a message, halting it. "Your Sovereign Highness." The figure paused and turned back. Ahem. Chu Xiu, blushing, cleared his throat twice, offering a shy smile as he transmitted. "Your Sovereign Highness, Elder Hua of Daoyun Peak remains unmarried. Might it be possible for you to bestow a union upon her?" The ethereal figure froze, its starry gaze deepening. "You wish for me to arrange a marriage for her?" Chu Xiu nodded vigorously. "To whom shall it be bestowed?" Chu Xiu extended his finger, pointing at his own nose. The ethereal figure trembled slightly. It was a manifestation of the Saint Lord's will, akin to a doppelganger. At that moment, the Saint Lord's mind wavered, nearly causing the apparition to dissipate. After a prolonged silence, the Saint Lord's voice gradually emerged. "Do you hold a fondness for her?" She found herself at a loss, mixed between laughter and tears. This little fellow truly dared to seek a matrimonial bond, requesting that she bestow herself upon him? What in the world was this? Nevertheless, Chu Xiu nodded with utmost certainty, presenting himself as a bashful young lad. "You two are not quite suited for one another." "Why not?" "The male is unmarried, and the female is unwed. Please, Saint Lord, grant my request." Chu Xiu, bold and audacious, teetered on the edge of recklessness. "She is considerably older than you." Chu Xiu replied, "Age is neither a distance nor a concern. What is it that you admire about her?" "Her gentleness, kindness, thoughtfulness, maturity, and beauty." He enumerated dozens of adjectives that extolled feminine grace. The Saint Lord fell silent. She wished to amend her stance, but there were too many aspects to alter. Gazing at the earnest Chu Xiu before her, she spoke softly, "This matter cannot be resolved solely by my decree. It also requires Elder Hua's consent. If she agrees, I would not oppose bestowing a union upon you." "Really?" Chu Xiu exclaimed in delight. Indeed, the ethereal figure gradually faded, ultimately vanishing. "Hee. Host, you pretentious old fool. Scram, from now on, when this seat is not Hee-ing, you are prohibited from doing so." Hee. Chu Xiu stowed away the Saint Child's seal and the Saint Child's nameplate, descending the jade steps from the high platform. At this moment, representatives from various major powers were being guided by the peak masters and elders of the Taizu sacred land toward the summit of Taizu Peak for a meeting of great significance. Only those of considerable stature, at least minor saint-level cultivators, and representatives of their respective factions could enter the grand hall. Qi Mengdai did not lead the guests. With her aloof demeanor, she was disinclined to engage with others. Had the Saint Child not been Chu Xiu, she would not have deigned to greet guests at the sacred mountain gates. "What did you discuss with the Saint Lord earlier?" The celestial master approached Chu Xiu gracefully, her delicate form exuding an enticing fragrance that was utterly captivating. Nothing of consequence, merely some inquiries regarding cultivation. Chu Xiu's lie was as seamless as it was effortless. The celestial master furrowed her brows. You have issues with your cultivation, yet you choose to bother the Saint Lord instead of consulting me? Ahem. I recently discovered a new martial technique. I shall seek your guidance on it this evening. The celestial master shot him a sharp glance, her consciousness spreading out to ensure they were alone. Only then did she release a sigh of relief. Biting her pristine lips, she admonished, You rebellious disciple. Having only just become the saint child, you are already so lacking? Do you honor the identity of the saint child? Chu Xiu looked bewildered. Master, where are you heading with this? I merely wish to ask you about martial arts. How is that lacking? The enchanting visage of the fairy master flushed with a delicate crimson hue as she playfully chided. Do not presume, dear one, that I am unaware of your thoughts. Master, what do you think I am pondering? I have no desire to know. Depart. Master, senior brother, must we proceed to Tai Su Peak? At that moment, Tao Yao graced the scene with her gentle presence, her charming face adorned with a smile that bloomed like peach blossoms. The fairy master immediately assumed a stern expression, reverting to her aloof demeanor. Unnecessary. This matter is one only the great sage may engage in. Oh, Tao Yao nodded, her almond-shaped eyes shifting to Chu Xiu, senior brother. Let us return to Yunsha Peak. The exquisite roasted rabbit awaits us. Roasted rabbit? May I join? Chu Xiaoran approached, embodying the elegance of a refined lady from a scholarly family, poised and graceful. Tao Yao shot her a fierce glare. We, the disciples, are celebrating. You should refrain from intruding. Ignoring her, Chu Xiaoran fixed her gaze upon Chu Xiu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light as she softly murmured, Your Highness, the Holy Sun. Very well, very well. Come along, Chu Xiu declared with a sweeping gesture. A silver flying shuttle materialized. Senior brother. Tao Yao huffed, stamping her delicate foot, clearly reluctant. However, with her brother's consent, she had no choice but to allow Chu Xiaoran to board the shuttle. Master, we shall take our leave first. In an instant, the silver flying shuttle soared away. Qi Mengdai also transformed into a streak of light, ascending towards Tai Su Peak. A full 360 degrees of reverence. Chapter 68. Chu Xiaoran versus Tao Yao. 1 month after hatching, the appearance of the exquisite little chick has transformed significantly. After breaking through to the realm of the wheel, it has grown to the size of a fist. Its once fluffy yellow feathers have entirely shed, replaced by a resplendent coat of black and gold plumage, adorned with 2 long golden feathers atop its head, reminiscent of a crow. Yet, it possesses an ethereal charm that surpasses ordinary crows, marking it as truly remarkable. Alas, it is cursed with an unrefined beak. Upon encountering the unfamiliar face of Chu Xiaoran, it immediately puffed up with arrogance, boldly declaring, Woman, I see your extraordinary lineage and have decided to take you as my pet. Chu Xiaoran was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered such a crow before. Hee, exquisite chick, I support you. Just take her as your pet, Tao Yao chimed in, her laughter revealing a pair of delicate dimples and a small canine tooth, glistening under the sunlight. The exquisite chick perched upon a rock before the fire, wings crossed over its chest, gazing down at Chu Xiaoran with an air of disdain. Woman, tell me, do you also have your eyes set on Chu Xiu? Tao Yao, holding a wine goblet, nearly choked upon hearing this, her cheeks flushing crimson as she reached out to grab the chick. With a swift flap of its wings, the chick transformed into a bolt of black lightning, evading her grasp and landing on Chu Xiu's shoulder. If you desire, perhaps I could assist you, it boasted with unabashed pride. Do not speak nonsense, Chu Laoma interjected, raising an eyebrow with a grave expression. A silent understanding passed between the bird and the man as they exchanged glances. A delicate blush appeared on Chu Xiaoran's refined face as she covertly glanced at Chu Xiu. This does not bode well. What do you mean? Tao Yao sprang up, her hands gripping Chu Xiaoran's slender neck, exclaiming, You claim not to harbor any feelings for my senior brother? Oh dear. Chu Xiaoran, fragile and delicate, murmured softly, Senior brother Chu Xiu. Did I say something wrong? The exquisite chick cackled mischievously, fanning the flames of chaos. Yes, yes. Pull her hair, scratch her face. Oh, Tao Yao, you should definitely poke her nose. It laughed heartily, reveling in the absurdity of how women quarrel. Chu Xiu raised a hand and delivered a swift flick to the chick, sending it tumbling a dozen meters away. Enough, he admonished sternly. Tao Yao pouted, releasing her hold on Chu Xiaoran's neck and her grip on her hair. Chu Xiaoran, adjusting her disheveled attire, lowered her head, appearing like a wronged child. In a soft voice, she offered, I'm sorry. You, Tao Yao, seeing her friend's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. Senior brother, do not believe her. She feigns weakness before you. This woman is cunning and deeply scheming. The exquisite chick chuckled in amusement. What are you laughing at? Tao Yao narrowed her eyes. She is indeed shrewd. Chu Xiu remained silent, observing the interaction with a bemused expression. Chu Xiaoran, turning her gaze towards him, noticed his peculiar look. I did not. Chu Xiu, my dear senior brother, I must admit my fault. Please do not hold it against Sister Tao Yao. She started berating me the moment she arrived, for her affection for you is truly profound. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao's delicate face flushed crimson, and she instantly fell silent. However, is it not a good thing to have another person who loves you, dear sister? Of course, if it troubles you, I can take my leave. Sigh. The old demon Chu held his forehead, utterly speechless. How could his sister Chu Xiaoran be so insipid? This behavior resembles that of a green tea girl from Blue Star. He began to suspect that she too might be a traveler from another realm. Chu Xiaoran, you shameless one. Indeed, you speak the truth. I shall eliminate you. The Yunxia Peak became increasingly lively. Chapter 69. Having arrived, preparing to break through the limit of the divine bridge as night deepened, the twin moons hung in the sky, and the stars stretched across the vast expanse, creating a breathtaking scene. At the summit of Tai Su, within the sanctum of the Holy Master,
Si Mengdi sat opposite Taisutsi.
Lo Fei, does this not imply that we are deliberately instigating a full-scale war with the demonic tribes? Tai Suzi delicately plucked a fruit resembling a cherry blossom and placed it into her mouth. Patience, we still have time to prepare. Over the past millennium, the power of the demonic tribes has swelled significantly. If we do not seize the opportunity to enter the ancient star in advance and eliminate a substantial portion of their formidable warriors, the Tianyuan Great Wall will inevitably fall within the next decade. Of course, the opening of the Taiji Ancient Star also presents an opportunity for you, one that holds the potential to achieve the rank of Holy King. You must seize this chance. Qi Mengdai nodded, her beautiful eyes filled with hope. She eagerly anticipated the prospect of reaching the Holy King realm. The chasm between a great sage and a holy king was akin to that between heaven and earth. Great sage cultivators dreamt of breaking through to the Holy King realm. In this era where great emperors had vanished and quasi-emperors were seldom seen, the Holy King realm represented the absolute pinnacle of power. By the way, upon your return, please deliver this item to Chu Xiu. Tai Suzi waved her sleeve, and a jade box appeared on the table. Qi Mengdai did not inquire about its contents and took the box with her. Before long, Qi Mengdai departed from Tai Su Peak. Concurrently, the guests from the dominant factions and great teachings also left the sacred grounds of Tai Su that very night. Upon returning to Tai Su Peak, Qi Mengdai instructed Hong Dai to summon Chu Xiu. She then glided back to her chamber, her graceful form moving with elegance. Once assured that no one was around, she donned the silk garments she had crafted herself, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Damnable disciple. It is all his fault for being able to seal my cultivation at any moment. I am compelled, not acting of my own volition. That wretched disciple. She continuously reminded herself in this manner before reverting to her icy celestial demeanor, fixing her expression, and taking a seat on the bed in her chamber. It wasn't long before a knock echoed from outside her chamber. Master, your disciple seeks an audience. Come in. Her tone remained frosty, devoid of any emotion. The door swung open, and Chu Xiu, clad in white, entered. His visage was as radiant as jade, his eyes sparkling like stars, and a mischievous smile graced his lips as he closed the door and skillfully set the barriers in place. Chu Xiu reclined on the bed, a hint of weariness in his gaze. System, display my panel. Host, Chu Xiu, realm, Ninth layer of the Divine Bridge, Special Constitution. Primal Holy Body Talent, 2500 Heavenly Grade Sword Intent. Celestial Killing Sword Intent, Cultivation Technique. Tao Sutra Foundation Building. Holy Body Cultivation Method Upper, Secret Arts. Walking Character Secret Art, Initial Understanding. Alchemical Classics Middle Volume Poison, Initial Understanding. Sword Techniques. All Things Rest Immortal Remaining 1124 clicks to expand, Breakthrough Point. 780. 000, Fortune Value. 1575 Blue 5890 Light Purple Note. You are the Holy Son of Tai Su's Sacred Land, and can accumulate a portion of the Sacred Land's fortune. Comprehensive Combat Power Evaluation. Ordinary Same Rank 40 times Combat Power. 8 Restrictions. Becoming the Holy Son carries its own advantages. As the Holy Son, one's identity holds great significance. It is understandable that a portion of fortune is bound to me. Chu Xiu sat up, preparing to dress and depart. He would not stay overnight, not out of concern for being discovered regarding his affair with Qi Mengdai. Despite her seeming compliance now, he did not dare wager his life on the notion that Qi Mengdai would not strike against him. Should this woman stealthily attack and end his life, whom would he turn to for solace? The following day, Your Highness, the Holy Son.
Montag feiern bot gracefully.
Today, she donned a red feathered skirt, her figure enchanting. A lotus mark adorned her brow, resembling a divine flame flickering in the air. Chu Xiu nodded with a smile. Thank you, Elder Mo, for your trouble. It is my duty, Your Highness. Please follow me, Mo Fian gestured, producing a flying vessel and inviting Chu Xiu aboard. The vessel soared away from Yunxia Peak, and after a brief journey, they arrived at Taisu Peak. Mo Fian guided him to a secluded cultivation site nestled within the waist of Taisu Peak, located at Chu Xiu's Holy Sun Palace. One of the 3 sources of spiritual energy on Taisu Peak was found here. Last night, the revered master bestowed upon him the Bodhi Divine Flower, enabling him to potentially break through to the Beyond Realm. However, such a breakthrough required the absorption of vast amounts of celestial energy, prompting him to choose his Holy Sun Palace for this endeavor. Your Highness, for young maidens, recently ascended to the Wheel Sea Realm, respectfully greeted him. They were charming in appearance, poised in demeanor, selected by Mo Fian from the outer sect for their exceptional beauty and talent. The 4 young ladies cast furtive glances at the Holy Sun, intrigued yet hesitant to stare, their cheeks flushed. I rarely come here, so I entrust you all with its care. Yes, Your Highness. The 4 maidens bowed in unison, acknowledging his request. Chu Xiu and Mo Fian entered through the grand doors, traversing a corridor lined with wooden pillars. After several twists and turns, they eventually arrived at a secluded spring, sealed by a barrier. The air around the spring shimmered with spiritual mist. Above, a lotus pedestal floated, while the pool below brimmed with liquefied spiritual energy, bubbling forth. The concentration of spiritual energy here. Chu Xiu gasped in awe. It was said that cultivating in this place could enhance one's speed by several fold. A glimmer of envy flickered in Mo Fian's eyes. Throughout history, every holy master had established a great spiritual gathering formation here, coupled with the spiritual energy source of Taisu Peak, resulting in such extraordinary phenomena. Please cultivate, Holy Sun. I shall not intrude, Mo Fian stated before taking her leave after outlining the necessary precautions. Chu Xiu took out the Holy Sun's command token and dispelled the barrier surrounding the spring. He leaped onto the lotus pedestal, instinctively inhaling deeply. The spiritual energy enveloped him, opening his pores and enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring, immensely refreshing. He retrieved the jade box containing the Bodhi Divine Flower. Chapter 70. The Ming Empire, the 7th princess, Zhu Ziyue. Upon opening the jade box, a radiant light flooded the surroundings, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance, lifting one's spirit as if about to ascend amidst the clouds. The Bodhi Divine Flower nestled quietly within the box, roughly the size of an infant's fist, resembling an exquisite carving of white jade. Its 9 petals were layered, reminiscent of the fleshy flora found on the blue planet, thick and richly textured, evoking an insatiable desire. With slender fingers, it was delicately pinched and brought to the lips. Inhaling gently, in an instant, The Bodhi divine flower transformed into pollen, threading its way through the nasal passages and into the body. Simultaneously, a notification from the system chimed. Host has consumed the rare treasure of heaven and earth, the Bodhi divine flower. Shall a limit-breaking endeavor commence? Breakthrough. Detected that the host is an ancient sacred body, cultivating the Tao scripture, within the realm of the Wheel C. The cost for breakthrough has significantly increased, with 1 year constituting a minor cycle, requiring 100,000 breakthrough points per cycle. In the first year, having acquired the Bodhi divine flower, you entered seclusion at the Holy Sun Palace, at the Spirit Spring Lotus platform, comprehending the Tao scripture, achieving immense gains and successfully breaking through to the 10th layer of the divine bridge, reaching the pinnacle of sublimation. Breakthrough complete. Total consumed breakthrough points, 100,000. Remaining breakthrough points, 680,000. Ding, warning. Host is undergoing a limit-breaking process. After 5 breaths, you will face the tribulation of thunder. Please prepare accordingly. The understanding of the Tao scripture flowed seamlessly into the divine soul of the sacred platform. Spiritual energy from the surroundings infiltrated Chu Xiu's body through his pores, merging into the Wheel C, transforming into true essence power. At this moment, below the navel in the Wheel C, a brilliant light shone, connecting to the divine bridge leading to the sacred platform, expanding 5-fold as a terrifying energy surged from the Wheel C, violently crashing into the sacred platform. The sacred platform, already 50 times wider than that of an ordinary divine bridge cultivator, continued to expand. 51, 52, 60, 70, 80, 90, reaching a staggering 100-fold before finally halting. The golden figure seated upon the central throne of the sacred platform became ever more vivid and refined, exuding a solemn aura akin to a deity from the heavens, adorned with intricate Tao patterns and resonating with continuous Buddhist chants. Achieving the utmost sublimation to the 10th layer of the divine bridge, Chu Xiu opened his eyes, golden light swirling within his gaze. As he inhaled, the spiritual liquid from the spring surged forth, forming a long stream of spiritual energy flowing into his mouth. The once nearly parched sea of true essence within the Wheel C began to swell, waves crashing and thunder rumbling. Simultaneously, above Chu Xiu, dark clouds stretched across the sky, spiraling into a vortex, where thunderous serpents danced, a magnificent display of celestial might, utterly terrifying. In the rear garden of the Holy Sun Palace, for young maidens tending to the flowers sensed the impending dread, their faces etched with horror as they prostrated themselves upon the ground, trembling. The disciples and elders of Taisu Peak looked skyward, uncertainty etched upon their faces. Someone is transcending the tribulation. Has the Holy Maiden broken through another minor realm? No, it is not the Holy Maiden. Mo Fei gazed towards the waist of Taisu Peak, in the direction of the Holy Sun Palace. Astonished, it is the Holy Sun. He is about to break through again. I had thought he would remain in seclusion for at least a month. Moreover, one must endure the thunder tribulation. The expanse of this calamity is exceedingly vast. The little one. Why not choose another location for the tribulation? Tai Suzy stood barefoot atop Tai Su Peak, shaking her head in amusement. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, she declared, "Away with you." In an instant, Chu Xiu found himself enveloped by an unseen force, swiftly transported away from Tai Su Peak. As the scene shifted and he opened his eyes again, he found himself amidst a vast mountain range, barren and desolate, with grotesque stones and devoid of life. Not a single tree could be seen. Goodness! Chu Xiu was taken aback, rising to his feet. He quickly realized he was no longer in the sacred land of Taisu. There was no time to ponder where Sister Hua had brought him. The thunder tribulation had already descended. With a deafening roar, golden lightning, as thick as a barrel, cascaded like a waterfall. The very ground beneath him was obliterated in an instant. Chu Xiu's garments were reduced to ashes, leaving behind white streaks upon his skin. Such formidable thunder tribulation. It nearly left me injured. Had it not been for my ancient sacred body, which had significantly improved after ascending the heavenly ladder, facing such a calamity would have been not only fatal but also excruciatingly miserable. Chu Xiu felt a lingering fear in his heart. He wondered why this time the thunder tribulation was so much stronger. At this rate, if my ancient sacred body cannot reach a minor completion before the next tribulation, it may become perilous. A sense of urgency arose within Chu Xiu. He must achieve minor completion of the sacred body before or during the breakthrough to the Tao Palace realm. He sat cross-legged, commencing the secret technique of the sacred body to harness the thunder tribulation for body refinement. He would enhance himself as much as possible. The thunderstorm raged on for 3 hours. Chu Xiu, bare-skinned, exhibited glistening skin, with crackling arcs of electricity dancing across him. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and he exhaled a plume of white vapor. Opening his eyes, he noted, strength level 22, having only increased by 3 levels. Indeed, the further one progresses in physical cultivation, the more arduous it becomes. Rising to his feet, he formed a gesture to cleanse himself, refreshing his body, before donning a robe from his storage pouch. He turned his head to survey his surroundings. A familiar force enveloped him once more, and he was soon transported back to the Sacred Sun's Hall atop Tai Su Peak. The temporal power comprehended in the Sacred King realm is truly convenient, Chu Xiu marveled. Turning around, he found the spiritual spring bubbling, the aura still abundant. However, he did not intend to continue his breakthrough here. Sealing the local restrictions, he departed. Outside the grand and magnificent gates of the sacred land of Tai Su, 2 white unicorns, adorned with a pair of white feathered wings, leisurely approached, pulling a luxurious carriage. Inside the spacious and opulent carriage, 2 playful maidens peeked out, their wide, sparkling eyes filled with wonder as they gazed at the distant gates of the sacred land of Tai Su. Your Highness, this is the legendary sacred land of Tai Su. How magnificent it is, even more beautiful than the royal palace. A petite girl clad in a pale yellow palace gown, her eyes as clear as a pair of sapphires, seemed to speak with a flutter of her lashes. The young maiden, with her long hair styled in a delicate bun, cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, her skin as luminous as snow. Her exquisitely shaped oval face, so delicate it seemed almost fragile, bore glistening red lips and a high, elegant nose. With her jade-like hand propping up her chin, her gaze drifted toward the window, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, revealing a pair of playful dimples. Do not be alarmed by the spring blossoms or autumn rain. The Taizu sacred ground, as the ultimate sovereign of our southern domain, boasts a grand entrance that no royal palace could ever rival. Our vast Ming Empire, with its billion-strong populace and dominion over 3 major dynasties, appears formidable, yet to the Taizu, it is but a mere corner of the world, a realm of mortals under its governance. You must remember, when we encounter the distinguished figures of the sacred ground, to maintain proper decorum. Understood, Princess. The 2 young maidens, now serious in demeanor, nodded earnestly. Master Chen, could you kindly deliver our invitation? Of course, 7th Princess. An elderly eunuch with snow-white hair and a pallid complexion emerged from the shadow of the carriage, swiftly departing towards the Taizu mountain gate, halting a mile away. He bowed and announced, I, Zhu Ziyue, the 7th Princess of the Ming Empire, have come to the sacred ground to invite esteemed guests to the Ming Empire for the coronation of the new king. I kindly request passage. Do you have an invitation? Came the aged voice from within the mountain gate. Master Chen produced a beautifully crafted golden tablet from his bosom. In the next moment, the tablet was drawn into the air by an unseen force. After a brief interval, the voice resonated once more. Approach. I shall send someone to guide you into the sacred ground. Remember not to wander, for should you meet with misfortune, do not blame this old man for not having warned you. Noted. Thank you for your counsel. Master Chen replied with utmost respect, bowing slightly before returning to the carriage. Chapter 71. Sister Hua transforms into a steam maiden. Zhu Ziyue and her companions followed a close female disciple, soaring above the Taizu sacred land. The scenery along the way was breathtaking, with majestic mountains and spiritual peaks stretching endlessly, and clouds of rosy mist filling the sky. Pavilions and towers floated in the air, surrounded by countless disciples and celestial birds gliding gracefully. It felt as if they had stepped into an ethereal realm, leaving them in awe. As a princess of the great Ming Empire, Zhu Ziyue prided herself on her worldly experience, yet even she was stunned by such beauty. It is truly magnificent, Qiu Yu exclaimed. And there are so many people here, all possessing formidable cultivation. Numerous powerful presences are as deep as the ocean and as towering as mountains, making it impossible to gauge their true strength. Regaining her composure, Zhu Ziyue's enchanting eyes sparkled with vitality as she inquired of the female disciple flying ahead, "Sister, I have heard that a few days ago, the sacred land held a grand ceremony for the Holy Sun. Might we be fortunate enough to meet His Highness?" The disciple glanced back at her with a nonchalant expression. The Holy Sun's status is of the utmost reverence. How could a mere imperial princess presume to meet him at her whim? Yu Chunhua's eyes widened in indignation, ready to retort. Yet, Zhu Ziyue stopped her, smiling gently. "I have overstepped." Your Highness. Chunhua pouted, transmitting her thoughts. Zhu Ziyue furrowed her brow and admonished her through their mental connection. "This is the sacred land, not our great Ming. Keep any discontent to yourself." "Oh," Chunhua replied, looking pitiful, her eyes misty with unshed tears. She harbored a sense of grievance. As the personal attendant to the seventh princess, she felt a burning desire to confront the disciple ahead. Yet she refrained, knowing that such actions could not only bring immense trouble to the princess but could also endanger the entire Great Ming Empire, with consequences beyond imagination. At that moment, a silver flying vessel approached from the distance. On its deck stood a tall figure clad in black robes, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. His skin was as fair as jade, and his eyes sparkled like bright stars, exuding an extraordinary charm. The true disciple in front halted, slightly bowing to the man on the flying vessel. "Your Highness, the Holy Sun." The man in black nodded with a warm smile, no need for formalities. His gaze swept over Zhu Ziyue and the others, acknowledging them with a nod, before steering the vessel over a grove of crimson maples, disappearing into a mountain replete with enchanting spirit. Zhu Ziyue's eyes sparkled with astonished delight. She had truly encountered the Holy Sun. The distinguished young man she had seen earlier was indeed His Highness. Chunhua's face lit up with curiosity. Qiu Yu giggled. "I had imagined that the Holy Sun would ride in a legendary Qilin war chariot, surrounded by thousands of attendants." Such naivety, the true disciple scoffed. "The Holy Sun possesses transcendent talents unparalleled in the world. He would not travel like the crude royal carriages of your mortal emperors. Not only would he not have attendants, but he even outright refuses the protection of the great sage." Her words were laced with deep reverence, revealing her unwavering admiration for the Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yu was not offended. She merely stuck out her tongue. Yet, Zhu Ziyue shot her a disapproving glance, signaling her to refrain from overstepping. Nevertheless, she was immensely astonished. "O great sage, within the vast expanse of the Ming Empire, there exists but one formidable figure, the King of the North. Yet this exceptional being, entrusted with the protection of the Holy Sun, has chosen to decline the offer. He must possess an unwavering confidence in his own strength." A gentle breeze tousles Chu Xiu's hair as he furrows his brow in contemplation, recalling the palace-clad maiden from earlier, whose visage seems somewhat familiar. Could she be a descendant of Zhu Baiyu? He ponders, guiding his flying vessel to descend beside the tranquil lake at the foot of Ling Peak. He is greeted by a breathtaking scene. The surroundings are adorned with blooming white daffodils, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. At this moment, a radiant beauty stands gracefully amidst the floral sea. Her long hair cascades over her shoulders, and she dons a simple gown that accentuates her elegant figure. While not conventionally beautiful, she possesses an alluring charm that captivates the eye, reminiscent of a flower fairy, gentle and serene. "Ah, dear Sister Hua, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long?" She turns with a smile, her voice soft. "Congratulations on your recent advancements in cultivation." Chu Xiu, retracting his flying shuttle, approaches her with measured steps and replies, "My modest progress is insignificant, but you, dear Sister Hua, have grown even more enchanting." Sister Hua shoots him a playful glance. "Pray tell, what brings you to summon me here?" With a grin, Chu Xiu takes her delicate hand in his. Sister Hua raises an eyebrow, a smile dancing on her lips, allowing his touch without resistance. "Recently, I mentioned to the Holy Lord about arranging a marriage for you. Can you guess how the Holy Lord responded?" Chu Xiu says, shrouded in mystery. Sister Hua chuckles lightly. Naturally, he declined. We are not suited for one another. But the Holy Lord declared that should you agree, the match would be made. Chu Xiu insists shamelessly. Do you truly believe I would acquiesce? Sister Hua gazes at him intently. Sighing, Chu Xiu shakes his head in disappointment, gently toying with her hand, relishing its exquisite feel. Alas, I must depart from the sacred grounds to embark on a journey. If you do not consent, who knows when we shall meet again? Sister Hua's eyes flicker, brows furrowing in surprise. You've just attained the beyond realm, and already you wish to wander? Indeed, Chu Xiu concedes with a resigned nod. Remaining within the sacred grounds is not a solution. Cultivation is not merely about seclusion. Quite right, Sister Hua agrees with fervor. Those who only know of solitary cultivation are destined to fall short of true greatness. A genuine powerhouse must face myriad battles, forging an immortal path from the bones of their adversaries. In truth, I am reluctant to leave. Chu Xiu gently plucks a daffodil, tucking it into her silky hair. You are not one to indulge in romantic sentiments. Your true nature on the celestial ladder is one of decisiveness and ruthlessness. Who says decisiveness precludes romantic sentiment? Chu Xiu interlaces his fingers with hers against his heart. Can you feel it? The earnest rhythm of my beating heart. As she feels the pulse of his heart, a faint blush graces Sister Hua's cheeks, leaving her momentarily dazed. It is her first time experiencing such intimacy with a man. Chu Xiu, known for his carefree demeanor amidst the flowers, naturally draws her slender waist closer, their heights nearly equal as their gazes lock. Sister Hua was taken aback, her expression frozen in astonishment. Goodness, has he really made a move? Should I slap him away? As she pondered this, Chu Xiu approached, as soft and sweet as cotton candy. Sister Hua's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at the face so near to hers. A sudden jolt echoed in her mind, leaving her momentarily blank, as if her system had crashed. Such audacious behavior. Even she, a peak Saint King, could hardly withstand it. Chu Xiu, his tongue lightly brushing his lips, released his hold around her waist and stepped back, his heart racing. A powerful figure, he had taken the initiative twice now. Yet this was the first time he faced a Saint King. To claim he was not nervous would be a lie. Secretly, he began to channel his energy, preparing for a hasty retreat. Sister Hua stood rooted to the spot, her fair complexion flushed with crimson, her delicate hand rising to caress her lips as wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head. Her first kiss was gone. Chu Xiu. Oh, so you are the steam princess after all? You! Sister Hua glared at Chu Xiu, her hair stirring as if by an unseen wind. Ah, sister, please don't be agitated, Chu Xiu quickly explained. I couldn't help myself. Please don't be angry. Would you like to hit me instead? Sister Hua's emotions surged as she raised her slender hand. You wouldn't dare. Or perhaps you wish to scold me. You cannot bring yourself to say it. Seeing his shameless demeanor, Sister Hua felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Well, he does not know my true identity. It is somewhat forgivable. Come here, she commanded, fixing her gaze on Chu Xiu. Oh, Chu Xiu replied, approaching with a pitiful expression. Sister Hua pinched his ear. Next time, don't act like this, understand? Then next time, if I wish to kiss you, I shall give you advance notice. Sister Hua. As for today, we shall leave it at that. Updates will follow tomorrow. Chapter 72. Sister Hua gifts a ring. How can your audacity rival that of the Tai Su Peak's Wang Jian Cliff? Sister Hua, with her lustrous ruby lips slightly pursed, playfully twisted his ear. If you continue this way, I shall grow angry. Yet, her gentle demeanor, even in anger, rendered her irresistibly charming. Old Demon Chu wore a serious expression. Do you truly consider me so easily deceived, treating you like a mere child? Sister Hua delicately plucked a daffodil from her hair, a slight smile gracing her lips. With a graceful motion, she revealed a ring in her palm. Its deep black surface was adorned with intricate red patterns, resembling an Ouroboros, truly extraordinary. This storage ring, a treasure I acquired during the defense of the Tianyuan Great Wall, possesses a substantial interior space. If you wish to travel, I shall bestow it upon you. Relying on a storage pouch is rather inconvenient. Chu Xiu extended his left hand, a smile dancing on his lips, as he raised his chin. Sister Hua cast him a sidelong glance, placing the ring upon his middle finger. Chu Xiu lifted his hand, examining it with wonder and exclaiming, "It's truly beautiful. Thank you, sister. Do you understand the significance of a woman gifting a man a ring?" Sister Hua asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "It is merely a storage ring. What meaning could it hold?" No, Chu Xiu insisted, guiding Sister Hua to sit upon a green stone by the lakeside. Noticing her curiosity, he could not suppress a mischievous smile. Legend has it that at the far reaches of the starry sky lies an ancient star of life. There, when a woman gifts a man a ring, it signifies her deep affection and desire for marriage. Oh, Sister Hua feigned ignorance, tilting her head, her ruby lips parting slightly. Such an odd custom, I have never heard of it. The Tianqiong continent has no such saying. "Ah, you are quite impervious to reason," Chu Xiu remarked, grimacing as he took her hand and lightly kissed the smooth, pale back of it. "Do you enjoy taking advantage of sister so much? Is this how you treat other women as well? I truly fear for your safety." Sister Hua rolled her eyes dramatically, responding with exasperation. "It is because I like you," Chu Xiu asserted with an air of entitlement. "Look at my master. She is so beautiful. Why shouldn't I take advantage of her?" Sister Hua nearly choked, retorting, "If you dare to take advantage of your master, that would be truly outrageous. Indeed, I hold my master in the highest respect. How could I entertain any improper thoughts?" Old Demon Chu proclaimed with a righteous demeanor. Sister Hua tilted her head, her clear eyes sparkling with mirth. "So, you choose to bully me instead? This won't do. Your audacity is far too great. I must keep my distance from you. I am not a small child. I am quite grown," Chu Xiu countered, his face flushed as he argued his point. Seeing him so animated, Sister Hua pondered. Could it be that his youth was such a significant blow to him? Did he truly wish to be with me? If this continues, might his resolve falter? Surely not. Why would I think this way? Sister Hua's heart skipped a beat, sensing that something was amiss. It felt akin to inadvertently falling into a pit and gradually becoming accustomed to it. Observing him with a flushed face, stubbornly holding his neck, she remarked, all right, I shall no longer call you little one, but perhaps little thing instead?" Chu Xiu. "Very well. May I inquire if this is a term of endearment?" "It surely must be." The old demon Chu activated his nauseatingly sweet mode, almost pleading for a hug or a kiss. If Ji Tai Mei were present, she would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness! He certainly had a knack for targeting the ethereal, treasure-like girl, pure as white paper despite being an adult who still acted coy." Sister Hua, amused by his antics, poked his forehead with her delicate, green onion-like fingers. Chu Xiu blinked, his eyes as pure as they could be. Grasping Sister Hua's fair and soft hand, he inquired, "Sister, what was discussed during the recent summit at Tai Su Peak, which the Holy Master invited many factions to attend?" "Of course, if it is inconvenient to disclose, I shall not press the matter." Sister Hua shook her head, allowing his affection to wash over her. She replied, "You certainly have the right to know." She raised her other hand, pointing to the heavens. "A natural restriction of an ancient secret star will soon be unveiled. That ancient star is named Tai Chi." Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu's eyes flickered with interest. He had heard of this ancient star, renowned for its formidable reputation. Its natural restrictions opened approximately every 2,000 to 3,000 years, housing a plethora of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yet that was not the most remarkable aspect. The most precious relics within were the traces of the Tao left by great emperors. Some exceptionally fortunate saints had even acquired fragments of the Tao lineage from these, swiftly soaring to the pinnacle of power, becoming the continent's strongest beings. Thus, each time Tai Chi Ancient Star opened, it would be a grand feast, stirring up a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. The three clans of the demon and barbarian races, with hundreds of mighty saints clashing, would create a scene of devastation that could send chills down one's spine. "Sister, has the Holy Master already determined the time for the opening of the ancient star's natural restrictions?" His curiosity piqued. He recalled that 23 years prior, while searching the soul of the Holy Son of the Tai Yi sacred land, he had learned that the Tai Chi ancient star was enveloped by the principles of heaven and earth, making it impossible to ascertain the precise time of its opening. Only a rough estimate of 2,000 to 3,000 years could be made. Yes, Sister Hua nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I have calculated it. Chu Xiu was genuinely astonished. Was Sister Hua truly this powerful? What other holy kings could not achieve, she had managed to accomplish. Could it be that she was on the verge of a breakthrough to becoming a quasi-emperor? The old demon's heart raced with surprise, yet his smile became increasingly innocent. However, if the Holy Master disseminates this information during the meeting, would not the demon and barbarian races also learn of it? After all, no one can guarantee that those guests will keep the information confidential. Sister Hua shook her head, chuckling softly. They have been bestowed with the power of discretion. Only the highest authorities of their factions will receive this news. Truly, the Holy Master was remarkable, possessing even this ability. Chu Xiu expressed his admiration, feeling a deep envy. He yearned to cultivate such a technique, for it was an unparalleled method of stealth and subterfuge. The art of silence can be regarded as a rather terrifying supernatural ability. Those guests attending the meeting wishing to divulge information, before they can utter a word, they would self-destruct. Writing it down, the same fate would befall them. Even if one were to seek out their soul, upon brushing against the slightest hint of a secret, they would explode, their corporeal form and spirit annihilated in an instant. When will it commence? It will happen within the past year, not exceeding 8 months, as Sister Hua has stated. Will my esteemed master also be present? Sister Hua nodded, confirming that the master of Yunsha Peak would attend, as she seeks to uncover the opportunity to ascend to the rank of Saint King on the ancient Taiji star. Chu Xiu furrowed his brow. My precious master, will she be safe? If anything were to go awry, would not my own prospects be dashed? Perhaps I should confine her, preventing her from venturing out, allowing her to remain at home as a cherished child. Why take such risks? Noticing his frown, Sister Hua assumed he was worried for their master and gently reassured him. There is no need for concern. The master of Yunsha Peak is no fragile maiden. Among her peers, her combat prowess is unparalleled. I request a touch of that golden hue. Thank you all for your generous gifts. Chapter 73. The Secret of the Half-Volume Characters. The fall of Princess Zhu Biyue. A gentle spring breeze caressed the lake's surface, creating shimmering ripples. The narcissus flowers swayed gracefully, their fragrance permeating the air. Sister Hua inquired about Chu Xiu's travel plans. He shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. His primary objective in descending the mountain was to seek Lu Hongyi, who had journeyed northward. However, her exact whereabouts remained a mystery to all. He needed to gather further information. Sister, I must bid you farewell today. Is there no special gesture before our parting? He gazed at her hand, which he held tightly, unwilling to let go. Sister Hua, with a hint of helplessness, embraced him gently and whispered in his ear, if you encounter an insurmountable foe, remember that retreat is not a sign of shame. Fear not. Chu Xiu playfully pecked her delicate cheek. You! Sister Hua's cheeks flushed crimson. Her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She took 2 graceful steps back, transforming into a streak of light, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy gliding away. Chu Xiu chuckled, peculiar sound escaping him. After basking in the sun upon the cool stone for a while, he reflected on the previous night. He had expended the remaining 600,000 points to elevate his cultivation to the 3rd tier of the other shore realm. The rewards for such a monumental breakthrough had yet to be claimed. The system prompted him with a notification. Ding! It has been detected that the host possesses the ancient saint body. Upon breaking through to the extreme realm of the Divine Bridge, a special reward has been triggered. Half-volume character secret. Shall you claim it? Claim it! Chu Xiu's eyes widened, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated that this breakthrough would yield one of the 9 sacred secrets, the character secret. Renowned as the most potent healing technique, it was said that when cultivated to profound depths, a single drop of blood could restore one's true form, devised by a celestial being from before the ancient times. In terms of rarity and practicality, it rivaled the walking secret, excelling in life-preserving capabilities. With his ancient saint body already resilient, the addition of the character secret's restorative abilities was nothing short of miraculous. A soft golden glow emanated from the void, cascading onto his forehead and merging with his divine platform. Around the golden figure, 5 characters imbued with profound principles began to swirl in harmony with his spirit. A spectral elder clad in a Taoist robe materialized behind him, reciting teachings as if a venerable sage were personally imparting wisdom to Chu Xiu. The half-volume character secret integrated into his consciousness, becoming an eternal presence within his soul. As Chu Xiu focused on his comprehension, he was increasingly astonished. Truly deserving of its title as the supreme healing art, it allowed his sacred blood cells to maintain an exceptionally active state over time. A surge of joy filled his heart. With this half-volume character secret, the second form of his yet-to-be-created all things come to rest technique could finally be set into motion. By gathering all his sacred blood and true essence, compressing his cells entirely, and harmonizing it with the intent of the heavenly kill sword, he could unleash a formidable strike without hesitation. The resulting power could shatter the heavens and split the earth, leaving a remarkable impact. However, the consequences would be dire, leaving him gravely injured. Yet, with the character secret, the situation was different. Even if he were wounded, recovery would be swift. The only regret was that he possessed merely half of the character secret, significantly diminishing its efficacy.
Chu Xiu sai sốc tì.
If one were to obtain the complete essence of the character Zhe, the third sword technique could take shape. In the third stance, he would unleash the sacred blood's true essence with absolute might, delivering a strike that would astonish even himself. Unbeknownst to me, I have ventured further along the path of the one-sword style. Chu Xiu opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with brilliance, a slight smile gracing his lips. He commenced the refinement of the celestial storage ring gifted by Sister Hua. After a short incense stick's time, the refinement was complete. Chu Xiu's consciousness delved within, revealing a space of astonishing magnitude, equivalent to 2 football fields. Moreover, it was not empty. It contained over 300,000 high-grade essence stones, dozens of suitable garments, some high-tier spirit beast meat, and several jars of spiritual wine. Waves of surprise rippled through Chu Xiu's eyes. He had not anticipated Sister Hua's preparations to be so abundant. Truly, a beloved treasure of the Sacred Lord. Chu Xiu systematically placed the items from the storage bag into the storage ring and mounted the silver flying shuttle, departing from the foot of the Spirit Mountain. The following morning, at Yunxia Peak, the sun shone brightly, casting an ethereal glow upon the purple clouds, resembling a celestial realm. Mo Fian arrived at Chu Xiu's cave dwelling, accompanied by a palace-attired maiden. Upon seeing Zhu Ziyue again, Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Zhu Ziyue performed a slight curtsy, poised and graceful, introducing herself as the 7th princess of the Great Ming, having met the Sacred Sun. No need for such formalities, he replied. The Great Ming royal family, he realized, was indeed the lineage of Zhu Biyue. Turning to Mo Fian, he spoke gently, Elder Mo, may I inquire about the purpose of bringing Princess Zhu Ziyue here? Mo Fian, with her cold elegance and serious demeanor, informed him that the Sacred Sun was to descend the mountain for travels. Coincidentally, a new king had ascended the throne of the Great Ming Empire. The Sacred Lord had commanded her to escort the 7th princess to the Great Ming, allowing the Sacred Sun to attend the royal ceremony. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiu mused inwardly, Sister Hua truly wishes for me to remain occupied. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I have no particular destination in mind. Let us visit the Great Ming. Zhu Ziyue's eyes sparkled with delight at his words, and she hastily bowed, expressing that it was a great fortune for the Sacred Sun to grace the Great Ming with his presence. She felt immense joy within. With her brother's ascension to the throne, the royal siblings would depart to invite esteemed guests from various powers in the southern region. However, no one had come to the Taizu sacred land, thus she took it upon herself to come. Initially, she thought it would suffice to invite a minor sacred elder. Yet, to her surprise, the Sacred Sun himself was willing to attend the ceremony. Before our departure, they had doubted my ability to invite a dignitary from the sacred land. Little did they know, not only did I successfully invite one, but it was the esteemed Sacred Sun. Chu Xiu observed her, noting the joy in her eyes, which stirred a sense of melancholy within him. 45 years ago, when he was still in the realm of divine abilities, he had visited the capital of the Great Ming Empire and met the then-long princess Zhu Biyue. Their encounter had been romantic, blossoming into a bond over cards. They had promised to reunite, yet now her descendants had already come to fruition. Hey! Women! Though I may say otherwise, deep down I harbor no resentment towards her. I am merely a scoundrel, a rogue indulging in fleeting pleasures, unworthy of casting blame. Yet, there lingers a slight dissatisfaction within me. Could it be that Yen brought the person here and then departed? Chu Xiu led Zhu Ziyue into the cave dwelling and personally poured her a cup of spirit tea. Zhu Ziyue, taken aback by the attention, accepted it with both hands. Gazing at the young lady, she inquired with a smile, "Seventh princess, what is your relation to Zhu Ziyue? You may simply call me Ziyue, your highness. Do you happen to know my aunt?" Zhu Ziyue responded, her face filled with astonishment. "I have seen her portrait with a senior. You bear a striking resemblance to her. I initially thought you were her daughter." Chu Xiu remarked with a chuckle. "How is she faring now?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ziyue lowered her head, a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "She has passed away. Just a few months ago, she transcended at the Taoist temple atop the cloud cliff." Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback, raising his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. "I see such a pity." Zhu Ziyue's eyes glistened with tears. She was waiting for someone, for decades. "My father mentioned that the person passed away a few months ago, and my aunt chose the path of transcendence on the same day."
Chu Xiu.
Chapter 74. The proud Qi Mengdai. For years, she had remained on the precipice of Yun Cliff, never having departed even a single step. Chu Xiu's expression was one of complexity. Zhu Ziyue felt rather despondent. In her childhood, she often played on Yun Cliff, where her aunt treated her with utmost kindness, as if she were her own daughter. In the Taoist temple, her aunt was always alone, clad in a purple robe, residing in 2 wooden cottages with a single mat. By day, she would sit at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the sea of clouds, and by night, she stood beneath the green pines, basking in the moonlight, lost in thought. The atmosphere was cold and solitary. Over the course of more than 40 springs and autumns, she had never returned to the capital. After hearing her lamentations, Chu Xiu sighed inwardly. "Why bother? Knowing full well that I am not a good person, she still insists on honoring her promise to wait for me. Truly foolish. Upon learning of my demise, she would choose to follow me into death? Does she think that I, the old demon Chu, would be moved by such sentiment? Humph! Who does she think she is?" After discussing with Zhu Ziyue, Chu Xiu resolved to set forth the following day. He arranged for her to stay in the guest room of his cave abode. Perhaps sensing his melancholy, the chicken, Tai Mei, had lost its usual exuberance, standing on his shoulder in a state of daze. "Chu Xiu, would you like some roasted meat? I can prepare it for you. If you wish to eat, just go ahead," he replied. Raising his hand, he playfully flicked Tai Mei, sending it flying 20 meters before it adhered to a tree, then slid down. "Tch. Don't eat just yet, humph." Tai Mei flew off, grumbling to itself. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Senior brother, the Peak Master has sent me to invite you to the Peak Master's Hall." It was the little girl, Hong Dai, who waved at him with a cheerful smile, her feet barely touching the ground. "I'm not going. I'm too tired," Chu Xiu replied. Hong Dai looked at her senior brother with a puzzled expression. Wasn't he always available before? What could be the reason today? Did it have anything to do with the Peak Master and Yu Yao? "Since that is the case, I shall return to report," she said. Go on, go on." Chu Xiu waved his hand dismissively. With a pout, Hong Dai flew away, stepping lightly on a red lotus. In the Peak Master's Hall, within the chambers. "What? He is not coming?" The expression of the fairy mentor darkened. Everything had been prepared, and now he chose not to attend. Ahem. Peak Master, you see. Hong Dai shrank back slightly. It seemed that her senior brother had truly angered the Peak Master. Look at her. Her fair face was flushed with irritation. Senior brother said he is too tired. Perhaps he has encountered a setback in his cultivation. The kind-hearted little girl defended Chu Xiu, even in the face of the Peak Master's admonishment. The fairy mentor shot her a glare. "How would I know whether he is tired or not? Do you think I need you to remind me?" With a wave of her delicate hand, she huffed, "Go. Tell him that if he does not come, he is no longer welcome here." With a pout, Hong Dai, resembling a little aggrieved creature, scampered away. After a stick of incense, she returned to report. Gazing at the Peak Master, who sat elegantly in her chair, exuding an aura of coolness. Why hasn't he come? Qi Mengdia's eyes flickered as she pressed her lips together. The red butterfly wore a perplexed expression, her eyes pure and innocent, mimicking the tone of her senior brother. Master Brother says he cannot come. He has matters to attend to tomorrow and must conserve his energy. The corners of the celestial master's eyes twitched with irritation, silently cursing the audacity of such absurd words. Fine, if he cannot come, then let him be. You may return now. With a sigh of relief, the red butterfly took her leave, her petite steps light as she departed. She felt an immediate sense of liberation. Delivering messages between her senior brother and the Peak Master was indeed exhausting, especially when she was left in the dark about their discussions, which felt like navigating a fog. Once the red butterfly had left, she stood up and paced back and forth in her chamber, growing increasingly agitated. Her chest rose and fell erratically. Consequently, she flew out of the Peak Master's hall and headed towards the cave dwelling of Chu Xiu at the foot of the mountain. Suspended in the air, she gazed down to see a crow roasting meat by a fire. Not far away, a rebellious disciple lounged beneath a willow tree, seemingly asleep. Could he truly be fatigued? The celestial master was filled with suspicion. With the formidable consciousness of a great sage, she probed his breathing and confirmed that he indeed appeared to be asleep. She huffed softly, pursed her crimson lips, and vanished from sight. Goodness, Chu Xiu wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, squinting at the spot where the master had just been. She is terrifying, and her cultivation is at the great sage level. How formidable! Suddenly, he sensed something and quickly closed his eyes, regulating his breath. A graceful figure reappeared in the void. Although Chu Xiu could not see her, he sensed her presence immediately through the reincarnation heavenly cries of the mother and child seal. This woman was becoming increasingly cunning, even employing a ruse to return. Moments later, from several thousand meters away, she waved her delicate hand, and a wisp of blue smoke, akin to a spiritual serpent, slithered toward Chu Xiu. His heart raced. Was she preparing to poison her husband? No, he felt no danger. Soon, an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted into his nostrils. Chu Xiu instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His body felt invigorated, and his spirit lifted. This was the legendary seven-grade dragon, Spikenard, the saliva of a great sage-level dragon whale from the desolate sea, which could only coalesce into dragon Spikenard after millennia of catalysis, was exceedingly rare and precious, far more valuable than the supreme Tianxian pill he had once used to deceive others. It turned out she wasn't launching a surprise attack. Rather, she had returned to fetch the dragon Spikenard to help restore his health. Chu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His master was indeed prideful. After he absorbed the medicinal properties of the dragon Spikenard, Qi Mengdi turned and vanished into the void. Chu Xiu closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. That night, he experienced an unusual dream, one that transported him to memories of family and friends from Blue Star. The dream then morphed into the days when he first arrived in the Tianqiong continent. Ultimately, he dreamt of his master standing before him, announcing that a son was about to be born. With a startled cry, Chu Xiu awoke, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. The dream was truly alarming. The blazing sun cast a red light upon him from the sky. Gazed at the sun, lost in thought for a duration equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense. Rising, he instructed Ji Taimei to await his return while he bid farewell to certain individuals. Acknowledging his request, Ji Taimei, who lay nearby upon the azure stone, flapped her wings and scratched her tail, sought out Tao Yao, his second junior sister. His third junior sister and fourth junior brother remained in seclusion. His pursuit of the second junior sister was not born of an amicable relationship, but rather a hope that she would later learn of his departure from the sacred grounds and seek to end his life. Thus, the cunning Chu Laoma intended to harvest the life of this dear junior sister, for her existence held no further significance to him. Ultimately, he arrived at the Peak Master's hall, where he found his revered master. The celestial master remained as aloof and unyielding as ever, offering him no warmth or kindness. She merely cautioned her rebellious disciple to avoid dying in the outside world. Should death be his fate, it was preferable he return to meet it at her hands. With all matters concluded, Chu Shengzi was poised to formally leave the sacred grounds and venture into the world, filled with ambition and audacity. Chapter 75. Has the master joined in? Pi Qiao ventured forth to undertake a sacred mission. Chu Xiu could not accompany her and thus set out with Zhu Ziyue. 3 days later, they arrived at Qingxian City, a grand metropolis belonging to the Tianqi dynasty, nestled beside the majestic 10,000 Great Mountains. With a population exceeding 10 million, the city thrived with prosperity. Occasionally, cultivators soared above the city gates, while mortals lined up orderly on the ground to enter. 2 white unicorns, their wings flapping gracefully, drew an opulent carriage into the city. The guards at the gate, upon recognizing the emblem of the Ming Empire, promptly signaled for passage. Eunuch Chen piloted the carriage into the city. Inside the lavish carriage, a beautiful chicken perched on Chu Xiu's shoulder, while the enchanting Mo Fian stood behind him. Opposite them sat 3 young maidens, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. Your Highness, I never imagined that while in the sacred land, you would possess such knowledge of the outside world, Zhu Ziyue exclaimed, her face aglow with admiration. With modesty, Chu Xiu raised a hand to gesture for silence. Your Highness, did the Mo Jiao King ultimately meet his demise at the hands of the Han cultivator? And what became of your master, Miss Nangong? Chuanhua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course he was slain. However, there were unforeseen circumstances along the way. A mischievous smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. Would you like to know more? Certainly. The 3 maidens chimed in unison, their eagerness palpable. Lowering his voice, Chu Xiu began to recount. Upon hearing his tale, the young women's faces flushed with color. Who would have thought it would unfold in such a manner? But they are master and disciple. Would this not contravene the laws of propriety? Zhu Ziyue, blooming like a flower, blushed deeply. Even the composed Mo Fian's eyes flickered with intrigue. Can a master-disciple relationship be so playful? She stole a glance at Chu Xiu, who, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of grace, his gaze profound. With a fan in hand and a smile playing on his lips, he resembled a storyteller, entirely unfazed by the implications of his narrative. Above the carriage, in the ethereal expanse, a graceful figure let out a disdainful huff. This wayward disciple truly lacks shame. Who might she be? None other than the enchanting master. She merely happened to pass through the capital of the Ming Empire, not intentionally lurking in the shadows to watch over her wayward disciple. No, she was merely keeping an eye on him, ensuring he did not tarnish the sacred land's reputation. She had no concerns about him seducing other women. Once her business in the capital was concluded, she resolved to return to the sacred land. During her journey, she eavesdropped on the conversations within the carriage. The tale being told was about a Han cultivator of poor talent, who, unwilling to accept mediocrity, persevered through numerous challenges and opportunities. He narrated it splendidly, akin to a professional storyteller in a tea house, his passion and engagement palpable. Even she found herself captivated by the story until a woman named Nangong appeared and became the Han cultivator's master. At that point, the narrative took on a subtle complexity, particularly during the segment concerning the Mo Jiao King. The enchanting master surmised that her wayward disciple was undoubtedly alluding to her. He was the Han cultivator and she was Miss Nangong. It could not be otherwise. How dare he share such stories in front of outsiders? Is there no sense of shame? The visage of the fairy master blushed like a teapot. Young master, we have entered the city, murmured Mo Fian, bending slightly to whisper delicately in Chu Xiu's ear. This journey was not for the purpose of escorting Chu Xiu. Rather, the Holy Lord had arranged for her to accompany him to the great Ming dynasty. Sister Hua was concerned that he might not know how to manage certain diplomatic affairs. Hence the appointment of the capable Mo Fian as his temporary steward, to prevent him from being burdened by trivial matters.
Chu Xiu nodded,
lifting the curtain of the carriage with his right hand to gaze outside. The streets were expansive, the buildings arranged in an orderly fashion, with a constant flow of carriages and pedestrians, vibrant and bustling. For a monk emerging from the sacred lands, witnessing such a scene could evoke a sense of having descended from the celestial realm to the mortal world. However, he did not feel this way. Having struggled through the mundane world for far too long, he had grown accustomed to such sights. 2 unicorn horses flapped their wings, gently descending while pulling the carriage. Directly opposite was an inn, lavishly adorned, with an impressive facade that clearly indicated its affluence. The innkeeper greeted them with a cheerful smile, dressed in a daring manner, her eyes captivating. The extraordinary carriage of Zhu Ziyu spoke of wealth and status, and she instinctively knew to welcome them personally. Upon seeing the group disembark, she hurried over, her voice sweet and inviting. "Ah, welcome to the Qingxian Inn." Soon, she led the group into the opulent hall, where a young attendant took the unicorn horses to the beast care area. The accommodations were swiftly arranged, each in a separate villa with splendid views. As night fell, Chu Xiu ventured alone from the inn, sensing a presence concealed within the void. He sighed softly, pondering, what could Master be thinking? Following me so closely? After much maneuvering and employing various concealment techniques, he finally managed to elude her. In the void, Qi Mengdai felt a bit disoriented, beginning to question her own existence. How could I lose track of a practitioner from the other shore? Where had the rebellious disciple vanished to? Disguised, Chu Xiu arrived at the entrance of a small apothecary, its door firmly shut, adorned with a black devil's head emblem. He extended his right hand, tracing a 5-pointed star symbol in the air. Creak! The door swung open automatically. Inside was enveloped in darkness, unlit and eerily reminiscent of a haunted house. Chu Xiu stepped inside, and the door closed behind him with a soft thud. Suddenly, a blue flame ignited out of thin air, hovering above him and illuminating part of the room. Below, a long table of black stone was occupied by a figure shrouded in black mist, rendering their features indistinguishable, their gender unknown. Chu Xiu approached and seated himself opposite, stating directly the whereabouts of Lu Hongyi. 200,000 divine essence stones, the shadowy figure replied, their voice hoarse. Chu Xiu furrowed his brows. Divine essence stones, being a rare commodity in the Tianqiong continent, were also regarded as hard currency, with an exchange rate of 1,000 to premium essence stones. Thus 200,000 divine essence stones equated to a staggering 200 million premium essence stones. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion remains as enigmatic as ever, scoffed Chu Xiu. Our intelligence is undeniably authentic and reliable. Are you aware of how many have been seeking her recently? The shadowy figure replied nonchalantly, 300 drops of the ancient stone milk. The ancient stone milk, which was originally acquired from Brother Yiyang in the Wilderness Demon Secret Realm, has finally proven its worth. The shadowy figure's eyes flickered. For 100 drops. The Celestial Secrets Pavilion does not engage in haggling. With a flourish of his right hand, Chu Xiu conjured a jade vial that landed before him. He possessed 2 vials of ancient stone milk, with 400 drops constituting roughly a third of 1 vial. The shadowy figure uncorked the vial, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, before promptly recapping it and stowing it away in his storage ring. He tossed a parchment scroll to Chu Xiu. Engaging in this trade proves to be quite pleasant. Do you require any additional intelligence? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xiu inquired about the whereabouts of the last bloodline of the Qin family within the Great Ming Empire. The shadowy figure narrowed his eyes, emanating a strand of consciousness as if communicating with someone. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes. 30 drops of ancient stone milk. Chu Xiu provided him with 30 drops, and the shadowy figure returned a parchment scroll. As Chu Xiu rose to depart, he suddenly halted at the doorway. Do you require any further intelligence? Turning back, Chu Xiu smirked, a hint of otherworldly crimson flashing in his gaze. I possess a piece of information I wish to sell to you. Oh, what information? The shadowy figure's interest was piqued. The whereabouts of the Moonlight Emperor's celestial scripture. At these words, the shadowy figure visibly recoiled. Trembling, he asked, Do you truly know the whereabouts of the Moonlight celestial scripture? With your intelligence network, it should be easily verifiable, correct? Name your price.
Chu Xiu smiled gently.
Those familiar with him understood that such a smile indicated he was about to engage in a cunning scheme. Chapter 76. Master's Tribulation. Are you referring to a particular location, or an individual? After a prolonged silence, the figure shrouded in black mist inquired. Chu Xiu nodded. I am aware of who possesses the Moonlight Immortal Scripture. The shadowed figure closed his eyes, communicating with an entity hidden in the darkness. After a considerable time, he raised a finger. 1 million divine essence stones, or an equivalent of extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth. Chu Xiu remained silent and turned to leave. Wait, 2 million. Seeing that he still showed no intention of turning back, the figure grew anxious. 3 million. You understand, this information is difficult for us to sell. Chu Xiu, still with his back turned, replied indifferently, I require extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth valued at 5 million divine essence stones, the fruit of creation and vitality, along with several rare items for body refinement, at least 4 kinds. Why don't you just steal them? The shadowed figure retorted, exasperated. Chu Xiu chuckled coldly. Heh, your Tiangui pavilion is far more unscrupulous than I am. Do not assume I am unaware. After acquiring my information, you could easily resell it for a profit of over 15 million divine essence stones. A wave of divine thought descended as the hidden entity communicated with the figure in black mist. The figure nodded. We will gather these extraordinary treasures. Where shall we meet for the next transaction? As he walked away, Chu Xiu replied, in the capital city. As soon as he stepped out of the apothecary, the door closed of its own accord. Chu Xiu entered a nearby shadowy alley, and shortly thereafter emerged, his appearance and aura restored to normal. He was quickly located by his searching master, feigning ignorance. Upon returning to his private courtyard, he found Ji Tai Mei sprawled on a stone table, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, radiant with golden light, the rhythm of Tao flowing around him. Chu Xiu chose not to disturb his cultivation. After retreating to his room, he unfolded 2 pieces of information. Upon reading them, he unleashed his vital energy, shattering the papers. Gazing out at the moonlight, he furrowed his brow, realizing they had ventured into the territory of the demon tribes, the city of 10,000 demons. He closed his eyes. A ripple of divine thought extended outward, passing through the eaves above. Master, are you weary standing on the roof? If so, please come inside. On the roof, the recently appeared Qi Mengdai, startled by the divine thought, nearly stumbled off the edge. You. How do you know it is I? The celestial master felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Chu Xiu smiled. From quite a distance, I can scent the unique fragrance that surrounds you. Suddenly, a graceful figure in white floated into the room, her slender form and enchanting demeanor leaning against the window, arms crossed. With a stern expression, the master maintained